9 Sun God King Chapter 2664 to Chapter 2728. After Qin Yin released the Divine King Heavenly Seal, he controlled the Heavenly Seal to press down, aiming at the group of Sun Yin Divine Tribe people. The people of the Sun Yin Divine Tribe wanted to dodge, but Qin Yin suddenly released the supergravity wave, causing the group of people to become weightless, causing them to be unable to control their bodies. Among the Sun Yin Divine Tribe people, only a dozen or so elders were able to break free from the gravitational force. The other dozen or so young and middle-aged men were unable to escape, and their bodies were pressed down by the golden scorching giant seal. With a loud explosion, intense light and waves of fire surged out from the giant seal. The giant black turtle shell trembled, causing the lake water to ripple. Those people who were pressed down by the Divine King Heavenly Seal had their bodies turned to ashes. Their souls were undying, so they were not affected and immediately flew out. Qin Yin flew up and landed on the top of the Divine King Heavenly Seal. He stood on the head of the giant statue. Everyone could not help but be afraid, because that was the power of the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Although Qin Yin was a young Divine King, the Heavenly Seal could draw the divine power of 4 divine sons. Even if it did not draw all the divine power of the divine sons, it was still very powerful. It was very powerful. Qin Yin was not even a divine sky lord, yet he could kill so many divine sky lords of the Sun Yin Divine Tribe. This made everyone even more afraid of the power of the Divine King Heavenly Seal. The Demon Dragon Heavenly Clan's demon dragons also retreated a distance. Of course they had heard of Qin Yin, but they did not expect him to appear like this. Furthermore, he even pretended to be the Jade Face Rat King. The image of Qin Yin's attack was circulating on the magic mirror platform. Those who entered the Xianxia treasure land and those outside would pay attention to the news on the magic mirror from time to time. It allowed them to understand the situation inside the Xianxia treasure land better. Now that they knew that the Jade Face Rat King was Qin Yin, the entire magic mirror platform burst into an uproar. What made all the big shots jealous was that Qin Yin had obtained another bloodline heavenly pattern box. Everyone knew that Qin Yin had the Purple Sun Elf Emperor's bloodline heavenly pattern box. Now that he had obtained another one, even more people were jealous. It was already very difficult for others to obtain one, let alone 2. Of course, they didn't know that Qin Yin didn't only have 2 bloodline heavenly pattern boxes, but many. If he made it public, it would surely cause a huge commotion. Qin Yin took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and destroyed many Sun Yin Divine Race people in one go. This caused the Sun Yin Divine Race elders to fly into a rage. Qin Yin had killed many Sun Yin Divine tribesmen when he was in the 4 Divine Sons. It could be said that only a few Sun Divine tribesmen from the 9 Sun Sacred Ground still had a physical body. Sun Yin Divine Tribe, Great Heaven Divine Tribe, don't think that you are the rulers of the Divine Wilderness just because you came from the 9 Sun Sacred Ground. Let me tell you, it is not your turn to be the overlord of Divine Desolate. Qin Yin said with sneer, if you don't restrain yourselves and dare to provoke my Qin again, Yun, I will definitely kill my way into the 9 Sun Sacred Ground and destroy your 2 clans. With that said, he put away the Godly King Heavenly Seal and quickly flew in a direction, vanishing in a blink of an eye. Qin Yin had gained a lot from entering the Xianxia treasure land. He had obtained a bloodline heavenly pattern box and cultivated his physical body to a very strong level. Qin Yin didn't want to continue fighting. The elders of the Great Heaven Divine Tribe and the Sun Yin Divine Tribe were very powerful. If they fought with their lives on the line, Qin Yin would not be able to gain any advantage. Moreover, there were 3 elders of the ancient Yu clan. Ming Yinyue might even implicate him. Qin Yin could feel that the elders of the ancient Yu clan were secretly gathering their strength as if they were planning to attack. Be it the bloodline heavenly pattern or the Godly King Heavenly Seal, they were enough to tempt the 3 elders of the ancient Yu clan. Therefore, they might attack. On the other side, Yu Shangyun and the rest were in a clearing in the forest. They were all looking at the magic mirror. Hu Meier's face is filled with amazement. She said in low voice, this Rat King brother is actually Qin Yin. This guy is called Rat King by the non-human race. I did not expect that he would actually use the identity of Rat King to sneak in. Sister Meier, this guy is an evil devil. I was almost deceived by him. You have to be more careful in the future. Mu Jin hastily said, this evil devil is very savage. Is that so? Why didn't I sense it? Humayr looked at Yu Xiangyun and asked, Sister Xiangyun, could it be that the rumor was true? Did Qin really become your acting clan emperor? Qin is not an evil devil, he did not do anything wrong. Mu Jin, don't hold any grudges against Qin. He has helped our Divine Moon clan many times and saved many sisters' lives. Our Divine Moon clan will never forget this kindness. I know, but his body and soul have been taken over by the evil devil. He is no longer Qin. I want to set him free. Mu Jin very stubbornly said. Mu Jin, you will understand in the future. Yu Xiangyun did not explain too much to Mu Jin because it wouldn't be long before Huayu and the others would wake up. At that time, the truth would be revealed. As long as Huayu and the other kings returned, Yu Xiangyun's psychological burden would not be that great. Because the sudden disappearance of the 5 kings of the Divine Moon clan was indeed related to Qin. Back then, it was Yu Xiangyun who made Qin the acting clan emperor. She never expected such a thing to happen. Mu Jin also did not dare to continue contradicting Yu Xiangyun. She only believed that Yu Xiangyun and the others had forgiven Qin because of his kindness to the Divine Moon clan. After Qin flew away from the White Lake, his magic mirror also received many inquiries from his friends. He replied in unison, saying that he was fine and planned to go into seclusion for a period of time, telling them not to worry. Should I call you Big Brother Rat King or Big Brother Yun in the future? Humayr sent a mental transmission to Qin and said, I really did not misjudge you back then. I knew that you were an extraordinary person. Little sister Hu, I'm a bit busy right now. I'll come find you when I have time. Qin said with a smile. Humayr only very happily responded and did not say anything else to Qin. Ling Yun'er said, Xiaoyun, that White Lake will definitely become the sacred land of the dragon race. And this sacred land belongs to the tree dragon race. I believe that the tree dragon race will unify the dragon race. The White Lake's water is very strange. If a dragon drinks it, it can condense a dragon egg inside its body. And the little dragon that hatches will definitely have a very strong body. If its growth speed is not slow, the dragon race will quickly become stronger. At that time, whether it is the Sun Dragon race or the 9 Sun Dragon race, they will all regard this lake as a sacred land. The current predicament of the dragon race is that they are unable to unify. It can be said that they are a group of dragons without a leader and no one is willing to submit to anyone. In addition, the dragon race is very chaotic and complicated. They are distributed very widely and there are many different dragon races in many regions. And the big and small dragon races have never thought about which region is the leader. Dragon race as a whole looks very strong and very large, but in the eyes of many non-human races and even humans, they are the targets of hunting. Weak lone dragons are very likely to be hunted down because the whole body of a dragon is a treasure. Killing a dragon is enough to eat for many years. Could it be that the tree dragon race will become the leader of the dragon race? Qin said in his heart, if this is the case, then the effect of the bloodline heavenly rune is truly formidable. It actually led to the birth of the tree dragon race. I wonder if the lake appeared because of the bloodline heavenly rune. Qin already knew that bloodline heavenly rune can give birth to formidable races. For example, Divine Moon race, Purple Sun Fairy race and Bright Moon sect, they were all born because of bloodline heavenly rune. Xiaoyun, do you think that the Devil Dragon heavenly race already foresaw this? It seems like they came here to confirm this matter. Ling Yun'er said again. Qin landed in the forest below. The trees here are all huge crystal transformation trees. Each tree is equivalent to a formidable tree dragon. Of course, these tree dragons have not awakened yet and have not completely evolved into tree dragons. The trees here are absorbing the energy of the lake and slowly evolving. Qin touched the trunk of a tree and sensed a very exuberant life force inside. He took out the devil mirror and contacted Yanglong Lingyu. Among the Sun Dragon race, he is most familiar with Yanglong Lingyu. He asked if they have already set off for the Xianxia treasure land. Yanglong Lingyu is already on the way and he is going together with the Sun Dragon Emperor. Qin informed Yanglong Lingyu about the situation of the lake. After Yanglong Lingyu finished listening, he said, Little brother Qin, that lake is a very important existence in our dragon race's inherited memory. It is called the Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake. We always thought that it was only a legend. I never expected that it would actually exist. Ah? So you actually know the use of the lake water? Qinyan said in amazement. In our inherited memory, it was mentioned that the water of the heavenly fate dragon lake can make our dragon race very strong. It can make our dragon race one of the strongest races in the world. Yang Long Lingyu said. When you come over, be careful. Great Heaven Divine Race and Great Yin Divine Race people might want to cause trouble. There are also those law enforcement realm people. Qinyan warned. Got it. Yang Long Lingyu replied. Qinyan wandered around the forest for a long time. Only at night did he find a big tree with a tree hole. Then he hid inside the tree hole. I have to quickly enter the Divine Heaven Monarch realm. Otherwise, every time I meet stronger people, I won't be able to go all out and fight. Qinyan took out the Perfection Stage Purple Ginseng. This Perfection Stage Purple Ginseng was originally very small. The grading divine race deliberately chose the smallest for him. However, he placed it inside the White Divine Sun Divine Spirit and planted it on the Divine Sun heavenly soil. It grew very quickly and now it has already bloomed and produced seeds. Those seeds can be used as seeds. This stage perfection purple ginseng is being blown so much by them, but it seems to be inferior to the divine medicines grown from the seeds of the heavenly law inheritance pearl. Qinyan did not understand the transformation stage purple ginseng before. The reason why he believed that the transformation stage purple ginseng was inferior to those divine medicines like the heaven law inheritance beads is because it can easily produce seeds. And the divine medicines he obtained from the 3 I King have not fully matured yet. It should be a bit useful. Ling Yuner said with smile, let's directly refine it into a pill and eat it. Stage perfection purple ginseng can only be eaten by divine heavenly monarch. Qin Yun doesn't know whether it will be useful or not with his current cultivation. He is now a Tao god, he can cultivate divine Tao heavenly pill with every sacred heavenly Tao image. He has already cultivated 3 before, Divine Hammer Tao image, Divine Saber Tao image and Divine Cauldron Tao image. It was also because he cultivated together with Xiao Xianqin that he managed to cultivate it. If he wants to cultivate it on his own, he will need a long time to absorb divine power. There is a very special divine power inside the stage perfection purple ginseng. If I absorb it, I should be able to increase my cultivation faster. After Qinyan probed it, he felt that it will have some effect. Therefore, he immediately placed it inside the pill transformation heavenly furnace. With the pill transformation heavenly furnace, refining pills is very simple for Qinyan. He doesn't even need to look after it. As long as he injects a certain amount of divine power into the pill transformation heavenly furnace, he can condense a pill. The stage perfection purple ginseng is purple in color. After Qinyan planted it in the divine yang heavenly soil, it became a lot bigger. Moreover, the purple energy it emitted became even more vigorous. It can be said that its quality has increased by a lot. Now that it is used to refine pills, it will definitely be able to refine the best quality stage perfection purple pill. While refining pills, he took out the devil mirror to contact Nangong Shuiru. He wants to understand more about the stage perfection purple ginseng. However, Nangong Shuiru doesn't know much about it. She only knows that after eating it, Divine Heavenly Monarch can quickly increase his cultivation. Qinyan can only ask Long Tianyan from the 9 Sun Sacred Ground. He did not have a record of Long Tianyan's demonic mirror. However, he was able to contact Long Tianyan very quickly through an Wukong. Long Tianyan is currently together with Violent Sun Tiger Emperor and Zao. They have discovered something. They sensed that a powerful dragon is inside the forest and are searching for it. After Qinyan contacted Long Tianyan didn't know much, so he asked Qinyan to ask Long Jilan. Long Jilan was Long Tianyan's younger sister, and she was also an apothecary. It was not easy for Qinyan to contact Long Jilan and finally asked about the details of the purple ginseng. Long Jilan very patiently told Qinyan that she admired Qinyan because she also hated Yin Tianyi and the Sun Yin divine race. As for Yin Tianyi, he was tricked by Qinyan twice. Previously, he was blown up by the 4 divine suns and not long ago, he was tricked by Qinyan to drink the lake water. After giving birth to the little monster, he fainted. Through Longjilan, Qin Yin understood a lot about the transformation stage purple ginseng. He is also very grateful to Longjilan. Longjilan and Yu Shangyun were together. In Yu Shangyun's team, Luo Yaofeng understood Qin Yin better, so she also chattered about Qin Yin. Qin Yin put away the fiend mirror and looked at the pill transformation heavenly cauldron. He was in a good mood. This transformation stage purple ginseng is also useful for people below Shen Tianjun realm. However, the Sun Yin divine race has always forbidden it. The main reason is that the body of people below Shen Tianjun realm is too weak and can't bear the medicinal power. Qin Yin said with smile, "My body is very strong now. There is no need to worry." Furthermore, the transformation stage purple ginseng is also very precious in the Sun Yin divine race. Moreover, it is very difficult to refine a purple core. Therefore, whether it is the transformation stage purple ginseng or the purple core, they give priority to people below Shen Tianjun realm, especially those who need to break through. There are many medicinal pills suitable for people below Shen Tianjun realm. Therefore, in their opinion, giving it to people below Shen Tianjun realm to eat is very wasteful. The speed at which I plant the transformation stage purple ginseng is very fast. Adding in the divine universe purple sun's divine power, adding in the white divine sun and divine yang heavenly soil, it is hard not to be fast. Qin Yin looked at the white divine sun inside one of the 9 sun divine spirits pearls. He already contacted Bai Suxin and asked her to prepare the white divine sun's sun seed for the violent sun tiger emperor. With Bai Suxin's current cultivation, she can quickly refine the sun seed. Just a sun seed can be exchanged for a bloodline heavenly rune box. To Qin Yin, this is simply a huge profit. Inside the pill transformation heavenly furnace, the transformation stage purple ginseng is quickly refined into a purple core. Qin Yin opened the pill furnace and took out the pill that is flickering with purple light. He placed it on his palm and felt a scorching heat. This pill looks like a purple crystal pearl. It is very beautiful and flickering with purple light. If a strong light shines on it, it will refract purple light. I am a bit reluctant to eat it. Qin Yin smiled and put the pill into his mouth. After eating, Ling Yin ran out while grinning. Then she hugged Qin Yin and started cultivating the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra's 3rd layer. Ling Yin also learned the newest Sun and Moon Heart Sutra from Yu Wulan. Therefore, her cultivation with Qin Yin is also new. Qin Yin and Ling Yin spent a beautiful night in the tree hole. After waking up, Ling Yin also went back. She said that she also wants to break through. And while Qin Yin is cultivating, he has cultivated quite a few divine Dao heavenly pills. His divine power is also much stronger than before. I managed to cultivate 6 divine Dao heavenly pills in one go. Now, only the heavenly Dao heavenly pill is left. Qin Yin put on his clothes and said with sigh, every time, the heavenly Dao image is the most difficult to deal with. Even now, the heavenly Dao image within his body has not completely appeared, it is still in a fuzzy state. If you don't cultivate properly, you will only be able to cultivate 3 divine Dao heavenly pills. This Sun and Moon Heart Sutra is truly a good thing. Ling Yin said with smile. Qin Yin asked Xi Qingqing about Xian Rujing and Huayu's situation. He found out that they are still in deep sleep but their condition has improved a lot. They should be waking up soon. Qin Yin did not change his appearance, he put on black tight-fitting clothes, heaven-trampling divine boots and a heavenly hat. He put a very sweet grass in his mouth and jumped down from the tree hole. Although he looks very mature and handsome, he now looks like a very lively young man, bouncing and jumping in the forest. The environment of this forest is very good. Inside this crystal-level super-huge tree, it feels like it is filled with a dream. Especially when the sunlight shines on the crystal-level green leaves, it makes the forest flicker with all kinds of fantastical green light. At this time, Qin Yin suddenly received a message from Xianxia. Boss, you must pay attention. Law Enforcement Realm and 9 Sun Holy Ground have joined hands to open a space passage. Later, more people will be able to come out and they will be even stronger. Qin Yin read Xianxia's message from the Devil Mirror. He already anticipated this but did not expect it to happen so quickly. Soon after, he opened the group created by Long Tianyan and others. They are tracking the traces of dragons and discovered that other than tree dragons, there are other dragons in this forest. Moreover, these dragons are very strong and savage. These dragons are very fast and very small, they are only slightly taller and bigger than humans. This is the message sent by Xia Wufeng. Xia Wufeng was originally together with Heavenly Ghost Ancestor. Later they met Long Tianyin, Zhao and Huangyang Tiger Emperor and started working together. Such a small dragon? Qin Yan asked in the group. It's a type of dragon race, it should be a mixed blood dragon. Long Tianyin said, I suspect that it might be a mix between a monkey and a dragon. Then is it called a dragon monkey or a monkey dragon? Qin Yan looked around and said in shock, this is a forest, it's really possible for this kind of thing to appear. If it has a lot of monkey bloodline, then it's called monkey dragon. It's still not certain at the moment. Long Tianyin said, in short, this kind of thing is very evil. If you encounter it, you must be careful. Understood, you guys also have to pay more attention. Qin Yan put away the devil mirror. Next, he will go look for Elder Tree Dragon. Ming Yingyue and Long Sulin, the Tree Dragon Fairy, are currently looking for Elder Tree Dragon. Qin Yan has Ming Yunyue's soul-chasing talisman in his hand, so he immediately set off. At noon, the light released by the 4 myriad realms' divine suns is very strong, but they are all blocked by the crystal-level green leaves. Qin Yan shuttled through the forest and felt very cool. Moreover, there are some green specks of light floating around. They are all condensed in the forest after the strong light penetrated the crystal-level green leaves. Qin Yan knows that there are many people outside who want to capture him, so he is rushing through the forest. If he flew at high altitude, it would be easy to be exposed. Of course, it is not safe in the forest. Qin Yan has always been on guard against that monkey dragon, so he released his mental power very widely, covering a large area around him. He can capture very weak movements. After noon, Qin Yan, who was running through the forest, suddenly sensed a weak tremor coming from the ground. It's coming from afar. This kind of movement should be a very fierce battle breaking out in the distance. Qin Yan slightly frowned, then immediately increased his speed and flew high into the sky. After arriving high in the sky, he indeed sensed that there are even stronger battle fluctuations coming from the front. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and looked towards the direction of the battle. This allowed him to clearly see the aura of divine power. Red divine power and black divine power. Qin Yan feels that the red divine power is very familiar, he immediately flew over. Is it from the devil dragon heavenly race? Ling Yuner asked. No, the devil dragon heavenly race's divine power has an evil aura, but the divine power over there is not. Qin Yan shook his head. After approaching, he can finally clearly sense that aura. It's Mu Jin's. Qin Yan fought with Mu Jin before, so he is very familiar with this aura. He immediately took out the magic mirror to contact Yu Shangyun. This little girl threw a tantrum and quietly ran away. Li Shuang and Luo Luo went to look for her. Don't worry. Yu Shangyun replied to Qin Yan, we need to guard this mine, I can't leave for the time being. I might have met Mu Jin. She is fighting, I don't know what she is fighting with, but the battle is very intense. I will go take a look. Qin Yan said, don't worry, I won't let anything happen to her. Qin Yan knew that Mu Jin had a grudge against him a long time ago. This was mainly because of Hua Yu. Mu Jin was a genius. Her talent was extremely high and she was powerful at such a young age. Geniuses like her were often more stubborn. As long as she was certain of something, it would be difficult to change her mind. She now believed that the real Qin Yan was already dead and the current Qin Yan was the incarnation of an evil demon. She believed that the main reason why Yu Shangyun and the others forgave Qin Yan was because they could not be ungrateful. That was why they allowed Qin Yan's body to live. From Mu Jin's point of view, only by killing Qin Yan, who had turned into an evil demon, could the real Qin Yan be freed. This was the only way to repay Qin Yan. At her current age, she was rather rebellious. The more others opposed her doing something, the more she wanted to do it. Therefore, Yu Shangyun and Li Shuang spoke up for Qin Yan and told Mu Jin not to cause trouble for Qin Yan. This often had the opposite effect and also deepened Mu Jin's obsession to help Qin Yan escape. Qin Yan could understand Mu Jin's thoughts, so he did not blame the little girl. From his point of view, Mu Jin's stubbornness was not bad and her starting point was also good. However, because she had lost Huayu, her thoughts had deviated a little. Qin Yan was in such a hurry because he was worried that something would happen to the little girl. He had previously learned from Xianxia that Mu Jin and Huayu had a deep relationship and that Huayu viewed Mu Jin with great importance. Qin Yan also did not wish for Huayu to wake up and see that something had happened to Mu Jin. He flew over and discovered that there were no giant trees in the area where the fierce battle was taking place. It was a very spacious area. However, there were many holes in that spacious area. It could be seen that there were originally many giant trees there. Qin Yan took a closer look and realized that the trees around the spacious area were very crowded. It turned out that the tree dragons on the battlefield had immediately left in order to avoid being affected by the battle. He had seen these trees walk before, so he did not find it strange at all. These tree dragons might be watching the battle. Qin Yan suddenly had this thought. After all, these tree dragons had already developed intelligence. It was just that their bodies had not completely evolved. Qin Yan was originally rather worried about Mu Jin, but after arriving here, he realized that his worries were unnecessary. Mu Jin wore a white smiley mask and held a wooden longsword in her hand. It looked like a wooden sword. Although the sword was not sharp and looked like a piece of wood, it was very powerful in Mu Jin's hands. Every time she stabbed out, the sword force was fierce and sharp, bringing with it an oppressive pressure. Just this aura alone gave her the demeanor of a master. If Qin Yan did not know that the person under the mask was a woman, he would definitely have thought that she was a sword master at the level of Xia Wufeng. The ones fighting Mu Jin were not humans, but 3 furry beasts. They were extremely fast, scurrying left and right in the air, leaving behind after images. The 3 of them worked well together as they scurried around Mu Jin. Mu Jin drew her sword very calmly. Although her sword didn't hit its target, the wind created by her sword was able to disrupt the rhythm of those 3 things. Qin Yan opened his eyes wide and looked very seriously with his heavenly eye. Only then could he clearly see the appearance of the 3 furry things. The 3 beasts surrounding Mu Jin are as tall as a person, they have a monkey face and a monkey head. However, they have a pair of short dragon horns on their head, dragon claws on their legs and arms, hair on their back and a few dragon scales on their chest. That tail looks like a crocodile's, but it is very thin and has layers of gray scales. After seeing it clearly, Qin Yan is certain that this is the monkey dragon Long Tianyan and the others met before. This is a kind of variant dragon. As long as they have some dragon blood, they can be considered as part of the variant dragon race. And the variant dragon race has many branches, there are all kinds of them, it is very difficult to unify them. If they have more than half dragon blood, they will be accepted by the dragon race and their strength will not be weak. With the current situation of the Divine Desolate, the variant dragon race is considered a part of the dragon race. That is why the dragon race is very powerful as a whole, but it is difficult to unify them. Purebred. Dragons are the noblest among the dragon race. Next are the dragon people, they are the humans with more than half dragon blood. Then are the dragon beasts, they are the beasts with more than half dragon blood. Finally are the variant dragon race, they don't even have half dragon blood. This is Qin Yan's understanding of the dragon race in the Divine Desolate. The monkey dragon he is seeing now, judging from its dragon characteristics, it should be less than half dragon blood, otherwise its body would be covered in dragon scales. And the monkey dragon's current strength is comparable to many dragon beasts, even dragon people might not necessarily be stronger than this monkey dragon. Xiao Yun, it seems like the structure of the dragon race is going to have a heaven and earth turning change. The tree dragon race should not have more than half dragon blood, but it looks very powerful. Maybe it is even stronger than the devil dragon heavenly race, 9 sun dragon race and sun dragon race. If that is the case, will the other dragon race accept the leadership of the tree dragon race? Qin Yan looked at the 3 monkey dragons, waiting for Mu Jin's next attack. Mu Jin is looking for an opportunity to launch a counterattack. This counterattack will surely be very fierce. Even if she can't repel the 3 monkey dragons, she will be able to throw them into confusion. Last time when this girl attacked me, her tactics were still somewhat inexperienced. Although she is strong, her battle experience is not rich. But now, she is like a veteran who has experienced hundreds of battles. Not only is she very stable, she also has a lot of ideas. Qin Yan is very shocked. She is after all a genius, it is normal for her to progress quickly. Ling Yaner said with smile. Qin Yan can see that Mu Jin is preparing to launch a violent counterattack, so he is also prepared. However, what caused him to be shocked is that the 3 monkey dragons are now flying in 3 different directions. Their speed is as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Mu Jin is hovering in the air, she is slightly gasping for breath. It can be seen that she was not very relaxed earlier. Those 3 monkey dragons ran away. Could it be that they were testing Mu Jin's strength? Qin Yan also did not go over. If Mu Jin is fine, he would not need to take action. Before Hua Yu and the others wake up, it would be best if he did not meet Mu Jin. The monkey dragons ran away, if they come again, it won't just be 3. There will definitely be a group of them. Qin Yan said in his heart. Maybe those monkeys are naughty, if they can't beat them, they will run away. Reckless monkeys are all like this. Ling Yaner said, Xiao Yun, you better follow Mu Jin and wait for Li Shuang and Luo Luo to find her. Qin Yan nodded, he also has the same plan. He immediately talked about the monkey dragons in Xia Wufeng's group. Long Tianyan and others said that they were played by the monkey dragons. In the forest, they are not as agile as the monkey dragons. If they are surrounded by dozens of monkey dragons, they can only think of a way to fly into the sky and avoid as much as possible. Because of the appearance of the heavenly fate dragon lake, more and more dragon race are coming over. Xianxia sent voice transmission to Qin Yun and said, Boss, this is troublesome. That white lake is the legendary heavenly fate dragon lake. I know, this is a good thing for the dragon race. Qin Yun said. It might not be a good thing. For the divine desolate, it might be the source of chaos. Xianxia said, if the dragon race is unable to control the heavenly fate dragon lake, causing many other beasts to drink the lake water, what do you think will happen? It means that a large number of monsters will appear. Qin Yan immediately contacted An Wukong and told him about the heavenly fate dragon lake. He told him to guard the entrance and only let dragon race and humans come in. This matter has not spread out yet, right? Qin Yan asked Xianxia. Only very few people know about it for now, but it will spread very soon. Xianxia cursed in low voice, it's all because of that broken devil mirror, all kinds of news will definitely spread out. Qin Yan immediately contacted An Wukong and told him to properly control the news of the heavenly fate dragon lake and not let it spread on the devil mirror platform. Xianxia, I met a kind of monkey dragon here. Qin Yan secretly followed Mu Jin and contacted Xianxia to inform him about the situation of the monkey dragon. Just as he and Mu Jin left, the huge trees quickly moved and returned to their original positions in the empty space that had been vacated by the previous battle. After Xianxia heard, he said with frown, maybe a monkey drank the heavenly fate dragon lake water and gave birth to a monkey that became a monkey dragon. Is that so? Those Sun In divine race guys were tricked by me to drink the lake water. What they gave birth to doesn't look like a dragon at all. Qin Yan still remembers those things. There was a turtle shell and its whole body is pitch black. Beasts and heavenly fate dragon lake water can give birth to variant dragon beasts. Even though those Sun In divine race guys say they are not human, their life structure is the same as humans. Xianxia said. That turtle shell island from before, could it be that a human drank the lake water and gave birth to a monster? It already died, but its shell was used to make an island. As far as I know, that island is the treasury of the tree dragon race's emperor. Qin Yan said in shock. That is the tree dragon Granny Long Su Lin mentioned, she should be the tree dragon race's emperor. In that case, there was a human in this forest a long time ago. After the heavenly fate dragon lake appeared, he drank the lake water and gave birth to that tortoise-shell monster. Xianxia said, if that kind of monster enters the lake, its growth speed will be very fast. Oh, that's right, boss, why didn't you give birth to a baby after drinking the lake water? Xianxia has always been very curious about this. Not only Qin Yan did not give birth to a baby, his body also became very strong. I relied on my own ability to refine and absorb that energy before I formed a fetus. Later my body became very strong, I am also very surprised. Qin Yan said. Is that so? It seems like the Heaven's Fate Dragon Lake's water is helpful in strengthening the body. However, it is very difficult to achieve this result. I still need to do more research. Xianxia was quite excited because he had always been pursuing a powerful body. Qinyan originally wanted to ask Xianxia whether or not the Heavenly Mystery Sect has any information about the Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake. But Mu Jin, who is flying ahead, has encountered a situation. Mu Jin was originally flying in the sky, her speed is not very fast. But now she suddenly dived down towards the forest below, as if she discovered something inside the forest. When Qinyan saw the red light, he was very curious about it. Previously, when he used his heavenly eye, he was unable to see through the dense foliage. He could only vaguely see the energy veins underground. But now, he can see a very strong red energy penetrating through, which means that the divine power released by the red light is extraordinary and has a very strong penetrating power. Could it be some treasure? Qinyan guessed. He has already landed to see what it is. This is the Xianxia treasure land. Since it is a treasure land, there will definitely be many rare treasures appearing. It is not strange for treasures to appear. For example, Yu Shangyun and the others found a mine before, but they don't know what mine it is. They haven't excavated it yet, they still have to figure out the clan structure of the Xianxia treasure land. The main reason is that they don't want to alarm other clans after digging, which would definitely cause conflict. What they need to do now is to guard the mine they found and then understand the clan structure of the Xianxia treasure land. After that, they can set up the barrier and prepare the preliminary work. Then, they can start digging. Qinyan landed in the forest and saw Mu Jin beside a pile of things emitting a fiery red light. He is more than 100 meters away from Mu Jin. Standing on a tree branch, he can still feel the scorching aura of the fiery red light. What is this? How can there be such a strong flame? Qinyan opened his heavenly eye and carefully observed. He discovered that under the fiery red light, there is actually a very beautiful flower. The flower had a pair of beautiful wings. The wings were like the wings of a phoenix, and they were slowly flapping. The entire flower's core is like the crown of a phoenix, which is also the place where the light is the strongest. The petals are like phoenix feathers, burning with intense flames. This flower can be said to be the most beautiful and rare flower Qinyan has ever seen. With one look, one can tell that this is a good thing. It must be a rare divine flower. Could this be the phoenix divine flower? The Xianxia treasure land is a place of dragons, how could there be something related to phoenixes? Qinyan thought in his heart. Dragons and phoenixes are inseparable, it seems that this Xianxia treasure land is becoming more and more magical. Ling Yin'er said, Xiaoyun, the Xianxia treasure land is not small, you might need to fly for a day or two to cross it. Qinyan's current location belongs to the central area of the Xianxia treasure land because the Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake is not far away. Of course, the Heaven's Fate Dragon Lake only occupied a small area of the mysterious Death Treasure Ground. The mysterious Death Treasure Ground was indeed very big. The ancient Yu clan, the great Sky God clan, Xianxia, and the others were currently exploring the area, searching for treasures. Mu Jin grew up with Huayu. Her name was named after a flower, so she had a special feeling for flowers. Flying in the air, she could sense that there were powerful flowers in the forest, which was normal. Qinyan looked at Mu Jin from afar. Although he was very curious about the beautiful divine flower, he did not go over. Mu Jin was born with an affinity for flowers. She stood beside the big and beautiful flower and was not repelled by it. The flower was still flapping its phoenix wings as it flew around Mu Jin, as if it was dancing in joy. Mu Jin was also very happy, constantly interacting with the beautiful divine phoenix flower. Interesting, this flower is like a fairy. Qinyan sighed in his heart, this flower has spirituality. If its cultivation is successful, it might be able to take human form. While Qinyan was watching the dance of Mu Jin and the divine phoenix flower, he suddenly sensed movement all around him. Mu Jin also sensed it. She took out a crystal flower pendant, it is a spatial magic tool. She stored the divine phoenix flower inside it. Just as she stored the divine phoenix flower, several black shadows suddenly appeared all around her. There are 4 black-clothed middle-aged men, their faces are filled with ice-cold austere killing intent. Their eyes are filled with killing intent, the black sabers in their hands are flickering with sharp cold light. They are tightly holding the saber hilt, It seems as if as soon as they attack, a strong killing intent will burst out. Xianxia saw that they are middle-aged men and immediately determined that they are all assassins, very professional ones at that. This kind of assassins can be said to exist for the sake of killing. They were born to be assassins, then they were chosen to be groomed. Their souls and blood are filled with killing intent. Such professional assassins definitely did not appear in the mysterious death treasure ground. They must have arrived not too long ago. Moreover, they have mastered spatial teleportation magic tools, that's why they could immediately arrive here after entering the mysterious death treasure ground. Xianxia took out the magic mirror and contacted An Wukong to ask whether or not he let these people in. For black-cloaked middle-aged men? They did not come from my place, they came from you ancient clan's entrance. Moreover, they did not need to pay Divine Universe golden stones, they even know the two guys guarding the entrance. And Wukong immediately replied to Xianxia. You ancient clan's entrance is guarded by Yu Yaoyao's big uncle and little uncle. If they know these few black-cloaked men, then maybe Yu Yaoyao also knows them. Hand over that flower, one of the black-cloaked men said with ice-cold and emotionless voice, it is filled with hostility. Why should I give it to you? Mu Jin is also not someone to be trifled with, she said with sneer. If you don't give it to me, then you will die. The black-cloaked man's voice seems to have already sentenced Mu Jin to death, it is filled with a very cold and powerful pressure. Also at this time a faint black aura appeared on the four men's body. This kind of evil and ruthless aura caused Xianxia to be somewhat alarmed. He immediately used the magic mirror to take a picture of the four black-cloaked men and send it to Yu Yaoyao, asking whether or not she knows these black-cloaked men. After Yu Yaoyao saw it, she immediately requested to communicate with Xianxia. Through the magic mirror, Xianxia asked, do you know these black-cloaked middle-aged men? They seem to be assassins. They are my Yu ancient clan's assassins, can you clearly see the sabers in their hands? If there are more dragon head carvings on their sabers, it means their rank is higher, the highest is 10 dragon head carvings, look at how many they have. Yu Yaoyao said anxiously. Are they besieging Mu Jin? One of them has 7 dragon head carvings on his saber, the others all have 6. What kind of level is this? Xianxia said, they want to snatch the phoenix divine flower that Mu Jin just obtained. Quickly save Mu Jin, you and Mu Jin together won't be able to defeat them. I will immediately contact Luo Luo and Li Shuang, tell them not to go help, otherwise they will die. Xianxia, promise me that you will bring Mu Jin away, I believe you can do it. Yu Yaoyao's voice is very solemn and very anxious. All right. Xianxia also realized that these assassins are very strong. Just now, he sensed that these assassins are not weak at all. Even when he was facing the big shots of Great Heaven Divine Race and Greating Divine Race, he did not feel this kind of pressure. They are you ancient clan's Black Dragon assassins. Black Dragon assassins have always been evil and vicious, they will do anything to kill their targets. Moreover, they have no discipline, it is very difficult to control them. I will tell you about this matter later. You go first and save Mu Jin. Xianxia put away the magic mirror and entered stealth mode. These 4 assassins must have seen Mu Jin and the Phoenix Divine Flower before. They want to snatch the flower, therefore they are now surrounding Mu Jin and forcing her to hand over the Phoenix Divine Flower. Although Mu Jin is young and arrogant, she now knows that these 4 assassins are very dreadful. Among these 4 assassins, she is no match for any one of them. The 7 dragon head assassin must be the leader, he did not waste time talking to Mu Jin. He decisively chopped down with his saber towards Mu Jin's shoulder, wanting to cut off her entire arm. Red light flashed on Mu Jin's shoulder, a red shoulder guard condensed from divine power appeared, it released very strong divine moon power. Her shoulder guard is like a soft thing, the 7 dragon head assassin's saber landed on the shoulder guard, it seems like it hit something very soft and bounced off. The other 3 6 dragon head assassins immediately attacked, one of them stabbed at Mu Jin's back. As for the other 2, one stabbed at her abdomen, one hacked at her throat, their attacks are very ruthless. Not to mention that 4 large men are surrounding a woman, they are also attacking at the same time, it shows that they have no sense of shame. Mu Jin's body flickered with red light, formed a protective shield and blocked their attacks. Then she quickly jumped, wanting to rush out of their encirclement. The Yu ancient clan assassins are indeed very strong, they can predict Mu Jin's thoughts. They arrived in front of her and furiously slashed with their sabers, creating a very berserk saber wind, forcing Mu Jin to retreat and suppress her to the ground. Dismember her, leave her head, force her to hand over the Phoenix Divine Flower. The seven dragon head assassin coldly said. The large saber in his hand became very large, condensing into a large saber illusion. It is clearly his divine mystic Tao image. Mu Jin is currently being suppressed by the large saber. Even though she released a red protective shield, she is still unable to move. Qin Yun, who was stealthily moving over, suddenly appeared. The nine-sun divine hammer in his hand ferociously attacked the large saber. An intense vibration burst out. The large black saber illusion was shattered by Qin Yun's attack and returned to its original size. Very strong. Qin Yun's hammer attack just now contained very strong Imperial Heaven divine power. Even if it was a divine weapon, it would still be shattered by him. But that saber was only an illusion condensed from divine power. He can feel that it is very difficult for him to shake that divine power. It must be known that Qin Yun has cultivated the divine Tao heavenly core from the nine-god mystic Tao image. His divine power is not weak at all. But facing the Yu ancient clan assassins, he feels so powerless. The moment he appeared, the aura released by the four assassins became even stronger. Their killing intent became even denser. It is as if four fiends have suddenly appeared. The forest is filled with bitter killing intent. Qin Yun suddenly released his strongest supergravity. The four assassins quickly rushed over and pressed their legs into the ground. When Qin Yun used Transcending Void Step before, most of the time he could shake off his enemies. Even if they could keep up, they wouldn't be able to keep up for long. But now, the four black dragon assassins of the ancient Yu clan were hot on their heels, like ravenous wolves in a frenzy. Qin Yun used Transcending Void Step to travel through space. He is already far away from the place where the Phoenix Divine Flower appeared. Moreover, he is trying his best to hide his aura, but he is still unable to shake off those four assassins. If he continues, he will consume too much energy. Once he slows down, they will catch up. He is also thinking of a way. For example, he can release the nine-sun heaven-raising pagoda and hide inside. That way he can stall for some time and wait for the Imperial Demon to arrive. If he was facing other enemies, this move would be more stable. But those four black dragon assassins are not ordinary enemies. Qin Yun is worried that the nine-sun heaven-raising pagoda will be breached by them. At that time, not only will he lose the nine-sun heaven-raising pagoda, he will also fall into a fierce battle. Xiao Yun, do your best to go towards the direction of the monkey dragon. Let the monkey dragon entangle them. With your current strength, it would be best if you don't face those four assassins. You are not their match. Even Ling Yuner could tell that the four black dragon killers of the ancient Yu clan were very powerful. If there was only one of them, they might be able to put up a fight. Moreover, they would be working together with Mu Jin. Mu Jin is very clear that those four assassins are very strong. If no one comes to save her, she might be finished. Qin Yun is wearing a mask so that Mu Jin can't see his appearance. He believes that Mu Jin has already guessed his identity, but she is still in danger, so she did not say anything. Qin Yun opened his heavenly eye and released many heavenly eye clones. They floated in all directions and searched for the monkey dragon. He can only lead those four assassins to the monkey dragon. Those monkey dragons are not very strong, but they are very annoying. If there are enough of them, even those four assassins will have a headache. Qin Yun had previously guessed that the monkey dragon's appearance was very likely due to the heavenly fate dragon lake's water. This meant that the monkey dragon's body was not weak. If it could hold back the four black dragon assassins, it could still hold them back. It seems like ancient Yu clan cannot be underestimated. Their assassins are very scary. I wonder how powerful the three elders from the ancient Yu clan are. Qin Yun still had lingering fears. The three elders of the ancient Yu clan did not make a move earlier. If they were stronger than the four black dragon assassins, Qin Yun would definitely not be able to defeat them. Not long after, Qin Yun's heavenly eye avatar found traces of monkey dragons. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. There were more than a dozen of them. Qin Yun grabbed Mu Jin's wrist tightly. Using the Transcending Void Step, he brought her through space and headed in the direction of the dozen-plus monkey dragons. A moment later, he arrived above the forest. Just as he arrived, the 4 black dragon assassins appeared around Qin Yan and Mu Jin. Qin Yan and Mu Jin were surrounded by them. The auras of the 4 black dragon killers were all very strong. When they appeared here, they immediately alarmed the group of mischievous monkey dragons below. At the same time, Qin Yan released supergravity again. The moment his supergravity appeared, the 4 black dragon assassins immediately sensed it and released a wave of power from their bodies to withstand the incoming gravity. However, the gravity that Qin Yan released this time did not make them feel heavy. Instead, it made their bodies feel as light as a feather, as if they were in a weightless state. It was this kind of surprise that caught the 4 black dragon assassins off guard. Their bodies felt as light as a feather. They were blown into the forest by Qin Yan's palm wind and just happened to land in the group of monkey dragons' location. Qin Yan immediately brought Mu Jin and quickly traveled through space. As long as they did not chase closely, Qin Yan would have enough time to erase the traces left behind by traveling through space, making it impossible for them to track him. The group of monkey dragons did not disappoint Qin Yan. They were able to entangle the 4 black dragon assassins for a short while. That short amount of time was enough for Qin Yan to escape their pursuit with Mu Jin. Through the heavenly eye, Qin Yan could see that the monkey dragon's strength was not ordinary. Although they were beaten up by the 4 assassins, their bodies were very hard. They were not injured. In addition, when the 4 black dragon assassins were furious, they caused a huge commotion, but they were unable to destroy a single tree. Those crystallization period trees were all tree dragons. Although they had not completely evolved into tree dragons, their bodies were already so strong. The monkey dragon could use the trunk of the tree to dodge the attacks of the black dragon assassins. The 4 black dragon assassins originally thought that these monkey dragons would be easy to kill, but they were wrong. Not only were they not easy to kill, they were also very difficult to deal with. Their tempers were not good. Furthermore, they had already lost their target, so they planned to vent their anger on the group of monkey dragons. The more they fought, the angrier they became. Because no matter what, it was very difficult to kill this group of monkey dragons. They couldn't even seriously injure them. The heavenly eye avatar that Qin Yan placed there also gradually dissipated. Before it dissipated, he saw the strength of the monkey dragon and the black dragon assassins. No matter which side it was, it shocked him. The 4 black dragon assassins were not at a disadvantage against more than 10 difficult to deal with monkey dragons. If there were only 4 monkey dragons, they would definitely be killed. This allowed him to have a deeper understanding of the strength of the black dragon assassins and the monkey dragon. Qin Yan pulled Mu Jin and constantly used the void step to travel through space. He did not fly towards Xianxia, mainly because he was worried that he would be lured by the black dragon assassins. He contacted Yu Yaoyao and told her that Mu Jin was safe and told her not to worry. At night, Qin Yan didn't know where he was in the Xian-killing treasure land. Inside the Xian-killing treasure land, other than the heavenly fate dragon lake, the other places are filled with gigantic crystal-level trees, which are the unevolved tree dragons. Qin Yan is very tired. He brought Mu Jin and found a tree hole. The 2 of them entered the tree hole. Mu Jin has been wearing a mask the entire time. She looked at Qin Yan, who is sitting opposite her and resting, without saying a word. Qin Yan is wearing a mask and he does not plan to take it off. He is currently resting with his eyes closed. Thank you, we are safe now. Farewell. Mu Jin was silent for a long time before speaking. Can't you stay for a while longer and wait until daybreak before leaving? Qin Yan said indifferently with his eyes still closed. The divine moon of the heavens is out, I am not afraid of the night. At night, my strength is even stronger. After Mu Jin finished speaking, she flew out of the tree hole. Qin Yan sighed. He is currently very tired and does not have enough energy to chase after Mu Jin. Just as he was about to contact Yu Shangyun and ask them to persuade Mu Jin actually returned. Why did you come back? Qin Yan asked in surprise. No matter what, you saved me. You're not in a good state right now, so I have to stay and wait for you to recover. Mu Jin snorted lightly, don't misunderstand, I'm not afraid of those guys. I can't be ungrateful, I can't abandon you. Mu Jin clearly knew that the masked man was Qin Yan, but she did not expose him. Otherwise, she would be very embarrassed. Because she had always been shouting at Qin Yun to kill him, saying that he was an evil demon and that the only way to completely free him was to kill him. Now, she was saved by Qin Yun. She couldn't do something like killing Qin Yun with a flip of her hand. At this moment, she suddenly understood why Yu Shangyun and the others had always forgiven Qin Yun. She felt that she had finally understood that kind of bitterness. She still wanted some face, so she did not expose Qin Yun's identity and treated it as if a stranger had saved her. "How much do you know about them?" Qin Yun asked. "I don't know them. These guys are very evil. They have the viciousness of killing anyone they see. They are extremely terrifying killers." Mujin lightly shook her head. She is still feeling some lingering fear because if Qin Yun did not take her away, she would not have been able to escape. Even if she handed over the Phoenix Divine Flower, she would have died in the end. Maybe she would have implicated Li Shuang and Luo Yaofeng. "You can be considered to have fought with them. Tell me the characteristics of their divine power," Qin Yun said again. "They have very strong dragon power in their bodies, but it's not completely dragon power. I'm guessing that they should be draconians." Mujin muttered to herself for a moment and said, "Are they creatures born from the profound slaughter treasured land?" "No, they are from Yu ancient clan. I don't know the specifics," Qin Yun said and indicated her to contact Yu Yaoyao. Sure enough, she immediately took out the devil mirror and contacted Yu Yaoyao to ask about the Black Dragon assassins. After understanding the situation, she did not say anything else. "Why does Yu ancient clan raise these assassins?" Mujin put away the devil mirror and asked Qin Yun. She asked Yu Yaoyao, but Yu Yaoyao is not clear. She only knows that these assassins are very dreadful. "I don't know, but no matter what they want to do, as long as they provoke me, I will not let them off. Moreover, Divine Desolate does not allow these assassins to exist. They will bring great danger to Divine Desolate," Qin Yun said. Yu Yaoyao contacted Qin Yun and said that she will personally go find him and Mujin. She is not afraid of the Black Dragon assassins. After all, she is from Yu ancient clan. They will not kill her. Qin Yun and Mujin will also wait here for Yu Yaoyao. Late at night, the sky has just brightened. Qin Yun, who was sitting inside the tree hole, suddenly got up. "What happened? Did they come?" Mujin has not come out of the tree hole. She thought that the Black Dragon assassins have come. This made her very nervous. "It's not them. It's Monkey Dragon, and there are a lot of them," Qin Yun said in low voice. "Those damn monkeys." Mujin was besieged before. She gritted her teeth and asked in low voice, "How many? Have they discovered us?" "There are dozens of them. They should have discovered them. In this forest, they are the kings." Qin Yun immediately walked out of the tree hole and said, "Maybe I have a way to deal with them." Through the heavenly eye avatar, Qin Yun can see dozens of Monkey Dragon. They are fleeing from one tree after another and are rushing towards them. He suddenly suspects that the Monkey Dragon and these trees have perception, otherwise they would not know that they are hiding inside the tree hole. Mujin thought that Qin Yun still hasn't recovered. Seeing that Qin Yun was about to fight, she immediately flew out. "What are you doing?" Qin Yun shouted. "You wait in the cave, I'll go beat these guys away." Mujin held her wooden longsword and flew over. However, she was dragged back by the tree vines released by Qin Yun. Qin Yun and Mujin returned to the tree hole and stood at the entrance, looking at the group of monkey dragons that were flying over. Mujin complained, "Why didn't you let me go? You just need to rest well and save some strength. If those black dragon killers chase after us, we'll have to rely on you." She believed that Qin Yun's strength was inferior to hers, but his ability to escape was very strong. Although these monkey dragons look evil, they haven't done anything evil. At most, they just like to cause trouble. The best way to deal with this kind of thing is to outsmart them, Qin Yun said. He had already thought of a way and thought that he could give it a try. "Alright, then let me see how you'll outsmart them." Mujin didn't insist on fighting. If she didn't have to fight with those monkey dragons, she wouldn't want to. Just thinking about it gave her a headache. Dozens of monkey dragons came over and surrounded the tree where Qin Yun and Mujin are. Some of them had already jumped up the tree, but they didn't enter the tree hole. "This group of boring monkeys, maybe they want to play us to death." Mujin snorted and said, "It's best to go out and beat them up." If it's only one or two, maybe we can beat them to submission. But how are you going to beat these dozens of monkey dragons? Qin Yan shook his head and said, if we run, we might be chased by them and lure the 4 black dragon killers over. Mu Jin didn't believe that Qin Yan could deal with so many monkey dragons, so she was already prepared to fight. Inside the wooden longsword in her hand, there is a faint sword aura, ready to enter an intense battle at any time. Qin Yan stood in the tree hole and shouted loudly, are you monkey dragons or dragon monkeys? He guessed that these monkey dragons could speak human language, so he probed. We are monkey dragons, we are stronger than true dragons. A monkey dragon shouted, its voice was like a monkey's cry, its pronunciation was quite clear, Qin Yan and Mu Jin could understand it. Is this your territory? We didn't intentionally enter your territory. Qin Yan added. To a race, it was taboo to have other races enter their territory. This forest is the territory of us and the Treant dragon race. You have passed through the barrier and entered, which is equivalent to invading our territory. A monkey dragon shouted. From its tone, it could be heard that this monkey dragon was very angry. The profound death-treasured land was protected by a barrier. If they forcefully opened the entrance through the barrier, it would indeed be tantamount to an invasion. Indeed, many people have come in, but some of them want to peacefully communicate with you and some of them are filled with malice. And I want to communicate with you. Qin Yan said. Bullshit, you're a human, we don't believe you. In our inherited memories, we've been warned not to trust other races, including the human race. This time, it was a relatively calm Xianxia dragon who spoke. In most races, there are indeed many bad guys, but there are also good ones. Qin Yan also knows that these monkey dragons are not easy to fool, but he is very patient. Other than that, the dragon monkey did not make a move and was willing to talk to him. This meant that there was room for discussion. Then how are you going to prove that you're not a bad guy? A Xianxia dragon shouted. Qin Yan immediately threw out a few divine weapons. They are all sabers and swords. These are the divine weapons he obtained after defeating others. You are unarmed, so you will be at a disadvantage in battle. If you have weapons, you will be able to increase your battle strength. Qin Yan said, those few weapons are all pretty good divine weapons in my hands. A Xianxia dragon immediately picked them up. When they first held them in their hands, they were rather happy. But when they used these divine weapons to hack at each other a few times, they actually broke. What kind of trash is this? It's not even as hard as my teeth. A Xianxia dragon actually bit off a saber. Qin Yan cursed these trash divine weapons in his heart and said with an embarrassed smile, fellow monkey brothers, you are truly too strong. Our human divine weapons are not suitable for you, but I am a tool refiner, I will refine even better divine weapons for you. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. The divine weapons you just gave us are all trash. How could you be willing to give us good things? Besides, you definitely don't have anything good in your hands. The Xianxia dragon said with a voice filled with disdain. The other Xianxia dragons also began to jeer. Qin Yan snickered in his heart because this group of Xianxia dragons did not attack because they wanted to get some fun things from him. He immediately jumped from the tree hole to the ground, causing the other Xianxia dragons to jump up and down in shock. After he came down, in order to show his sincerity, he took off his mask and immediately took out a lot of elegant smoke, sunglasses, and large golden chains. This is elegant smoke. In the God Desolate, regardless of whether it is humans or non-humans, they all like to smoke it. Qin Yan immediately picked up a cigarette, put it in his mouth and lit it up. He looks like he is enjoying it very much. These Xianxia dragons were born not too long ago. Their understanding of this world is only a little bit from their inherited memories. Whether it is elegant smoke or those sunglasses and large golden chains, they are all very new to the Xianxia dragons. They have never even come into contact with ordinary weapons, so when they saw Qin Yan throw out the swords and sabers, they all excitedly picked them up. These dozens of Xianxia dragons immediately came over to ask for elegant smoke. Some Xianxia dragons even learned by themselves and put the cigarettes on their ears, looking like old smokers. Very soon, the tree was filled with lingering smoke and a fragrant smoke fragrance wafted through the air. Those Xianxia dragons who did not trust Qin Yan earlier are now calling him Big Brother Yun. Mu Jin can be considered to be in awe of Qin Yun. He actually managed to deal with this group of troublesome Xianxia dragons in a short while. Oh, that's right, fellow Xianxia brothers, you had companions before. Did you meet a few black-clothed large men who were very difficult to deal with? Qin Yun asked about the 4 black dragon assassins. That's right, those guys are not humans. More than half of them have black dragon bloodline, we don't know what the other half is. A Xianxia dragon flicked the cigarette ash, spat out a mouthful of smoke and said, too many people have entered our heaven's mandate sacred land, we can't tell if they are good or bad. Then I will tell you which ones are good. Qin Yun took out a bunch of magic mirrors and taught them how to use them. He also told them the characteristics of Sun Yin divine race, law enforcement realm and great heaven divine race. Qin Yun made a list and told them to ask which race they belong to when they see them. This way they can distinguish between good and bad. Soon after, he also gave many to Xianxia and the other Xianxia dragons. This made them very happy. Mu Jin also came down. She saw Qin Yun's face but did not say anything. Even if she wanted to attack Qin Yun now, she would not be able to do so. She would definitely be hammered to death by these Xianxia dragons. Brother Yun, is this mother your wife? A Xianxia dragon saw Mu Jin come down and asked with mischievous smile. After Mu Jin heard this, she secretly rolled her eyes and lightly stamped her feet. Clearly, she is somewhat angry. She is my little sister and she doesn't like to talk. Fellow Xianxia brothers, please don't mind her. Qin Yun said with smile, oh that's right, you should have a monkey king right? Can you take me to see your monkey king? Xianxia is such a good thing, it would be such a pity if the monkey king can't taste it. Yes yes yes. The group of Xianxia dragons immediately shouted. Brother Yun, we will take you to see the monkey king. The Xianxia dragons are rather excited because they feel that their harvest is not small. They immediately ran up the tree and brought Qin Yun to see their monkey king. Mu Jin also followed Qin Yun. From her point of view, it is safer to be with Qin Yun. Where did you get so many top-quality cigarettes? Mu Jin followed beside Qin Yun and asked in low voice, those top-quality cigarettes are all very expensive. They are rarely sold on the market. It was not easy for me to get a box and I have to save some to smoke. Just now you gave out dozens of boxes. You also smoke? Qin Yun said in surprise. Didn't you smoke too? What's so strange about that? Mu Jin lightly snorted. Qin Yun was just pretending to smoke. Even if he really smoked, he would not be addicted. If you don't kill me, I'll give you 2 boxes. Qin Yun said. He would not tell Mu Jin that he was the one who made the top-quality cigarettes. Because even the Bright Moon Sect Palace does not have top-quality cigarettes. Don't think you can use this kind of trick too. Deal with me. I'm not stupid. Mu Jin turned her head and said, I don't want to accept your benefits. Qin Yun still took out 2 boxes of cigarettes and handed them over. He said, the top-quality cigarettes you can get are definitely not as good as the ones I give you. Mu Jin took it and sniffed it with her nose. She said in a low voice, how fragrant. It is indeed much better than what I got. Where did you get it? Could it be from Sister Yunyu? She said she didn't have much in her hands. My box was even given to me by her. I have great magical powers, I naturally have a way to get it. Qin Yun said with a smile, let's go meet the Monkey King. After I deal with this Monkey King, it will be much more convenient to do things in the Heavenly Mandate Sacred Land in the future. Monkey dragons have more monkey characteristics, so their personalities are very similar to monkeys. When they fight, they are a bit like dragons. Qin Yun secretly contacted his friends and told them that if they encountered monkey dragons, they must not fight with them. They should just decisively send out smoke. Qin Yun and Mu Jin followed the group of monkey dragons through the forest. After walking for several hours, they finally arrived at a very strange giant tree. The other giant trees are all at the crystal level, but this giant tree is not. Furthermore, it is much bigger than the other crystal level trees. Furthermore, this giant tree is blooming. This seems to be a peach tree. Those flowers have the shadow of peach blossoms, but they are not completely peach blossoms. When Mu Jin saw the blooming flowers on the tree, she immediately became lively. Is that so? This tree seems to be very important to the monkey dragons, Qin said. N. Mujin nodded. After the group of monkey dragons arrived, many other monkey dragons came out from the vicinity. Qin and Mujin stood together. They did not relax their vigilance. After all, this was the Monkey King's territory. If the Monkey King was not easy to fool and attacked them out of anger, they had to immediately break out of the encirclement. Mujin had hesitated before and advised Qin not to look for the boss of the monkey dragon. After all, this was the core territory of the monkey dragon. They did not see a large number of monkey dragons here, but they felt an inexplicable nervousness, as if they were surrounded by a large number of monkey dragons. Mujin's breathing gradually became heavy. She really wanted to take out her weapon, but Qin had warned her before not to take out her weapon. This would make the monkey dragon feel hostility. After all, she still lacked the experience to deal with a big situation, especially when she was in a very dangerous situation. Although Mujin appeared calm when facing the 4 black dragon killers, the main reason was that she did not face an even more dangerous situation. That was because Qin had suddenly saved her and did not let her fall into that kind of despair. At this moment, Mujin felt as if she was facing a large number of black dragon killers. This made it difficult for her to breathe. Qin's perception was very sharp. Although Mujin was wearing a mask, he could sense the change in Mujin's aura. He immediately took out a cigarette and stuffed it into Mujin's mouth. Mujin was wearing a mask and her mouth was open. She subconsciously took the cigarette that Qin handed over. A flame condensed on Qin's fingertip. After igniting the cigarette, Mujin also slowly took a puff. She, who was originally extremely nervous, relaxed a little after taking a puff. Then, she took a few more puffs and finally suppressed the fear in her heart. Although the Monkey King did not come out and the monkey dragons that were hiding in the surroundings did not show themselves, the invisible pressure they released was extremely terrifying. Although Mujin was extremely strong, she was almost defeated by that invisible pressure. Qin also realized that the Monkey King and the other core monkey dragons of the monkey dragon race were not simple. Otherwise, they would not have used such a method to test Qin and Mujin. If they could not withstand this kind of pressure, their hearts would be filled with fear. In addition, their hearts were not sincere enough and they would definitely escape. The person who wanted to cooperate with the monkey dragon race was Qin, so Mujin did not have the same thoughts as Qin. Moments later, a golden and powerful monkey dragon suddenly appeared in a hole in the tree in front of him. This monkey dragon was about the same size as the other monkey dragons, but the dragon scales in front of its body and the monkey fur on its body were all golden. The Monkey King's eyes seemed to be emitting flames. The dragon claws on its 4 limbs were also relatively large. With a glance, one could tell that this was a very powerful fellow. Just the aura from his body made Mujin and Qin feel a sense of powerlessness. Qin and Mujin were both very competitive and confident people. After seeing the Monkey King, they immediately determined that it was impossible for them to defeat it at the moment. King, this little human brother's name is Qin. He is a very good person and gave us many good things. The monkey dragon that brought Qin and Mujin here shouted while hopping around. This monkey dragon was even wearing a pair of sunglasses. You intruded into the heavens mandate holy land, so you should be the enemy of my monkey dragon race. But seeing that you have no malice, I will not pursue the matter of you intruding into the holy land for the time being. The Monkey King said. Monkey King, I think we can cooperate well. Qin smiled and said, God's desolate is very big and your monkey dragon race is also very powerful. It is impossible for you to stay here forever. Sooner or later, you will have to go out and make contact with the outside world. That's right, how do you plan to cooperate? I don't believe in friendship, so let's talk about benefits. The Monkey King said. This Monkey King is very realistic and very direct, which is often the easiest to cooperate with. If you need some divine weapons, I can provide them to you. Qin said. At this moment, other monkey dragons ran out one after another to observe Qin and Mujin. The dozens of monkey dragons who obtained a large amount of indifferent smoke also gave the smoke to other monkey dragons to smoke. Therefore, a lot of smoke suddenly floated up. Divine weapon? How powerful are our bodies? Just our dragon claws are comparable to the vast majority of so-called divine weapons. The Monkey King's voice is filled with disdain, it said with smile, in my inherited memories, there are also things like tool refiners and inscription masters. I think that these are all unnecessary. After the Monkey King finished speaking, he jumped down from the tree hole. When he landed on the ground, he is very graceful. His dragon claw-like legs did not touch the ground, instead they are lightly floating. Also at this time, white runes appeared on the golden dragon scales on his chest. After Xianxia saw this, he is secretly astonished. The dragon scales on the Monkey King's upper body have naturally formed runes. Although they are only bright runes and not dark runes can be seen, Xianxia is certain that they are heavenly runes. Moreover, these runes are all dragon transformation runes. As for what kind of runes they are, Xianxia is temporarily unable to tell. He only knows that they can provide the Monkey King with very strong defensive power. In addition, a large number of complex runes also appeared on his dragon claws. Divine power gushed out from his claws through those runes and became even more powerful. I was born with such powerful runes. Can the runes of you inscription masters be as strong as the runes on my body? The Monkey King laughed proudly and said, I am not looking down on you. I dare say that the runes on my body were not drawn by you, runes can be compared. Mujin firmly believes in the Monkey King's words. She can feel that those runes can make the Monkey King's divine power even stronger. In addition, my body is already so strong that it is comparable to any divine weapon, so I don't need any divine weapon. The Monkey King said very confidently, and don't be so naive to think that you can injure our bodies with divine weapon. Xianxia came to find the Monkey King to cooperate with him, not to challenge him. Therefore, he can only say some flattering words and said with smile, Monkey King, you are indeed very powerful. With your body, you are definitely the strongest expert in the divine desolate, it seems like you don't need weapons, that is truly regretful. At this time a monkey dragon stuffed a cigarette into the Monkey King's mouth. The Monkey King can naturally see that many monkey dragons have cigarettes in their mouths. Therefore, he also followed suit and lit up a cigarette and started smoking. We don't need weapons, but this stuff is pretty good. The Monkey King only took a few puffs and his expression became much more gentle. He laughed and said, I have to say, the outside world is indeed wonderful. Our monkey dragon race will definitely go out to travel in the future. Xianxia's current cultivation is also not enough. If he had Shen Tianjuan's cultivation, he would have definitely taken out his weapon just now and then used the runes he mastered to broaden the horizons of this arrogant Monkey King. His current cultivation is still too low compared to the Monkey King. The runes he mastered are very strong, but if he were to use them with his current blood-soul power, he would not be able to suppress the Monkey King. This is elegant smoke, a very popular thing. Xianxia said with smile. Elegant smoke, very good, very good. How many of these things do you have? How do you want to exchange? The Monkey King only tried it for a moment and immediately fell in love with this kind of feeling. Xianxia took out a few boxes and handed them to the Monkey King. He said with smile, this is a greeting gift for the Monkey King. I have already sent many to other brothers. These are the last few boxes. As for the exchange, the main thing is to use Divine Universe Golden Stone. Divine Universe Golden Stone? We don't have that kind of thing. The Monkey King said, the only thing we can exchange with are these dragon peaches, but there is no result yet. The Monkey King pointed at the blooming flowers on the giant tree. Dragon peach? Will there be any benefits after eating it? Xianxia asked. He and Mujin raised their heads and looked at the beautiful flowers. It can make our body stronger, it can make our divine power stronger. The Monkey King pointed at the giant tree and said, this dragon peach divine tree is the foundation of our monkey dragon race. Very soon, it will bear fruit for the first time. We only obtained it from the inherited memories. We have never eaten the effect of the dragon peach. Mujin said in low voice, the fruit will bear fruit soon, but when it bears fruit, it will cause a great commotion. Moreover, when it bears fruit, the tree will evolve and become even bigger. Indeed, that is why we must guard this place to prevent people from stealing the peaches, the Monkey King said. If that's the case, then there will definitely be a lot of guys coming. Xianxia said with frown, Great Heaven Divine Race, Great Een Divine Race and Great Heaven Divine Race will definitely come. Also, are those black dragon assassins from Ancient Yu clan? Are these guys your companions? After the Monkey King heard this, the Monkey King became somewhat irritable and extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Of course not. Xianxia took out a devil mirror and handed it over to the Monkey King. Then he explained the current situation of Divine Desolate to the Monkey King. After the Monkey King finished listening, the Monkey King said, "In my inherited memories, Ancient Yu clan is a very powerful clan. This clan is very ancient. I did not expect them to still exist. I don't know much about Ancient Yu clan. I wonder how much information about Ancient Yu clan is in your inherited memories?" Xianxia is very surprised and hastily asked. The Monkey King of the Monkey Dragon race has information about Ancient Yu clan in his inherited memories. This means that the Monkey Dragon race must have a great background. But why did they only appear now? Ancient Yu clan is very ancient and very dangerous. I only know this much. The Monkey King said, "If Ancient Yu clan people appear, even if I die, I will not let them steal half of the dragon peach." Xianxia immediately contacted Imperial Demon Yao and told her not to come over to avoid provoking the Monkey Dragon race. "Oh, that's right. How is your relationship with the Tree Dragon race?" Xianxia asked. "Our relationship is very good. We are the guardian gods of the Heaven's Fate Dragon Lake. Soon, the Heaven's Fate Dragon Lake will give birth to the strongest dragon race. And our Monkey Dragon race and Tree Dragon race will be the left and right arms of the dragon race," the Monkey King said. Xianxia suddenly realized why the runes on the Monkey King's body are so familiar. They are actually evolved from bloodline heavenly runes. Tree Dragon race and Monkey Dragon race were born from bloodline heavenly runes. Apart from these two races, there is still the strongest dragon race that has not been born. Just one bloodline heavenly rune can give birth to three powerful races. This caused Xianxia to feel that it is inconceivable. Long Sulan's fairy said that Tree Dragon Granny was born from bloodline heavenly rune, but is she not the strongest? Ling Yanner feels somewhat doubtful. I think that bloodline heavenly rune is divided into three parts. Two parts gave birth to Monkey Dragon race and Tree Dragon race, and the core part should be the strongest dragon race. Xianxia secretly guessed. The Monkey King's formidable power must have originated from bloodline heavenly rune. This is also the reason why Xianxia and Mu Jin are so afraid of the Monkey King. After all, it is a beast formed from bloodline heavenly rune. Xianxia, how do you think our Monkey Dragon race should integrate into Divine Desolate? The Monkey King asked. Monkey King, do you really want to integrate into Divine Desolate? Then how do you want to integrate? Xianxia asked back. The Monkey King thought for a bit and said, I want them to revere us. Of course, as long as other races respect us, we will also respect them. Xianxia looked at the huge tree crown and said, how many dragon peaches will bear? Do you mind giving some to them? I don't mind, but I won't give too many, the Monkey King said. I suggest you hold a dragon peach assembly and gather all the races in Heaven's Mandate Sacred Land. Announce to them that Heaven's Mandate Sacred Land is the territory of your Monkey Dragon race and Tree Dragon race. You can give one dragon peach to each race. Tell them in a friendly manner that they can leave Heaven's Mandate Sacred Land. If they want to stay, they must sign a contract with them and promise not to cause any trouble. Mu Jin nodded and said, that's fine. If some people don't know what's good for them, teach them a lesson on the spot and display your Monkey Dragon race's formidable strength. These resources will allow you to quickly exchange for a large amount of Divine Cosmos Golden Stones. These Divine Cosmos Golden Stones will be very useful to you. They can even be used as fertilizer to make Dragon Peach Divine Tree grow even faster. Yun said. The Heaven's Mandate Holy Land has many precious mines. You might not need them, so you can sell them and exchange them for Divine Universe Goldstones. With the Divine Universe Golden Stone, you will be able to quickly integrate into the Divine Wasteland. Mu Jin said. They have found a mine. The reason why they hadn't started mining yet was because they weren't sure who the mine belonged to. They didn't want any disputes after mining. The Divine Moon Clan had principles when they did things, because the Divine Moon Clan also had many mines, and they also sold mines, so they would follow their principles and not forcefully take other people's resources. The Monkey King nodded while smoking and said, "It's not a problem to give out 200 dragon peaches. Let's see if those fellows are tactful or not." Xianxia said with a smile, "If they refuse a toast, we will make them drink a forfeit. Some people just need to use great power to completely subdue them. Just do as you say. Help me make arrangements and contact the people from other races." The Monkey King patted Xianxia's shoulder. Xianxia can sense the power of the bloodline heavenly rune on the Monkey King's hand. It is very familiar. Furthermore, that power caused the 10th Tao idol in his body to slightly move just now. "Mu Jin, contact Sister Xiangyun and the others and let them do it," Xianxia said. Then he also contacted Xiao Wufeng and Long Tianyin. The Sun Dragon race has already entered the Heaven's Mandate Holy Land. Xianxia contacted Yang Long Lingyu and told him about the Monkey Dragon race's situation. Xiao Wufeng represents the Myriad Realm's divine court, but there are many things that require the divine judge's presence. The Myriad Realm's divine court is very happy to accept these new races. They will let the space god and the alien space race build a teleportation formation for them to connect to the divine court's heavenly city. This will allow these new races to quickly integrate into the divine wasteland and let them follow the rules. Then, after Xianxia and Mu Jin made the arrangements, they were invited by the Monkey King to enter his cave and eat the divine fruits they picked. Xianxia asked for a lot of divine fruits, mainly to put in the 9 Sun Divine Soul for Zi Qingqing, Momo, and Yang Yang to eat. After eating and drinking, the Monkey King played with the Devil Mirror and ignored Xianxia and Mu Jin. Mu Jin said that she wants to take a look at those dragon peach blossom. The Monkey King waved his hand and said very casually, "Look as you please, if you like, just pick 3 or 5 of them." The Monkey King is very generous, it is very pleasant to talk with him, he belongs to the straightforward type. Xianxia is now a lot more relaxed. If these monkey dragons are very evil, it would not be a good thing for the divine wasteland. What he is worried about is the black dragon assassins from the ancient Yu clan. Those 5 black dragon assassins are the lawless type. When they want to make a move, they don't care what kind of situation you are in. Mu Jin went to look at the dragon peach blossom. Xianxia flew out of the tree hole and released the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda next to a crystal transformation tree. He entered the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda, released the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and then entered the Heaven Leaping Shuttle again. This way he is in the second layer space. The Heavenly Eye clone is on top of the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda, so even if he is in the second layer space, he can still pay attention to what is happening outside. The reason why he is so cautious is mainly because he wants to see the Bloodline Heavenly Rune in his hand. Xianxia took out the Bloodline Heavenly Rune boxes he obtained one by one. There are a total of 8. The first one he obtained from the 9 Sun Royal Family's box. This Bloodline Heavenly Rune was obtained by Xiaqiru when she was the 9 Sun Goddess in the 9 Heavens. And this Bloodline Heavenly Rune box has been in his hands for a very long time. It can be fused with the Myriad Heaven Divine Saber and turn it into a very powerful weapon. However, he rarely uses it because he is afraid of exposing the Bloodline Heavenly Rune. The other Bloodline Heavenly Rune boxes were given by Luo Yaofeng and Purple Sun Fairy Emperor Zao. One of them was a white box he swindled from White Sun Fairy Emperor. This box originally belonged to Bai Suxin's father, White Sun God King. Furthermore, after he completely took control of the Imperial Heaven Pawnshop, he obtained a blue oval Bloodline Heavenly Rune box from the Heavenly Tao. Then there was the Violent Sun Tiger Emperor's golden square box with many sharp thorns. After entering the Heaven's Mandate Sacred Land, the Bloodline Heavenly Rune box on Ming Yunyua's body finally fell off. It originally belonged to Yu Xiangyun, but now it finally fell into Xianxia's hands. Finally, there is the Jade White Heavenly Rune Egg. This is also the most special Bloodline Heavenly Rune box because it belongs to a newborn. Xianxia looked at the Bloodline Heavenly Rune boxes on the table and sighed ruefully. He actually unknowingly collected so many. Moreover, each Bloodline Heavenly Rune box has its own story. Still missing one, we should be able to find it, right? Ling Yuner said. Are there really 9 Bloodline Heavenly Runes? I feel that there might be even more. Xianxia said. He gently caressed the Jade White Heavenly Rune Egg, this is the most special one. Ling Yuner said, Xiao Yun, do you think we can find the last one through these 8 Bloodline Heavenly Rune? Qin Yan shook his head, I don't dare to try. After all, if I release all 8 bloodline heavenly runes, there must be some tool in the law enforcement world that can sense the existence of the bloodline heavenly rune. If Xianxia can find it, then he can find the Xianxia treasure land. Qin Yan put away the other 7 bloodline heavenly rune boxes and left the heavenly rune egg. This can be considered as one of the bloodline heavenly rune boxes, but it is very special. Because the original bloodline heavenly rune box was devoured, it gave birth to this bloodline heavenly rune egg. Xiaoyun, what's so special about this egg? Ling Yuner asked. The bloodline heavenly runes on Grandma Tree Dragon and Monkey King's bodies must have originated from this egg. Monkey King patted me just now and made my Dao image move. That feeling is very strange, so I feel that this egg might be my heavenly Dao image's divine Dao heavenly core, Dao image's divine Dao heavenly core. Among his 10 Dao images, 9 of them have already cultivated divine Dao heavenly core. Only the 10th Dao image, he doesn't know how to cultivate it. Among the 10 Dao images, the 10th image is always the most difficult to cultivate. It is the same when he made the heavenly Dao image evolve into sacred heavenly Dao image. Although the heavenly Dao image evolved into imperial heavenly Dao image, Qin Yan still can't understand this Dao image. In his opinion, there is a big problem with this imperial heavenly Dao image. From time to time, it would give him the same feeling as the previous heavenly Dao image. Especially recently, this feeling has become more and more intense, causing him to believe that this Dao image has degenerated into a heavenly Dao image. I must stabilize this Dao image. If I don't improve it, it might regress. Qin Yan became even more worried thinking about this point. It is possible that cultivation will regress. If the imperial heavenly Dao image regresses to the previous heavenly Dao image, it will be a big problem. Let's give it a try. Xiaoyun, while you are cultivating, I will use my divine Dao heavenly core to help the last Dao image condense a core. Ling Yuner said. Qin Yan nodded and then released a sacred tribulation gate. After the gate opened, Qin Yan's heart jumped even more because the feeling of the imperial heavenly Dao image is becoming fainter and fainter. It is truly regressing. Qin Yan placed the jade white heavenly rune egg inside and then released other sacred tribulation gates. After the 10 sacred tribulation gates became smaller, they surrounded Qin Yan. This bloodline heavenly rune is very strange. It is not as hard to see through as others. I should be able to handle it. Qin Yan inhaled a mouthful of air, opened all the sacred tribulation gates and connected them with his soul. He closed his eyes and immersed his soul into the 10 Dao images. Then with the help of the other 9 Dao images, he began helping the 10th Dao image condense a divine Dao heavenly core. Unknowingly, Qin Yan saw the 10th Dao image. It is still a red and black ball. It has not manifested and has become a lot smaller. Qin Yan immediately circulated the Imperial Heaven Divine Arts mnemonic chant. The heavenly rune egg inside his 10th Dao image began to move. There are many vein-like lines on the surface of the rune egg. Those lines are now appearing like tentacles. Many runes emerged from the heavenly rune egg and intertwined with the black energy of the 10th image. This process was like a fusion. Upon seeing this scene, Qin Yan was overjoyed. He never expected that his attempt would yield such an unexpected harvest. If he succeeded, he would be able to use a bloodline heavenly pattern and fuse it with his strongest Dao image. At this moment, the 10 statues gradually recovered, and were no longer as weak as before. It has finally returned to the appearance of the Imperial Heaven Dao image. Qin Yan felt a lot more relieved. Earlier, he was very worried that the Dao image would degenerate. Transport Qin Yan, who is using the Imperial Heaven Divine Art, can sense that the other Dao statues are transferring all sorts of energy to the Imperial Heaven Dao statue. They are helping the Imperial Heaven Dao statue condense the Divine Dao Heavenly Core. After the other Dao statues obtained the Divine Dao Heavenly Core, the divine power they could unleash would contain even more profound truths of natural Daos. This kind of divine power would be even more powerful. When using divine power, the divine Dao Heavenly Dan could bestow an even more natural charm to the divine power. This kind of divine power meant that it could fuse with the natural Great Dao, and explode out even more smoothly, like a fish in water. The divine Dao Heavenly pills Qin Yan cultivated were condensed very quickly, so he has not completely grasped this kind of profound meaning yet. He also planned to cultivate all the divine Dao Heavenly pills before familiarizing himself with this state. Ling Yan'er gradually felt relieved. Like Qin Yun, she was very worried that the imperial heavenly Tao image would degenerate. Now it has finally stabilized, let's see whether or not the heavenly rune egg can become a divine Tao heavenly pill. Qin Yun said in his heart. The previous imperial heaven Tao image was almost the same as the heavenly Tao image, but this heavenly rune egg can make the Tao image rapidly improve, it's really magical. Ling Yan'er exclaimed. These are bloodline heavenly runes, the formidable monkey dragon race was born because of these heavenly runes. Qin Yun said with smile, if I can properly use these bloodline heavenly runes, my strength will become even stronger. Once he cultivated 10 divine Tao heavenly Dan, he would be able to break through to the Shantian Lord realm. Tread after entering the Divine Sky Lord stage, if he were to face the Black Dragon killers again, he would definitely be calmer than before. Qin Yun was cultivating in the second layer space, so it was very quiet. Even if it was very lively outside, it would not disturb him. In order to concentrate, he even withdrew the Heaven's Eye clone that was outside. Because regardless of whether it was cultivating the Divine Tao heavenly pill of the 10th image or breaking through to the Divine Sky Lord realm, it was extremely important to him. Although the current environment was not the best, he believed that no one would dare to cause trouble in the Monkey Dragon clan's territory. A small portion of the big shots who were invited to the Dragon Peach convention had already arrived. Out within the heavenly mandate sacred lands, as long as the Treant Dragon tribe and the Monkey Dragon tribe didn't take action, their journey would be very smooth, unless they ran into those Black Dragon assassins. Qin Yun didn't know what was happening outside. His 9-sun sky-raising pagoda wasn't far from the Dragon Peach tree. It was next to a crystallized tree, so his pitch-black square pagoda was rather eye-catching. When the law enforcers arrived and saw the pagoda, they immediately recognized it as the 9-sun sky-raising pagoda. Qin Yun was also here. To the Yin God race, Great Heaven God race and Ancient Yu clan were all staring at the 9-sun sky-raising pagoda, mainly because Qin Yun had the bloodline heavenly pattern box and they all wanted it. Yu Shengyun arrived with Xiao Xianqin and Li Shuang. They already knew that Qin Yun was here. Qin Yun was the one who informed them to come. Only they didn't expect Qin Yun to enter seclusion at this time, which meant that it was definitely a very important seclusion. Mu Jin also immediately returned to the team and stood behind Yu Shengyun. At this moment, she was like a child who had done something wrong, lowering her head and not daring to look at Yu Shengyun, because she had sneaked out and encountered danger, causing everyone to be very worried about her. Yu Shengyun didn't say anything. She knew that Mu Jin must have learned a lot from Qin Yun during this period of time. Those guys are the Black Dragon assassins, they almost killed me. Mu Jin pointed at the black-clothed men behind the 3 ancient Yu clan elders. That as soon as the men in black arrived, they had been keeping their eyes and ears open. Naturally, they saw Mu Jin and recognized her at first glance. They were still brooding over the Phoenix Divine Flower. After all, it was a good thing. Furthermore, the person who saved Mu Jin before, they have always been thinking about him. They can see that this person's cultivation is not high but his ability is very strong. To be able to save someone from under the eyes of the Black Dragon assassins, this is a very big threat to them. By most of the invited people are big shots who participated in the non-human race gathering before. Now they are all hypocritically exchanging greetings with each other. Fox Mayor asked Mu Jin in low voice, then where is Big Brother Yun? Over there. Mu Jin pointed at the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and said, Sister Mayor, you like him? Why are you so concerned about him? Of course not, he has so many enemies and now he is here, I am worried about him. Hu Mayor pinched Mu Jin's round face and said in low voice, he saved you, do you still want to kill him? I will figure it out. Once I confirm that he is an evil devil, I will immediately set him free. Mu Jin's heart is also very complicated. Monkey King came out of the tree hole. When he appeared, he secretly released his formidable divine power pressure to intimidate the big shots present. Just even the old man from the ancient Yu clan and the Black Dragon assassins felt a great pressure just now. They also know that Monkey King is deliberately doing this for them to see. No, not just Monkey King, there are also hundreds of powerful monkey dragons that appeared one after another. Although these monkey dragons are usually very mischievous, they behaved appropriately in this kind of situation. They did not take the initiative to provoke the guests. King after Hao Yue and Ming Yunyue arrived, they immediately went to find Qin Yun. When they saw the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. Only Qin Yun's friends know that he has a good relationship with Monkey King. Monkey King did not mention Qin Yun, instead he chatted with the big shots. Both the great heavenly god race and the grading god race now know that the heavenly fate Holy Land is protected by powerful races and they cannot forcibly occupy it. However, this place is very attractive to them. The heavenly fate Dragon Lake is full of mystery to them and can help them cultivate powerful bodies. The last to arrive is the Demon Dragon Heavenly Clan. The Demon Dragon Heavenly Clan flew over from the sky. When they landed near the Dragon Peach Divine Tree, their aura was extremely terrifying. When the Demon Dragon Heavenly Clan arrived, they did not look at Monkey King first, but the Black Dragon Assassins. When the Black Dragon Assassins from the ancient Yu clan saw the Demon Dragon Heavenly Clan, they stared at the group of demon dragons with intense killing intent in their eyes. From this, it can be seen that the Demon Dragon Heavenly Clan and the Black Dragon Assassins must have had a conflict with the ancient Yu clan. Someone posted about the ancient Yu clan and the Black Dragon Assassins on the demonic mirror, causing many big shots to immediately know that the Black Dragon Assassins are very dangerous existences. Monkey King laughed heartily. More friends from the Dragon Clan have come. Welcome, welcome. The representative of the Sun Dragon Clan is the Sun Dragon Emperor. The representatives of the 9-Sun Dragon Clan are Long Tianyan and Long Jilan. They have already greeted Monkey King. When the crowd saw how Monkey King welcomed the notorious Demon Dragon Heavenly Clan, they knew that Monkey King is not stupid. He is doing this to make the powerful Demon Dragon Heavenly Clan stand on the Monkey Dragon Clan's side. If they can build a good relationship, even if the ancient Yu clan, Great Heavenly God Race and Sun Ying God Race were to clash in the future, the Monkey Dragon Clan would still have help. Monkey King, you are too courteous. The middle-aged man from the Demon Dragon Heavenly Clan also laughed. The appearance of a new Dragon Bloodline clan will make the Divine Desolate even livelier. At this moment, a voice came from all directions. Little monkey, why didn't you call me when you were making such a big fuss? Is it because you think that this old woman is not worthy to be called in public? The voice said with a smile. It is clear that this is a joke. Dare, calling the Monkey Dragon King little monkey means that the Monkey Dragon King's seniority is definitely higher than the Monkey King. I thought you were sleeping so I didn't call you. If you weren't sleeping, even if I didn't call you, you would still come. Aren't you here now? Not long after the voice came, a brown-haired woman wearing clothes made of tree bark appeared. She is very tall and looks very powerful. Although she is holding a worn-out long staff in her hand, her steps are steady and she doesn't look old at all. Ming Yunyue immediately guessed that this is the Granny Tree Dragon that Long Sulin mentioned. Tree Granny Dragon has long brown curly hair and a beautiful face. She is not an old woman at all. She is simply a tall and wild beauty. Little monkey, I was originally sleeping but my egg was suddenly stolen by someone. But my egg was suddenly stolen, how can I sleep? Grandmother Tree Dragon let out a long sigh, I can't even sense where the egg is. Granny Tree Dragon's gaze also looked towards Ming Yunyue's direction, causing her to be somewhat apprehensive. What? Your egg was stolen? Monkey King's face darkened. He swept his gaze over the big shots and said coldly, Granny, the experts who entered the Heavenly Mandate Sacred Land are basically all here. We can take this opportunity to ask them who stole your egg. Granny Dragon's figure flashed and appeared behind Monkey King. She used the wooden staff in her hand to knock Monkey King's head and said, The commotion in the Heavenly Mandate Dragon Lake is so big. Why didn't you go over and take a look? Otherwise, my egg wouldn't have been stolen. Didn't you say it yourself? Your treasury is very difficult to enter. Even if you enter, you will find your treasures. Monkey King said with some grievance. At this time an old man from the very heavenly divine race said, We know who stole it. The guy who entered the treasury is called Qin Yun. He must have stolen the egg. Monkey King's expression changed. He never expected that it would be that human who stole it. He cursed in his heart but he didn't dare to say that he knew Qin Yun. It wasn't Qin Yun who stole it. It was me who took the egg and the silver moon. Ming Yunyue immediately stood up. She contacted Qin Yun before but Qin Yun did not respond. Therefore, she is sure that Qin Yun is in seclusion. Ming Yunhui knows that Qin Yun is in seclusion. She can't let Granny Tree Dragon, whose strength is unfathomable, affect Qin Yun. Granny Tree Dragon, when we saw the egg, Lin Lin was sleeping inside. She didn't stop us from taking the egg. Ming Yunhui hurriedly said. Long Su Lin? This little fairy ran into the egg to sleep? Granny Tree Dragon is somewhat surprised, then looked around and asked, where's Lin Lin? Why didn't I see her? She said she had something important to do, so she left. Ming Yunhui bit her lips, then gathered her courage and came to Granny Tree Dragon's side. She held her hand and said in a low voice, Granny Tree Dragon, that egg is very important to you. I guarantee that Qin Yun will definitely return it to you. Don't worry. Who is that Qin Yun? He can actually take away that egg, he's pretty awesome. Granny Tree Dragon laughed, alright, I believe you. Then I'll wait for you to bring him to me and return the egg to me. The old man from the great heaven god race became anxious and said again, Qin Yun is a very despicable and shameless guy. He is heinous and tyrannical and he is also a great sex fiend. He once raped and killed the Divine Moon clan. If you say another word, I promise to tear your mouth apart. Yu Shengyun's cold and murderous voice came, bringing with it a terrifying aura that enveloped the old man from the great heaven god race. In just an instant, the skin on the old man's face began to show traces of blood, as if it was about to be torn apart. Many of the big shots present were moved one after another. Even the Monkey King and Granny Tree Dragon slightly frowned. One must know that the old man from the great heaven god race is not an ordinary person. His cultivation is high and his strength is very strong. Yet now, he was almost torn apart by Yu Shengyun. I am the emperor of the Divine Moon clan. Qin Yun has never harmed the women of my Divine Moon clan. The rumors about Qin Yun and my Divine Moon clan are all rumors. If anyone dares to spread rumors in front of me in the future, I will not forgive them. Yu Shengyun said ruthlessly. Her entire body was covered in black armor. No one could see her face, but they knew that she was very beautiful and very powerful. Little Monkey invited everyone to participate in the Dragon Peach convention. I hope everyone can give me some face, don't make the scene so stiff, otherwise we won't be able to eat peaches happily. Granny Tree Dragon said with smile, actually, as long as Qin Yun returns the egg to me. If that's the case, I won't pursue the matter. Ming Yunhui said, Granny Tree Dragon, I was able to enter your treasury because something called me in, and I entered it smoothly. Originally, Qin Yun couldn't have entered. It was me who brought him in. This is all my fault. Ming Yunhui was able to enter because she had a bloodline heavenly pattern. Everyone present knew that. Especially the Sunin divine tribe, they had wanted Wang Haoyue to hand Ming Yunhui over to them. However, Ming Yunhui's bloodline heavenly rune ended up in Qin Yun's hands. It seems like your luck is not small. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Just remember to ask Qin Yun to return the egg to me. Granny Tree Dragon said with a faint smile. Granny Tree Dragon, Monkey King, your appearance must have a lot to do with bloodline heavenly runes. Or rather, you were born because of bloodline heavenly runes, an old man from the Yu ancient clan said with a bright smile. Then you must be very interested in bloodline heavenly runes. Are you interested in vein-like heavenly patterns? Granny Tree Dragon looked at the old man and asked, Your Excellency, how should I address you? I am Yu Luanhui, from the Yu ancient clan. The old man stroked his long beard and said with a friendly smile. Hearing that it was the Yu ancient clan, Granny Tree Dragon's expression changed, but she still maintained a smile and said, Your Excellency seems to be older than this little girl, please don't call me Granny Tree Dragon, this little girl can't accept it. This little girl's name is Long Shu. I am from the Tree Dragon clan, king of the Tree Dragon clan. Everyone present had already guessed that this Granny Tree Dragon was the leader of the Tree Dragon clan, so they were not surprised. Tree Dragon King, Monkey King, you must be very interested in other bloodline heavenly runes, we can discuss a thing or two. Yu Luanhui said with smile. You have other bloodline heavenly runes? Can you show them to us? Monkey King immediately asked. It is clear that he is very interested. Yu Luanhui turned around, pointed at the 9-sun sky-raising pagoda and said, Qin Yan is inside that pagoda. He has 2 bloodline heavenly runes in his hands. Of his 2 bloodline heavenly patterns, one comes from Divine Universe Purple Sun, and the other we don't know. In short, he stole it by hook or by crook. Bullshit. His other bloodline heavenly rune belongs to the Divine Moon Emperor. The Divine Moon Emperor lent it to our Bright Moon sect master to create our Bright Moon sect. That bloodline heavenly rune has always been on my body. After it left my body, I gave it to Qin Yun. Ming Yunyue is very angry, she loudly rebuked. I am the Bright Moon sect master, because Yunyue has that Divine Moon bloodline heavenly rune, she can become my Bright Moon sect's great holy maiden. Ancient Yu clan, you are a mysterious and ancient clan, you can't just casually slander people. Wang Haoyue said. Yu Shengyun coldly groaned and said, I already made an agreement with Qin Yun, once the Bright Moon Holy Maiden's bloodline heavenly rune falls off, it will belong to Qin Yun. Yu Luanhui is very shocked, he did not expect that Qin Yun already reserved Ming Yunyue's bloodline heavenly rune. But he is very thick-skinned, he said with a smile, looks like I misunderstood Qin Yun. That purple bloodline heavenly pattern box he has is from Divine Universe Purple Sunday. Did he snatch it from me? I gave it to him. Purple Sun Elf Emperor stood up and said loudly, I am the Purple Sun Elf Emperor, that bloodline heavenly rune box is my clan's ancestral heirloom. Back then, that bullshit Empyrean supremacy nearly wiped out my entire race for this box. It was Qin Yun who saved us, Qin Yun saved us and gave us a safe place to stay, that's why I gave this box to him. Wild Sun Tiger Emperor secretly sighed, Qin Yun has many bloodline heavenly runes, he also gave his own bloodline heavenly rune box to Qin Yun. Ancient Yu clan, you want to trick the Tree Dragon tribe and Monkey Dragon tribe to deal with Qin Yun, right? Xia Wufeng said with sneer. Monkey King and Long Shu can see that Qin Yun has many friends and all of them are very strong, this made them even more interested in Qin Yun. Xianxia and Chu Wuxing are quietly watching, they already knew that Qin Yun is not someone to be trifled with. Mu Jin suddenly shouted, Granny Tree Dragon, those ancient Yu clan people are evil, their so-called black dragon assassins almost killed many little monkeys of the Monkey Dragon tribe. Don't believe their words. At this moment, more than 10 monkey dragons are baring their teeth and shouting at the black dragon assassins, it is clear that they were almost killed by those black dragon assassins. Yu Luanhui's expression gradually became cold, he secretly cursed the Great Sky Divine Race, Sunin Divine Race and the law enforcers for saying that Qin Yun is an unpardonable evil, causing him to believe it. But now, it is very embarrassing for him. Yu Luanhui, your assassins almost killed Mu Jin. A few powerful men besieged a little girl from my Divine Moon clan. Fortunately, Qin Yun saved her. Otherwise, she would have been brutally killed by them. Yu Shengyun said coldly. The few black dragon assassins are also suppressing their anger at this moment. Not only did they not succeed in besieging a little girl, they were even saved by Qin Yun, and the mission they came here this time is to capture Qin Yun, only now did they realize that they have already met Qin Yun before. Black dragon assassins are very famous in the ancient Yu clan, several of them acting at the same time means that their mission is very important. The funny thing is that several black dragon assassins were not able to capture a little girl and this little girl was saved by a single person with low cultivation. Yu Luanhui originally wanted to incite everyone to suppress Qin Yun, but now he is the one being suppressed. Moreover, he also found out that the black dragon assassins behind him did all these things behind his back, they even met Qin Yun and were not able to capture him. Yu Luanhui suddenly took out a few small black beads, everyone subconsciously retreated. A few small beads were crushed by Yu Luanhui on the spot, and the black dragon assassins beside him also turned into ashes in an instant. Black dragon assassins died just like that, everyone is secretly scared. Divine Moon Clan Emperor, Monkey King, I apologize on behalf of my subordinates, this is my fault, please forgive me. Yu Luanhui walked over and bowed to them, his attitude is very good. Yu Yaoyao can also see that the black dragon assassin's target this time is Qin Yun because Qin Yun has bloodline heavenly rune. Monkey King and Yu Shengyun both know that the ancient Yu clan is very strong, since Yu Luanhui is so straightforward on the surface, they can't say anything. Yu Luanhui said with smile, since it is all a misunderstanding, let us happily participate in the Dragon Peach Convention. At this time, the divine judge arrived, moreover he is holding the heaven's divine punishment flag. On the way here, Xia Wufeng also informed him of the situation here. So when the divine judge arrived, he immediately revealed his identity to Long Shu and Monkey King. The divine court of the myriad worlds? It's in our inherited memories. Long Shu smiled and said, Divine judge, don't worry, we won't cause you any trouble. When I have time, I want to go to the myriad realms divine court for a stroll. The divine judge must entertain me well at that time. The Monkey King also laughed. The leaders of these two clans actually knew about the divine court of myriad worlds, and it was in their inherited memories. This made people feel very puzzled. The Grand Inquisitor smiled, but then his expression became serious again. The passageway to the Nine Sun Sacred Ground has been opened. The powerful clans in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground will come to the divine wilderness one after another. I hope they will behave themselves. Otherwise, the divine court of myriad realms will definitely not let them off. Let them off lightly. With that, he looked at the people from the Sunin divine tribe and the Great Sky divine tribe. The passage to the Nine Sun Sacred Ground had been opened, and these two powerful races were the biggest threats. We also have information about the Nine Sun Sacred Ground in our inherited memories. Long Shu said, we have to go in and take a look when we have time. Many bigwigs knew that Qin Yun had a godly monarch heavenly seal. Some had even seen it before. There were two godly monarch heavenly seals. There was a grand godly monarch in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground, and his godly monarch heavenly seal was the strongest. Qin Yun was known as the Little Divine King, so in the eyes of many people, Qin Yun was much weaker than the Great Divine King. Among the disciples of the Great Divine King, two of them were the tribe emperors of the Great Heaven Divine Race and the Great Yin Divine Race respectively. They both wanted to become Little Divine Kings so that they could form a Little Divine King with their master. As such, the godly monarch heavenly seal in Qin Yun's hands was something that both races wanted. Qin Yun has the Divine King heavenly seal? Monkey King is extremely alarmed. He never expected Qin Yun to have hidden it so deeply. This is getting more and more interesting. Long Shu looked at the Nine Sun Heaven-raising pagoda, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed and she said with smile, this Qin Yun can take away my egg, he also has Divine King heavenly seal. When the time comes, I will make him show me his Divine King heavenly seal. The people of the Great Sky Divine Tribe and the Taiyin Divine Tribe were worried that the Monkey King and Long Shu would also try to snatch the Deity King heavenly seal. Sunin Divine Race and Great Heaven Divine Race have sent out even more people this time. They should be here soon. Divine Chief said, they better behave themselves. No matter what, Qin Yun has destroyed so many bodies of our tribesmen. He must die. The elder of the Sunin Divine Tribe shouted angrily. You were in the wrong first. Long Tianyan sneered and said, you know very well what happened within the four divine sons. The Sunin Divine Tribe wanted to monopolize the four divine sons and even wanted to chase the others out. Later, they angered Qin Yun, which led to the conflict. Long Tianyan, you are truly an ignorant and naive fellow for helping Qin Yun. To tell you the truth, your Nine Sons Dragon clan will also attack Qin Yun. Who doesn't want the godly monarch heavenly seal? To the Nine Sun Sacred Land, the young Divine King's Divine King heavenly seal should belong to a living being within the Nine Sun Sacred Land. The old man sneered. Long Tianyan couldn't say anything because he had indeed been worried about this. In the Nine Sun Sacred Ground, the reason why the Great Divine Lord was so powerful was mainly because he had obtained the Divine King heavenly seal. The Great Divine Monarch in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground could suppress everyone with his own strength. Therefore, if the other big shots in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground knew about the whereabouts of the Little Divine King heavenly seal, they would definitely fight for it. They did not dare to snatch the Great Divine Lord, so they could only snatch the Little Divine Lord. Furthermore, the Little Divine Lord was a person with a very low cultivation. Furthermore, this young Divine King had two bloodline heavenly patterns. If he could obtain both at the same time, he would make a killing. Inside the Nine Sun Sky-Raising Pagoda, Qin Yun has already helped the Imperial Heavenly Tao statue cultivate a Divine Tao Heavenly Core. The Divine Tao Heavenly Core of the Imperial Heavenly Tao statue was that heaven-patterned egg. After Qin Yun's 10 Tao images cultivated the Divine Tao Heavenly Core, the next step is to let the 10 cores and Tao images release their strongest divine power at the same time. This way he can break through the current limit and become a divine heavenly lord. After Qin Yin cultivated 10 cores and rested for a moment, he released his heavenly eye avatar outside and happened to hear their conversation. This is troublesome, that egg is already my imperial heavenly Tao statue's divine Tao heavenly core. Qin Yin also learned that Granny Tree Dragon wants to take back the heavenly rune egg. He can't help but become anxious in his heart. Xiao Yun, when the time comes, discuss with her and find other ways to compensate her. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must have sufficient strength. Otherwise, you won't be able to negotiate and instead you will be taken by her. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yin cursed in low voice, those bastards from Sun Yin divine race want to snatch my divine king heavenly seal and bloodline heavenly rune. They even want to pull Monkey King and Granny Tree Dragon along. They are truly a bunch of bastards. Wait until I break through, I will slap them to death first. Xiao Yun, how about you hide here first and wait for that little fairy Long Sulan to appear? She promised you that she would help you put in a good word. Ling Yin'er said. I will break through first. I have already cultivated 10 divine Tao heavenly cores. Next is to attack the bottleneck and enter divine heavenly lord realm. Qin Yin once again entered the heaven leaping shuttle. Inside the second layer space, he can cultivate in peace. Many of his friends are here, so he can cultivate without worry. He is not afraid that the 9 sun heaven raising pagoda will be attacked. Qin Yin operated the Imperial Heaven Divine technique and simultaneously controlled the 10 divine Tao heavenly cores and 10 Tao images to burst out with strongest divine power. The 10 divine tribulation gates surrounding Qin Yin have now become slightly normal. Divine power rushed out and attacked Qin Yin's body. Qin Yin is floating cross-legged. Every time he is attacked by divine power, his body feels like it is being hit by a heavy hammer. He feels a kind of stuffy and intense pain. After the frantic divine power entered his body, it quickly exploded, as if his body is going to explode. This kind of feeling is very uncomfortable. Is the process of other people breaking through to divine heavenly lord also like this? I feel like I am going to die. Qin Yin did not expect that his divine power would be so dreadful when it explodes. It is crazily wreaking havoc inside his body. If not for his body being upgraded not long ago, he might have already been seriously injured by his own divine power. It's because your divine power is too strong. If it was under normal circumstances, you would have already broken through the divine heaven secret realm and become divine heavenly lord. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yin's imperial heaven heart is currently beating crazily. Moreover, it is beating erratically. The moment it beats, it can instantly draw all the divine power released by the 10 divine tribulation gates into the imperial heaven heart. Then, as the heart beats, the energy that is drawn and spreads throughout Qin Yin's body. The imperial heaven heart is beating faster and faster, absorbing more and more divine power. Every time he releases energy, Qin Yin feels as if his body is about to be torn apart. It is extremely unbearable. Fortunately, he is very patient and can endure it. When can I do it? Qin Yin doesn't know what he needs to do when he breaks through and he has never asked anyone. This is mainly because his own cultivation path is different from others. Even if he asked others, it would be useless. He can't learn from other people's cultivation methods. At this moment, he can only take the risk and fumble around. Your body hasn't absorbed enough energy. Ling Yin'er said, when your body has accumulated enough divine power and your body can no longer hold it, you can go and sense the divine sky secret realm. Then, you can release your divine power and break through the divine sky secret realm. There will be divine power surging over. The moment the imperial heaven heart beats, it absorbs the divine power into his heart and then spews it into his body. At this moment, Qin Yin's body has expanded a lot, mainly because he has accumulated a lot of divine power. His body is very strong, but now his skin is swollen to the point that it is covered in blood, as if it will be torn apart at any time. In this state, Qin Yin still has to sense the divine heaven secret realm. That divine heaven secret realm, where is it? Qin Yin is very anxious because he can now release his divine power, but he still can't sense the divine heaven secret realm. He frantically released his mental power and entered the 10 divine tribulation gates. Not long after, he saw that there is an end inside every divine tribulation gate and there is a black wall at the end. This is the first time Qin Yun is looking at the interior of the divine tribulation gate from such a perspective. It looks like a cylindrical passage. The reason why he can see it from such a perspective is because the mental power he released is extremely strong. It can cover the interior of the divine tribulation gate. Is that black wall the divine heaven's secret realm? After Qin Yun strengthened his divine power, he discovered that there is a vast and majestic energy hidden behind the wall. The interior of the 10 divine tribulation gates is like 10 extremely vast pitch-black space and the Tao images are like tiny particles inside. This is the first time Qin Yun saw the interior of the divine tribulation gate is so big, it is like a world. As long as I destroy that wall, the interior of the divine tribulation gate should not be so dark, right? Qin Yun suddenly released all the divine power he has been accumulating in his body. The heart of Imperial Heaven was also beating crazily. It pulsed thousands of times in an instant, forming many mystical ripples that rapidly pushed the divine power Qin Yun released into the 10 sacred tribulation gates. The Imperial Heaven hearts madly beating released formless energy waves. It is like one wave after another, unceasingly pushing the divine power against the divine power. As a result, the divine power that Qin Yun injected into the 10 divine tribulation gates turned into a monstrous wave that roared towards the end. Even Qin Yun himself jumped in fright. He never expected that the Imperial Heaven heart could be used like this. He never knew about it before. Boom 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 boom. In just a moment, Qin Yun heard the explosion coming from within the 10 divine tribulation gates. The divine power he released very smoothly broke through the black wall at the end of the divine tribulation gate. After the black wall was broken through, intense golden light flooded the world inside the divine tribulation gate. Success! Qin Yun can sense that the Tao images and divine Tao heavenly pills inside the divine tribulation gate are soaking in the energy ocean. They are crazily absorbing the divine heaven power. Divine Tao heavenly pills can store divine heaven power and then spread it throughout the entire Tao image. This way, Qin Yun can use divine heaven power through the Tao image. Divine Tao heavenly pills are the main bridge that requires divine heaven power. The absorption speed depends on the cultivation of the divine Tao heavenly pill. Qin Yun's divine Tao heavenly pills are very small, they were cultivated not long ago. Therefore, the amount of divine heaven power they can absorb is very little. Moreover, divine Tao heavenly pills cannot strengthen divine power. Otherwise, the divine Tao heavenly pills will be destroyed. But no matter what, Qin Yun's current divine power is much stronger than before. If 10 Tao images divine power burst out at the same time, it will be very dreadful. Qin Yun stored away the 10 divine tribulation gates and secretly circulated divine power through the Imperial Heaven heart. This way, his divine power will be able to quickly increase. It shouldn't have been too long, right? I still have time for the Dragon Peach convention. I want to eat peaches. Qin Yun also wants to taste those dragon peaches. After coming out of the heaven leaping shuttle, he immediately released his heavenly eye and looked outside. What is going on? The dragon peach divine tree has fallen. Qin Yun is very shocked. He doesn't dare to believe what he is seeing. The huge dragon peach divine tree had been uprooted, and its huge trunk had been severed from the middle. Qin Yun immediately rushed out of the 9-sun sky-raising pagoda and arrived at the top of the pagoda. He looked around, still unable to believe what he saw with his own eyes. What's going on? How long have I been in seclusion? Qin Yun went to ask Zi Qingqing and the others and found out that he had only entered the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda for 2 or 3 days. As soon as he came out, he was attracted by the destruction around him. He looked at the large and small pits, as well as the broken dragon peach divine tree. So much so that he didn't even take out the demonic mirror right away. After Qin Yun took out the magic mirror, he received many messages from his friends. He immediately received them one by one. One of the messages mentioned the sudden birth of the 50,000th universe divine Sunday. Qin Yun immediately looked up at the sky. Indeed, there was an additional myriad universe divine sun, however, the myriad realms divine sun was rather small. Its glow wasn't intense enough and it looked very weak. Qin Yun did not even sense the existence of the 50,000th universe divine Sunday. After receiving all the information, Qin Yun let out a long sigh. He never expected so many things to happen while he was in seclusion. When he first came out and saw the situation here, he thought that it was because of him that the fight started. Later on, he found out that it was not. The Dragon Peach Feast was supposed to be held here, and the peaches were supposed to be harvested yesterday. But when the Monkey King ordered the monkey dragons to harvest all the peaches, something happened. The Taiyin Divine Tribe and Tadian Divine Tribe from the 9-Sun Sacred Ground rushed to the Divine Dragon Peach Tree. There were more than 1,000 of them. Most of them were covered in cuts and bruises. As for those dragon peaches, they could heal their injuries after eating them. The Monkey King had said that he would only give out a small portion of the dragon peaches. As such, he was determined not to give the dragon peaches to the Taiyin Divine Tribe or the Tai Tian Divine Tribe. The two powerful races that came from the 9-Sun Sacred Ground did not take the Monkey Dragon Tribe seriously at all. Hence, a conflict broke out and they started fighting. Although the people from the two strong races were injured, they did not lose to the Monkey Dragon race when they fought. The Monkey King and the Elder Tree Dragon, Long Shu, did not quickly suppress the two strong races. They also told the other races not to interfere, saying that this was their battle. Just as they were fighting intensely, the 50,000th world deity appeared. Not long after these 5 divine sons appeared, the Heavenly Mandate Sacred Lands tree dragons all woke up and immediately charged into the Heavenly Mandate Dragon Lake. Yu Xiangyun guessed that it was Long Shu who made the tree dragon enter the Heaven's Fate Dragon Lake because when the 5 divine sons appeared, Long Shu was extremely afraid. Not long after the 5 divine sons appeared, the demon dragon Heavenly Clan shouted for the crowd to immediately leave the Heaven's Mandate Sacred Land. They said that they sensed something very powerful approaching. After the demon dragon Heavenly Clan's warning, the dragon Heavenly Clan's Dragon Heavenly of Clans Sacred Dragon Sacred Ground, shouted and told everyone to leave the nation's divine land. When these experts appeared, they immediately broke through the enchantment and landed beside the Dragon Peach Tree. They immediately used Dragon and Tian and came. He of Yang's dragon, They Long and was king and Tian, and Shu and the Tian dragon and the Yu dragon was. They. Dragon, they and started, God dragon, Tian and Yun, they. And they is as to divine heaven as divine dragon. The divine preceptor, Xia Wufeng, and heavenly ghost ancestor used the heavenly punishment banners to help Long Shu and the Monkey King. Yu Xiangyun, Wang Haoyue, the Sun Dragon Emperor, the Mad Sun Tiger Emperor and the other powerhouses immediately joined the battle to help the Monkey King and Long Shu after letting their people retreat. The middle-aged man leading the demon dragon Heavenly Clansmen also joined the battle to assist the Monkey Dragon Clan and Long Shu. Both sides were equally matched in strength, but the Dragon Peach Divine Tree was destroyed by the dozen mysterious experts in the end. They even said that they would flatten the Heaven's Mandate Sacred Land and the Divine Court. On the other hand, the members of the Sunyin Divine Tribe, Great Sky Divine Tribe and the law enforcers were watching the battle from the sidelines, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The dozen mysterious people hadn't left the Destiny Sacred Land. They were still wandering around, as if searching for something. Qin Yan finished reading the information in one go and took a deep breath. Then, he stored the damaged Dragon Peach Divine Tree into the 9-Yang Divine Soul and placed it into the pearl with white Shenyang. The Monkey King and the others also wanted to take away the Dragon Peach Divine Tree, but they didn't have a large spatial storage treasure, so they could only leave it here. These dozen mysterious people are so arrogant, I can't even eat dragon peaches. Qin Yan cursed in low voice. He promised Momo and the others that he would let them eat dragon peaches. And Wukong also closed the entrance and hid. He only told Qin Yun that an expert that could threaten him had appeared, so he had to stay far away from the Heaven's Mandate Sacred Land. The messages that Qin Yun received were all sent to him before Wukong left. After Wukong left, the Devil Mirror couldn't be used inside the Heaven's Mandate Sacred Land. So Qin Yun didn't know where the Monkey King and the others went. Qin Yun put away the 9-Sun heaven-raising pagoda and floated in the air. He looked at the Diwu Divine Sun and said with a frown, "This myriad realm's Divine Sun is very weak, it feels like it is malnourished. Is there a problem?" He took out Yu Xiangyun and the Divine Chief's soul-chasing talisman. They are not together, they are in two different directions. Soon after, he took out Ming Yunyua's soul-chasing talisman and discovered that she is not together with Yu Xiangyun. Luo Yaofeng and Li Shuang are with Yu Shangyun. Qin doesn't have Yu Yaoya's soul-chasing talisman, so he doesn't know if she is together with Yu Shangyun or not. Could it be that Yunyue is together with the Bright Moon sect leader? Qin is also worried about his friends. He took out their soul-chasing talismans and took a look. The Divine Chief, Xia Wufeng, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor, Zao, and Violent Sun Tiger Emperor, they are all together. Qin told Ling Yun'er about this matter and let her analyze it. After Ling Yun'er finished listening, she said, Xiao Yun, those guys from the Sun Yin divine race know that you have the Divine King Heavenly Seal and they also know that you have 2 bloodline heavenly runes, but they still left you here and didn't care about you. Indeed. Qin is also puzzled and said, I just looked at my 9 sun heaven-raising pagoda and it didn't suffer any strong attack. That means they have something more important to do. Could it be that they are looking for something? Ling Yun'er said, those dozen or so mysterious experts suddenly arrived at the Heaven's Mandate Holy Land, they must have come for something. The Divine Chief, Sister Shangyun and Yunyue are in different directions, could it be that several treasures suddenly appeared here, so they split up to look for them? Qin took out Yu Shangyun's soul-chasing talisman and said, I will go take a look at Sister Shangyun's side. Xiao Yun, although you have broken through and entered Shintian Monarch, you still have to be careful. Monkey King, Granny Tree Dragon and other experts who have surpassed Shintian Monarch joined hands and yet they were unable to take down those dozen or so mysterious experts. It can be seen that those guys are very strong. Ling Er said. In that battle, even the big shots of the Devil Dragon Heavenly Race joined in. Those who participated in the battle were all extremely strong experts whose cultivation surpassed Shintian Monarch. However, even after joining hands, they were only able to fight those dozen or so mysterious experts to a draw. Qin took out the heaven-trampling divine boots and put them on. Then he put on the peaked cap. He did not take out the 9 sun divine hammer, instead he turned the 9 sun heaven-raising pagoda into a floating cloud rod and held it in his hand. He discovered that as the number of myriad realms divine suns increased, his 9 sun heaven-raising pagoda also became stronger and stronger. In addition, he often placed the 9 sun heaven-raising pagoda into the 9 sun divine spirit and tempered it inside, making it stronger and stronger. Just as Qin was about to fly towards Yu Shangyun, he suddenly felt a very familiar yet very dangerous aura rushing over. It's the Black Dragon Killer. Qin is extremely alarmed. At the same time, a large amount of lightning suddenly fell from the sky like a huge waterfall, rushing down from the top of his head. Not only is the lightning berserk, it also carries a very strong and heavy divine power. It made him feel as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his shoulders and was blasted to the ground. He doesn't know how many Black Dragon Killers there are, but at this moment, he can feel that after breaking through, he is much stronger than before in all aspects. At least he doesn't feel fear, unlike when he met those Black Dragon Killers before, he only had the thought of running away. The current him is completely confident that he can fight against the Black Dragon Killers. Although Qin was struck to the ground by the violent lightning, he immediately stabilized himself the moment he landed. A protective barrier appeared around his body, then he stepped on the air and left in a flash. His eyes turned blue, he immediately saw 5 Black Dragon Killers in the vicinity. These Black Dragon Killers are not the ones who besieged Mujin before. Qin said with frown. He doesn't know that those Black Dragon Killers were killed by Yu Luanhui before. All of you come out, don't hide, I can see you. Qin said with sneer, you want to show off your invisibility tricks in front of me? 5 Black Dragon Killers immediately appeared, they are holding battle sabers emitting biting cold killing intent, they are all carved with dragon head carvings. The leader has 7 dragon head carvings, he is a 7 dragon head Black Dragon Killer. The other 4 Black Dragon Killers have 6 dragon head carvings. Are they still 7 dragon head killers? Qin's expression is filled with disdain, he glanced at the 7 dragon head sabers. You know a lot. Hand over your Divine King Heavenly Seal and Bloodline Heavenly Rune, that 7 dragon head killer said in cold voice. Qin laughed a few times and said, Ancient Yu clan sent you here for me? They really think highly of me. Boss sending our assassin team is like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. There is no need for us to deal with a guy like you. The 7 dragon head killer said with sneer, therefore. You should quickly cooperate with us. Otherwise, with our strength, we will capture you and make you wish you were dead. Qin immediately took out a blue mushroom. This blue mushroom has many runes on it. It is precisely the inscription Fungus Mother he obtained from Heaven's divine moon. Those few killers don't understand runes, but seeing this strange blue mushroom, it seems like it is formed from a large number of complicated blue runes. They immediately thought that it is a bloodline heavenly rune. This inscription Fungus Mother is a super strong sealing formation. It can immediately form a very strong seal after being thrown out. Qin has never used it before, mainly because he doesn't know how strong this inscription Fungus Mother seal is. As Qin spoke, the Black Dragon assassins immediately took action. They attacked Qin's vital points from several directions. The divine power released by the assassins caused the ground within a radius of several hundred feet around Qin to sink. The sky was filled with ice-cold evil killing intent. The 5 Black Dragon assassins attacked at the same time. Furthermore, they were very close to Qin and had surrounded him. From their point of view, even if it was someone with a higher cultivation than them, they would not be able to dodge at this time. They could only face it head-on. However, Qin just stood there. He did not dodge or block. The sabers of the Black Dragon assassins fiercely slashed down did not even land on Qin's body. Instead, their sabers were diverted away by an incomparably strange power. Qin used gravity just now. The gravity barrier protected him, causing the space around him to slightly distort. As a result, when the assassin's sabers slashed down, they were diverted away by the distorted space and were unable to land on Qin's body. It was also because Qin had stepped into the Divine Heaven Lord realm that he could use this move to deal with the Black Dragon assassins. Just as the 5 Black Dragon assassins were alarmed, the blue mushroom in Qin's hand suddenly flickered and exploded. It was as if a huge blue firework had bloomed in an instant. After the firework flashed, it was as if a huge net woven from blue runes had spread out, enveloping everything around Qin. The Black Dragon assassins were also enveloped within and began to frantically struggle. No matter how strong their divine power was, the divine power they released would always be absorbed by the net. Qin was also enveloped, but he left in a flash. He looked at the Black Dragon assassins from the side. He was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he wanted to take this opportunity to see how strong the inscription Fungus Queen was. After the Black Dragon assassins were trapped, the divine power on their bodies surged violently. They knew that they were trapped and it would be difficult for them to escape. However, they still crazily attacked the runes. The sealing formation released by the inscription Fungus Queen was truly powerful. It was able to suppress these powerful Black Dragon assassins in an instant. These assassins are quite strong. If this continues, they might be able to break free. Qin could also see that the sealing formation released by the inscription Fungus Queen had a certain limit. Holding the floating cloud staff, he flew over and landed on top of a Black Dragon killer. He sneered, "Black Dragon killers, who sent you to deal with me? Don't even think about knowing." The one who spoke was a 6 dragon head killer. Qin did not ask any further questions. He gripped the floating cloud staff tightly with both hands and injected his divine power into it. The entire floating cloud staff was immediately enveloped by blue imperial heaven divine power. Boom, he struck the assassin's head with his rod. After a loud explosion, the assassin's powerful body was reduced to ashes in a flash of blue light. Qin caught a blob of soul and immediately released the soul creation heavenly cauldron to cover it. Then, he sealed it in a space inside the soul creation heavenly cauldron. "My goodness, so your soul is immortal, no wonder you are so stubborn." Qin chuckled and said, "Do you really think I have no way to deal with you?" The other Black Dragon assassins were all shocked by Qin's ferocious strike. They are very clear about how strong the assassin was, but they never thought that someone would be able to destroy their body with a single strike. Qin took out a small bottle and said with a smile, "This bottle contains something called Soul Lost Dew? Have you heard of it?" Those Black Dragon assassins clearly have never heard of it. Qin said with a beaming smile, "You have never heard of Soul Lost Dew? Then I will let you see what kind of effect this Soul Lost Dew has." Qin released formidable nether moon mental power and gathered it in his palm. Then, he extended it into the soul creation heavenly cauldron and grabbed the soul of the Black Dragon assassin. The soul is black, it is like a ball of mist, it struggled in Qin Yan's hand. The nether moon mental power in Qin Yan's palm has a very strong suction force, it can firmly grab the powerful soul in his palm. Then he poured out a drop of soul lost dew from the small bottle and dripped it on the struggling soul. When the soul lost dew touched the soul, it immediately flashed with white light. The black dragon assassin's soul immediately turned white. After Qin Yan loosened his hand, the soul slowly floated in the air, it looks like an empty soul without any consciousness. Qin Yan can use Gemini Heavenly Rune and Nether Sun's duplication ability to duplicate soul lost dew. Although the quantity is very low, it is enough to deal with some rather stubborn souls. There aren't many opportunities to see me use the soul lost ambrosia. You should have seen it just now, right? After your companion's soul was dripped with the soul lost ambrosia, he immediately lost consciousness. Everything in his soul was erased. Qin Yan waved his hand, it is as if he is swatting a ball of mist as he swatted the white soul. This caused those black dragon assassins to shiver from head to toe. Boom, Qin Yan attacked very suddenly, he ruthlessly smashed down on a black dragon assassin with his rod. After his body exploded, he grabbed the soul and then used soul lost dew to erase his memory. There are 3 black dragon assassins left, they are all shivering in fear. They have never felt this kind of fear before. Qin Yan once again smashed the body of the 3rd black dragon assassin. After grabbing the soul, he quickly used soul lost dew. The remaining 2 black dragon assassins are now filled with fear, especially after seeing their companion's body explode one by one and their memory erased. Now it will be their turn very soon. At this moment, they finally know why this Qin Yan could cause so many troubles in the gods desolate, provoke so many enemies and still live well. It is because he is simply a devil. Boom, Qin Yan killed 4 black dragon assassins and erased the memories of their souls. Now there is only 1 black dragon assassin left, moreover he is a 7 dragon head assassin, he is the leader of this assassin squad. Alright, tell me, who sent you to kill me? Qin Yan controlled the 4 white souls and made them float around the 7 dragon head assassin's head. It was you Luanhui who sent us. Don't kill me, I will tell you everything, this black dragon assassin has been thoroughly intimidated. You Luanhui? Qin Yan took out the devil mirror and showed the 3 Yu ancient clan elders in front of the black dragon assassin. Which one? Qin Yan asked. The one in the middle, the black dragon assassin said. Qin Yan looked at the devil mirror, he has some impression of this old man, his beard is a bit long, he is of medium height, he looks very benevolent. Qin Yan did not expect that they would send black dragon assassins to kill him. What is Yu Luanhui's position in Yu ancient clan, are you his subordinates? Qin Yan asked, his position in Yu ancient clan is not low, he is also very strong. He has a black dragon command in his hand, he can mobilize 10 black dragon assassins. He had previously called 4 black dragon assassins to kill you, but they failed in their mission and even got into trouble. This 7 dragon head assassin told Qin Yan about the fate of the 4 black dragon assassins. Before, more than 10 mysterious experts suddenly appeared, how much does your Yu ancient clan know about this? Qin Yan asked. I only know that these mysterious experts are from the same era as our Yu ancient clan. Divine King, don't kill me, you are the Divine King, you must keep your word, this 7 dragon head assassin is truly afraid. Although those black dragon assassins were killed by Yu Luanhui, their souls are still there. And if they fall into Qin Yan's hands, they will be killed. I won't kill you. Qin Yan laughed, then released a super gravity that locked the 7 dragon head assassin in place. You. The black dragon assassin wanted to struggle but his body is being suppressed by the inscription Fungus Mother's sealing formation and also the super gravity, he is unable to move. Qin Yan dripped the soul lost dew into the head of the black dragon assassin and erased the memories of his soul. In just a short period of time, the 7 dragon head assassin became a walking corpse. Through the heavenly puppet inscription spirit, Qin Yan quickly drew a set of heavenly puppet runes and inserted them into the body of the 7 dragon head assassin. The 7 dragon head assassin also became Qin Yan's puppet, he can easily control them. This guy's strength is pretty good, if I release him in a critical moment, the result will be very good. Qin Yan stored the puppet and the inscription Fungus Mother and flew towards Yu Shangyun. After the inscription Fungus Mother is stored away, it will turn into a large blue mushroom. This is something that Momo and Little Queen Ant like very much, they often sit on it and play. Xianxia looked at the 9-Sun Divine Soul. He saw that Momo and others are playing with the inscription Fungus Mother and said with smile, "This inscription Fungus Mother is very awesome. If not for it, it would be very difficult for me to deal with those black dragon assassins." Xiaoyun, do you think this inscription Fungus Mother is a kind of bloodline heavenly rune? Or maybe it is embryonic form of bloodline heavenly rune, otherwise it would not be so strong. Ling Yuner said. It might be. Let's wait and see. With Momo here, she can help this inscription Fungus Mother evolve. Xianxia is suddenly very much looking forward to how far this inscription Fungus Mother can grow in the future. Xianxia is holding the soul-chasing talisman. He wants to find Yu Shangyun and see what they are doing, then he will ask about the situation here. Ancient Yu clan is mysterious and formidable. Xianxia did not expect that there would be a colossus that existed at the same time as Ancient Yu clan. Those dozens of mysterious experts, maybe they were lured here by Ancient Yu clan. Ancient Yu clan saw that there are monkey dragon race and tree dragon race here, they can't beat them, so they called other strong races to come and create chaos here. Then they can take the opportunity to find the thing they want in Heaven's Mandate Holy Land. Xianxia cursed in low voice, if it is really like this, then these old guys from Ancient Yu clan are truly evil. I must find Imperial Demon Yao and ask clearly. The tree dragon race and the monkey dragon race are already powerful enough, but these two races are only the left and right arms of the strongest dragon race. If the strongest dragon race were to come into being, it would definitely shake heaven and earth. More and more things have happened in Heavenly Divine Desolate recently. Xianxia flew in the sky and looked at the large craters below. Those are the places where the crystal-level giant trees used to be. After those crystal-level giant trees evolved into tree dragons, they all entered the Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake. Then, he looked at the 50,000th Universe God Sun and felt that there was something wrong with this 5th Universe God Sunday. Let's find Sister Shangyun and the others first. Ling Yuner said, the Heavenly Fate Holy Land was fine before, but I didn't expect it to become like this. What a pity. The big trees here are all tree dragons. After they finished evolving, they naturally had to leave. It was originally going to be like this. Xianxia said. The entire Heavenly Fate Holy Land is now filled with huge holes left behind by the tree dragons after they evolved and left. Ling Yuner said, what are the tree dragons doing in the Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake? Don't tell me they want to go in and drink the lake water and then continue to lay eggs. When Xianxia thought of this, he could not help but shiver. There were many tree dragons to begin with. If there was another wave, it would be too scary. He shook his head and no longer thought about it. He only knew that in the future, the dragon race will occupy a large part of the Heavenly Divine Desolate. The dragon race will also be one of the strongest races in the Heavenly Divine Desolate. Xianxia only felt that it was getting harder and harder for humans to survive. It all depended on whether or not the Myriad Realms Divine Court had enough power to maintain order. Otherwise, the weak humans would become the target of other races bullying and humiliating. Xianxia pinched the soul-chasing talisman, the light it emitted became stronger and stronger, indicating that Yu Shangyun is nearby. Could she be flying towards me? Xianxia is secretly alarmed. Sure enough, he saw a black dot appear in the distant sky. It is Yu Shangyun, who is completely wrapped in black armor. She came alone. Xianxia thought that Yu Shangyun would bring the women from the Divine Moon Clan with her. Under normal circumstances, Yu Shangyun would be together with the Divine Moon women. Xianxia, how are Yao Xue and the others? Yu Shangyun quickly met up with Xianxia. They are still sleeping, don't worry, their situation is gradually getting better. Xianxia frowned and asked, where did you go before? Are you by yourself? I'll have Luo take them away from the Destiny's sacred land. This place will become more and more dangerous. Yu Shangyun looked into the distance and said, Xianxia, you'd better leave as well. Xianxia said with a smile, how can that do? I still owe grandmother Tree Dragon an egg. I'm going to talk to her about this. Yu Shangyun pointed at the 5th Divine Sun and said, during the few days you were in seclusion, a 5th Divine Sun suddenly appeared. Does it have anything to do with you? Ah? How could this have anything to do with me? Xianxia was surprised. Although he said that, when he heard Yu Shangyun's question, he suddenly felt that it might be related to him. This was because every time he broke through a major realm in the past, it would always cause a huge phenomenon in the world. This time, when he stepped into the Divine Sky Lord realm, a myriad realms divine sun appeared. Thinking about it carefully, it was very likely that it had something to do with him. This myriad realms divine sun is very weak. I wonder what's wrong with it. I thought it was something you did in closed-door training. Yu Shangyun said. Are you here to look for me? Qinyan looked around and said, I was cultivating in seclusion inside the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. I didn't expect so many things to happen outside. Those Sun-in divine race bastards just left me there and didn't attack me. It's really strange. Of course they attacked your 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda, but after the 5th divine sun appeared, an energy barrier appeared outside the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. They couldn't do anything to your pagoda and couldn't shake it in the slightest. Yu Shangyun said, don't you know? Qinyan really didn't know. When he came out, he carefully inspected the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. There was not a single trace of it. How could this be? I didn't even sense it. Qinyan said with a smile, it seems like the more myriad realms divine sun there are, the more benefits it will bring me. Yu Shangyun said, I'm going to find Long Shu, that grandmother tree dragon. I made an appointment with her, I'll go find her again. Previously, she went to send Luo Yaofeng and the others out. Many strong races have appeared here. Even though Mu Jin, Li Shuang and the others are very strong, if they continue to stay here, it will become more and more dangerous. Oh, that's right, where is Yao Yao? Qinyan asked, his expression also became grave. She went to find her elders. Many people from her Yu ancient clan also came. Her father also came. Yu Shangyun saw Qinyan's expression and realized that Qinyan has an important matter to discuss with Yu Yao Yao. That Yu Luanhui is an elder of the Yu ancient clan. It's this guy who sent Black Dragon assassins to find me. This damned bastard. Qinyan cursed in low voice, I must kill him. What? The Black Dragon assassins came here to kill you? Yu Shangyun's voice also became somewhat cold. After all, someone is threatening Qinyan. She knew that those Black Dragon assassins are very strong. If not for Yu Luanhui holding their lifeline, even Yu Luanhui might not be able to suppress them. Qinyan nodded and said, I came out of the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and was just about to go find you when I was surrounded and attacked by 5 Black Dragon assassins. Then are you all right? Yu Shangyun immediately grabbed Qinyan's hand, she wants to check his situation. From what she can see, Qinyan cannot defeat 5 Black Dragon assassins. I'm fine, I killed them. Qinyan said with smile. Seeing Yu Shangyun care about him so much, his heart feels warm. You broke through? Yu Shangyun said in amazement. She tightly grabbed Qinyan's hand, she can sense a weak divine heavenly power within his body. Qinyan said with smile, I broke through, it was not easy to break through. Next, I will have to cultivate those divine Tao heavenly cores. I have 10 divine Tao heavenly cores to cultivate, it will be a long road. Let's go, we will go find Long Shu. Yu Shangyun pulled Qinyan and immediately flew towards the Heaven Fate Dragon Lake. She said, Tree Dragon Race and Monkey Dragon Race are now at the Heaven Fate Dragon Lake. Oh, that's right, Long Tianyan and Wang Haoyue are at different places, what are they looking for? Qinyan followed Yu Shangyun and flew towards the Heaven Fate Dragon Lake. Many dragons from the 9-sun dragon race have arrived. Long Tianyan and Long Jilan are with their race's elders. Wang Haoyue also brought Yunyue to join the 9-sun dragon race. And Divine Judge and the others will eventually go to the Heaven Fate Dragon Lake. Yu Shangyun said. Qinyan looked at Ancestor God Sun and asked again, so you are saying that 9-sun Heavenly Lion race and 9-sun Tiger race have arrived? They did not come, but Violent Sun Tiger Emperor and Zao came with Divine Judge. Yu Shangyun said, Devil Dragon race and 9-sun Dragon race are together. Although this is the first time they met, their relationship is very harmonious. I truly didn't expect that the Devil Dragon race would not be as rumored. Qinyan's brows are tightly creased, his eyes are filled with worry. What are you worried about? Yu Shangyun sensed his worry and asked. What are you worried about? Yu Shangyun sensed his worry and asked. I'm afraid that 9 Sun Dragon race and Devil Dragon race will join hands and fight against the Heaven Fate Dragon Lake. Do you think that's possible? Qin said. Impossible. The Demon Dragon Heavenly Clan helped the Monkey King and Long Shu. Yu Xiangyun sighed with emotion and said, I can foresee that not long from now, the dragon race will be unified. Maybe even the variant dragon race will be unified. After the dragon race is unified, they will become the first super powerful race in the Divine Desolate. Qin tightly held Yu Xiangyun's hand and said in low voice, if this is truly the case, then Ancient Yu Clan and many other powerful races will form an alliance to fight against the dragon race. This is inevitable. When the time comes, our Divine Moon Clan will stand on the dragon race's side. Yu Xiangyun said, Qin, 9 Sun Divine Palace will join the dragon race, right? 9 Sun Divine Palace has a dragon palace, this will also strengthen their relationship. Qin nodded and said, White Commander will arrange everything, I don't need to worry. From high up in the sky, they can already see a translucent divine power energy wave floating in the distance. It is coming from the Heaven Fate Dragon Lake. When Qin arrived at the Heaven Fate Dragon Lake, he did not sense this kind of energy wave. Back then, he released his Heavenly Eye clone, it is impossible for him not to sense it. This means that the Heaven Fate Dragon Lake has undergone a great transformation during this period of time. Qin, what's going on with Long Shu's egg? You must return it to her, it seems very important to her. Yu Xiangyun said. I'm afraid I can't return it, but I will use other things to make up for it. That egg is a bloodline heavenly rune, I have already refined it into a divine Tao heavenly pill. Qin sighed. I and Long Shu have not known each other for long, but our relationship can be considered good. I will do my best to help you convince her, this is the only way. Yu Xiangyun is extremely shocked after learning that the egg is a bloodline heavenly rune and has been refined into a divine Tao heavenly pill by Qin. Qin only wants to quickly find Long Sulin, the dragon tree fairy. With her here, it might be even easier to deal with. Yao Yao is also at the Heaven Fate Dragon Lake. Could it be that Ancient Yu Clan is also there? Yu Xiangyun said in low voice. Those dozen or so mysterious experts, which clan are they from? Are they beasts? Qin asked. They are not beasts, but they say they are not human race. I learned from Yao Yao that they are the same as Ancient Yu Clan, they have existed since the same time period and are mainly active in other god realms. Yu Xiangyun said. Qin wants to find Yu Luanhui. Yu Luanhui has sent out 2 groups of black dragon assassins, it means he does not want to let him off. Since that is the case, Qin must get rid of Yu Luanhui, otherwise he will be harassed endlessly in the future. You want to kill Yu Luanhui? Yu Xiangyun can guess what Qin is thinking. Now that so many people know that I have many bloodline heavenly runes, plus I have the Divine King heavenly seal, they will surely want to rob me. Qin said in cold voice, I must get rid of Yu Luanhui. Not only for revenge, I also want to tell Ancient Yu Clan and other powerful races that I, Qin, am a divine king. After all, Yu Luanhui is from Ancient Yu Clan, moreover, he is a senior. Now there are many Ancient Yu Clan people in Heaven's Mandate Sacred Land, it won't be easy for Qin to kill Yu Luanhui. When you attack, you better inform me first. Yu Xiangyun said, she is also worried that Qin won't be able to defeat Yu Luanhui. Don't worry, I will find the best opportunity to strike. Qin doesn't want Yu Xiangyun to get involved. If she is exposed, then Ancient Yu Clan will target Divine Moon Clan. Another thing is that when he attacks Yu Luanhui, he will have to judge whether it is suitable or not. If there are many Ancient Yu Clan people nearby, it will be a strenuous and unrewarding task. Qin released Heavenly Eye clone and quickly flew towards the sky. He can see the White Heaven's Mandate Dragon Lake. The Heaven's Mandate Dragon Lake is very calm, the lake water is still pure white. But Qin found out that the Heaven's Mandate Dragon Lake is very different from before. A transparent mist is rising from the tranquil white lake water. The mist rose to the sky and formed a transparent energy wave. Also it is the divine power wave that Qin and Yu Xiangyun saw not long ago. They don't know what the divine power wave is used for, they also can't sense any powerful aura, they only feel that it is very strange. The mist rising from the Heaven's Mandate Dragon Lake can penetrate through the barrier and go very high up in the sky. At this moment, there were circles of transparent ripples in the sky. One had to look very carefully to see the strange waves of divine power. What is that? Qin released his mental power and tried very hard to probe, but he can't sense anything. I suspect that it is a wave that is gathering the dragon race. It is spreading to the entire god desolate, even to the other god realms and the vast starry sky. Yu Xiangyun guessed. Huh? If that is the case, doesn't it mean that a large number of dragon race will rush to this place? Qin took a deep breath. Munyue Xiangyun said to Qin, use that space shuttle movement technique and quickly fly to the center of the heavens mandate Dragon Lake. We need to quickly meet Long Shu and Monkey King and ask them about the situation. If all the dragon race is about to gather here, we need to be prepared. There are many dragon race, all kinds of dragons and dragon beasts. Once they gather here, conflict is unavoidable. Qin and Yu Xiangyun did not want to be involved. Qin immediately used the transcending void step and charged towards the center of the heavenly fate dragon lake with Yu Xiangyun. Out in the middle of the heaven's fate dragon lake, there was an island formed by a huge black turtle shell. And under the destiny dragon lake, there were still many tree dragons. The group of tree dragons hiding at the bottom of the lake was very likely absorbing the lake water to increase their strength. Many of the monkey dragons of the monkey dragon race were currently playing in the lake. They did not seem to be nervous at all. To be able to play at such a time was truly the nature of monkeys. There were no monkey dragons or tree dragons on the huge black turtle shell, but there were monkey dragons playing in the lake near the turtle shell island. Qin and Yu Xiangyun landed on the tortoise shell. Several monkey dragons jumped out of the water. They recognized Qin and Yu Xiangyun. Big brother Yun, you're not dead? We all thought you were dead. The monkey dragon laughed. We've heard about you. You're really awesome, you're actually the little divine king. Who said I'm dead? Qin asked with a smile. An old man from the Yu ancient clan said it. He said you're done for very soon, the monkey dragon said. That old man is called reincarnation or something, he's a very dreadful old guy. Qin and Yu Xiangyun looked at each other. They did not expect that Yu Luanhui would go around saying that he is dead. He must be very confident in those black dragon assassins, that's why he dared to go around saying this. Where is he? Yu Xiangyun asked. He passed by here not long ago, our king came out to talk with him and then he left, the monkey dragon said. At this time a majestic monkey dragon suddenly appeared from the hole in the middle of the turtle shell. It is precisely the monkey king. Qin, we all thought you were dead. After the monkey dragon saw Qin, it said in shock and then looked at Yu Xiangyun. Did Yu Luanhui tell you? Did this guy tell you how I died? Qin walked over with a smile. The monkey king nodded and said, he came here before and told me to tell Granny Tree Dragon that you were killed and her egg is gone. He also said that you were killed by the law enforcers. That damned old guy. I came out of the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda, I did not meet anyone from the law enforcers. Why did he lie to us? The Monkey King chose to believe Qin because his monkey dragon race was once attacked by the black dragon assassins. Yu Xiangyun said, he wants to take the egg for himself and he doesn't want you to suspect that he killed Qin. Another person flew out from the hole in the turtle shell. It is Long Shu, she is wearing tree bark clothes and holding a wooden staff. After she came out, she quickly tied up her brown hair and let it hang in front of her chest. Her bright and moving eyes stared at Qin and sized him up. Although her beautiful face has a gentle smile, Qin can feel that she is accumulating divine power. Long Shu is still very vigilant because in the past 2 or 3 days, she has heard many things about Qin. She can't tell what kind of person Qin is from what she heard, so she is very vigilant against him. Hello Granny Tree Dragon. I am Qin. Qin politely greeted. Just call me Long Shu. You are someone even older than me. Calling me Granny Tree Dragon, isn't that making me very old? Long Shu laughed heartily, revealing her beautiful white teeth. Her smile is very beautiful. That, your egg, I won't return it to you. Qin is somewhat embarrassed and also quite guilty. He sighed and said, that egg was refined by me, I'm sorry. The Monkey King is startled, then he opened his eyes wide and looked at Long Shu. He suddenly became very nervous, afraid that a fight might break out. Is that so? Then forget it. But I lost an egg, you have to compensate me. Longshu said very casually. Granny, that is your egg. The Monkey King said in shock, it should be very important to you, right? Even the Monkey King doesn't know the situation of the egg. He only knows that it is very important to Longshu. Qingyun had heard from Long Sulan that it was a dead egg. At this moment, he could see a sly smile in Longshu's eyes. He felt that he might be ruthlessly slaughtered by this granny tree dragon. Of course it's very important, but, this is the little divine king, I think he has no intention of taking away my egg. Seeing that he looks pretty good, I'll give him a chance, as long as he compensates me for my losses. Longshu squinted her eyes and chuckled. Qingyun said with a smile, thank you for your understanding. As long as I, Qingyun, can afford it, I will definitely compensate you. She walked to Qingyun's side, then looked at Yu Shangyun and said with a chuckle, Sister Shangyun, you don't mind if I touch him, right? What do I mind? If you want to touch him, just ask him. Yu Shangyun was startled and replied. I'm afraid you'll be jealous. Longshu giggled a few times, then grabbed Qingyun's hand and stroked his palm back and forth. What can I be jealous about? He and I are just friends. Yu Shangyun never expected that this granny tree dragon would be able to see through so many things. Dragonshu smiled without saying a word. She became even more daring, she even reached her hand under Qingyun's clothes and pressed it on his heart. It has been many years since Qingyun has been taken advantage of like this. Furthermore, it was in front of so many people. The Monkey King is also watching from the side with a face full of astonishment. Give me a vat of blood and then give me 10 boxes of top-quality elegant smoke. This way, we will be even. Longshu spoke and also took out a large jade white vat. This vat is half the height of a person, it is also quite big. No problem. Qingyun straightforwardly agreed, he also heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It's just a vat of blood, it's nothing to him. Those 10 boxes of elegant smoke are even simpler. He first took out 10 boxes of elegant smoke and handed them to Longshu. Longshu immediately took out 2 and gave one to Monkey King. Then she lit one for herself and started smoking. The way she smokes is quite enchanting, at the same time it doesn't lose her wild and domineering nature. Qingyun stretched out his hands and forced out a large amount of blood from his wrist. Huala la, his blood suddenly sprayed out and attacked the large vat. His blood is red and blue, moreover it is very dense, flickering with blue light. When it fell into the large vat, it began to boil and a very strong blood energy surged out. Longshu waved her hand and released many root hairs. Those root hairs transformed into runes and wrapped around the large jade white vat, preventing the blood energy from soaring to the sky. You are an inscription master? Qingyun said in amazement. Indeed, I was born one. We will have a chance to discuss this in the future. Longshu said with smile, your blood is truly formidable, I truly could not see through it earlier. Longshu, what do you want his blood for? Yu Shangyun asked curiously. His blood is very special. I want to cultivate it. Longshu earnestly said, when he drank the lake water, not only did he not give birth to a small monster, instead his body became stronger. A human who can accomplish this kind of thing is truly worthy of being called a young divine king. Monkey King nodded and said, even if it is me, after drinking the lake water, an egg will condense in my abdomen. I am also unable to transform the egg's energy to temper my body. Then how did you get your egg out? Did you poop it out? Qingyun, who is currently letting out blood, has a bewildered expression. Then he looked at Longshu and asked. We have a special medicinal liquid. After smearing it on your hand, it will allow your hand to pass through your abdomen and take out the egg. The egg is so big, how can you poop it out? Monkey King said with smile. Dragon Longshu pinched Qingyun's arm and asked, how did you transform the embryo condensation energy into your body? Moreover, you are still suffering from pain. We don't feel any pain after drinking the lake water, but we are still unable to do it. This is very complicated. Maybe only I can do it. Qingyun earnestly replied, because it is related to my cultivation method. Qingyun was taken aback by the question. He had never thought of this question. I never tried it, I don't know. Qin shook his head. Longshu saw that the large vat is almost full and promptly said, "It's done." She took out the lid and covered the mouth of the vat. Then, she put the vat away and said with a smile, "You've let out so much blood. Are you all right?" "I'm fine, my blood production speed is very fast." Qin is truly fine, at most he only lost 20 to 30% of his blood essence. Longshu, is the Heaven's Fate Dragon Lake releasing an energy wave towards the sky? Yu Shengyun looked at the sky and said, "We discovered it on the way here, the commotion is not small, do you know what's going on? The Heaven's Fate Dragon Lake is summoning all the dragon race. As long as they have dragon bloodline, they can enter the Heaven's Fate Dragon Lake after entering the Heaven's Fate Holy Land." Longshu said. Soaking in the Heaven's Fate Dragon Lake can make the dragon blood even stronger. When all the dragon race come here, even if they don't want to follow the Heavenly Dragon Emperor, they can still enter the Heaven's Fate Dragon Lake. Monkey King said. Heavenly Dragon Emperor? Is it the clan emperor of the strongest dragon race? Qin said in alarm, when will the strongest dragon race appear? Monkey King and Longshu looked at each other and shook their heads. We also don't know. In short, they will surely come out from the Heaven's Fate Dragon Lake. We also hope that the strongest dragon race will come out soon, otherwise we will be under great pressure. Longshu said with sigh. Monkey King said, according to our speculation, the Heavenly Dragon Race will come out when all the dragon race come. Is Ancient Yu clan trying to stop your dragon race's unification? If that is the case, there will be a great war. Yu Shengyun asked. Monkey King and Longshu's expression gradually became grave, this is also something they are very worried about. Qin took out the destroyed dragon peach divine tree and said with sigh, such a good tree was destroyed just like that, it should be able to grow back, right? Otherwise it would be too much of a pity. Who did this? You are just going to endure it? This tree is very big and very heavy. After Qin released the dragon peach divine tree, the entire tortoiseshell island sank a lot. It was obvious how heavy it was. Because it was so big and heavy, the Monkey King and Longshu could only leave it there. Even if the tree was cut into two, they couldn't move a single part. However, Qin was actually able to easily store it into a spatial treasure and release it very easily. This gave Longshu and the Monkey King a fright. The life force of the tree is very strong, it can definitely be reborn. Longshu immediately went over and caressed the dragon peach tree. Qin, thank you so much. We wanted to move here a long time ago, but it took a lot of effort. The Monkey King is truly grateful to Qin. He said, the guy who cut down the divine tree comes from a very mysterious and powerful race. I will definitely find him and take revenge. Yes. Qin waved his hand and said, no need to thank me. I thought I would be able to eat the dragon peach after coming out of seclusion. I never expected so many things to happen. I'll leave some for you. As the Monkey King spoke, he took out more than 20 large dragon peaches. These dragon peaches are completely red, moreover, there are many dragon runes on their surface, they look very mystical. Qin expressed his thanks and took them. He only left a few for himself, the rest were given to Yang and Momo. He quickly finished eating one, the taste is very good, very fragrant and sweet. This made him sigh again because the dragon peach divine tree is gone. Oh right, can this peach core grow a dragon peach divine tree? Qin asked. It can, but it is very difficult, it requires meticulous care. To germinate, it will take tens of thousands of years. The Monkey King said, this peach core is very hard, we haven't been able to break it even now, we don't know what's inside. Qin opened his heavenly eye to take a look and discovered in astonishment that there are rice grain-sized light specks inside the peach core. Although they are very small, he guessed that they are formed from energy. And now Longshu has also finished piecing the dragon peach divine tree together and erected it. Under her control, the roots of the dragon peach divine tree flickered with white light and penetrated the thick tortoise shell and took root on the tortoise shell island. Alright, in a few more days, it should be able to recover. Longshu said with smile, little monkey, I already said that it would be best if the dragon peach divine tree was with me, you just wouldn't listen. Qin Yun is currently studying the peach core in his hand and told Yang Yang and others not to throw it away. At this time, Yu Shangyun also returned the little jade rabbit to Qin Yun. This is Momo's little friend. Back then, Qin Yun gave her to Yu Shangyun so that she could cure the poison. After the little jade rabbit returned, she happily ate the dragon peach with Momo and others. Young Divine King, can you break open the peach core's outer shell? We also want to know what's inside. Long Shu saw Qin Yun earnestly studying the peach core and asked softly. There is energy stored inside. That energy has been compressed to the size of a rice grain. It's really strange. Why is there such a dangerous thing inside the peach core? Qin Yun vigorously pinched the peach core. The outer shell is indeed very hard. Really? That dragon peach divine tree is formed from a part of the bloodline heavenly rune. If it's really like this, then it's not strange at all. Long Shu said. Oh, that's right. What's with that egg of yours? From what I can see, it is a complete bloodline heavenly rune. Qin Yun said. That's why it's very important to me. But since you obtained it, it can be considered your good fortune. Me and the little monkey were born because of bloodline heavenly rune. We are very clear that having bloodline heavenly rune is not something that can be forced. Long Shu said with smile. Then why do you want a vat of my blood? Qin Yun curled his lips and said. The egg in my stomach is formed from my blood. It's very fair to exchange it for a vat of your blood. Long Shu said with charming smile. Qin Yun thought about how to open the peach core. He released the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and said, I want to go into seclusion and open the peach core. This is the first time the dragon peach divine tree bore fruit, but not long after it bore fruit, it was uprooted and cut down. Luckily it has recovered now. The Monkey King also gave Qin Yun many peach cores. They were all collected by the monkey dragons after they finished eating them. Not long after Qin Yun entered the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda, dragon roars can be heard from all around. At this time, the divine judge, Xia Wufeng, heavenly ghost ancestor and others landed on the tortoise-shell island. They are here. The Monkey King's expression is grave as he said in deep voice, all the dragon race are outside the barrier. Long Shu nodded and said, Little monkey, we will remove the barrier of heaven's mandate holy land. Let them enter heaven's mandate holy land. Yu Shangyun said, after removing the barrier, the devil mirror can be used. This will also make it convenient for us to make arrangements. Moreover, we will let the people of all heaven's divine desolate know about the situation here, the divine judge said. Long Shu and the Monkey King's body suddenly overflowed with many rays of light, then converged into many runes. Those runes transformed into dragons, rushed towards all direction and then disappeared without a trace. The barrier of heaven's mandate holy land is actually connected to them. Now that the barrier has been removed, it means that anyone can enter. Not long after the barrier was removed, dreadful dragon power rushed over from all direction, the earth shook and the sky resounded with dragon roars. A burst of gale accompanied by dragon roars swept over. Many dragon race people have already entered the heavens mandate holy land and rushed towards the heavens mandate dragon lake. The divine judge, Xia Wufeng and others also posted the news on the devil mirror, informing the all heavens divine desolate that the dragon race is about to be unified. Devil dragon heavenly clans devil dragons have transformed into incomparably huge black and red dragons. They are patrolling the sky above the heavens mandate holy land like guardians. 9 Sun Dragon Clan and Sun Dragon Clan's powerful dragons have also transformed into huge dragons. Just like the Devil Dragon Heavenly Clan, they are guarding the heavens mandate holy land. It looks like they are welcoming the dragon race into their holy land. All heaven's divine desolate's great era is about to give birth to a super strong race. Xia Wufeng looked at the gale and sand surging over from the distance. It is a group of huge elephants covered in dragon scales. Aren't there tree dragons below the heavens mandate dragon lake? Yu Shangyun asked. The heavens mandate dragon lake is very deep, it is like a world, it is enough to contain the dragon race. Long Shu is very excited and also somewhat nervous. Qin Yun can sense the commotion outside from inside the 9 Sun heaven raising pagoda. He only occasionally looks outside or looks at the devil mirror. He believes that the dragon peach's core is the most valuable part of the dragon peach, otherwise it would not be so hard. There are many runes on the surface of the dragon peach, they must be formed by bloodline heavenly rune. Qin Yan took out the myriad heaven divine saber and fused the bloodline heavenly rune box with it. He firmly held the myriad heaven divine saber and unleashed imperial heaven divine power. The saber suddenly blossomed with blue light. A saber with bloodline heavenly rune should be able to cut it open. The reason why it is hard is because the bloodline heavenly rune is on the surface of the peach. Qin Yan is now using the myriad heaven divine saber as a tool to carve runes. He poured an imperial heaven divine power and condensed blood spirit power to cut open the bloodline heavenly rune on the peach's surface. After the saber touched the peach's core, it very easily cut open. Success! Qin Yan very happily shouted. After cutting open the peach's core, there is a red thing inside. It is the size of a rice grain. Qin Yan placed it on his palm and carefully observed it. He said in amazement, "The energy inside is truly dreadful. This thing must have great destructive power. How do I detonate it?" Ling Yin'er asked. "It should also require bloodline heavenly rune to make this thing react." Qin Yan very carefully cut open the peach's core because he is worried that he might accidentally cut open the energy. "Should I try it here?" Qin Yan very much wants to give it a try, but he is worried that the power will be too great and damage the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. He feels that if he uses the myriad heaven divine saber to cut open the energy, it will explode. But this is very risky, he will surely be hit by the explosion. Fuse the bloodline heavenly rune box with the divine king spear and then shoot it out. Ling Yin'er said with smile, "This should work, right?" Using bloodline heavenly rune to form a flame is very difficult for Qin Yan because he doesn't know much about the bloodline heavenly rune box, or perhaps he doesn't know much about it. All he could do now was fuse a bloodline heavenly pattern box with the myriad divine blade. That's right. Since the bloodline heavenly pattern box has fused with the divine saber, doesn't that mean the flames I release are bloodline heavenly pattern flames? Qin Yan looked at the myriad heaven divine saber in his hand. Then, he hurriedly used his imperial heaven divine power to condense into flames and injected them into the myriad heaven divine saber. Although the flames surged out of the blade, they weren't formed by the bloodline heavenly pattern box. He had already transformed his imperial divine power into flames a long time ago. After injecting it into the divine blade, this naturally didn't count. You need to use your divine power to stimulate the bloodline heavenly pattern box to release its flames. Only then will it be considered a bloodline heavenly pattern fire. Ling Yin'er said, "Xiao Yun, although you are unable to open the box now, you can try injecting a large amount of divine power into it." "Then how do I make the box release flames?" "Only those with fire-attributed bloodline heavenly patterns can release flames." Qin Yan has a pile of bloodline heavenly pattern boxes, but he doesn't know what attribute the bloodline heavenly pattern inside is. The boxes of the White Sun Elf clan and the Purple Sun Elf clan are related to the two divine suns. "Do you think the bloodline heavenly runes inside these two boxes can stimulate the White Sun divine fire and the Purple Sun divine fire?" asked Ling Yin'er. "I just happen to have Xinyu Ziyang and Bai Xinyang. I can pour the divine power within the divine universe violet sun into the box and release it." Qin Yan suddenly became excited. He immediately took out a purplish-red box. There are many vein-like runes on the surface of the box. It flickered with radiance. One of the pearls of the 9-sun divine spirit on his wrist began to emit purple light. Divine Universe Purple Sun's divine power is frantically rushing out and pouring into Qin Yan's wrist before being sent out through his palm. The purple bloodline heavenly pattern box was in Qin Yan's hand. It was greedily absorbing the divine cosmos Purple Sun's divine power. Qin Yan transferred the bloodline heavenly pattern box for 2 hours, but the box only released a relatively strong purple light without any other reaction. What's going on? This box can eat too much. Qin Yan is very alarmed. One must know that the amount of divine universe Purple Sun power he released in 2 hours is extremely large. However, after the box absorbed all of it, there was not much of a reaction. This made Qin Yan feel incredulous. Could it be that the bloodline heavenly rune inside the box hasn't absorbed any energy in a long time? Let's continue and see. Qin Yan could only continue trying. This is the first time he seriously studied the bloodline heavenly pattern box. There were no results yet, but Qin Yan was still rather excited. If he could successfully create the bloodline heavenly rune flame, he could fuse with the peach pits and quickly refine them into the God King spear. His God King spear really needed to be upgraded, otherwise, he would not be able to shoot out stronger bullets. Especially now, there were more and more powerful beings in the gods desolate. Be it humans or beasts, they were all benefiting from the various resources that had descended upon this great era. Their cultivations were rising very quickly. After several hours, the bloodline heavenly pattern box finally reacted. A purplish-red mist leaked out of the box. The mist was actually cool and not a scorching flame. This left Qin Yun rather disappointed. Wait. Ling Yin'er hastily said, Xiao Yun, this might not necessarily not be a flame. After all, it is a flame released by bloodline heavenly pattern, maybe it is different from the flame we commonly see? This purple bloodline heavenly pattern box came from the purple sun fairy race. It can be said that it gave birth to the purple sun fairy race's bloodline heavenly pattern. This means that this box has some relation with the divine space purple sun, otherwise it wouldn't be able to absorb the divine power of the divine space purple Sunday Xiao Yun. I think that bloodline heavenly pattern is the most primitive rune, or the most primitive form of energy. Many runes nowadays might have originated from this kind of bloodline heavenly pattern. Ling Yin'er guessed. In other words, bloodline heavenly pattern doesn't have two obvious attribute. And attribute characteristics are formed after birth? Qin Yun looked at the purple bloodline heavenly pattern box in his hand and sank into deep thought. Ling Yin'er also came out. She touched the bloodline heavenly pattern box and said with smile, why don't you think about that egg? Monkey dragon race and tree dragon race were born because of that bloodline heavenly pattern box. Qin Yun said in amazement, don't tell me that bloodline heavenly pattern is dragon bloodline? That is why the heavenly fate dragon lake appeared? I suspect that the bloodline heavenly pattern came into contact with trees and monkeys, that is why monkey dragon race and tree dragon race were born. The strongest dragon race is most likely born from the ancestral dragon bloodline inside the box. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yun said with frown, bloodline heavenly pattern is the most primitive form of bloodline and heavenly pattern? Then what does this box in my hand represent? No matter what it represents, it can give birth to many things. If dragon bloodline heavenly pattern comes into contact with flame, it can give birth to fire dragon. Ling Yin'er said. I understand. Qin Yun suddenly thought of something and said with some excitement, bloodline heavenly pattern must have blood. The energy mist released by the box can condense into blood, blood must have heavenly pattern inside it. He continued to pour in divine space purple sun's energy, causing the energy mist released by the box to become more and more. It is very difficult for the energy mist to condense together. Qin Yun used supergravity to wrap up the energy mist and tried to condense it into liquid form but failed. Qin Yun can only take out pill transformation heavenly cauldron, open the lid and let the energy mist enter. Pill transformation heavenly cauldron is used to condense pills. What will happen if we condense blood into pills? Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yun shook his head, it will be very difficult, it will require a great amount of bloodline energy mist, I don't know how long it will take. As Qin Yun continued to pour in divine space purple sun's divine power into the bloodline heavenly pattern box, the box also continuously released purple red energy mist. After the energy mist entered the pill transformation heavenly cauldron, Qin Yun operated the pill transformation heavenly cauldron and the purple red energy mist gradually condensed into a cyclone. A great amount of energy mist slowly condensed together and finally formed a rice grain-sized purple-red water droplet. Qin Yun very carefully took out the water droplet and said in amazement, pill transformation heavenly cauldron consumed a great amount of energy just now to condense this small water droplet. It seems like the bloodline energy mist is very difficult to condense. Now let this drop of blood fuse with the flame. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yun immediately released a flame from his palm and controlled the purple-red blood droplet to float into the flame. The moment the blood droplet entered the flame, the entire flame suddenly trembled and then turned purple-red. Ah! Qin Yun immediately let out a loud cry. Only blue bones remained in his entire palm. His flesh, blood, and veins actually vaporized in an instant. So hot. Ling Yin'er immediately started sweating profusely. She immediately released her divine power to resist the flame. Qin Yun promptly took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and stored the purple flame inside. Then he hastily drew out by Shenyang's divine power and poured it into his palm, allowing his flesh and blood to quickly grow. his heart is still filled with fear. It must be known that because he drank the heavenly Fate Dragon Lake's water, his body became extremely powerful. In addition, after stepping into the Divine Heaven Lord realm, his divine power increased even more. But even so, the flame still instantly vaporized the flesh and blood of his palm. Xiaoyun, are you alright? Ling Yun'er walked over. Even inside the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron, she can still feel the terror of the flame. Fortunately, it didn't burn the bones. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time for the bones to regenerate. Qin Yin himself has very strong regenerative power. Now that he has drawn in by Shenyang's regenerative power, his recovery speed is even faster. In just a moment, his palm regenerated. However, it is too tender, as if a layer of skin has been peeled off. I still don't understand what that purple bloodline heavenly rune is. Qin Yin looked inside the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. The flame floated in the middle of the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and did not touch the cauldron's inner wall. Otherwise, the entire cauldron would be even hotter. Could it be the most primitive divine universe purple energy? This is a very strong divine power. Ling Yun'er said. No matter, let's melt the peach pit first. Qin Yin placed the cut peach pit into the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. When the peach pit touched the flame, it immediately melted and did not turn into gas mist. It can be seen that it is still very strong. Xiaoyun, the dragon bloodline heavenly rune gave birth to the dragon peach divine tree and then gave birth to it. I suspect that it might be a very strong seed. Ling Yun'er said. Seed? Don't tell me that if I attack, a tree will appear? Qin Yin said with smile. If that is the case, it will be very good. Then quickly give it a try. Ling Yun'er is also very impatient to see. Qin Yin cut open more than 10 peach pits and collected more than 10 crystal seeds. After the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron melted more than 10 peach pits, the purple flame's energy was completely exhausted. Qin Yin refined the melted peach pits into the Divine King Spear's barrel and carved some runes on it, making the Divine King Spear even more harmonious. After finishing all this, Qin Yin is very tired. It has already been 2 to 3 days since he entered the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda. All kinds of dragon race have already arrived at Heaven's Mandate Holy Land. Most of them have entered the Heaven's Mandate Dragon Lake. And the strongest dragon race has yet to come into being. Heaven's Mandate Holy Land has become the hot topic of the Devil Mirror. Many people who are not afraid of death are rushing towards Heaven's Mandate Holy Land. They want to see the dragon race that is about to come into being. Qin Yin's Divine King Spear has also been remodeled. He transferred the Bloodline Heavenly Rune Box inside the Myriad Heaven Divine Saber into the Divine King Spear and fused it perfectly. After obtaining Bloodline Heavenly Rune for so long, I finally understand a little bit. This time's trip to Heaven's Mandate Holy Land has allowed Qin Yin to understand a lot about Bloodline Heavenly Rune. Qin Yin stored the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda, walked towards Yu Yaoyao and asked, "What's going on over there? Why is it red? Yu family is coming." Yu Yaoyao lightly sighed. Sending out Yu family generals means that our ancient Yu clan will participate in all kinds of competitions in Divine Desolate. Divine Judge said, "No matter what, your ancient Yu clan will have to follow the rules set by our Myriad Realms Divine Court." Yu Yaoyao spread her hands and said, "This is not something I can decide. Our ancient Yu clan is very powerful. Internally we are also divided into several factions. I don't know what they will do." "What is going on with Yu Luanhui?" "He was the one who sent Black Dragon assassins to kill me." Qin Yan's voice became a bit colder when he spoke about this matter. Yu Yaoyao did not reply. Her face is filled with helplessness because she knows that Qin Yin will not let go of this matter. And Yu Luanhui's strength is very strong. Qin Yin will definitely find Yu Luanhui. Their conflict is unavoidable. This old guy is very strong. He has mastered a very dreadful heavenly law divine ability called Reincarnation Heavenly Law. Once you are hit by this move, you will be reborn. Yu Yaoyao said, "Even if your soul is undying and imperishable, after reincarnation, all your memories will disappear. How can you avoid this move?" "How can we avoid this move?" Yu Shangyun hastily asked. "When he uses this move, a reincarnation gate will appear. Once you are locked by the gate, it will be very difficult to escape. And as long as you can avoid it, you won't be hit. That reincarnation gate is a heaven divine tool and reincarnation heavenly law is used in conjunction with it. It is used by heaven divine tool. You ancient Yu clan's elders have mastered such a powerful thing. This made Qin Yan understand even more about ancient Yu clan's experts. What is Yu Luanhui's strength ranking in your ancient Yu clan? Long Shu asked. She saw Yu Luanhui before and can see that he is a very dreadful old guy. Top 20. There are many people in our ancient Yu clan who are stronger than him, moreover, they all have mastered very strong heavenly law divine abilities. This is the first time Qin Yan heard of heavenly law divine abilities. He suspects that his imperial heaven divine technique is also a kind of heavenly law divine ability, it is just called by a different name. This made him think of the heavenly law inheritance that was released everywhere after the blue sky exploded. The heavenly law sold by Su Xin obtained was very strange. Even though Qin Yan had replicated it in the past, he could not understand it. He felt that Bai Su Xin might have a deeper understanding of heavenly laws. Quite a number of heavenly Dharma inheritances were scattered throughout the divine wilderness. As for whether there were any heavenly Dharma divine powers, he was still unsure. The god chief said, "We are not from the dragon race, so we should stay away from the heaven's fate dragon lake. If this heavenly fate dragon lake suddenly goes crazy, it won't be good. There should be no need to worry, right?" The Monkey King didn't think about this problem. We don't know what will happen when the All Heavens Dragon Emperor appears, but it will definitely cause a huge commotion. Long Shu nodded and said, "Divine Judge, then you should leave this island for the time being, lest you get involved." Falling into the Destiny Dragon Lake was very dangerous. If one were to accidentally drink a few mouthfuls of the lake water, although it would not be fatal, it would be very torturous. Qin Yan and company, who are not from the dragon race, immediately flew into the sky and left the Tortoise Shell Island. Now in the sky, all kinds of tyrannical divine power waves are surging and colliding. Many powerful dragon race arrived one after another, many giant dragons are flying around the Heaven's Fate Holy Land. Because of this, the sky above the Heaven's Fate Holy Land is filled with dragon roars. From time to time a valiant dragon power would rush over. Qin Yan took out Long Yuqing and Long Xiaofeng's soul-chasing talismans and found out that they are all pointing towards the Heaven's Fate Dragon Lake. Soon after, he let Long Tianji come out and enter the Heaven's Fate Dragon Lake. Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon and Divine Universe Ice Dragon also entered the Heaven's Fate Dragon Lake. Little Palace Spirit told Qin Yan through the Devil Mirror that the Dragon Palace has already set off to enter the Heaven's Fate Dragon Lake. Qin Yan is flying in the sky, Yu Shangyun, Divine Judge and many other experts are surrounding him, they are afraid that he will be sneak attacked. Because he just said that Yu Luanhui has his eyes on him and even sent out 2 groups of Black Dragon assassins. Adding the 2 Bloodline Heavenly Runes and Divine King Heavenly Seal, there will be even more people who want to attack him. Not to mention the law enforcement world, Great Heaven Divine Race and Great Yin Divine Race can freely enter and leave the 9 Sun Holy Land. The people they send out will definitely be even stronger. Qin Yan contacted An Wukong and told him to be more careful. That was because An Wukong's spatial source stone was also a very rare treasure. As long as they can control the spatial origin stone, the 9 Sun Holy Land space channel will be much easier to maintain. Otherwise, they will have to consume a lot of resources. And Wukong is very clear about this, so he is now very careful. He opened up a space and hid the strange space ancient city inside. Qin Yan is holding the Divine King Spear in his hand, there are more than 10 crystal seeds inside it. As for what kind of power it will have, he is very much looking forward to it. If someone suddenly attacks him, he can give it a try. If it is a one-on-one fight, he is not afraid of anyone. With the inscription Fungus Queen and the Divine King Spear, as well as the myriad Heaven Divine Saber, he will be able to take care of the enemy until they are half dead. If it still doesn't work, then he will use the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Qin Yan released several heavenly avatars, they are in the sky in 4 directions, they can observe the movements in the surroundings. Qin Yan entered the Devil Mirror and hung it around his neck, this way he can read the information sent by other people at any time. At this time, Xianxia sent sound transmission to him, "Boss, you are in trouble. Heaven's Secret Sect has sent out a very strong Dark Assassin of Heavenly Secret to deal with you." Dark Assassin of Heavenly Secret? Isn't the strongest king level Dark Assassin? How strong are they? Qin Yan feels that Dark Assassin of Heavenly Secret is not something to be afraid of. Because he has already captured Chu Wuxing, a king-level Dark Assassin. Above king-level Dark Assassin, there is still saint-level. Many Dark Assassins of Heavenly Secret sect don't know about this level of Dark Assassin of Heavenly Secret. Even I don't know much about saint-level Dark Assassin of Heavenly Secret. Xianxia said. Within Heavenly Secret sect, who can use saint-level Dark Assassin of Heavenly Secret? Qin Yan immediately asked. Only Heavenly Secret sect Master and Elder Heavenly Secret can use saint-level Dark Assassins. Within Heavenly Secret sect Master and Elder Heavenly Secret have the greatest authority. Moreover, they are also the strongest and most mysterious. Xianxia said, our 5 heavenly venerables are just famous. Qin Yan did not expect that Heavenly Secret sect would also take action. It must be known that Heavenly Secret sect has always used a long time to plan, they rarely take action like this. Xianxia, did Heavenly Secret sect send out saint-level Dark Assassins before? What did they do? Qin Yan asked. Once. That time, it was against the former Heavenly Dao. They wanted to exterminate the previous Heavenly Dao who betrayed the Heavenly Rule Dao and succeeded. Heaven Secret sect found out that you have 2 bloodline Heavenly runes, one of them is related to Xianxia, that's why they sent out saint-level Dark Assassins. Why did they send out saint-level Dark Assassins for a bloodline Heavenly Rune box related to the Divine Moon Emperor? Although Qin Yan has guessed something, he is not sure. Xianxia's bloodline Heavenly Rune box is very important, it is related to the entire Moon Clan and all Divine Moons. Maybe it is because of the Mother Moon, I don't know the specifics. Wait until I return, I will think of a way to figure it out. Xianxia said. He knows that Qin Yan has 2 bloodline Heavenly Rune boxes, so he is very excited. At least it will give him the opportunity to study bloodline Heavenly Rune. Xianxia is an expert in using curse techniques and runes are closely related to curse techniques. Therefore, Xianxia is very interested in bloodline Heavenly Rune. Alright. Qin Yan is now even more vigilant. He is hesitating whether or not he should tell Yu Shangyun about this matter. He is worried that after Yu Shangyun finds out, she will be even more anxious than him. After careful consideration, Qin Yan decided to face the saint-level Dark Assassins himself. Because Yu Shangyun is the pillar of the entire Divine Moon Clan, he doesn't want her to have too many powerful enemies. And Qin Yan is alone, even if he can't beat them, he won't be killed, so he doesn't have to worry too much. At this time, Chu Wuxing also sent sound transmission to Qin Yan through the magic mirror. His voice is very nervous as he said, Boss, you are in trouble. You should know that I am protecting a young man of the Great Heaven Divine Race. This young man is the son of the Great Heaven Divine Race's Emperor, son. Qin Yan is not surprised, he is just surprised that the son of the Great Heaven Divine Race's Emperor is so low-key. He doesn't do anything too shocking, he doesn't even talk much, unlike Yin Tianyi. The Great Heaven Divine Race's Emperor must have many sons, right? Qin Yan said with smile, what do my troubles have to do with the son of the Great Heaven Divine Race's Emperor? The Great Heaven Divine Race's Emperor has many sons, but this one is the one that the Great Heaven Divine Race's Emperor values the most. Chu Wuxing said, I just heard from him that the Great Sky God Race sent 3 Great Sky Battle Gods to capture you. Great Heaven War God? What the hell? Qin Yan bitterly smiled in his heart. First there was the Black Dragon Assassin, then there was the Saint-level Dark Assassin and now there is this Great Heaven War God. That young master said that the Dark Assassin is an expert comparable to the Black Dragon Assassin. His soul is undying and indestructible, his body has been tempered thousands of times by heavenly flame, he also has many powerful divine equipment, divine tools and all kinds of divine talismans. Chu Wuxing is very worried. Alright, I understand, I will be careful. Qin Yan said, Old Chu, I just learned that your Heaven Secret sect has a sacred level assassin. What? Saint-level Dark Assassin? Chu Wuxing cried out in alarm. Yes, they are also targeting me. Qin Yan said with smile. Boss, you must be very careful, I believe that you will be able to get through this. Chu Wuxing naturally knows that the things Qin Yan has in his hands are enough for many powerful factions to send their most outstanding experts to attack. You must properly protect that young master. I will be fine. Qin Yan is very calm at this moment. After all, he has already broken through and he has many magic tools in his hands. I have a friend nearby, I want to meet him alone. Qin Yan suddenly said. There are many good friends of Qin Yan here, some of them have known him for many years. When they heard Qin Yan say this, most of them guessed that Qin Yan is going to go alone. From Yu Yaoyao's point of view, even if Qin Yan could defeat the Black Dragon Assassin, it was impossible for him to kill the Black Dragon Assassin. Why not? It's not difficult for me to kill a mere Black Dragon Assassin. Qin Yan said with a smile. Why? Could it be that the Black Dragon Killer is immortal? When you said kill them, you meant defeat them? Or severely injure them? Imperial Demon asked. It's the others were also very surprised. They looked at Qin Yan and waited for his reply. That was because they had already heard of how powerful the Black Dragon Assassins were. Furthermore, they had encountered them before. Only those who had met the Black Dragon Assassin before would more or less have some understanding of the strength of the Black Dragon Assassin. They all knew that the Black Dragon Assassin was not easy to kill. Those Black Dragon Assassins who wanted to kill me before will never return to the Yu ancient clan. Qin Yan said. He knew why Yu Yaoyao didn't believe him. It was because the souls of the ancient Yu clan's Black Dragon Killers were immortal. Yu Yaoyao knew quite a bit about the Black Dragon Killer, so she was very clear that even if the Black Dragon Killer's physical body was completely destroyed, his soul would still be able to escape. I don't believe it. Yu Yaoyao said, if you can defeat the Black Dragon Assassin, then I won't be surprised. You said that you can make the Black Dragon Assassin completely disappear. I don't believe you. Yun Xiao said, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. Alright, you don't have to worry about me. I really have something to do. I need to meet a friend. Then be careful. If you need help, contact me immediately. Yu Shangyun said. Got it. Qin Yan waved his hand and flew into the distance. In fact, he didn't know what was on the other side. He just wanted to be alone and wait for the enemy to come to him. Yu Yaoyao looked at Qin Yan's back, gritted her teeth, and said softly, I'll follow and take a look. If he can really kill a few Black Dragon Killers, the ancient Yu clan will definitely put more effort into dealing with him. Xianxia nodded at Yu Yaoyao. With Yu Yaoyao following Qin Yan, she felt even more at ease. That's because Yu Yaoyao is from the Yu ancient clan. Furthermore, he has a very powerful dark Kuan Peng. Qin Yan's phase speed was also relatively fast. He did not use the space traversal step. He had only flown for a short while when he sensed that someone was following him. Through the heaven cyclone in the air, he saw that it was Yu Yaoyao flying over. Why is this woman following me? Qin Yan immediately used the transcending void steps to traverse through space and rapidly distanced himself from Imperial Yaoyao. But what he did not expect was that Yu Yaoyao could actually chase after him. She used space travel and chased after him closely. This it reminded Qin Yan of the Black Dragon Assassins from before. They could also travel through space to pursue him closely. He stopped immediately and wait for the Imperial Demon to come over. After Yaoyao arrived, she floated in the air. Her beautiful pink eyes were filled with solemnity as she stared at Qin Yan. Her bright red hair danced in the wind. She tied her messy hair into a high ponytail and said, Qin Yan, if you really kill a few Black Dragon Assassins, it's best if you let me stay by your side. Why? Asked Qin Yan. You'll be safer this way. Our ancient Yu clan has a rule that forbids us from killing each other. As long as I protect you, they won't dare to do anything to you. Imperial Demon Yao said. Qin Yan spread out his hands and said with smile, I don't need your protection. If you follow me, you will be a hindrance. Yu Yaoyao is somewhat angry because she is clearly doing this for Qin Yan's good, but Qin Yan does not appreciate it and even said that she was a hindrance. I'm serious. If the Black Dragon Assassins who surrounded you don't return, then the ancient Yu clan will definitely send even stronger Black Dragon Assassins. It will be 8 Dragon Head Assassins or even 9 Dragon Head Assassins. Don't hide from me, let me go with you. If the Black Dragon Assassins come, they won't dare to do anything to me. Qin Yan sighed and said. Yun sighed and said, you might not know, but it's not only the Black Dragon Assassins who want to attack me. There are many stronger guys, do you think they won't dare to attack you? This. What other guys are there? Yu Yaoyao asked. They are all here for my bloodline Heavenly Rune and Divine King Heavenly Seal. Qin Yan said with a wry smile, think about it. Almost all the powerful factions in the deity desolate know what I have in my hands. Do you think they can resist the urge to snatch it from me? Yu Yaoyao bit her lips and became silent. She is very clear that the bloodline Heavenly Rune and Divine King Heavenly Seal in Qin Yan's hands are things that all the major powers want to obtain. The elders of several factions in the ancient Yu clan had already begun planning to snatch it. The main reason why these major powers want to attack Qin Yan is because they are afraid that the things in Qin Yan's hands will fall into the hands of other major powers. So long as a major power obtains Qin Yan's bloodline Heavenly Rune and Divine King Heavenly Seal, they will become the hegemon of Divine Desolate and will be able to suppress other major powers. How about it? Do you still want to follow me? If it's just me, even if I can't beat them, I will immediately run away. And you? When the time comes, I will have to take care of you. Qin Yan curled his lips and said. All right. Then you must be careful. Yu Yaoyao lightly sighed, her eyes are filled with hidden bitterness. Thank you for your concern. Qin Yan said with smile, of course, don't think that you can make me your follower just like this. I am not that easy to bribe. Yu Yaoyao lightly groaned, stuck out her tongue at Qin Yan and made a funny face. Just like that, just as she was about to leave, she suddenly felt a weak spatial fluctuation. Yu Yaoyao's expression changed, she said in low voice, someone is coming, it's our ancient Yu clan. They are using a kind of heavenly talisman that can allow them to travel through space. Just as she finished speaking, a handsome man wearing white clothes appeared not far away with a sharp golden sword in his hand. This guy is called Yu Songyuan, he is my uncle's son, my cousin. Yu Yaoyao immediately sent voice transmission to Qin Yan and said, this guy has come with bad intentions, it is very likely that he wants to capture you. Qin Yan finally saw the other youths of the ancient Yu clan. He is also worried that this guy will attack Yu Yaoyao, so he immediately arrived beside her. Yaoyao, I have finally found you. Your father said that you have been with your friend for too long, so he wants me to find you and bring you back. Yu Songyuan just casually glanced at Qin Yan, apparently he did not pay much attention to Qin Yan. I told father before that I can take care of myself. Moreover, he has the magic mirror, if he wants to find me, he can use it to contact me. Yu Yaoyao said with smile, father can easily contact me with the magic mirror, why did he send you to find me? She immediately exposed Yu Songyuan's lie. Yu Songyuan is very calm, he said with smile, Yaoyao, you are really smart and quick-witted. Alright, I have something to ask you. Ask away. Yu Yaoyao said. I heard that your dark Kuan-pung was saved by Qin Yan. That means your relationship with Qin Yan must be very good. Can you introduce me to him? I want to be friends with Qin Yan. Yu Songyuan's face is full of sincere smile, but to Qin Yan, that smile is very fake. Qin Yan is already far away from the heavens mandate holy land. Moreover, he said that he wants to cultivate in seclusion. I can't contact him now. When I contact him another day, I will let him know. Yu Yaoyao deliberately said this. She wants to see if Yu Songyuan recognizes Qin Yan who is standing beside him. Yu Songyuan still has a fake smile on his face and said, then I will thank Yaoyao first. You are worthy of being my good sister. Then he looked at Qin Yan and asked, my dear brother, are you Yaoyao's friend? No, why? Qin Yan replied with smile and directly interrupted Yu Songyuan's attempt to get close to him. Yu Songyuan's smiling face suddenly stiffened, but he still maintained his smile. Yaoyao, isn't this person your friend? This guy doesn't look like a good person. Do you want me to take care of him? Yu Songyuan's expression suddenly turned cold. He is my friend. Seeing Yu Songyuan's expression, Yu Yaoyao knew that Yu Songyuan recognized Qin Yan and that he planned to attack Qin Yan. Yu Songyuan waved his hand and shot out a talisman. The talisman flew towards Yu Yaoyao and turned into a huge transparent bell that enveloped Yu Yaoyao. This is a seal. Yaoyao, I heard that your dark Kuan-pung flew over to absorb divine power after the birth of the fifth divine son. Without the dark Kuan-pung by your side, it is very dangerous for a girl like you. Although Yu Songyuan was talking to Yu Yaoyao, he looked at Qin Yan sinisterly. Qin Yun really did not expect that Yu Yaoyao would make her dark Kunpeng stay far away from her. This is indeed very dangerous. After all, her strength is not particularly strong. Yu Songyuan, you bastard, quickly release me. If you dare touch him, even if I have to violate the clan rules, I will make you wish you were dead. Yu Yaoyao shouted angrily. At this moment, she looks very scary. Her red hair is dancing wildly, her pink eyes are ice-cold and filled with hostility. Yao Yao, from her point of view, it is very dangerous for Qin Yun to face Yu Songyuan. Yao Yao, this man is Qin Yun, right? You want to lie to me? You want to monopolize his bloodline Heavenly Rune and Divine King Heavenly Seal? You are truly a selfish girl. You should capture him and bring him back to the clan. Let us find a way to force him to hand over the bloodline Heavenly Rune and Divine King Heavenly Seal. Yu Songyuan laughed heartily and said, and now, I will capture him and bring him back to the clan. This merit is mine. Qin Yun is very calm. He sensed Yu Songyuan's divine power aura and found that he has just surpassed Divine Heaven Monarch realm. This kind of person is not a threat to him. What is your relationship with Yu Luanhui? Qin Yun asked. Before, he sent Black Dragon assassins to capture me, but now you are personally taking action. It seems like the 5 Black Dragon assassins he sent are lazy, otherwise I would not have the chance to capture you. Yu Songyuan laughed heartily and said. While Yu Songyuan is laughing, a large man wearing black armor and holding a black battle saber suddenly appeared behind him. Yu Yaoyao was sealed inside the transparent bell. When she saw the Black Dragon killer appear, she thought it was Yu Songyuan's killer. Her beautiful face turned pale and filled with anger and coldness. She wanted nothing more than to cut Yu Songyuan into pieces. Not long ago, she told Qin Yun that she would protect Qin Yun from being attacked by the Yu ancient clan. She also swore that as long as she was here, the Yu ancient clan would not dare to attack, but now, she was sealed by Yu Songyuan and Qin Yun was surrounded by Yu Songyuan and a 7-dragon-head Black Dragon killer. When Yu Songyuan saw the Black Dragon killer appear, he felt strange. He didn't sense any strong spatial fluctuations, but the Black Dragon killer suddenly appeared. The spatial fluctuations were released by Qin Yun from the space inside the 9-Sun Divine Soul. However, it was very weak, so Yu Songyuan did not sense it. 7-dragon-head Black Dragon killer? Did Yu Luanhui send you here? Sorry, you are a step too slow, Qin Yun is mine. Yu Songyuan's voice is filled with majesty. He shouted at the Black Dragon killer, quickly leave this place, don't get in my way. Yu Songyuan and Yu Yaoyao did not know that the Black Dragon killer was turned into a puppet by Qin Yun, so they thought he was sent by Yu Luanhui. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I told you to scram. Yu Songyuan is full of hostility towards the Black Dragon killer. He angrily rebuked, I am Yu Songyuan. You should know my position in the Yu ancient clan. How dare you not listen to me? Why should I leave? The Black Dragon killer opened his mouth. Qin Yun controlled him to speak. Very good. Yu Songyuan's eyebrows are raised in anger. He coldly said, just you wait, I will definitely report you to Yu Wanlong. Just wait for your punishment. Who does Yu Wanlong think he is? The Black Dragon killer is under Qin Yun's control. He coldly sneered, I only listen to Yu Luanhui. Yu Songyuan and Yu Yaoyao are startled because Yu Wanlong is in charge of the Black Dragon killers. Now he is so arrogant that he doesn't even put their boss in his eyes. Yu Songyuan seemed to be quite afraid of the 7-dragon-head assassins. He sneered and said, Yu Luanhui, this old bastard, for Qin Yun, he wants to fight with Yu Wanlong. Doesn't he know that roping in Black Dragon assassins is a huge taboo? Yu Songyuan is not on guard against Qin Yun because he can sense that Qin Yun's divine power aura is only divine heaven power aura. Yu Yaoyao desperately signaled Qin Yun with her eyes, telling him to run faster. She gritted her teeth in anger because Qin Yun is still floating there, watching Yu Songyuan and Black Dragon killer bicker. Qin Yun is very happy because that idiot Yu Songyuan is quarreling with his puppet. Yu Luanhui told me that Yu Songyuan is an overconfident idiot and he was right. Black Dragon killer laughed, Yu Songyuan is indeed the biggest idiot in the Yu ancient clan. You damned lowly slave, I'll destroy you. Yu Songyuan flew into a rage. His white clothes were torn apart by the divine power bursting out of his body. The skin on his upper body was actually blood red. As divine power surged out, his body swelled even more. As his body swelled up, red hairs appeared under his blood-red skin. Those hairs looked like sharp thorns, very scary. Yu Songyuan's entire body changed, he turned into a blood-red hairy monster. Qin Yan is also startled, he did not expect Yu Songyuan to cultivate a technique that can turn him into a half-beast. Heavenly Blood Divine Wolf Art. Yu Songyuan, you actually cultivated this taboo technique. Yu Yaoyao cried out in alarm. Yu Songyuan indeed turned into a werewolf, but his hair is red. Shut up, do you believe that I will not eat you? Ha ha ha. Yu Songyuan's voice became hoarse and loud, he laughed maniacally, looking very bloodthirsty. Qin Yan took out the Divine King Spear, he wanted to test the power of the peach core crystal seed, but he suddenly felt that there is no need to waste it on Yu Songyuan. The main reason is that Yu Songyuan is too weak to test the power of the peach core crystal seed. Yu Songyuan was infuriated by the Black Dragon Killer because in the eyes of the ancient Yu clan, the Black Dragon Killer is just like a servant. Dong, however, Yu Songyuan also knows that the 7 Dragon Head Killers are very strong, the strength of the servants is not small to Yu Songyuan. Therefore, Yu Songyuan had no choice but to use the taboo technique to increase his divine power by several times. Only this way can he defeat the 7 Dragon Head Killers. Just as Yu Songyuan held and was about to rush out, Qin Yan suddenly released supergravity and attacked from above and below. This is the supergravity heaven and earth unite. Yu Songyuan just took a step forward and his body was hit by the gravity from above and below. He screamed miserably. At this time, under Qin Yan's control, the Black Dragon Killer flashed towards Yu Songyuan and quickly chopped off Yu Songyuan's red hairy wolf head. Wolf. The moment the head was chopped off, Qin Yan rushed over and directly put the soul creation heavenly cauldron on Yu Songyuan's head. Then the Black Dragon Killer used the saber in his hand and chopped Yu Songyuan's body hundreds of times, chopping up the red-haired wolf body. Qin Yan raised his hand and waved. A flaming palm wind enveloped the body of the red-furred wolf and instantly burned it to ashes. After killing Yu Songyuan, Qin Yan took back the Black Dragon Killer. Qin Yan giggled and flew towards Yu Yaoyao. She said, Ayaya, who said she would protect me just now? She also said that as long as she is here, the ancient Yu clan will not dare to touch me. Yu Yaoyao was stunned by what just happened. After she heard Qin Yan's words, her face turned red, she stamped her feet and groaned. After Qin Yan went over, he broke the heavenly talisman that sealed her. You. What just happened? Why did the Black Dragon Killer cooperate with you? Yu Yaoyao is still very surprised. The Black Dragon Killer and Qin Yan cooperated very well, it looks like they have a very good relationship. Qin Yan released the Black Dragon Killer again. He controlled the Black Dragon Killer and said, Young Miss Yu, you said that as long as I steal a law enforcer's little divine son, you will take off a piece of clothing. When will you take it off? Yu Yaoyao realized that the Black Dragon Killer has been turned into a puppet by Qin Yan. This caused her to be extremely shocked. The powerful Black Dragon Killer not only failed to kill Qin Yan, he has also become a puppet. She cursed herself in her heart, she actually looked down on Qin Yan again. When Qin Yan stole the little divine son, she also suffered this kind of loss. Qin Yan took back the Black Dragon Killer and said with smile, Oh, that's right, your cousin has been captured by me, you won't tell anyone about this, right? Of course I won't tell anyone. Yu Yaoyao also realized that Yu Songyuan is finished. If the ancient Yu clan knows about this, Qin Yan will be in even more danger. Jishi immediately signed a soul contract with Qin Yan to prevent her from divulging this matter. Qin Yan said, Seriously, without the dark Kuanpeng by your side, what are you doing? I am afraid that you will be killed. Yu Yaoyao tenderly groaned. Qin Yan's heavenly eye avatar suddenly sensed spatial fluctuation. Someone is coming, it should be your ancient Yu clan's people. Qin Yan finished speaking and immediately concealed himself. His aura completely disappeared. Seeing Qin Yan suddenly conceal himself, Yu Yaoyao realized that he is afraid of conflict with the ancient Yu clan. This will make things very difficult for her. Lechi felt warm in her heart because Qin Yan did not leave. Instead, he is holding her hand and standing beside her. Suddenly a middle-aged man and a few elders arrived. Yu Yaoyao looked at the middle-aged man and shouted in pleasant surprise. Yao Yao, we just received a soul distress wave from Yu Song Yuan. Did you also receive it and rushed over? The middle-aged man asked. But after I arrived, he disappeared. Maybe he was chased by a powerful enemy and ran away. Yu Yaoyao's expression is very anxious as she said. You should come with us. Heaven's mandate sacred land is not safe in the near future. And without your Kuan Pung by your side, I am worried, the middle-aged man said. At this time, Qin Yin released Yu Yaoyao's hand and signaled her to follow her father. Yu Yaoyao is somewhat reluctant, she wants to follow Qin Yin but she still flew to her father's side. Because she is very clear that without Dark Kuan Pung by her side, she will become Qin Yin's burden. She secretly sent sound transmission to Qin Yin, thank you, you must be very careful. Goodbye. Yu Yaoyao followed her father and those few elders and used teleportation talisman to leave. Qin Yin was also very nervous just now because Yu Yaoyao's father and those few elders are very strong. Qin Yin saw Yu Yaoyao's uncle, she thought that her father's strength is about the same as them. And just now, she could not see through Yu Yaoyao's father, he is definitely stronger than her uncle. Old Chu, where are you? Qin Yin took out the magic mirror, contacted Chu Wuxing and said, I want to go to your place and meet that young master you are protecting. Boss, you want to kill him? Chu Wuxing is very scared. No, I just want to have a chat with him. Qin Yin said with smile, then I will go find Great Heaven War God. Instead of waiting for them to come and kill me, I might as well go find him. Yun is very anxious to test the peach seed crystal seed. He believes that it should be possible to test it on Great Heaven War God. Boss, I really admire you. Chu Wuxing originally thought that after Qin Yin found out about Great Heaven War God, he would immediately leave Heaven's mandate sacred land. But now he wants to go find Great Heaven War God. Qin Yin said with mischievous smile, quickly tell me the location, I will go immediately. Who do you think I am? Do you think I am afraid of that bullshit Great Heaven War God? Chu Wuxing, a king-level assassin of the Heavenly Secret Sect, was sent to protect the young master of the Great Heaven Divine Race. It is clear that the relationship between the Heavenly Secret Sect and the Great Heaven Divine Race's upper echelons is very good. Chu Wuxing was not the only king-class dark operative protecting him. There were other king-class dark operative protecting him as well. If it was before Qin Yin broke through, it would be very difficult for him to face one king-level assassin, let alone several of them. But now it is different. Even if there are several king-level assassins, it will not be a problem. He does not need to use any special methods, he can use his formidable power to crush them. After Qin Yin learned about the location of the Great Heaven Divine Race from Chu Wuxing, he immediately flew over. Xiao Yun, there are more and more people from the Yu ancient clan. The mysterious ancient talisman you got from Grandpa Mia Tian came from the Yu ancient clan. You should find an opportunity to ask Imperial Demon. Ling Yin'er said. Speaking of the mysterious ancient talisman, Qin Yin immediately took it out. It is runes that form the character Imperial. It is this set of runes that endows the mysterious ancient talisman with formidable power. No need to ask Imperial Demon. Qin Yin landed on the ground and released the 9 sun heaven raising pagoda. After entering the pagoda, he poured nether moon mental power into his palm and then took out Yu Song Yuan's head from the spirit creation heavenly cauldron. Yu Song Yuan's soul is still inside the head. In order to prevent the soul from escaping, Qin Yin quickly carved a nether moon totem on the head so that the soul cannot escape. Yu Song Yuan's head is in Qin Yin's hand. The face of the head is filled with anger and fear. Xiao Yun, this guy will release that soul distress wave. Ling Yin'er said, you should be careful. Qin Yin is now inside the second layer space, so he is not worried about Yu Song Yuan releasing soul distress wave. Yu Song Yuan, this is the first time we met, I did not expect our relationship to develop so quickly. Not long after, you became my prisoner. Qin Yin said with smile, how do you feel now? Qin Yin, you can only be smug. You can only temporarily imprison me, once I escape, you will be finished. You enslaved Yu Wanlong's black dragon assassin. If he finds out, he won't let you off. Yu Song Yuan shouted. Qin Yin released the black dragon killer, controlled him and said, Yu Song Yuan, if you don't cooperate with me, you will end up like this black dragon killer, you will become my puppet. Yu Yu Songyuan was now sure that this seven-headed black dragon killer was Qin Yan's puppet. Qin Yan took out the mysterious purple ancient talisman and placed it in front of Yu Songyuan. He asked, "This should be the talisman of your ancient Yu clan. Do you know what it is?" "Humph, your relationship with Yu Yaoyao is so good, why don't you ask him?" Yu Songyuan is also afraid of becoming Qin Yan's puppet, so he can only carefully look at the mysterious ancient talisman. The mysterious ancient talisman was originally damaged, but it was quickly repaired after Qin Yan pasted it on the bloodline heavenly pattern box. At first, Yu Songyuan had no interest in the talisman. However, as he studied it, his expression gradually changed. "Where did this talisman come from?" Yu Songyuan hastily asked. "Why do you care so much? Just tell me what this talisman is used for." Qin Yan grabbed Yu Songyuan's head and vigorously shook it. "You have to tell me where this talisman came from, then I can be sure that it is not that talisman, because this kind of talisman has been lost in my ancient Yu clan." Yu Songyuan shouted. "I got it from a palace in ancient Desolate. This talisman was damaged but I repaired it using bloodline heavenly pattern. A friend of mine obtained it from that palace. Later on, because of the talisman's protection, he was able to escape from that dangerous palace," Qin Yan said. Yu Songyuan's voice is somewhat trembling. He said in a startled voice, "That's right. It is that talisman. I never thought that it would see the light of day again." "What kind of talisman is this?" Qin Yan saw Yu Songyuan's mysterious expression and wished that he could smash his head to the ground. "This talisman is called Imperial Life Heavenly Talisman. It is one of the 10 great heavenly talismans of our ancient Yu clan. As long as you stick this talisman on your body, you will not die until the talisman's energy runs out." Yu Songyuan sighed and said, "This talisman has been lost." 10. Nearly half of the great heavenly talismans have been lost. Qin Yan already guessed that this talisman must be some kind of protective talisman. However, he never wore it on his body. He only wanted to activate it. He did not expect that this talisman would not need to be activated. As long as he wears it on his body, it can be activated when he encounters danger. "Alright, it's none of your business." Qin Yan stuffed Yu Songyuan's head into a space inside the spirit creation heavenly cauldron. Yu Songyuan shouted and screamed, begging Qin Yan to let him go. Qin Yan pretended not to hear him, he is still grinning, causing Yu Songyuan to curse in his heart. "Xiao Yun, this talisman must have bloodline heavenly rune, otherwise you would not have been able to use it to restore it." Ling Yuner said, "Could it be that ancient Yu clan once had bloodline heavenly rune?" Qin Yan looked at the Imperial Life Heavenly Talisman and said, "Maybe this talisman's energy ran out, so it can be replenished with bloodline heavenly rune." He also carried the talisman with him. In this way, the talisman would automatically protect him. Even if he encounters a sneak attack and he doesn't have time to react, this talisman can still protect him. The palace that Heaven's Destroyer had entered before was filled with traps. Many of the traps and killing arrays had suddenly erupted. Because of this talisman, Heaven's Destroyer had been able to successfully walk out of the palace. The place Qin Yan is flying towards is very close to the Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake. It can be seen that the Great Heaven Divine Race is very confident that they are not afraid of the Dragon Race. Yu Yaoyao is following her father and a few elders. They are wandering all around, looking for Yu Songyuan's trail. Only Yu Yaoyao knows that Yu Songyuan has fallen into Qin Yan's hands and can no longer return. She hates Yu Songyuan very much. Moreover, Yu Songyuan is courting death by attacking Qin Yan. Being captured by Qin Yan is his own doing. After searching for a while, Yu Yaoyao's father gave up and flew towards the Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake. "Xingyu, we have already searched, we have done everything we can, they can't blame us," an old man said to Yu Yaoyao's father. Yu Xingyu sighed and said, "Although this brat Yu Songyuan is very rude and arrogant, he is still my big brother's son, but he is still my big brother's son. Your big brother has many sons, one less is not a problem, one more is not a problem. If he is gone, then he is gone. At our age, who hasn't lost 8 or 10 grandchildren?" A tall and sturdy old man disapprovingly said. "This Yu Songyuan's talent is very good," another old man said with smile. "If he is gone, it would be a bit of a pity." The tall and sturdy old man said with smile, "So what if his talent is good? Even if he is a genius, a dead genius is not a genius. Who told him to have such a bad life and still roam around everywhere? Yu Yaoyao very much agrees with these words because Yu Songyuan provoked Qin Yun on his own accord. Then let's go to the great heaven god race. They should be waiting for us. Yu Xingyu said. Father, what happened to the great heaven god race? Is our Yu family cooperating with them? Yu Yaoyao hastily asked. The tall and sturdy old man said with smile, not only cooperation, we might even be connected by marriage. Yaoyao, let's go, we will take you to pick a handsome young man. Yu Yaoyao puffed up her face and said with unwilling expression, I don't want to. Don't randomly find me a husband. I know. Last time we secretly arranged a marriage for you, that's why you ran away for so many years. The old man said with smile, this time it won't happen. We won't hide it from you, we will ask for your permission first and take you to a blind date. Yu Yaoyao curled her lips and said, blind date? I won't go. Yu Xingyu said sternly, Yaoyao, you're not young anymore. Take advantage of the fact that you can still maintain your youthful and beautiful appearance, get married as soon as possible. Otherwise, your cultivation won't be able to keep up. Once you can't keep your body young, you will quickly age. What will you do then? I will stay young forever. Yu Yaoyao yelled, don't worry about me. Be obedient, we have already discussed it with the great heaven god race. Even if you don't want to marry, there's nothing wrong with going over and having a chat with them, right? Yu Xingyu's pair of thick eyebrows and big eyes immediately became stern. He stared at Yu Yaoyao so that she could only puff up her face and stifle her anger. The tall and sturdy old man said with smile, Yaoyao, I heard that your dark Kunpeng was released by that Qin Yun. What is your relationship with him? Rumor has it that your relationship with him is pretty good. We are friends. What? Do you want to care what friends I make? Yu Yaoyao became even more unhappy. Then you must stay away from this friend. Yu Xingyu's tone became even more stern as he berated, this time you must listen to me. Don't have any dealings with this Qin Yun. He helped me rescue the dark Kunpeng, I still haven't thanked him. Yu Yaoyao seems to know that the clan will certainly oppose her and Qin Yun getting close. Because your dark Kunpeng's body is too big, it exceeds the boundary set by the heavenly rules Tao orthodoxy. It is natural that it was sealed, a short bald old man said. Humph, those guys from the heaven creation god palace sealed my Kunpeng but they took my Kunpeng's flesh and bones. They were the ones in the wrong first. Yu Yaoyao became angry when she talked about this matter. Yu Xingyu said with a serious expression, Yaoyao, promise me, don't meet with Qin Yun again. I am doing this for your own good. He is in danger now, everyone wants to capture him. If you are with him, you will be implicated by him. Yu Luanhui sent Black Dragon assassins to capture him several times but they didn't succeed. Yu Yaoyao said in low voice, how can Qin Yun be captured so easily? When Yu Yaoyao passed the news to Qin Yun, he exhorted Qin Yun to leave the heavenly mandate sacred land as soon as possible. It would be best if he stayed as far away from this place as possible. From the old man's tone, she could tell that the great heavenly battle god was extraordinarily strong. He seemed to be much stronger than the Black Dragon assassin. Yu Xingyu said, Yaoyao, you only need to know that the great heaven war god's strength is comparable to the 9 dragon head assassins. In our ancient Yu clan, there are less than 5 9 dragon head assassins. In other words, the great heaven battle god is even stronger than you? Yu Yaoyao exclaimed. Yes, even stronger than us. We can't beat the 9 dragon head assassins, after all, those assassins are trained using our clan's secret method. If we want to have that kind of strength, we have to go through all kinds of torture, and we will also lose our humanity. Xingyu said, it will take at least a few years for us to reach that level of strength. Yu Yaoyao was even more shocked and said, what's going on with the great Sky Divine race? Their race hadn't been around for long, right? I can't believe they managed to nurture such powerful fellows. They haven't appeared for long, but they are still in the 9 sun. Sacred ground. Moreover, the flow of time in the 9 sun sacred ground is different from the outside world. They have spent many years in the 9 sun sacred ground and are ahead of the entire divine wilderness. Yu Xingyu exclaimed. This is the benefit of being favored by them. The tall and sturdy old man said, actually, the heavenly god Desolate and the myriad realms divine sun S appeared one after another, which is why we were able to surpass the realm of Xianxia. Everyone had just stepped into this realm not long ago, but time was different in the nine sun sacred ground. They want to be ahead of us. Then what is the realm beyond Lord Xianxia called? Imperial Demon Yao asked curiously, are you still unable to determine what realm it is? It doesn't even have a name. Yu Xingyu shook his head and said, no, because the first stage of this realm is enough for us to explore for a long time. In other words, we are all slowly exploring the first stage. Therefore, even if it was the great divine king of the nine sun sacred ground, he would not be able to defeat him. We still haven't figured it out. What does this have to do with the great divine lord? Yu Yaoyao knows that Qin Yun is a young divine king. Furthermore, she feels that it is not worth it for Qin Yun. Because now everyone wants to bully a young divine king like Qin Yun and snatch his divine king heavenly seal. Because he is the great divine lord. He should be the one walking at the forefront. We are all waiting for him to name the new realm. Yu Xingyu laughed and said, Yao Yao, don't look down on us. We're actually not that far behind. After all, the name of the new realm hasn't been decided yet. Come down. Yu Yao Yao curled her lips and said, you haven't even decided on the name of the new cultivation realm, so how can you be sure that the great heavenly battle god is very strong? Based on his divine power and physical body, his divine power and physical body are stronger than ours. The tall and sturdy old man said, we believe that he should still be in the first stage of the new realm, in the late stage of the first stage. Yao Yao, this Tadian war god is quite interested in you. He's been asking us about you. You can build a good relationship with him. Yu Xingyu laughed. They're probably after my dark rock. Yu Yao Yao snorted. The Sun-Yin divine race and the Great Sky divine race are together. Their young elites are gathered together. Let us know who you like and leave the rest to us. Yu Xingyu smiled and said, these two great clans of the nine suns sacred ground have a sufficient foundation. If you marry one of their disciples, it can be considered as a suitable match. Yu Yaoyao's expression is gloomy because this is clearly urging them to get married. If she did not want to help Qin Yun investigate the strength of the great heavenly battle god, she would have already thought of a way to escape. Qin Yun is also rushing towards the great sky divine race. After receiving the news from Yu Yaoyao, he only smiled. However, he also thought of many things and realized that the relationship between the ancient Yu clan and the great sky divine race is very good. He also replied to Yu Yaoyao and thanked her for the news. Soon after, he tried to contact Xiao Yuelan, Xiao Yuemei, Luiyue Shuyan, and Yu Yu inside the myriad realms divine sun, but he still did not receive any reply. He tried to contact them many times before to ask about the situation of Diwu Divine Sunday. Could it be that they are all asleep? Qin Yun has not been able to contact the Nine Sun Divine Maiden recently. He only feels that they are doing very mysterious things. Ling Yin'er said with smile, Xiao Yun, maybe the formation of the Heavens Mandate Holy Land has a lot to do with the Nine Sun Divine Maiden. They said before that they will complete some mission, help form some great formation and the like. Qin Yun nodded and said, maybe they are the ones who secretly facilitated it. Xiao Yun, there are still no concrete details about the realm above Divine Heaven Lord. What exactly is going on? Logically speaking, the Nine Sun Holy Land and those mysterious ancient race should have reached this realm long ago. Do they still not understand? Ling Yin'er asked. They definitely don't understand. After all, this is a completely new realm. Moreover, it was only after the appearance of Myriad Heavens Divine Desolate and Myriad Realms Divine Sun that they were able to reach this realm. New environment, new era, new realm, it is not that easy to comprehend, it is very clear. Although Qin Yun has not reached that completely new realm, he also knows that it is very difficult to advance on that path. This is mainly because all the people he met who entered the new realm said the same thing. The first person he met, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor, almost caused his cultivation to regress. Qin Yun is currently flying towards the Great Sky Divine Race's base camp. Yu Yaoyao sent him several messages one after another, asking him if he has left the Heavens Mandate Holy Land. Qin Yun did not reply because it is impossible for him to leave the Heavens Mandate Holy Land at this time. Apart from meeting the Great Sky War God and the Saint-level assassin, he also has to wait for the appearance of the strongest dragon race. This is a major event of the great era of myriad heaven's divine desolate. He must personally witness it. Furthermore, he has not tested the power of the dragon peach crystal seed. There are many people with extremely high cultivation in the heavens mandate Holy Land. They are the best candidates to test the power of the dragon peach crystal seed. Qin slowed down a bit. He is afraid that he will encounter Yu Yaoyao and the rest of the ancient Yu clan on the way. He wants to wait for Yu Yaoyao to arrive first and then enter. Yaoyao, why are you and your father going to the great sky divine race? Qin also wants to know the movements of the ancient Yu clan. I was forced to go on a blind date. My father is preparing to marry me off. He wants to arrange a blind date with the young experts of the great sky divine race and the grading divine race. Yu Yaoyao's voice is filled with resentment. Really? He is really a good father. Qin said with smile. Nowadays, there are not many fathers who are so worried about their daughter's marriage. Humph, he wants to use me to form a marriage alliance with those two powerful races and then obtain the resources of the Nine-Sun Holy Land. Aren't all the children of the great families like this? Qin, you have never experienced this, you don't understand. Yu Yaoyao lightly groaned and said. Qin said with smile, I have experienced this kind of trivial matters much more than you, I have seen many, of course I understand. I have no choice but to say that you are truly capable. Originally, you were destined to be eliminated by the heavenly law Tao orthodoxy, but you managed to endure it and even became the young divine king of myriad heaven's divine desolate. Yu Yaoyao sincerely admires Qin. A3. I, the young divine king, am very miserable. Everyone covets the position of divine king, but they don't dare to deal with the great divine king, so they can only deal with me, the young divine king. Qin is very helpless. Qin, I want to go on a blind date, give me some advice. Yu Yaoyao said in a very vexed manner. If it's suitable, then let's make do with the marriage. Qin said with smile. Scram. I'm not getting married. Yu Yaoyao's displeased voice rang out. How about this, I will say on the magic mirror that you, Imperial Demon Yao, are my, Qin's, mistress. This way, I can guarantee that your blind date will definitely fail. Qin said with smile, of course, I am a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water, so you don't need to worry that I will be besieged. Yu Yaoyao immediately rejected him and harumphed, I'll think of a way myself. Don't talk nonsense. I don't want to be your concubine. I want to be your master. By the way, you remember. Stay away from the heavens mandate sacred land and listen to me. Qin only smiled and did not reply. Then, he severed the connection and thought to himself, little demoness, how can I listen to you? Do you really think you are my master? Ling Yin'er smiled and said, Xiao Yun, hurry up and save your little wife from the pain of a blind date. In the evening, Qin saw an area in front of him that was surrounded by many crystal pillars. These crystal pillars are over 10,000 feet tall, as if they are supporting the heavens. They are very thick and there is energy flowing inside them. Bright runes are faintly discernible under the sunlight, it is very shocking. The great heaven divine race and the grading divine race have used thousands of these pillars to surround a large area and form a formation barrier. As expected of someone from the Nine-Sun holy ground, they are really generous. How much manpower and material resources would be used to build this kind of formation? Qin exclaimed in his heart. Why are they surrounding that area? Could it be that they want to occupy this area? Will the dragon race give it to them? Ling Yin'er asked. This place is very familiar. Qin opened his heavenly eye and said in shock, isn't this where the dragon peach divine tree is? Could it be that there is something hidden here? I remember that this place is very close to the Heaven Fate Dragon Lake. Ling Yin'er said. Qin immediately took out the magic mirror and contacted Xianxia and Qu Wuxing. He asked them why the grading divine race and the great heaven divine race chose this place to build their base camp. Xianxia is a member of the Heaven Mystery Sect and he is also in that base camp. Qu Wuxing and Xianxia do not know that this is the place where the Dragon Peach Divine Tree is located because before they came, the Great Heaven Divine Race and the Grading Divine Race had already changed this place. They said that they will try their best to find out more about the situation. Qin Yan landed on the ground and used his heavenly eye to observe the movement at the entrance. Imperial Yao Yao has already entered the barrier. There is a large stone tablet outside the entrance with the words Great Heaven Divine City written on it. This place is called Great Heaven Divine City. It seems like the Great Heaven Divine race has put in the most effort. The Great Heaven Divine race even created the Greatest Heaven sect before, and now they are building the Great Heaven Divine City in the Heaven Fate Sacred Land. And the Great Divine race only organized a non-human gathering and they made such a mess. Qin Yan took out the devil mirror and wanted to contact the Monkey King, but he can't. He can only contact Long Shu. Long Shu, I am Qin Yan. Heaven's Mandate Sacred Land is your territory, right? How much do you know about Heaven's Mandate Sacred Land? Qin Yan wants to ask if there are any good things hidden at the place where the Dragon Peach Divine Tree was planted. My tree dragon race knows a lot about Heaven's Mandate Sacred Land. Why are you asking this? Have you taken a fancy to a piece of land? Long Shu said with smile, let's wait for the Heavenly Dragon race to come into being, I will help you get it. Long Shu is very good to Qin Yan, mainly because she wants Qin Yan to help her. Furthermore, she knows that this young divine king Qin Yan's potential is not small, moreover he has mastered Bloodline Heavenly Rune. A great Heaven Divine City has appeared in Heaven's Mandate Sacred Land. Qin Yan immediately informed Long Shu about the situation here, took a picture and sent it to her. Although there are some giant dragons flying in the sky, they don't seem to say anything. Qin Yan doesn't know why. These guys are actually occupying the treasure land of the Dragon Peach Divine Tree. Don't worry about them, wait for the dragon race to come out, they will be in for a good time. Long Shu said very angrily. Oh, that's right, are those mysterious races also inside the Great Heaven Divine City? Qin Yan asked. More than 10 mysterious races appeared before, they cut down the Dragon Peach Divine Tree and even uprooted it. It can be seen that they are very powerful. I don't know. In short, these guys are very arrogant. Qin Yan, you better stay away from them. Long Shu said. I know. Qin Yan replied and then put away the devil mirror. After he became invisible, he walked towards the nearest pillar. He wants to see whether or not the barrier can penetrate it. The people inside the Great Heaven Divine City can use the devil mirror to communicate with the outside. It means that the space has not been sealed. After Qin Yan approached, he secretly checked. Although the space has been sealed, it has been restricted. If he wants to open a large spatial passage, it will not work and he will be discovered. And the spatial passage produced by the devil mirror is very weak, it can only produce a very weak spatial ripple, it can be ignored. The boundary of the Great Sky Divine City did not obstruct the spatial ripples emitted by the demonic mirror. Hence, it would not affect the demonic mirror inside. These guys' barrier is quite powerful. Even if I let the little ant queen bring me into the dark space, I'm afraid I'll be discovered. Qin Yan probed and realized that it would be very difficult to sneak in. There was only one entrance and it was a very small door. Even if the guard at the door was not strong, there were all sorts of enchantments and tools at the door. It would be very difficult for Qin Yan to pass through invisibly. The abilities displayed by the powerful clans from the Nine Suns Sacred Ground gave Qin Yan a preliminary understanding of them. Qin Yan planned to let Xianxia or Chu Wuxing come out and then enter their storage Dharma treasures. That way, he could sneak in. However, they were afraid that the Great Heaven Divine Race's enchantments and tools would be able to detect that there were people in their storage treasures. After Qin Yan distanced himself from the barrier, he took out a faraway tool and stared at the door. He realized that the person who entered needed to take off all the storage treasures on their body and then place them on a disc that was engraved with complicated runes. Sure enough, storage treasures need to be tested. After Qin Yan realized this, he cancelled his plan to find Chu Wuxing. Now there is only one way, it will be very tiring. Qin Yan put away the faraway tool. What way? I can't think of any good way to go in, unless I make a big commotion. Ling Yaner is also helping Qin Yan think of a way. Qin Yan said with smile, I am after all called Mouse King, how can I dig a hole? Ah? Dig into the ground? Is that okay? Ling Yaner feels that it will be very difficult and said, there must be a barrier inside the barrier. If you want to dig into the ground, you will have to activate the barrier covering the ground. Not only the barrier inside the city, if you want to dig a hole outside the city, you must dig a very deep hole. Because the barrier released by the formation pillars also penetrates very deep into the ground. Even if there are barriers inside the city, those barriers will definitely be affected. Don't forget that the Dragon Peach Divine Tree was planted inside. The roots of the Dragon Peach Divine Tree are very deep. After it was uprooted, how deep is the hole? Leave that hole. Qinyan said. Maybe they found something after entering the hole. Xiaoyun, it's a pity that you didn't go down to check before. Ling Yin'er said with sigh. What pity? This is the Heaven's Mandate Holy Land. Even if they found it, they would have to get the dragon race's consent. Qinyan finished speaking and immediately used mysterious penetration divine ability to drill into the ground. After he drilled deep enough, he didn't sense any barrier power from the formation pillars and drilled forward. Very soon, he entered the depths of the Great Heaven Divine City. And now, he only needs to drill up and find a place where there is no one around. Before Qinyan drilled into the ground, he released his Heavenly Eye clone to help him locate his position. As he drilled up, he released his formidable mental power to probe the situation above. Great Heaven Divine Race built the Great Heaven Divine City here with such a large force, it must be because there is something hidden underground. Qinyan drilled up very slowly. After a while, he discovered that his mental power can't penetrate the things above. I encountered something. I am still very far from the ground. Qinyan is secretly alarmed and then slowed down his speed. Very soon, he touched something very hard. It's a crystal. There is a very thick crystal below. Qinyan is extremely shocked. He took out a light-emitting stone to illuminate it and discovered that it is a white crystal. He wanted to go around this white crystal, but he discovered that this crystal is not ordinary. It is as big as the entire Great Heaven Divine City and is located below the Great Heaven Divine City. The formation pillars surrounding the Great Heaven Divine City and the barrier power that penetrates the ground just happens to cover this crystal. Qinyan is extremely shocked. The area occupied by the Great Heaven Divine Race is truly incredible. There is actually a crystal the size of a large city. It seems like they don't have a barrier on the ground. This crystal can block the passage to the ground. Qinyan secretly smiled. As long as there is no barrier blocking, he can use Transcending Void Step to pass through. Mysterious Penetration Divine Ability can't penetrate this crystal, but Transcending Void Step can. Qinyan used Transcending Void Step to travel through space and smoothly passed through. After passing through, he discovered that he is in water. Not good, this is the Heaven's Mandate Dragon Lake's water. Qinyan is greatly alarmed and promptly shut his mouth to prevent the lake water from entering his body. He doesn't know what will happen if he drinks the lake water for the second time, and he doesn't want to drink it again. Moreover, the environment here is not suitable for him to try. Could it be that the crystal was formed from the Heaven's Mandate Dragon Lake's water? Qinyan now knows that there is a huge mysterious crystal under the area occupied by the Great Heaven Divine City and a large amount of Heaven's Mandate Dragon Lake's water. Xiaoyun, could it be that they want to secretly nurture the dragon race? Ling Yin'er said, dragons can quickly reproduce after drinking the Heaven's Mandate Dragon Lake's water. Moreover, the dragons that hatch from the dragon eggs will be even stronger. That's possible. Qinyan swam upstream. After swimming for a while, he touched the soil. He estimated that the lake water is several hundred meters deep. Qinyan moved through the soil. At the same time, he did not forget to release his mental power to investigate. There is still a bit of distance between him and the ground. He doesn't know if there is a barrier on the ground or not. Not long after, he approached the ground. There is actually no barrier. These guys must have thought that the crystal and the Heaven's Mandate Dragon Lake's water would be very difficult to penetrate. Qinyan is secretly happy. He guessed that the Great Heaven Divine Race must have closed the barrier covering the ground to save energy. This area is very big. If they covered it, they would consume even more energy, meaning they would need even more resources. This kind of great formation is mostly maintained by Divine Cosmos Golden Stones. Every hour it consumes a lot of Divine Cosmos Golden Stones. It is already night time. The Heaven's Divine Moon is hanging high in the sky, illuminating the Heaven's Mandate Holy Land. The Heaven's Mandate Holy Land is still in a terrible state. The ground is a mess. After those giant trees turned into tree dragons, they left behind many large craters. However, once the strongest dragon race comes into being, the heavens mandate Holy Land will undergo an earth-shaking transformation. Maybe it will become one of the most flourishing and powerful areas in the heavens divine desolate. Qin Yan is very close to Imperial Yao Yao. As long as Imperial Yao Yao was nearby, he could use his demonic mirror to pinpoint Imperial Yao Yao's location. Coupled with the heavenly eye doppelganger in the sky, even if he was underground, he could quickly pinpoint Imperial Yao Yao's location. Here, he can only go find Imperial Yao Yao. He can't go to Chu Xing and Xianxia because they are together with the Heaven Secrets Sect's upper echelons. Imperial Yao Yao is a woman and she came with her father. She has a lot of personal space. Imperial Yao Yao's location is inside a courtyard. It is quite big. There are a few small buildings in the courtyard and she is in one of them. Qin Yan used the mysterious penetration divine ability to move underground as if he is diving. Very quickly, he arrived at the small building where Imperial Yao Yao is. He sensed and confirmed that Imperial Yao Yao is above his head. Moreover, she is alone in the house. Should I go up? Qin Yan is calculating in his heart. If he suddenly appeared like this, he will definitely scare Imperial Yao Yao. However, if Qin Yan wants to find the great heaven war god, he can only rely on Imperial Yao Yao. Let's go up. Since you are here, what's there to be afraid of? Ling Yuner said with smile. Qin Yan also knows that Imperial Yao Yao is a person who has seen the world. She will not be scared so easily. After he decided, he immediately went up. After he went up, Imperial Yao Yao also discovered that something is approaching. She immediately entered a state of vigilance. She held a long sword in her hand, her face is filled with killing intent. It's me. After Qin Yan came out, he patted the dust off his body and said with smile. Imperial Yao Yao is wearing light clothes, her feet are bare. Under her white shorts, her pair of slender jade legs are shining brilliantly. Her upper body is wearing very small clothes, revealing a jade waist with slightly protruding abs. It can be seen that this is her underwear and she is preparing to take a bath. Imperial Yao Yao slightly gritted her teeth, she is alarmed and angry in her heart. She is momentarily speechless. She stamped her feet, walked over and kicked Qin Yan. Yu Yao Yao placed her hands on her hips, her eyebrows are slightly knitted. Her beautiful pink eyes stared at Qin Yan and said with slight annoyance, "Then do you want to come together?" "How can I do that? I am very shy, forget it." Qin Yan said with smile and then walked towards the bathroom door. Seeing that Qin Yan is about to go out, Yu Yao Yao quickly walked over and grabbed his hand. She said in low voice, "Don't go out, there are people outside waiting for me to take a bath. If a man like you suddenly runs out of my bathroom, what will the people outside think?" Qin Yan naturally knows that there are people outside, that's why he deliberately walked out. "Then what should I do?" "I can't stay here, I will disturb your bath." Qin Yan said, "How about this, I will cover my eyes and you can slowly bath." Seeing Qin Yan's expression, Yu Yao Yao knows that he is doing it on purpose. She immediately took out a red dress and put it on. Then she let down her beautiful red hair and said, "Then I won't bathe first, I will go out and send away the people outside." "Who is outside?" Qin Yan said with frown, "This door should lead to your bedroom, right?" He rubbed his chin and pretended to think very seriously. Then he suddenly said with smile, "Is it a man you like?" "Go to hell, I already said that I won't marry so casually." The person outside is a woman, from the Great Heaven Divine Race. She is arranged by the Great Heaven Divine Race to let me know, to familiarize me with the Great Heaven Divine City. Moreover, they will arrange for me to go on a blind date. They believe that having a female companion with me will make me feel less restrained. Qin Yan said with smile, "So there is a woman outside. You should have said so earlier, I will go out and flirt with her." Yu Yao Yao immediately grabbed Qin Yan's clothes and secretly pinched him. She cursed in low voice, "You scoundrel, don't act recklessly. If she sees a man coming out of my bathroom, it will be very troublesome." "What troublesome? Don't you hate blind dates? If I go out and she sees that you have a man, she won't take you on a blind date." Qin Yan said with smile. "That won't do. If this gets out, people will think that I am a loose woman." Yu Yao Yao, am about to go on a blind date, but before that, I am with a man in a bathroom. I want my reputation, I am not as thick-skinned as you. Yu Yao Yao grabbed Qin Yan's arm and pinched him a few times. Qin Yan wrinkled his nose and said with a smile, aren't you going to take a bath? If you take a shower, are you going to pick a man with that beauty outside? I smell good even if I don't bathe. When Imperial Demon Yao saw how Qin Yan is deliberately covering his nose, he could not help but glare at him fiercely. Yu Yao Yao put on her clothes and pushed Qin Yan to a corner of the bathroom. She pressed him against the wall and sternly warned him not to run around. Then she hurried out of the bathroom. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and saw a woman wearing a purple dress. Her hair was coiled into a bun with luxurious accessories. This woman had dressed up meticulously from head to toe, and she wore a luxurious purple dress. She looked dignified and elegant, and had a noble temperament. She was also a very pleasing beauty. Sister Daixin, I won't be going to the banquet later. I suddenly don't want to go. Yu Yao Yao said with some embarrassment, I have made you wait for a long time, I am truly sorry. That purple-dressed woman saw Yu Yao Yao's words and gently smiled. Then she held Yu Yao Yao's hands and said with gentle and sweet voice, Yao Yao, this is something we will have to face sooner or later. For the sake of our family, we must choose a husband from a strong race to be married. I don't have to marry. My father said that if I don't like it, I cannot marry. Yu Yao Yao curled her lips and said, Sister Daixin, your Ling family is the strongest in the very heaven divine race. Why would your Ling family want a marriage alliance? Ling Daixin's beautiful eyes are like water, they are filled with helplessness. However, her face has a helpless and beautiful gentle smile. There is no other way, this is my fate, I must face it. Although they arranged for me to accompany you, so that you don't have to be so nervous. But actually, I also need someone to accompany me. Ling Daixin is still holding Yu Yao Yao's hands, her expression is somewhat resentful. When Yu Yao Yao saw Ling Daixin's beautiful eyes that are filled with earnest pleading, she felt extremely unbearable in her heart. She knows that Ling Daixin is deliberately saying this to make her go to the banquet. However, she is unable to refuse Ling Daixin, she also knows that this is a very formidable woman. Qin Yan also secretly feels that this Ling Daixin is not someone who is easy to deal with. Her appearance is neither beautiful nor charming, but her body's charm is extremely formidable. Even a woman like Yu Yao Yao has been charmed by her. This woman is a bit strange, she is actually trying to seduce Yao Yao. Qin Yan is watching from the bathroom, he is somewhat apprehensive. He is after all a spectator, he can see something from Ling Daixin's expression. Ling Daixin saw Yu Yao Yao is hesitating, then stood up, tightly hugged her waist and said with smile, Yao Yao, just treat it as accompanying elder sister. You can also help elder sister check it out. Yu Yao Yao bit her lips, she doesn't know why at this moment, she only feels that her thoughts are drifting, especially when she gazed at Ling Daixin's beautiful eyes that are filled with magic power, her heart is actually beating wildly. Ling Daixin gently caressed Yu Yao Yao's beautiful face, then she slightly opened her red lips, wanting to kiss Yu Yao Yao. Motherfucker, you dare to seduce a little demoness in front of me. When Qin Yan saw that Yu Yao Yao has already sunk into a confused state, he immediately used the mysterious penetration divine ability and went out of the bathroom door. After he went out, he quickly put on a mask, then extended 2 fingers and blocked in front of Yu Yao Yao's red lips. Ling Daixin gently kissed Qin Yan's 2 fingers and immediately sensed that someone suddenly appeared. Miss Ling, right? Since you like women, why are you willing to marry a stinky man? Qin Yan said with smile, since you have decided to marry, why are you still seducing Yao Yao? Young master, who are you to Yao Yao? Ling Daixin sensed that the strength of the man in front of her is unfathomable and quickly retreated a few steps. Yu Yao Yao also realized that she was almost bewitched by Ling Daixin just now. Then, who do you think I am to Yao Yao? Qin Yan said with a smile. Ling Daixin looked at Qin Yan's mask and his star-like eyes. Her own eyes also flickered like the autumn waves of water. Her expression suddenly became extremely gentle and it even revealed a strange power. In that instant, Qin Yan felt that he could disregard everything for the woman in front of him. He could go crazy for her, he could even die for her. Of course, this is only a momentary feeling. He just had this kind of feeling in his heart and he immediately extinguished it. In terms of willpower, there is really no one who can compare to Qin Yun. After all, he has experienced the tempering of 9 lifetimes. Miss Ling, aren't you looking for a partner? What do you think of me? Qin Yun said with a faint smile. Pretty good. Ling Daixin realized that she can't bewitch the woman in front of her, so she smiled gently. Her smile is very beautiful, it makes people want to caress her beautiful smiling face. Qin Yun really reached out his hand to caress her beautiful jade-like face. Ling Daixin did not refuse. Instead, she used her jade-like hand to caress the back of Qin Yun's hand. It seems that she enjoys Qin Yun caressing her jade-like face. As she caressed the back of Qin Yun's hand, her eyes were as gentle as water as she stared at Qin Yun. At this moment, Qin Yun once again had that feeling from before. It made him suddenly want to give up everything and love the woman in front of him with all his heart. This feeling only appeared for an instant before it suddenly disappeared. It was like a small flame that had just ignited and was immediately extinguished. Yu Yaoyao realized that something is wrong. She also knew that Ling Daixin used an extremely terrifying bewitching technique. As long as she saw Ling Daixin's eyes, she couldn't help but want to get close to her. Moreover, she wanted to be with her forever and make her her eternal companion. Even though she knew that Ling Daixin used a bewitching technique to confuse her mind, she was not angry because of this. Instead, she felt extremely happy. Miss Ling, what's the point of doing this? The feelings you obtained like this are completely meaningless. Qin Yun laughed and then vigorously pinched Ling Daixin's face. He suddenly realized that Ling Daixin's face is very easy to pinch. Ling Daixin's heart is alarmed. She never expected that her bewitching technique would be broken by a man one after another. One must know that even women would be captivated by her, not to mention men. Her face is being pinched by Qin Yun, her eyes are filled with grief. She said in a low voice, "Young master, Daixin was wrong. I also wanted to complete the mission given to me by the higher-ups and bring Yao Yao to go on a blind date. Please don't blame me. Sister Daixin, I'm willing to go with you, but you have to promise me one thing and sign a soul contract with me." Yu Yaoyao looked at Qin Yun and said, "You are not allowed to tell anyone that there is a man in my room, and you are not allowed to reveal to anyone that he is here." "Alright, I won't say anything," Ling Daixin said with a chuckle and then gently pulled Yu Yaoyao's hand. She really immediately signed a soul contract with Yu Yaoyao. "Alright, I'll go take a bath first." Yu Yaoyao felt a lot more at ease and immediately entered the bathroom to take a bath. Ling Daixin and Qin Yun are sitting at a round table. Ling Daixin's hand is supporting her fragrant cheek, her pair of gentle and magical eyes are staring fixedly at Qin Yun. She is not willing to give up, so she is still constantly strengthening her charm to try to seduce Qin Yun. Qin Yun drank tea and said with a smile, "Don't try, you won't succeed. That's because my realm is not high enough. Wait until my bewitching technique breaks through another level, I will definitely succeed." Ling Daixin said with a chuckle, "Young master, who exactly are you? Yao Yao doesn't want others to know that you are here." "I snuck in." Qin Yun took off his mask and said with a smile, "I am Qin Yun. I came here to find your great heaven war god. I heard that he wanted to capture me. After all, he came all the way from the 9 Sun sacred land. I didn't want to trouble him to personally come find me, so I delivered myself here." Ling Daixin is very astonished in her heart, but the smile on her face became even wider. "You don't believe me?" Qin Yun saw Ling Daixin's smile and felt somewhat surprised in his heart. Qin Yun maintained a smile on his face, but he is actually very shocked in his heart. He still doesn't dare to believe it and said, "You don't look like the great heaven war god at all." Ling Daixin's eyes moved about, she pursed her lips into a smile and asked, "Where do I not look like it?" "You are too weak." Qin Yun expressed his doubts, then extended his hand to caress Ling Daixin's face and said with smile, "Are you really the great heaven war god? You are a grand great heaven war god, yet you are helping someone touch your face so casually?" Ling Daixin really didn't resist Qin Yun at all. She said with smile, "That depends on who it is. If it was someone else who wanted to touch my face, as long as they stretched out their hand, I guarantee that all the bones in their arm would be broken into pieces." Qin Yun was startled when he saw Ling Daixin say these words with a smile. He pinched Ling Daixin's face and immediately retracted his hand. He said with smile, "Then I won't touch any more." If it's you, I will allow you to touch but no outsiders can be present. Ling Daixin looked at the bathroom and said, did you come out from there? I just came out from the ground to find Yao Yao. I didn't expect that she would be taking a bath. Qin Yan spread out his hands and said with smile. So you are really honest. You actually didn't come out when she was taking a bath. Ling Daixin said with smile, this is very different from the information I have. To tell you the truth, I have a nickname called Honest Qin. Qin Yan sighed and said, I quite like this nickname. Ling Daixin can't help but laugh. She laughed very happily. She looked at the bathroom again and said in low voice, don't tell Yao Yao that I am the great heaven war god. Help me keep this secret for now, okay? Why? Isn't it good to let her know? Qin Yan asked. Actually, even in the great heaven god race, there are not many people who know that I am the great heaven war god. And I didn't have to tell you. Help me keep this secret. Ling Daixin said seriously. Then are you still going to capture me? Qin Yan asked. Ling Daixin sweetly smiled and shook her head, I can't even capture your heart, let alone capture you. I truly don't believe that you are great heaven war god. Qin Yan once again became suspicious. Ling Daixin's expression suddenly changed. She, who was extremely gentle a moment ago, suddenly became stern. The purple dress on her body fluttered slightly, and a strong divine power aura slowly leaked out from her body. Qin Yan secretly took a deep breath after sensing the powerful divine power aura on her body. He said, all right, I promise you that I won't tell Yao Yao that you are the great heaven war god. Then you have to promise not to hurt her. Of course, I won't hurt her. I like her so much. Although Ling Daixin had a smile on her face, there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. Do you really like her? Qin Yan found it unbelievable. She's a good person. She's just a little delicate, but it's not a big problem. Ling Daixin shook her head and smiled. I just want to be her sister. I don't have any other intentions. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, you nearly kissed her just now. Don't you have other thoughts? Who told her to be so moving? Don't tell me, she didn't move your heart? Ling Daixin said with light smile, to be honest, I was very jealous just now. I wanted to kill you. Qin Yan waved his hand and said, I really came here to find great heaven war god. Yao Yao told me that the great heavenly war god is coming to cause trouble for me. This made me upset, so I decided to strike first. Qin Yan, you're really something. Qin Yan, you really are a character. If other people knew that they were targeted by great heaven war god, they wouldn't even have time to hide. But you came knocking on my door. Ling Daixin said with smile, you want to find another great heaven war god? Alright, wait a moment, follow me and Yao Yao. She will be able to see him when she attends the banquet. Qin Yan said, then should I dress up? Ling Daixin rolled her eyes and said with smile, yes, you must dress up as my male slave. I refuse. Qin Yan immediately said. You must have an identity and come with me. Ling Daixin also extended her hand, touched Qin Yan's face and said with light smile, I didn't expect you to be such a good person, completely different from the rumors. Then do you like men or women? Qin Yan gently grabbed her lily-white hand. I like both men and women. Ling Daixin said with charming smile, how about this, you pretend to be my personal inscription master and come with me to the banquet. Qin Yan asked, personal inscription master? Then how can I pretend to be one? Ling Daixin explained, within the 9 Sun holy ground, as long as you hold a high position, you will have a powerful inscription master as your companion. I should have had one but I couldn't find a suitable candidate. Could this be a master-servant relationship? I don't want to pretend to be your servant. Qin Yan said. Of course not. I am the great heaven war god, an inscription master chosen by me must have a high position. Ling Daixin said, I heard that you are a good inscription master and also a pill master. Qin Yan nodded, my inscription technique is very strong. Within your great heaven god race, there are only 2 or 3 inscription masters who can surpass me in inscription technique. You are truly boasting shamelessly. Ling Daixin burst into laughter and said, you can't pretend to be my inscription master like this, it is too exaggerated. I am serious. Qin Yan believes that his inscription technique is in no way inferior to the top inscription masters of various races. Ling Daixin took out a set of luxurious white robe, placed it on the table and said, "Change into this set of clothes." Qin Yan flipped over the robe and said with face full of disgust, "This is what you prepared for your personal inscription master? So low quality. Quickly put it on." Ling Daixin said. "Turn around." Qin Yan said. "You are a man, what are you afraid of? Quickly put it on." Ling Daixin didn't have the slightest intention of turning around. She said with smile, "I didn't expect you to be so shy." Qin Yan also only took off the clothes on his upper body. He discovered that when he took off the clothes on his upper body, Ling Daixin's beautiful eyes were burning hot. He really wanted to release the rogue elf Ling Yuner and let her fight against this female wolf Ling Daixin. After Qin Yan changed into it and put on the silver mask, he looked like a hidden inscription master. Qin Yan pretended to be someone else's follower before, but this is the first time he pretended to be someone else's personal inscription master. "Alright, very good." Ling Daixin circled around Qin Yan twice and said with smile, "I am very satisfied." Hey, I am not your personal inscription master, I am only temporarily pretending." Qin Yan immediately said. Ling Daixin suddenly grabbed Qin Yan's hand with both of her hands and said in a sweet and soft voice, "Honest Qin, I really want to go on a blind date tonight. Help me properly destroy it." Qin Yan said, "That is easy, but how are you going to repay me?" "There is no need to repay me with your body, I don't like it." He also doesn't want Ling Daixin to continue acting like a spoiled child, he can't stand it anymore. "I can give you some information about the great divine king. As a little divine king, you should really want to know about the great divine king, right?" Ling Daixin said. After Qin Yan sat down, he asked, "As a great heaven war god, why are you being manipulated by your family? Do you want to get married or something? After all, I was nurtured by my family, I have to repay my family. Otherwise, how could I have my current position?" Ling Daixin sighed and said. "There are many ways to repay, there is no need to use this kind of method." Qin Yan shook his head and said. "If I capture you and hand you over to my family, I won't have to marry someone I don't like. I don't think I can capture you, so I can only accept my fate." Ling Daixin said. Qin Yan said, "I can help you escape from the great heaven god race." Ling Daixin shook her head and said, "I can escape at any time, but I can't betray my family." "In that case, you can still be considered to be affectionate and righteous." "Alright, I will properly ruin your blind date." Qin Yan said. "The other great heaven war god you are looking for is called Wei Shuangyan, he is from the great heaven god race's Wei family. His strength is much stronger than mine. I don't know much about him because great heaven war gods are very secretive existences." Ling Daixin said. "Great heaven war gods are all youngsters?" Qin Yan asked. Ling Daixin nodded. At this time, someone outside shouted, Yao, what are you doing? You still haven't gone to the banquet?" "It's Ling Taiyun, he is my elder brother. I have hundreds of brothers and sisters and this Ling Taiyun is one of the sons my father values very much." "Then what is your father's position in the great heaven god race?" Qin Yan can guess that Ling Daixin's father must have a very high position. "The great heaven god race's emperor is my father." Ling Daixin earnestly said, "Ling Taiyun is my older brother, not only is his talent high, his temperament is also excellent, he is highly valued, that's why his strength is only stronger than mine, don't underestimate him." Qin Yan thought of the young master that Chu Wuxing was protecting. He was the low-key son of the Arch of the Extreme Sky clan. Ling Taiyun lightly shouted from outside, Yao, I'll be going first. "Hurry up and go, everyone is waiting for you." "He wants to pursue Yao?" asked Qin Yan. "Everyone wants to pursue her, including me." Ling Daixin laughed and said, "Don't you know how important Yao is?" Is it because of her dark Kuan-peng?" asked Qin Yan with a frown. "It's not the dark Kuan-peng anymore, it's the nine-sun Kuan-peng. I heard that the Kuan-peng's heart is a heavenly universe divine sun." Ling Daixin frowned. "You don't know about this? You were the one who saved that Kuan-peng." Qin Yan spread his hands and said, Yao never told me. The Kuan-peng has become a nine suns Kuan-peng, and there's a heavenly universe divine sun in its body. What does this mean? Do you still need to ask me? How could you not know how powerful heavenly universe divine sun is? Oh, that's right, you once obtained a heavenly universe divine sun, but it was too small, it didn't grow well and then died, right? Ling Daixin said. Qin Yan obtained the heavenly cosmic divine sun. This matter is still remembered by many people. Even though it is a very small heavenly cosmic divine sun, it is still very terrifying in Qin Yan's hands. But after Qin Yan obtained it, he did not release it for a very long time. This made all the major powers believe that the small heavenly cosmic divine sun did not survive. What they don't know is that the heavenly cosmic divine sun is growing very well inside the nine sun divine spirit. Qin Yan obtained many small divine suns to feed the divine sun inside the nine sun divine spirit. Now you know how popular Yao Yao is, right? Fortunately, her position in the clan is not low, so the clan's requirements for her are not that strict. Otherwise, they would definitely force her to hand over the Kuan-peng. Ling Daixin said. The Kuan-peng was subdued by Yao Yao and now it has evolved into a nine-sun Kuan-peng. Who would dare to force her to hand it over? Even if Yao Yao hands it over, they would have to tame the Kuan-peng again. How could it be that easy? Qin Yan said with smile. Ling Daixin nodded and said, that's right. I am quite envious of her, she is not bound by the clan too much. I'm here to fight the great heavenly war god. Since that Wei Xuanyan is the great heaven war god, does he have anything special about him? Qin Yan asked. I know very little about the other great heaven war gods. Ling Daixin shook her head, I only know that Wei Xuanyan is stronger than me. Do you think you can beat me? Qin Yan said with smile, it's hard to say without fighting. Ling Daixin said with smile, even if you can beat him, you might not be able to beat Wei Xuanyan. Because my specialty is not fighting. Her bewitching divine art is very powerful, she can easily bewitch people. Once they are bewitched by her, they will be at her mercy. Then is your bewitching divine art effective on other great heaven war gods? Qin Yan asked. Yes. Very effective. Ling Daixin said confidently, because I can enchant them, the elders in the clan don't allow me to use it, and even made me sign a soul contract with them. They don't even allow me to get close to them. She can't bewitch Qin Yan, so she is afraid of him. Because under normal circumstances, most men and women would be infatuated with her, and she had never failed. As for the Qin Yan in front of her, not only was she unable to bewitch him, she even felt that when she tried to bewitch him, she would suffer a mental backlash. Qin Yan now understands why the extreme heaven divine race had sent Ling Daixin. If her bewitching divine art had succeeded, she would have easily made Qin Yan hand over all his treasures. After Yu Yao Yao took a bath, she came out and changed into a light pink dress. Her dressing was very ordinary and could not be considered gorgeous. However, her bright red hair and her beautiful face always made her the center of attention. Furthermore, her pair of enchanting pink eyes were the most peculiar, causing people to be unable to help but take a few more glances at her. Qin Yan had seen Yu Yao Yao's father before. The middle-aged man had black hair and black eyes. As for Yu Yao Yao's red hair and pink eyes, she had clearly inherited them from her mother. It was obvious that her mother was a woman of a different race. When Ling Daixin saw Yu Yao Yao coming out, she quickly walked over with a smile and praised Yu Yao Yao for being beautiful. Seeing that Qin Yan has changed his clothes, Imperial Demon Yao asked, Sister Xianxia, did you fight? No, we had a good chat. Ling Daixin smiled and said, and I plan to bring him to the banquet. Yu Yao Yao immediately became worried. Because she knows that Qin Yan has come this time to deal with the great heavenly battle god. Moreover, she also knows that Qin Yan is someone who is extremely good at stirring up trouble. Now that he wanted to bring Qin Yan to the banquet, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. She did not know that Qin Yan had already revealed his identity to Imperial Yao Yao. Qin Yan said with smile, it's alright, I am just going to take a look. In the Tadian Divine City, there were two powerful clans from the Nine Sun Sacred Ground, the Tadian Divine Tribe and the Ancient Yu clan. Hence, he had to restrain himself. Alright, but what identity will he use to go? Yu Yao frowned. I just told him that he will be my personal inscription master. I even gave him a name, he will be called Saint Master Long. Ling Daixin smiled and said, Yao Yao, this friend of yours said that he is an inscription master, so I arranged it this way. Is that all right? Yu Yao Yao nodded her head and then secretly sent voice transmission to Qin Yun, telling him not to act recklessly. Just like this, Qin Yun followed the two beauties out of the small building and boarded a large carriage to the place where the banquet will be held. Qin Yun is wearing a silver mask and following beside Ling Daixin. He is silent, his eyes are cold, giving people a very cold feeling. The place where the banquet will be held is a flat square in the middle of the Tadian Divine City. It has just been built and there are already many people here. Most of them are from the Tadian Divine Tribe and the Tadian Divine Tribe. They have just come out from the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. Then there are the Ancient Yu clan and the law enforcement world. On the way here, Qin Yun learned from Ling Daixin and Yu Yao Yao that the 10 mysterious powerful clans from before are ancient clans of the same era as the Ancient Yu clan. As for what kind of powerful clan they are, Yu Yao Yao is not too clear. These ancient clans are called the Heaven-Opening Ancient Clan. They have existed since the ancient times, they are mysterious and powerful. The Ancient Yu clan is also quite powerful among the Heaven-Opening Ancient Clans. There used to be 10 Heaven-Opening Ancient Clans, but now there are only 5 left. They are mainly active in other heavens and have only recently come to the Nine Sun Heavenly region. They want to stay in the Divine Wilderness for a long time and treat it as their center. Qin Yun is very wary of these Heaven-Opening Ancient Clans, mainly because they are mysterious and powerful. Rumor has it that the Ancient Yu clan created the descendants of the Divine Sun. Now it seems that it is very likely that a few of the Heaven-Opening Ancient Clans did it together. Because the Ancient Yu clan members have very powerful souls, they must be the kind that cannot be killed. There used to be 10 Heaven-Opening Ancient Clans, but now there are only 5 left. It is not because the other 5 have been exterminated, but because they have been annexed by other Heaven-Opening Ancient Clans. The Heaven-Opening Ancient Clans have existed for so many years and are not extinct. It is obvious that they are the kind that are very difficult to kill. When Yu Yao Yao and Ling Daixin arrived at the square, they immediately attracted the fiery gazes of many men. Ling Taiyun was the first to arrive. After seeing him, many men who were about to come over immediately stopped. It is clear that they all know Ling Taiyun's identity. Qin Yun has seen Ling Taiyun before. He is indeed the low-profile man protected by Chu Wuxing. He is handsome and has a modest smile on his face as he walked towards Yu Yao Yao. Yu Yao Yao also greeted Ling Taiyun with a smile and chatted with him for a bit. At this moment, a cold-looking, extraordinary, short-haired man in black robes walked over with light steps. He held a long sword in his hand and had a cold expression on his face. Seeing this man, a group of people got out of the way one after another, their faces filled with reverence. Greetings, War God Wei. War God Wei, long time no see. Your divine power has improved a lot again. War God Wei is really getting stronger and stronger. Some people began to flatter him. Qin Yun is somewhat surprised. He did not expect that Wei Shuangyan would appear in such a high-profile manner. He previously learned from Ling Daixin that War God Tai Tian is rather mysterious. It seems that Wei Shuangyan does not intend to keep a low profile anymore. After all, this is the great era of the Divine Wilderness. With his powerful divine power, he will definitely become an influential figure of this era. After Wei Shuangyan walked over, his expression relaxed a lot. He smiled stiffly at Yu Yao Yao and said, I am Wei Shuangyan, the strongest war god of the Great Heaven Divine Tribe. Wei Shuangyan, I have only left the Great Heaven Divine Tribe not long ago and you are already the strongest war god? Have you fought all the war gods? Ling Taiyun smiled. There is no need to fight. The other war gods all admit that I am the strongest. Wei Shuangyan is very confident. He raised his head and puffed out his chest, not even looking at Ling Taiyun. Ling Taiyun is not angry. He seems to understand the temperament of these war gods. At this time, a few elders and middle-aged men of the Great Heaven Divine Tribe walked over. Then Yu Yao Yao's father, Yu Xingyu, and a few other elders also came over to ease the atmosphere. Ling Taiyun is the son of the Great Heaven Divine Tribe's emperor while Wei Shuangyan is the strongest war god. This is a battle between the Ling and Wei families. Right now the Great Heaven Divine Tribe's emperor is from the Ling family, but that may not be the case in the future. It will depend on the strength of the next generation. Qin Yan also discovered that both Ling Taiyun and Wei Shuangyan are accompanied by a middle-aged man wearing an inscription master robe. He must be their personal inscription master. These two inscription masters looked inconspicuous, but after Qin Yan secretly observed them, he discovered that they were actually experts who had concealed themselves deeply. Their aura is very calm. Moreover, their slender hands are like bright jade, flowing with blood spirit power. Their eyes are flickering with runes from time to time. Moreover, they have the aura of inscription spirit on their bodies. They are inscription masters who have mastered inscription spirit. Daixin, who is this person beside you? Ling Taiyun also noticed Qin Yan and asked. My personal inscription master. Brother Taiyun, don't you already have dozens of women? Ling Daixin said. Only dozens, not many. Ling Taiyun said with smile, moreover, I don't like them anymore, I haven't seen them for a long time. No matter what, they are all my Ling family's people. It is not good for you to treat them like this. Ling Daixin cursed her heartless brother in her heart. Ling Taiyun said with smile, there is no other way, I am a person who likes the new and dislikes the old. They are living so comfortably in the Ling family and I have not treated them badly. At this time a few youngsters from the Great Yin Divine tribe walked over. They are all accompanied by personal inscription masters. Personal inscription masters provide their employer with customized heavenly talismans, runes, formations, and many other things related to runes. All of them have very high status. Within the Nine Sun Holy Land, people with high status can bring their personal inscription masters. This is a symbol of their status and also a symbol of their strength. After the sudden arrival of the elders, the atmosphere of the scene became much less intense. Otherwise, when this group of young and arrogant geniuses gathered together, it would be very easy for them to have a conflict, which would then lead to a conflict. At this time an elder of the Sun Yin divine race walked towards Ling Daixin with a young man and said with a smile, Miss Ling, I am Xianxia of the Sun Yin divine race, an elder of the Sun Yin divine race. This is my son, Xianhuazhan, he is the Sun Yin war god of the Sun Yin divine race. Yin war god was Xianzhankuan's son. This immediately attracted the attention of many people. Even the extremely arrogant Wei Shuangyan looked at Xianzhankuan's son. There was less arrogance in his eyes and more sharpness in them. It was as if he wanted to fight with that young man. Huazhan, Miss Ling is the daughter of the Emperor of the Extreme Sky Clan, she is also a great heaven war god. She is the only female war god of the Extreme Sky divine race. Xianzhankuan said with smile. Ling Daixin's eyebrows are slightly raised. She had asked Qin Yan to help her conceal the identity of the great heaven war god, but now Xianzhankuan's big mouth has directly said it. Yu Yaoyao is very shocked and looked at Ling Daixin. She is very surprised that the woman arranged by the Extreme Sky divine race is actually a great heaven war god. Qin Yan already knew about it, so he is very calm. Xianhuazhan is more than 2 meters tall, he can be said to be the tallest person here. His body is not strong, so he looks like a bamboo pole. His face was slightly long and his skin was tanned. He looked like a handsome man, but he was not even looking at Ling Daixin. Instead, he was looking at Yu Yaoyao. His eyes were filled with a devilish charm, as though he wanted to swallow Yu Yaoyao whole. I am not interested in Ling Daixin. Xianhuazhan said coldly, I don't want to know her. Ling Daixin is secretly happy. If Xianhuazhan takes a fancy to her and the elders have no objections, she will have to marry him. Many of the young geniuses here wanted to pursue Ling Daixin, but now they have to reconsider because Ling Daixin is a great heaven war god. Someone who can become a great heaven war god is not easy to get. Xianzhankuan said with smile, Huazhan, be a bit polite. After all, she is the daughter of the Emperor of the Extreme Sky Clan and is also a great heaven war god. So what? She doesn't deserve my courtesy. She became the Great Sky War God because her father is the Emperor of the Great Sky Tribe. She's no match for me. Xianhuazhan said mockingly. Ling Daixin looked relatively weak, but her strongest point was that bewitching mind method. Of course she wouldn't use it on Xianhuazhan, it would make her feel very disgusted. That's right. With Ling Daixin's strength, it's impossible for her to become a war god. As the great heaven war god, I agree with your words. She was only able to become a war god because of her father. Wei Shuangyan also said loudly. Wei Shuangyan, what did you say? Xianxia was able to become the great heavenly battle god because she worked hard to pass the test. Your Wei clan also participated in the test back then. Is your Wei clan going to deny it now? Ling Taiyun couldn't stand it anymore. Although Ling Daixin was his half-sister and they didn't have any feelings for each other, she was still his sister. So what? Wei Shuangyan sneered. If she was really that useful, would the great emperor of the Extreme Heaven tribe have pushed her out so casually? Xianxia said with sneer, exactly. I have slept with this kind of woman many times. A woman like her is definitely not willing to marry like this, but she pretends to be willing. Whoever marries her will have bad luck. Unless she is willing to sign a master and slave contract and become a slave. Ling Daixin's face is expressionless. Qin Yan can see from her eyes that she is currently very helpless. You are not allowed to say such things about Sister Xianxia. You are not worthy to marry Sister Xianxia. I have seen many stinky men like you. You are not here to find a wife, you are here to find a slave. You treat women like horses to be tamed for fun. Yu Yaoyao couldn't stand it anymore and loudly spoke for Ling Daixin. Yaoyao. Yu Xingyu promptly pulled his daughter back. Over many formidable young elites present saw Yu Yaoyao's words and their eyes lit up. Because in their eyes, Yu Yaoyao is just a good horse that needs to be tamed. Qin Yun is very flabbergasted. He originally thought that Ling Daixin was quite popular. He never expected that she would be ridiculed like this. He carefully thought about it and felt that it is not strange for these formidable geniuses to have such thoughts. After all, Ling Daixin is a woman who has resigned herself to her fate. She obeyed the arrangements of her family. Even if she doesn't want to marry, she has to marry. This kind of woman who has resigned herself to her fate is not attractive to these formidable geniuses at all. He wants strong women who are hard to conquer. That way they can arouse their desire to conquer and make them feel good. And they now really want to conquer you, Yaoyao. Miss you, as long as you marry me, I will definitely kill more than 100 women in my family. I will only love you. Xian Huazhan laughed loudly and said. If you marry me, Wei Shuangyan, with my strength, one day I will definitely become the emperor of the Great Heaven clan and dominate the Divine Desolate. Wei Shuangyan also loudly said. Yu Yaoyao pulled Ling Daixin's hand and said, I will not marry you. You are all too weak. Wait until you become the great divine king and then come and propose to me. So what if you become the emperor of the Great Heaven clan? It's not like you're the strongest. The position of great divine king, that was bestowed by heaven and earth. I can't become a great divine king, but I can definitely become a little divine king. Wei Shuangyan said very confidently. Xian Huazhan smiled proudly. What little divine king or great divine king? As long as I, Xianhua, am given 100 years, I will be the strongest person in deity desolate. Even the great divine monarch's strength will be inferior to me. These two war gods were not willing to be outdone, and they both said many very arrogant words. Just like that at this moment, Qin Yin saw an old man with a long beard and a young man walking over with a smile on his face. This old man was Yu Luanhui. The young man led by Yu Luanhui also had a kind smile on his face. He looked similar to Yu Luanhui. It was obvious that he was Yu Luanhui's son. Lady Ling, I am Yu Luanhui, an elder of the Yu ancient clan. The one next to me is my third son, Yu Yongyao. Yu Luanhui smiled. Hello, Miss Ling. Yu Yongyao said with a smile and extended his hand to shake hands with Ling Daixin. Someone actually wanted to pursue Ling Daixin. Yu Yongyao, I heard that you have dozens of women and all of them are very beautiful. Why do you want to marry Ling Daixin? This kind of woman is not interesting at all, unless she is willing to sign a master-slave contract with you. Wei Shuangyan said. Miss Ling, if you are willing to marry, it means that we have a marriage alliance with your Ling family. I, Yu Luanhui, am willing to give a set of heavenly runes comprehended from bloodline heavenly runes to your emperor. Yu Luanhui said. From heavenly runes comprehended from bloodline heavenly runes, this is a big gift. An old man from the Ling family of the extreme sky divine race suddenly walked over and said, sure. Yu Yongyao said with smile, Senior, can you make Miss Ling sign a soul contract with me and agree to be a submissive wife? No problem, the old man from the Ling family immediately agreed. Qin Yan slightly frowned. He did not expect that the Ling family would sell Ling Daixin just like that in exchange for a set of heavenly runes that he has never seen before. He suddenly remembered that Ling Daixin brought him here to let him properly destroy them. Ling Daixin's expression is calm, she has already prepared for this. Just like that at this time, Qin Yan suddenly said to her, Boss Ling, don't worry and marry him. But, you will definitely miss the time we spent together. After all, only I can make you happy. Everyone is in an uproar, even Ling Daixin did not expect that Qin Yan would suddenly say such words. Her face is also slightly red. The expression of the old man from the Ling family sank and he angrily rebuked Qin Yan, who do you think you are? How dare you taint my Ling family's daughter? I am Divine Master Long, Boss Ling's personal inscription master. Qin Yan said with smile, she and I just met each other by chance, we are just enjoying ourselves. I don't have any feelings for her. A personal inscription master is actually so daring. Yu Yongyao's expression is somewhat unsightly as he said, then forget it, I only want a woman with a pure body, I don't want a woman who has been played with. You are not worthy of her. Qin Yan said with smile, do you really think that a common man like you is worthy of Boss Ling? Are you mocking me? If you have the guts, say it again. Yu Yongyao furiously said. I'm sorry, I'm not targeting you. I'm saying that everyone here, other than me, Divine Master Long, no one else is worthy of Boss Ling. As Qin Yan spoke, he suddenly embraced Ling Daixin's jade waist and laughed loudly. Wei Shuangyan said with sneer, you, a personal inscription master, can be considered to have guts. Then let me ask you, just now you said that no one here is worthy of Ling Daixin, including me? Of course. Qin Yan said with smile. That also includes me, Xian Huazhan? Xian Huazhan said in deep voice, what right do you have to say that? You are a personal inscription master, if you stand up for your master, your ending will be very miserable. Why? Because all of you are trash. Qin Yan walked forward with his hands behind his back and said with smile, I am an inscription master, I am not good at fighting but I am more than enough to beat all of you to your knees. Impudent. Ling family elder angrily rebuked, hurry up and back down, otherwise I won't forgive you. Won't forgive me? Qin Yan looked at the Ling family elder, spread open his 5 fingers and drew runes in the air towards the Ling family elder. In the blink of an eye, a group of runes was formed, like a white net of light, it enveloped the Ling family elder. Just a trifling inscription battle technique, yet you dare to be arrogant here? After the Ling family elder was enveloped by the runes, he disapproved and said with sneer, it's just 5 fingers drawing runes. Runes formed by finger drawing are generally weaker, so the elder did not place it in his eyes. The Ling family elder spread his arms, wanting to break free from the net formed by the runes covering his body. However, he discovered that he was unable to break free no matter how hard he tried. Moreover, the net gradually tightened. Very quickly, the Ling family elder discovered that the net formed by the runes has a strange devouring power, it is crazily devouring his divine power. The rune Qin Yan is using is a rune he created by fusing Nether Sun Totem rune and Heavenly Law Divine rune together. After this kind of rune devours divine power, it can quickly transform divine power into blood soul power. After obtaining a large amount of blood soul power, the rune can grow and multiply by itself, continuously increasing in strength. In this way, it is like a silkworm spinning silk. After more and more runes appear, it will form a silkworm cocoon and seal the enemy inside. Moreover, it will constantly devour the enemy's divine power. Qin Yan has already mastered runes through a comprehensive study. With Momo's help, he has already mastered many kinds of powerful inscription spirits. He can naturally fuse all kinds of runes together to achieve the desired effect. There are dozens of personal inscription masters present. When they first saw Qin Yan's 5 fingers drawing runes, they didn't think much of it. They believed that this kind of powerful inscription do technique would be easily broken. After all, the one Qin Yan attacked is a Ling family elder. Generally speaking, 5 fingers drawing runes is a relatively low-level inscription do technique. This kind of rune is not complicated and the amount of blood soul power poured into it is very small. Even if it has a certain amount of power, it won't last for a long time and can be easily broken by the enemy. However, the inscription net that Qin Yun shot out has already wrapped the Ling family elder into a white silkworm cocoon. There is still no sign of it weakening. Ling Taiyun frowned and quickly ordered his personal inscription master to go over. After all, the Ling family elder is a Ling family elder. Not only Ling Taiyun's personal inscription master went over, Wei Shuangyan and Xian Huazhan's personal inscription masters also went over. Because the rune Qin Yun released just now has aroused their curiosity. Several powerful personal inscription masters, their hands are covered with blood soul power and it is very difficult for them to open the net. At this moment, they can roughly understand the principle of this set of runes. They are secretly surprised in their hearts but they don't show it on their faces. After all, this Dragon Saint Master just said that their boss is trash. They can't boost his morale and diminish their own prestige. Of course, Ling Taiyun's personal inscription master is not in the same group as the other young war gods' inscription masters. Ling Taiyun's personal inscription master is an old man. He walked back with a look of shock on his face. Moreover, he is pondering over the runes he just touched. To him, those runes are very mysterious and wonderful. Ling Daixin and Imperial Yao Yao never expected that a casual attack from Qin Yun would produce such might. In fact, they only know that Qin Yun is a powerful inscription master but they don't know how powerful he is. The Ling family's elder was just wrapped up by that set of runes. At this moment, he was so angry that his face turned green. However, he didn't dare to say anything because he knew that the set of runes was very strong. Old Zhang, what's with that set of runes just now? It was just an inscription battle technique, how could it be so powerful? Its might was comparable to a high-grade heavenly talisman. How can a rune casually drawn with inscription do technique be comparable to a high-grade heavenly talisman? Ling Taiyun is very doubtful and asked in a low voice. This was also the question on everyone's mind. A high-grade heavenly talisman takes from 1 to 20 hours to make, it mainly depends on the inscription master's skill, but the rune drawn by this Long Saint Master has such might, it is truly inconceivable. The person who spoke is an old man from ancient Yu clan. Wei Shuangyan said with sneer, that is not even an inscription battle technique, he prepared it long ago. How can a rune released in an instant reach this kind of might? Everyone, don't be fooled by him. His personal inscription master also promptly nodded and said, that's right, he used some special technique, so we didn't see the heavenly talisman he prepared beforehand. So he used heavenly talisman, no wonder. Yu Luanhui said with sneer, using heavenly talisman to pretend to be inscription battle technique, do you think we are blind? Xian Zhangkuan from Sun Yin divine race also said with sneer, using heavenly talisman is nothing special. But then again, this kind of scoundrel who used heavenly talisman to pretend to be inscription battle technique can only deceive ignorant little girls. Xian Huazhan laughed loudly and said, Ling Daixin, did you see that? What kind of bullshit is this personal inscription master you invited? Truly a stupid woman, being cheated of money and sex. That's why I looked down on you from the beginning. Yu Yongyao said with smile, luckily this bullshit Dragon Saint Master jumped out early, otherwise I would have fallen into this pit. Ling Daixin, you should properly enjoy this swindler. Ling Daixin also thought that Qin Yun used heavenly talisman but she did not blame Qin Yun. Instead, she is very happy. First, Qin Yun helped her. Second, although her reputation is not good, the number of people who want to marry her will be fewer and fewer. Yu Xingyu repeatedly shook his head and said, using heavenly talisman to pretend to be inscription battle technique, this is bad conduct for an inscription master. This kind of person is not worthy to be called an inscription master. Exactly. Truly throwing the face of us inscription masters. Wei Shuangyan's personal inscription master mocked. While Qin Yun is being condemned by thousands of people, Ling Taiyun's personal inscription master Old Zhang suddenly said, you all. Are you all blind? He did not use heavenly talisman. Did you all see heavenly talisman? Elder Zhang, you must be blind. We clearly saw heavenly talisman. Xian Huazhan's personal inscription master said with smile, you are old, your eyes are blurred, being fooled by a little trick is very normal. Majority of the people present nodded repeatedly, they also said that they all saw Qin Yun use heavenly talisman. Actually no one saw it, they just don't believe that someone can release such a strong rune with 5 fingers. Let's go. Qin Yan pulled Ling Daixin's hand. He did not explain in front of everyone, after all, his main purpose is to not let other people marry Ling Daixin. This is also the reason why Ling Daixin asked him to be her personal inscription master. His current identity is only Dragon Saint Master, it is a fake identity, so he doesn't care about it at all. Just as he pulled Ling Daixin to leave, he was suddenly stopped by Xianxia. You swindler, don't be in such a hurry to leave. You said we are not worthy to marry Ling Daixin, this is slander and insult us, you want to leave just like this? Xianxia took out a long sword, the long sword body blocked Qin Yan's path. Ling Daixin immediately pulled Qin Yan behind her. She who has always maintained elegance and gentleness, now her expression became ice-cold and fierce, she angrily rebuked, get out of the way. Aya, so this Dragon Saint Master who only knows how to brag is actually this female war god's beloved child. Xianxia laughed loudly and said, I think this Dragon Saint Master is not an inscription master at all, he is just a swindler, specialized in swindling those stupid women. Everyone burst into laughter. Qin Yan released Ling Daixin's hand and calmly said, you all didn't see clearly just now you must see clearly whether I am using heavenly talisman or not. As he spoke, he began drawing runes with his 10 fingers, moreover he is drawing towards the sky. It is now night time and many light ribbons suddenly appeared in the sky. The blood spirit power Qin Yan released is filled with waves of dragon might, the light ribbons he drew are all like dragons. It's dragon transformation rune, old Zhang shouted in alarm. The expression of all the personal inscription masters present greatly changed. This is not as simple as dragon transformation rune, they can all see that this dragon transformation rune is a totem rune, it is extremely likely that it is a dragon totem, moreover it is a very rare dragon totem. There are many kinds of dragon totem and many people have mastered them. However, what Qin Yan is drawing now is completely different from what they have mastered. The dragon-like light ribbons quickly appeared in the sky and indeed very quickly formed a dragon. A large number of runes interweaved to form a huge dragon, it let out a roar in the sky, shaking the entire great heaven divine city. What are you doing? Xian Zhongquan's expression changed, he promptly rushed over and angrily rebuked Qin Yan, do you want to fight? Qin Yan said with sneer, didn't you say that I used heavenly talisman? Then take a look now, did I use heavenly talisman? Aren't there many personal inscription masters present? If you have the guts, come and compete with me. Those personal inscription masters who ridiculed Qin Yan earlier, now don't dare to come forward. Qin Yan laughed loudly and said, you don't dare? All of you come together. If you personal inscription masters are all trash, then your bosses are also trash. If even your personal inscription masters can't compare to me, then your boss can't even compare to me, where are you going? Ling Daixin and Yu Yaoyao promptly sent voice transmission to Qin Yan, telling him to quickly stop and not continue. They are afraid that he will cause a big problem. Ling Taiyun is also extremely shocked, he did not expect that someone would want to challenge a personal inscription master present. Everyone looked at the terrifying dragon in the sky, they are shocked and at the same time, they want to know the origin of this dragon saint master. Why does he have such a powerful dragon totem? Wang Saint Master, you are a famous inscription saint of our Greydeen divine race, why are you afraid of him? That is just a dragon. Xianxia said to the middle-aged man beside him. Wang Saint Master's expression is very ugly, he secretly cursed Xianxia for not understanding inscription. If he understood inscription, he would definitely know how terrifying that dragon is and how powerful the dragon transformation runes are. All of you come together. Qin Yan saw that there are no personal inscription masters, he shouted loudly, a bunch of cowards, didn't you all say that I used heavenly talisman? Why don't you all come together? The big shots present are all stunned. Dozens of personal inscription masters actually do not dare to attack together. Just now you all saw that the runes I used are very strong, you all don't want to admit that I am very strong, so you pretended to say that I used heavenly talisman. Qin Yan laughed loudly, there are actually a bunch of idiots who believed it. Those idiots are not only stupid, they also have eyes but can't see. You bunch of trash, you still dare to laugh at others. Yu Xingyu, who is beside Yu Yaoyao, also has an ugly expression because he really thought so earlier. Ling family elder was the one who was hit by Qin Yan's inscription battle technique. After he was rescued, he did not say a single word because he knows best whether or not he has the heaven talisman. If you don't attack, I will. Xianxia suddenly jumped into the sky, his long sword stabbed towards the dragon formed by the runes. The huge dragon condensed from runes in the sky was hit by Xianxia's sword images, but the runes did not scatter. This caused many inscription masters to cry out in alarm and disbelief. Xian Zhangquan flew up to pull his son back, but seeing that the rune dragon did not resist, he felt that his son should be able to kill the dragon. So he watched from a distance and decided to participate. Naturally, Qin Yan is not confident that his runes can defeat a war god. Xianxia is a great war god, he is not a weak chicken like Yin Tianyi. The reason why he is happy is because he, Xianxia, a grand great war god, is actually fighting against the rune dragon he condensed. Although Qin Yan used 10 fingers to draw runes before, with the help of Heavenly Eye, his rune drawing speed became even faster. Moreover, he is also using body condensing rune technique. Through his powerful body, he can condense runes inside his body and use them when needed. In this way, coupled with Heavenly Eye, he can instantly release very complex and powerful runes. The dragon that appeared in the sky now seems to be condensed from a powerful dragon totem, but there are other powerful runes inside. Xianxia saw that the dragon is only flying around and did not attack. He laughed loudly and said, "This dragon looks very powerful, but it is nothing more than this. It is just putting on airs." The reason why Qin Yan chose Dragon Totem is because this is the Heaven's Mandate Holy Land, it can be said to be the territory of dragon race. The divine power released by the Heaven's Mandate Dragon Lake can make dragons stronger. The same is true for Dragon Totem, it can absorb the divine power of the Heaven's Mandate Holy Land. Especially in the depths of the Great Heaven Divine City, there is a large amount of Heaven's Mandate Dragon Lake's water. Only dragons can sense and absorb the divine power released by the Heaven's Mandate Dragon Lake, it is very difficult for other living beings to detect it. And Qin Yan can see through his heavenly eye that the Heaven's Mandate Dragon energy has changed into many colors and is floating around the Heaven's Mandate Holy Land like a dragon. Now that he has opened his heavenly eye, he can see that a large amount of Heaven's Mandate Dragon energy is being absorbed by the rune dragon. The rune dragon originally had Nether Sun Totem inside, so its devouring power is very strong. Now it is crazily absorbing the Heaven's Mandate Dragon energy. What was even more shocking was that this was only a set of runes, yet it was able to block several of the great war god's attacks. Xianxia had wanted to slay the dragon with his sword, but now it was impossible for him to break through the dragon's defense. At this moment, the dragon suddenly flashed with golden light and gradually became smaller. Has the rune's energy been exhausted? Xianxia's attack is effective. It doesn't seem like it. That dragon's divine power is still very strong. Everyone guessed. Xianxia's god power was indeed terrifying. The sword qi that was released from his sword was like a raging gale. Every time he swung his sword, everyone had to release their divine power to block it so that their hair wouldn't be messed up by the airwaves. After the dragon formed from the runes flickered with a strong light, it was struck a few more times by Xianxia, but it did not suffer any major damage. The rune dragon condensed into a ball of light. After shrinking, it turned into a sword, the hilt of the sword was engraved with a dragon head, and a golden dragon coiled around the blade. Just a moment ago, it was still a dragon. Now, it had actually turned into a sword. Furthermore, it was condensed from runes. What kind of rune combination is this? All the inscription masters present are dumbfounded. Under Qin Yan's control, the sword immediately stabbed towards Xianxia like a golden lightning bolt. Xianxia gritted his teeth, his heart is filled with endless anger. Because he already sensed that he, a war god, is actually fighting with someone else's rune that was drawn in an instant, he is now riding a tiger, it is difficult for him to get off. If he continues to fight, even if he defeats the rune, he will not benefit from it. After all, it is just a rune drawn by someone else. If he doesn't fight, he will definitely be laughed at by others, saying that he can't even defeat a rune released by someone else. Xianxia looked at the golden sword thrusting at him and shouted loudly. Then, he also thrust at his sword. The sword in his hand is covered with a layer of translucent gray bubble. Qin Yan squinted his eyes and discovered that it is a very strong divine moon power. This kind of power has a great impact on one's mind and soul. Runes are condensed from the power of blood soul. The mental power and soul power inside are the most important. This guy has some ability. Qin Yan controlled the nether moon totem inside the dragon sword to revolve. The dragon sword stabbed forward. When it was about to touch Xianxia sword, the nether moon totem revolved and produced a devouring power. The moment the two swords collided, the divine power condensed inside the Xianxia sword was quickly devoured. Boom, vibration accompanied by a loud sound spread out, energy wave rippled in the air. Xianxia, who was in the air, was jolted back more than 10 steps and the dragon sword was also sent flying. Qin Yan managed to keep the dragon sword from being shattered. This is already very good. This guy is quite difficult to deal with. Qin Yan continued to control the dragon sword to attack. It flew everywhere at an extremely fast speed. The people in the plaza looked at the battle in the sky and began discussing in astonishment. After Xianxia was sent flying, he became extremely angry. Divine power suddenly burst out from his body, causing the entire great sky divine city to suddenly tremble. And in the plaza below Xianxia, the divine power attack caused a violent gale to howl in anger. Everyone promptly released divine power barrier to block. This damned lousy rune. Xianxia now finally knows why other personal inscription masters don't dare to accept the challenge. Because even if there are runes condensed by dozens of inscription masters, they will be instantly destroyed. Using inscription do technique, it is impossible to destroy the dragon sword. I will help you. Xianxia also knows that if he doesn't destroy the dragon sword, his son will not give up. Xianhua's entire body burst out with divine power. He rushed towards the dragon sword and furiously chopped. Xianxia also rushed over at this time, pushed out a palm and attacked with powerful palm power. Rumble, the sky trembled and a loud sound rushed down. Everyone let out a burst of exclamation because the dragon sword has finally been destroyed by Xianxia. However, the moment the dragon sword exploded, it also produced a very strong power, causing Xianxia and Xianxia to be in a very sorry state. The remnants of the violent aura in the air transformed into a violent gale that blew chaotically. Xianxia and Xianxia's clothes are tattered, their faces are covered in dirt as they fell down from the sky. Their expressions are extremely ugly. The father and son pair had to take action to destroy the rune condensed by someone else. This is somewhat funny to see. At the same time, everyone also felt that Ling Daixin's personal inscription master is very terrifying. The rune he condensed can actually contend against the war god of the Sun Yin divine race. Xianxia, you are very awesome. Qin Yan said with smile, you are not an inscription master but you can destroy the rune I condensed. Admirable, admirable. Xianxia stomped his feet in anger and said angrily, you. What do you mean by this? Nothing. Qin Yan chuckled, his laughter is filled with ridicule. Huazhan, he is trying to infuriate you. Don't fall into his trap. Xianxia is after all an old fox. He knows that Qin Yan is deliberately infuriating Xianxia and making him continue to make a fool of himself. Qin Yan looked at the personal inscription masters and said with smile, it should be an inscription master who came out to fight. You personal inscription masters are all slackers, right? Those personal inscription masters are gnashing their teeth in anger because Qin Yan made them lose face. At this time, Yu Yongyao said, your inscription do technique is indeed extraordinary. The runes you have mastered are really eye-opening. Even though I am not an inscription master, I can use my Yu ancient clan's talisman to defeat you. Do you dare to use runes to block my talisman? Yu Yongyao is Yu Luanhui's son, he must have many good talismans in his hands. Qin Yan is not the least bit afraid, he said with smile, what do you mean by using runes to block your talisman? Instant inscription do technique runes are originally very weak. And your talisman took a very long time to make, its power is naturally great. It should be me using inscription do technique to attack and you using talisman to defend. Yu Yongyao very confidently said with smile, everything is fine, everything is fine. How about this, we can both attack, we can both defend. You use runes, I use talisman. This can also be considered a duel of inscription. Sure. Qin Yan said with smile, his heart is filled with killing intent. Yu Luanhui sent black dragon assassins to kill him, now he is facing Yu Luanhui's son. This is a good opportunity, he naturally will not be lenient. Yu Yongyao dared to come out to fight Qin Yun. It is clear that he has obtained Yu Luanhui's consent. It is even more likely that Yu Luanhui let him come out. Because from the battle between Xian Huazhan and the dragon sword, Yu Luanhui more or less understood that no matter how strong Qin Yun's runes are, they are not stronger than heavenly talismans. Everyone present can more or less see that the talismans Yu Yongyao will use are certainly not ordinary talismans. It is extremely likely that they are high-quality heavenly talismans. These heavenly talismans are not cheap, but they are also not very expensive. If there are many inscription masters in the clan, these heavenly talismans would be relatively easy to obtain. Ling Daixin and Yu Yaoyao are somewhat worried. They can see that Yu Yongyao is very confident, he is certainly prepared. Qin Yun is not afraid, he has ancient Yu clan's imperial life heavenly talisman. It is a very powerful protective talisman, it will automatically activate in times of danger. Xian Zhongkuan and Xian Huazhan father and son are also standing at the side watching. They feel that they were a bit stupid just now, they actually used heavenly talismans to attack the dragon sword, otherwise they would not be in such a difficult situation. The plaza where the banquet was held is now a mess, everyone has retreated to the side. Yu Yongyao has a sneer on his face, he is holding a golden talisman in his hand. After Yu Yaoyao saw the talisman, she said in low voice, "This talisman is a high-quality heavenly talisman." Yu Yongyao wants to use a high-quality heavenly talisman. Qin Yun has already condensed many runes inside his body, he can attack at any time. "I will let you attack first, come." The talisman in Yu Yongyao's hand is used for defense, but he is letting Qin Yun attack first, he clearly has some kind of purpose. Qin Yun quickly drew a white ferocious tiger. Seeing this tiger condensed from runes, Suning divine race and Great Heaven divine race people feel that it is very familiar. Isn't this the white tiger totem that only the white tiger royal family of Nine Sun Tiger clan has mastered? Ling Taiyun said in shock, this dragon saint master is not only proficient in dragon totem, he also has white tiger totem. Yu Yongyao stood motionless, holding the golden heavenly talisman in his hand. He looked at Qin Yun with a confident smile, waiting for Qin Yun to attack. Even though he saw Qin Yun controlling the white tiger totem, he was not afraid, he was just surprised. Because everyone knows that the white tiger totem is a very rare totem. In the Nine Sun Holy Land, even among the Nine Sun Tiger race, only a few members of the white tiger royal family can use the white tiger totem. Earlier, many people thought that this dragon saint master might be from the dragon race. After all, his surname is long, but it is not reasonable for the dragon race to control the white tiger totem. Inside the Nine Sun Holy Land, the relationship between the Nine Sun Tiger race and the Nine Sun Dragon race is very ordinary. They do not share their powerful totem runes. Qin Yun rarely uses the white tiger totem. He is using it now to see if he can absorb the heavenly mandate dragon energy using other divine beast totems in the heavens mandate Holy Land. After drawing the white tiger totem, he immediately confirmed that the white tiger totem cannot absorb the heavenly mandate dragon energy. And even so, the white tiger totem is still very strong. After taking shape, it let out a roar, filled with violent killing intent. Although this violent white tiger totem was formed from a large number of runes, it looked so real right now, just like a real white tiger. Qin, the white tiger totem condensed by Yun through the Beast King inscription spirit, is naturally very strong. It caused the elders of the Great Heaven divine race and the Great Yin divine race to feel that the white tiger royal family has released their totem. Come! Yu Yongyao shouted confidently. Qin Yun controlled the white tiger totem and fiercely pounced towards Yu Yongyao's body. The tiger claw is very big, it can completely cover a person. When it landed on Yu Yongyao's body, the golden heavenly talisman in his hand suddenly flashed with golden light. Bang! The rumbling sound actually came from Qin Yun's body. Qin Yun seemed to have been ruthlessly struck by someone from the back as he was sent flying forward. Crowd people immediately cried out in alarm. The white tiger totem attacked Yu Yongyao, but the one being attacked is Qin Yun. Great, he immediately understood that this was definitely the work of the heavenly talisman in Yu Yongyao's hands. It diverted the power of the white tiger totem's tiger claw to Qin Yun's back. Qin Yun himself was also very surprised, because he couldn't sense any aura coming from behind him. He didn't know the principle behind it. It could be said that before the attack came from behind, he didn't feel it at all. Yu Yongyao laughed. What do you think? How does it feel to hit yourself? Yun was ruthlessly struck by the tiger claw, but he had the protection of the Imperial Life Heavenly Talisman. The fierce power of the tiger claw was dispersed by the Heavenly Talisman, so he was completely fine. However, everyone thought that he had suffered serious internal injuries. After all, the power of that tiger claw was very strong. Qin Yunyi controlled the white tiger totem and shot out a bolt of white lightning towards the laughing Yu Yongyao. When the lightning struck, Yu Yongyao's body was immediately covered by the golden light of the Heavenly Talisman. Also at the same time, Qin Yun dodged to the side. His movement speed was very fast, but he was still attacked, and his whole body was sent flying. Good, if not for the protection of the Imperial Life Talisman, he would have been beaten into a sorry state. Unbelievable. Even if I dodged quickly, I was still locked onto. What's going on? Qin Yun is very puzzled. Just now, he tried to sense again but did not sense any spatial fluctuation. However, he also discovered that the powerful power that attacked him was not the divine power of the white tiger totem, but another kind of divine power. The protective barrier released by his talisman can transfer all kinds of attack power to my body. Qin Yun roughly understood, but he did not know how to defend. Yu Yongyao laughed. Longxing Master, aren't you very arrogant? Continue, I will stand here and let you hit me. Yes, the one who will be injured in the end will be you. The elders of the Great Heaven Divine Race and the Great Yin Divine Race are shocked and envious. Then they walked towards Yu Luanhui and praised the power of the Heavenly Talisman. Yu Luanhui is very proud because even the Great Heaven Divine Race and the Great Yin Divine Race have to be polite to him. This is one of the 10 great heavenly talismans of our Yu ancient clan, the Imperial Life Heavenly Talisman. The user of this talisman can transfer any kind of attack to a living being or an object that he wants. This kind of heavenly talisman is very difficult to break. Yu Yaoyao snorted and said, using such a powerful heavenly talisman, isn't this bullying? One of the 10 great heavenly talismans of the ancient clan. This was no longer an ordinary upper-middle grade heavenly talisman. Qin Yun had heard about the 10 great heavenly talismans of the Yu clan from Yu Song Yuan. Out of the 10 great heavenly talismans of the ancient clan, only 5 were left. Admit defeat. Yu Yongyao laughed proudly. There is no way to break the heavenly imperial talisman. Even the talisman masters in our clan who have studied this talisman for many years can't find a way to break it. Qin Yun did not have any thoughts of admitting defeat. Instead, he felt excited because he wanted to obtain the Imperial Luck Heavenly Talisman. No, regardless of whether it was useful or not, he had to get it first. Attack me as much as you want. I won't hit you, I'll just sit here and watch you torture yourself. Yu Yongyao was even more pleased with himself. What is there to be proud of with a heavenly talisman passed down by your ancestors? Yu Yaoyao mocked. Even though that was the case, everyone present was envious of Yu Yongyao for being able to use such a precious heavenly talisman to compete. One must know that when facing a strong enemy, a heavenly talisman like this would be of great help. Not only could it save one's life, it might even be able to kill an enemy stronger than oneself. Qin Yun did not know much about the Imperial Luck Heavenly Talisman, but he guessed that there must be a bloodline heavenly rune inside it. It should be using the strange power of the bloodline heavenly rune to quietly transfer power. Is the Imperial Luck Heavenly Talisman locked onto my soul? Or is it my body? Qin Yun controlled the white tiger to attack again. This time's attack was not very strong because it was just a probing attack. The white tiger only used its claws to attack, so the power generated was relatively weak. The Imperial Luck Heavenly Talisman converted the impact into divine power and transferred it to Qin Yun. After Qin Yun sensed it, he laughed in his heart. Do these guys from the Yu ancient clan really think that I can't do anything to this talisman? He already thought of a way to let the white tiger totem hit Yu Yongyao. Qin Yun has one of the 10 great heavenly talismans of the Yu ancient clan, so he knows that this kind of heavenly talisman has the special divine power of the bloodline heavenly rune. My Imperial Heaven Dao image fused with the bloodline heavenly rune egg, I can use this power to condense runes and disturb the operation of the talisman. But this might be exposed. Yun thought about it and decided not to use this method for now. He still has another method, which is to disturb the target of the Imperial Luck Heavenly Talisman. If it is through the soul, it should be very easy to disturb the Heavenly Talisman's lock. Yun drew runes again. This time he mobilized his soul power, combined it with star and moon runes. He can imitate a very strong soul aura. Very quickly, he produced 10 of these soul runes and controlled them to scatter in all directions. Useless. Yu Xingyu shook his head and said, no matter what kind of attack, the Imperial Luck Heavenly Talisman can transfer it to the target. Yu Luanhui proudly laughed and said, if we can fight in close combat, maybe it will be useful. And if we use Rune Do technique to attack from far away, it will be even easier for the talisman to absorb and transfer it. Divine power released by runes can be easily absorbed by the bloodline heavenly rune inside the Imperial Luck Heavenly Talisman. After Qin Yun released the 10 soul runes, he quickly drew 10 groups of runes. These 10 groups of runes are very strange. After they are formed, they all look like human figures. These 10 groups of runes converged with the 10 soul runes, then they formed a circle with Qin Yun and surrounded Yu Yongyao. Qin Yun and the 10 groups of runes began flying around Yu Yongyao. Their speed became faster and faster. Finally it became so fast that people can't see them clearly. All the inscription masters present are very puzzled. They want to know what Qin Yun is doing. Yu Yongyao and Yu Luanhui have mocking smile on their faces. They think that whatever Qin Yun does is futile. Overall, all the Yu ancient clan people believe that Yu Yongyao will win. Qin Yun and the 10 human-shaped runes quickly circled and stopped. The 10 human-shaped runes unexpectedly became exactly the same as Qin Yun. This is equivalent to suddenly having 10 clones. Also at this time, Qin Yun controlled the white tiger to attack. Attack with all your strength. Qin Yun let the white tiger totem attack several times before, but he did not use all his strength. After using all his strength, it is equivalent to the white tiger totem exploding. The power is very strong. The entire white tiger totem ferociously rushed over. The runes burst out with very strong white light. Moreover, they are crazily changing and evolving. Rumble. The white tiger totem collided with Yu Yongyao's body and burst out with intense and glaring white light, followed by Yu Yongyao's miserable scream. The ray of light was so dazzling that everyone had to close their eyes. Qin Yun immediately locked onto the Imperial Luck Heavenly Talisman that is floating down, then used his mental power to control it to fly over. Got it. Qin Yun hastily put away the Imperial Luck Heavenly Talisman. Follow soon, the glaring white light disappeared. Yu Yongyao fell on the ground and started vomiting blood. He did not faint, he still has some consciousness. Yu Luanhui's expression is very ugly. He let out a strange cry, then rushed over to help Yu Yongyao up and fed him a pill. Yu ancient clan people looked at each other in shock. The Imperial Luck Heavenly Talisman did not block the attack. Present there are still 11 Qin Yun on the scene. No one can tell which one is the real one. Qin Yun smiled and waved his hand. The other 10 clones suddenly rushed into his body. The Imperial Luck Heavenly Talisman must have locked onto my soul, then combined with the talisman user's eyes to double lock. I through the runes, it can split my soul and my body. This way the Imperial Luck Heavenly Talisman will not be able to lock onto the target. There will be a short period of confusion. Ancient Yu clan is mysterious and powerful, causing great heaven god race, great Yin god race and law enforcement world to be afraid of them. Just now, they saw the power of the Imperial Heavenly Talisman. They were secretly frightened and tried to think of a way to resolve it. Now they saw that the Imperial Heavenly Talisman was broken by someone and they are very happy. Even though Qin Yun's method is very difficult to implement and requires very strong comprehensive ability, it is a direction. At least there is a way to break it. Ancient Yu clan people are very unhappy in their hearts. After all, the Imperial Heavenly Talisman is a powerful heavenly talisman that they are very proud of. Just now they swore that their Ancient Yu clan had tried for many years but could not find a way to break it. But now it has been broken by someone. Yu Xingyu's old face is boiling hot again. He decided not to comment on this Dragon Saint Master anymore. Ling Daixin is very happy. She finally saw the power of this little divine king. She was very arrogant before. She thought that she could definitely take down this little divine king. But after meeting Qin Yun in Yu Yaoyao's room, her confidence was completely shattered. And now, she thinks that even great heaven war god Wei Xuanyan might not be able to take down this little divine king. Qin Yun has already obtained the Imperial Heavenly Talisman. He wants to make a copy because it is very useful. It can make people unable to guard against it. After Yu Yongyao ate the pill that Yu Luanhui stuffed into his mouth, his body is still twitching. He wants to speak but he can't. Even though he is conscious, he can't even use spirit sound transmission. His injuries are not light, an old man said with frown. Yu Luanhui furiously looked at Qin Yun and coldly said, "It is just exchanging pointers, why are you so heavy-handed? We agreed to use ordinary high-grade heavenly talisman, yet he used such a powerful heavenly talisman." Qin Yun said with sneer. At this time, Yu Yongyao's body suddenly swelled up. Yu Luanhui cried out in fear and immediately poured divine power into Yu Yongyao's body. And Yu Yongyao's body became bigger and bigger, it is as if he is inflated. Crash, after Yu Yongyao's clothes were torn apart, his skin is filled with runes. It is the white tiger totem that Qin Yun just drew. It is now inside Yu Yongyao's body. Everyone knows that this mysterious dragon saint master has mastered an extremely brilliant inscription battle technique. Previously, he had taken down the Ling clan's elder with one move, and then he had drawn a dragon, causing the Xian clan's father and son to be in a sorry state. And now, the white tiger totem that was drawn not only injured Yu Yongyao to this extent, but it was also branded on Yu Yongyao's body, causing him to become so terrifying. "You! What did you do?" Yu Luanhui roared. "We were just sparring, and he was the one who asked me to attack him. Isn't that reasonable? He is too weak, he can't block my runes and was devoured by them. You can't blame me for this." Qin Yun shook his head. "Then why don't you hurry up?" Yu Luanhui originally wanted Qin Yun to help him open those runes. But before he could finish, Yu Yongyao's body suddenly split apart, and then split into several pieces. Yu Luanhui shouted angrily and quickly joined hands with the elders to retrieve Yu Yongyao's soul. "How cruel of you!" Yu Luanhui's eyes were full of cruelty and the killer's intent in his eyes was extremely dense. "What are you trying to do?" Qin Yun said with sneer, "You want to take revenge for your trash of a son?" Qin Yun is purposely provoking Yu Luanhui to give him a chance to attack. Yu Yaoyao knew that Yu Luanhui had sent out Black Dragon assassins to capture Qin Yun twice. Now that Qin Yun knows about this, he will definitely not let Yu Luanhui go. "I will end your life." Yu Luanhui roared in fury and released a huge and sinister black door. This is his reincarnation gate. Yu Luanhui has mastered reincarnation heavenly law, and the reincarnation gate is a sky divine tool. Cultivation technique and sky divine tool can be used together to create an extremely strong power. Yu ancient clans people saw that Yu Luanhui couldn't help but make a move, but they didn't say anything. Originally it was a competition between the younger generation, but now it is the older generation who made a move. It is really unexpected for it to develop like this. Is this Yu Luanhui's reincarnation gate? I heard that it can allow the soul to reincarnate and erase the soul's memory. Xian Zhongkuan said in a dignified voice. That's right, this is Yu Luanhui's reincarnation heavenly law and reincarnation gate. This is a peerless technique, it is also the reason why he has such a high position in Yu ancient clan. Ling family's elder said. Yu Yaoyao is anxious, she has never seen Yu Luanhui in such a terrifying state, it is clear that he is truly angry this time. She immediately sent a sound transmission to Qin Yun, telling him to leave immediately. Seeing that Qin Yun is ignoring her, she can only send a sound transmission to Ling Daixin, telling her to take Qin Yun away. Ling Daixin also pulled Qin Yun, wanting to take him away, but Qin Yun has no intention of leaving. Ling family's friend, take your Ling family's little girl away. Yu Luanhui saw that Ling Daixin is beside Qin Yun, he coldly said, if you don't take her away, then I will take it that you won't pursue the matter of me taking her away. Daixin, quickly leave. Ling Taiyun suddenly pasted a talisman on Ling Daixin's body. Ling Daixin cannot move at all, then she was taken away by Ling Taiyun. Xianxia and Chu Wuxing are also at the scene, they are also very anxious. They are worried that their boss will be killed because they are very clear about the reincarnation gate's power. This reincarnation gate is truly a good thing, I really want it. Qin Yun looked at the reincarnation gate, his desire to snatch it is becoming more and more intense. Seeing that Ling Daixin was taken away by Ling Taiyun, Yu Luanhui immediately activated the reincarnation gate and locked onto Qin Yun. This reincarnation gate is tens of meters tall, completely black. After opening the gate, the inside is pitch black. The black vortex in the center suddenly shot out a black light that enveloped Qin Yan's body. Reincarnation. Yu Luanhui furiously roared, both of his hands formed hand seals and his mouth chanted an incantation. While chanting, his mouth spat out incantation after incantation. The incantation's voice is deep and powerful, it is filled with mysterious and ancient incantation, causing everyone present to be secretly afraid. Under Qin Yan's clothes is an Imperial Life Heavenly Talisman. He believes that this talisman can certainly block the reincarnation gate's attack. Open! Yu Luanhui explosively roared, the reincarnation gate let out a roar, that black vortex crazily revolved, the surrounding space is distorted, it is very terrifying. Qin Yan has been locked onto by the reincarnation gate, the eye in the center of the vortex shot out a black light that illuminated Qin Yan's body, causing the space around him to distort. Qin Yan stood motionless in place. At first he was a bit worried that he would be sucked in by the gate, but after he sensed the Imperial Life Heavenly Talisman releasing warm multicolored light, he relaxed a lot. The Imperial Life Heavenly Talisman is one of the lost 10 great heavenly talismans of ancient Yu clan. Maybe even Yu Luanhui doesn't know how powerful this talisman is. Qin Yan said in his heart. He believes that the reason why the Imperial Life Heavenly Talisman was lost is because it was too difficult, causing later generations to be unable to learn and master it, so it gradually became lost. In other words, these lost heavenly talismans are much stronger than the ones that were not lost. Yu Luanhui released the reincarnation gate and used the reincarnation heavenly law. The momentum is vast, the scene is very shocking, it truly broadened the horizons of all the big shots present. However, Qin Yan is still standing there, even after a long time he has not been sucked into the gate. Yu Luanhui has already chanted the incantation several times, but it still did not work. The people of ancient Yu clan are the most shocked, they all know the power of the reincarnation gate very well, but now it has no effect. The power displayed by Dragon Saint Master today made the people of ancient Yu clan feel like they are in a dream. The Imperial Life Heavenly Talisman that they thought was unbreakable has been broken and Yu Luanhui's strongest reincarnation heavenly law has no effect. Yu Luanhui, is this all you can do? Qin Yan said with sneer, a half-baked old man like you still wants to capture me again and again, you really don't know life from death. You. Seeing that Qin Yan is completely fine, Yu Luanhui can't help but doubt his life. His reincarnation heavenly law that has never failed before is actually useless. While Yu Luanhui is panicking, a black shadow flashed and appeared in front of Yu Luanhui. Seeing that person, Yu Luanhui is even more shocked. It is actually the 7-dragon head assassin that he is very familiar with. The people of ancient Yu clan are not unfamiliar with this 7-dragon head assassin, especially the 7-dragon head battle saber in his hand. This 7-dragon head assassin disappeared for a period of time. Now that he suddenly appeared, the people of ancient Yu clan jumped in fright. What they did not expect the most is that after this black dragon assassin appeared, he casually chopped down hundreds of times, very quickly and decisively chopped Yu Luanhui's body into pieces. Yu Luanhui's soul flew very fast. He wanted to escape but Qin Yan released the Nether Moon mental power that he has been condensing for a long time. Huloo! The Nether Moon mental power blew out like a divine moonstorm. It formed an incomparably fierce gale and blew Yu Luanhui's soul into the reincarnation gate. The reincarnation gate never stopped operating and Yu Luanhui's soul was actually being reincarnated by his own reincarnation gate. Without a master, the reincarnation gate suddenly fell down. At this time, many big shots suddenly took action, all of them wanted to snatch the reincarnation gate. Ancient Yu clan people, other than Yu Yaoyao and a few other juniors, all of them took action at the same time. All of you scram! Qin Yan furiously shouted. The black dragon assassin also crazily shouted. He released a heaven-covering killing intent and rushed towards the group of big shots. Boom! Qin Yan released an extremely strong supergravity that enveloped all the experts flying towards the reincarnation gate. And he used space-traversing step and suddenly stood on top of the reincarnation gate. Qin Yan glanced at the people who were pressed down by the supergravity and coldly smiled. Then he activated the 9-Sun Divine Spirit and stored the reincarnation gate. Hand over the reincarnation gate. The one who shouted is Xianxia. He is very angry because he was originally the fastest to rush over but was pressed down by the supergravity. After they fought over the supergravity, they discovered that the reincarnation gate has been taken away by Qin. The one who defeated Yu Luanhui is me, the reincarnation gate belongs to me. Qin said with smile, you want the reincarnation gate, right? He immediately controlled the black dragon assassin to rush over, as if he doesn't care about his life. He fiercely hacked at Xianxia. Although Xianxia is the father of war god Xianhuazhan, Xianxia's strength cannot compare to war god. The war gods of the Sun Yin divine race and Great Heaven divine race are all nurtured with great talent. The so-called geniuses of the various races are those with the same amount of resources. The strength of the geniuses is stronger and the foundation and upper limit of the other geniuses are much lower than the geniuses. Therefore, they are given priority to nurture those geniuses. Seniors like Xianxiaquan are indeed not weak, but they have only recently surpassed Shen Tianjun. They may not be able to defeat the Black Dragon Assassin who does not care about his life. The Black Dragon Assassin rushed over without any fancy moves, it is just a series of fierce slashes. The speed is very fast and the power is very strong. Every time the blade slashed down, there would be a whistling sound as it tore through the air. The divine power splashed out from the blade, creating deep ravines in the ground. Seeing how terrifying the Black Dragon Assassin is, Xianxiaquan's scalp went numb. His son, Xianhuazhan, is holding his sword tightly. He is looking for an opportunity to attack. Xianxiaquan has been targeted by the Black Dragon Assassin. He wants to retreat, but the Black Dragon Assassin is like a poisonous snake that is biting him and not letting go. The other big shots are watching quietly. They all know that the Dragon Saint Master who can take down Yu Luanhui is not someone to be trifled with. Yu Yaoyao and Ling Daixin did not expect that the situation would develop like this. If they had known earlier, they would not have brought Qin Yun here. Of course, even if they did not bring Qin Yun here, Qin Yun would definitely be able to find Great Heaven War God Wei Shuangyan. The surrounding big shots are all looking forward to the battle between Xianxiaquan and Xianhuazhan. They can see that even if Xianxiaquan and his son can fight, they will definitely not be able to take down the other. At most, they will only be able to seriously injure the other. Xianxiaquan used his mental power to secretly communicate with his son, telling him not to participate. He naturally knows what the big shots are thinking, they are just waiting for the fishermen to reap the benefits. Stop, I don't want to continue fighting with you. Xianxiaquan is already unable to endure facing the Black Dragon Assassin. If Xianhuazhan participates, the father and son duo will definitely be able to take down the Black Dragon Assassin. And Qin Yun would definitely participate immediately. At that time it would be hard to say. After all, they had all seen Qin Yun's terrifying inscription battle technique. It was you who started the fight. You want to stop the fight just because you say so? Qin Yun said with sneer, if you want to stop the fight, you are the loser. I can give you the Taiyin bloodline heavenly pattern. This bloodline heavenly pattern has existed since the birth of the Taiyin divine tribe. Xianxiaquan shouted. There were many big shots from the Sun Yin divine tribe present, but none of them helped Xianxiaquan. This meant that their relationship wasn't too good. When the elders of the Sun Moon divine tribe saw that Xianxiaquan was about to give away the Sun Moon bloodline heavenly pattern, they shouted. Qin Yun was very surprised. The Grading bloodline heavenly pattern was clearly not one of the 9 heavens bloodline heavenly patterns. It was a newly born one. The Great Sky divine race was even more surprised. They hadn't expected Xianxiaquan to be so cowardly as to give away his bloodline heavenly pattern. Where are the bloodline heavenly runes? Qin Yun yelled. Huazhan, hand over the bloodline heavenly pattern and don't attack. Xianxiaquan was being suppressed by Black Dragon Killer. Xianhuazhan was expressionless as he flew towards Qin Yun. He took out a glowing stone and handed it to Qin Yun. On the surface of the stone, there were many vein-like runes. It was indeed a bloodline heavenly pattern. Moreover, it was similar to the bloodline heavenly pattern egg. It was not in the shape of a box. Only the box-shaped one contained the 9 heavens bloodlines that Qin Yun wanted to collect. The egg was the inheritance of the box, so it could be considered as a box. Qin Yun took the Grading bloodline heavenly pattern. He could clearly feel that this bloodline heavenly pattern was not as strong as the box-shaped one. It was as if it had just been formed. He suspected that Xianxia still had this kind of bloodline heavenly pattern. He immediately asked Black Dragon Killer to stop and return to his side. Although Xianxia was very unwilling, he could only fly over and help his father heal. Xianxia's body was cut many times and some parts of his body were badly mutilated. Even if his soul was immortal, his body was destroyed and he had to rebuild it. Qin Yan coldly glanced at the big shots. He was not afraid at all. Although the big shots here were very strong, they could not join hands to besiege Qin Yun. Qin Yan understood them very well. Big shots like them were very concerned about their own benefits. They also knew that besieging Qin Yun was very risky. It was hard to say what they would get in return after taking such a big risk. From their point of view, this Dragon Saint Master obtained the Reincarnation Gate. But the Reincarnation Gate belonged to the Ancient Yu clan. Even if they obtained the Reincarnation Gate, the Ancient Yu clan would definitely be angry with them. Xianxia was also hot-headed just now. He thought that he could snatch the Reincarnation Gate, so he stubbornly rushed out. No one from the Ancient Yu clan made a move. Because none of the Ancient Yu clan people here had absolute confidence in taking down this mysterious Dragon Saint Master. Even if they did, they might not be able to take back the Reincarnation Gate. The Reincarnation Gate belonged to Yu Luanhui. Yu Yongyao's soul has been retrieved. In the future, when Yu Yongyao rebuilds his body, the Reincarnation Gate will also belong to him. If Yu Luanhui's faction wasn't anxious, then it was useless for Yu Xingyu and the others to be anxious. Qin Yan stood in the middle of the square with a smile under his mask. His eyes were full of mockery as he surveyed the people around him. The Ling clan of the Great Sky God clan was silent. No one knew what they were thinking. Ling Taiyun stared at Ling Daixin, not allowing her to go over. The Ling clan's elders also had solemn expressions as they watched from afar. But the Wei clan was different. A few elders and middle-aged men seemed to be discussing something. After they secretly discussed using telepathy, Wei Xuanyan suddenly unsheathed his sword and shouted, "You're not going to make a move? Then don't say anything when we take down this person." As he spoke, he looked at the Ancient Yu clan. The Ancient Yu clan was silent because the Wei clan clearly wanted the Reincarnation Gate. By saying this, they were telling the Ancient Yu clan that if the Wei clan obtained it, the Ancient Yu clan should not say anything. The Ancient Yu clan was very clear about the strength of the 7 Dragon Head Assassins. This was also the reason why they didn't dare to make a move. Wei Xuanyan looked at Qin Yun and laughed coldly. Then he looked at Xianxia and said with a voice full of disdain, "The war god of the Great Yin divine race is only at this level." He admitted defeat without even fighting. Although Xianxia was furious, he didn't make a sound. Wei Xuanyan held his sword and walked towards Qin Yun. He looked very casual and said with a sneer, "No matter where you come from, you will definitely be defeated by my sword today. I, Wei Xuanyan, am the strongest war god of the Great Sky God clan. Don't doubt my words." "Wei Xuanyan, Great Sky War God, do you have a mission to capture Qin Yun?" Qin Yun asked. Wei Xuanyan frowned and said, "That's right. I will capture him and obtain his Divine King Heavenly Seal. I will be the young Divine King. Although my final strength is not as good as the Great Divine King, I will still be the second strongest person in Divine Desolate." "You have the confidence to capture Qin Yun? Does that mean that you are now the second strongest person in Divine Desolate?" Qin Yun said with a smile. "That's right. I, Wei Xuanyan, am indeed the second strongest person in Divine Desolate." Wei Xuanyan's voice is very loud and he said very confidently, "Just you wait. I will definitely find Qin Yun within a year and fight with him." Qin Yun took off his mask and said with a smile, "I am Qin Yun. You don't need to wait for a year." Seeing Qin Yun's face, everyone present sucked in a mouthful of cold air and looked at Qin Yun in a daze. Even Wei Xuanyan retreated a few steps in fright. The Qin Yun he is looking for is actually in the Great Sky Divine City. After everyone recovered from their shock, a burst of noise filled with shock came out. The Great Sky Divine City is the territory of the Great Sky and Great Yin Divine Race. Yet Qin Yun single-handedly killed his way in and even caused a lot of trouble. This kind of courage caused everyone present to admire him. Furthermore, he could have continued to hide his identity. That way, everyone would only be staring at his reincarnation gate. Now that he has revealed his identity, it means that even more people will attack him, because the little Divine King Heavenly Seal and the 2 Bloodline Heavenly Pattern boxes are filled with great attraction. Ling Taiyun looked at Ling Daixin. Ling Daixin repeatedly shook her head, indicating that she did not know about this matter. Yu Xingyu looked at Yu Yaoyao. He knows that his daughter has a good relationship with Qin Yun, so he suspects that Yu Yaoyao already knew about this matter. Yu Yaoyao also repeatedly shook her head. Yu Xingyu does not believe that Yu Yaoyao brought Qin Yun in because it is rather difficult. Furthermore, he has always been with Yu Yaoyao. Qin Yun took out the Myriad Heaven Divine Saber and Divine King Spear. He calmly looked at Wei Shuangyan and said, "Even I don't dare to say that I am the second strongest in Divine Desolate. And I also don't believe that the Great Divine King is the strongest in Divine Desolate." "How big is Divine Desolate?" "You. What do you know?" "We come from the 9 Sun Sacred Ground. 9 Sun Sacred Ground is at the center of Divine Desolate. 9 Sun Sacred Ground was born at the same time as Divine Desolate, but many years have passed inside, far surpassing other regions of Divine Desolate." Wei Shuangyan knew that the person in front of him is Qin Yun. He also became very cautious. "You are wrong, Divine Desolate has no center. 9 Sun Sacred Ground is just a sacred ground. Divine Desolate is still expanding, more spaces and living beings will appear. Wait until all the 9 Sun Divine Suns appear, then you can see if the strongest person is the Divine King, Divine King." Qin Yun pointed the Divine King Spear at Wei Shuangyan. "He came all the way here to find this great heaven war god and test the power of the Dragon Peach Seed." "Nonsense. 9 Sun Sacred Ground is the center. And our great heaven divine race is the strongest in 9 Sun Sacred Ground." Wei Shuangyan angrily shouted, pointed his sword at Qin Yun and rushed forward. Wei Shuangyan's steps are very exquisite and extremely fast. However, no matter how fast he is, he can't be faster than Qin Yun's spear. Qin Yun pulled the trigger and fired a peach core seed. When Qin Yun saw the crystal seed enter Wei Shuangyan's body, he quickly used Void Step to avoid Wei Shuangyan's sword. He immediately transferred the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box from the Divine King Spear to the Myriad Heaven Divine Saber and poured his divine power into it. If the crystal seed doesn't have much power, he can immediately use the Myriad Heaven Divine Saber to counterattack. He has just obtained the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern of the Great Divine Race, so he guessed that the Great Heaven Divine Race might also have Bloodline Heavenly Patterns. If Wei Shuangyan was nurtured as a war god, he would be exposed to Bloodline Heavenly Patterns. Only Bloodline Heavenly Patterns can restrain Bloodline Heavenly Patterns. Qin Yun had also used this method to cut open the Dragon Peach. Wei Shuangyan naturally knew that something has entered his abdomen, which made him even more furious. He sensed that the thing in his abdomen did not have any reaction, so he didn't take it seriously and continued to fiercely chase Qin Yun. Wei Shuangyan's attacks are very ruthless, his sword moves are very berserk. Whenever he attacks, people can feel the roar of a bloody storm. The murderous aura contained within the sword wind made one smell the stench of blood and a brutal aura. Qin Yun did not fight directly, he is also somewhat anxious because the crystal seed has not reacted after entering Wei Shuangyan's body. And Wei Shuangyan has already attacked more than 100 times. "You coward, don't run!" Wei Shuangyan angrily rebuked. Qin Yun immediately controlled the Black Dragon Killer to fly over and temporarily delay Wei Shuangyan. If it is not necessary, he doesn't want to attack. If he can't hold back and kill Wei Shuangyan, then he won't know the power of the crystal seed. Could it be that the crystal seed does not have enough explosive power? Or could it be that it's not dangerous? After Qin Yun sent the Black Dragon Killer over, in just over 10 moves, the Black Dragon Killer was stabbed 3 times. The Black Dragon Killer is far inferior to Wei Shuangyan in all aspects. If this continues, he will be destroyed by Wei Shuangyan in less than 100 moves. Guanxian Zhongkuan can now see the gap between him and Wei Shuangyan. He is a senior and he was beaten miserably by the Black Dragon Killer. The Black Dragon Killer is quickly suppressed by Wei Shuangyan. Qin Yun had a general understanding of Wei Shuangyan's strength. From the looks of it, he was far stronger than the 7 Dragon Head assassins. Even if the 8 dragon head assassins came, they would definitely not be his match. Only with the help of the 9 dragon head assassins, it was possible for them to fight evenly with Wei Xuanyan. This guy is quite strong, no wonder he dares to be so arrogant, saying that he is the second strongest person in Divine Wasteland. Qinyan snickered in his heart. He believed that the 2 tribe emperors of the Great Sky God tribe and the Great Yin God tribe were not any weaker than Wei Xuanyan. Not to mention the ancient Yu clan and the hidden big shots of the heaven-splitting ancient clan. Qinyan had been paying attention to his surroundings. He did not discover anyone from the heaven-splitting ancient clan, or rather, he did not sense them. He had always been wary of this group of people. The reason why Qinyan had exposed his identity in such a high-profile manner was to see if the heaven-splitting ancient clan would do anything to him. The heaven-splitting ancient clan was also very arrogant. Otherwise, they would not have fought with the Monkey King and Long Shu previously. Qinyan secretly guessed that the heaven-splitting ancient clan would definitely wait for Wei Xuanyan to finish fighting him before taking any further action. By the God King Heaven Seal and the 2 bloodline heavenly pattern boxes were enough for them to fight over. Black the Black Dragon Killer was Qinyan's puppet. Even if he was killed, he would not feel any pain, so he let the Black Dragon Killer continue to entangle Wei Xuanyan. The people of the ancient Yu clan found it very strange because the Black Dragon Killer seemed to have no emotions. Even though he was seriously injured, he did not feel any pain and continued to fight crazily. And, moreover, they all wanted to know why the Black Dragon Assassin listened to Qinyan's orders. Previously, when Qinyan and Yu Luanhui were fighting, he told Yu Luanhui that he had sent out the Black Dragon Killer several times. This was something that many people of the ancient Yu clan did not know. Now they finally understood what was going on. Thinking after understanding, Yu Xingyu and the others' expressions became even more solemn. 2 waves of Black Dragon Killer had not been able to capture Qinyan, and now Yu Luanhui had been killed. If this continued, the conflict between the ancient Yu clan and Qinyan would only worsen. After seeing Qinyan's strength with their own eyes, the people of the ancient Yu clan did not want to be enemies with him. The Black Dragon Killer is already riddled with wounds, his body has been stabbed dozens of times. It must be said that this 7 dragon head killer is very strong, his body is very strong. After being stabbed dozens of times, not only did he not fall down, his body did not show any signs of weakening. Qinyan has been opening his heavenly eye and staring at Wei Xuanyan's abdomen. He suddenly saw that Wei Xuanyan's abdomen is flickering with red light. There is finally a reaction. Qinyan was secretly happy. It seems like the crystal seed needs a certain amount of time to germinate. After all, it is a seed. Ah! Wei Xuanyan suddenly let out a miserable scream. His abdomen suddenly swelled up. Bang! Wei Xuanyan's abdomen suddenly burst open and blood spurted out. Only an ant head as big as a watermelon came out from Wei Xuanyan's abdomen. Qinyan's eyes twitched. He thought of many possibilities, but he never thought that such a huge golden ant would come out. Lethe found it strange that he only saw the crystal seed have a reaction and the next moment, he turned into an ant. This speed is too fast. The people of the Wei clan did not care too much and immediately rushed over. Crowd people are also stunned by this terrifying scene. Wei Xuanyan was fighting and fighting. How did such a huge golden ant come out from his abdomen? They all remembered what Qinyan had injected into Wei Xuanyan's abdomen. However, after that, they also remembered that Qinyan once tricked the people of the Sun Yin divine race to drink the Heaven's Fate Dragon Lake's water and gave birth to those little monsters. Everyone immediately shivered and felt some fear. They are all worried that Qinyan would give birth to all kinds of strange things in their abdomen. It's a dragon ant, someone shouted. Drill the body of the golden dragon ant that came out trembled and all the blood on its body disappeared. This dragon ant is as big as a 1-year-old baby. Its whole body is covered with dragon scales. Even its body looks like a dragon's body. It also has a dragon tail. Those ant limbs are also washed dragon claws. It seems that there is a lot of dragon blood on its body. The dragon ant has a huge ant head and a pair of small dragon horns on its head. Way after the Wei clan people jumped in fright, they all took action to capture the dragon ant. However, the dragon ant quickly drilled into the ground. Just like that, when everyone thought that the dragon ant had escaped, they suddenly discovered that the dragon ant's two big teeth clamped onto the Wei clan old man's leg and broke it. Everyone cried out in alarm. At the same time, their eyes lit up because that dragon ant's whole body is definitely a treasure. Those two big teeth are the best materials for refining tools. Qin is very depressed. Why is there a dragon ant inside the crystal seed? He previously thought that it might be a dragon peach tree. Qin, what despicable method did you use? An old man from the Wei clan angrily rebuked. That is only my weapon, how can there be any despicable method? Qin took out the Divine King spear and said with sneer, you better not provoke me, otherwise I will let you give birth to dragon ants or some other messy things. Wei clan people immediately moved away in panic. And the surrounding people also soared into the sky and distanced themselves from Qin. They also took out defensive tools to block in front of them. They are very afraid of the thing in Qin's hand. Whoever it hits will become pregnant. In their eyes, it is simply a devil tool from hell. Wei Shuangyan is a great heaven war god, moreover he is so strong and has such high status. He must be wearing all kinds of body-protecting divine equipment, but his body was still pierced. Therefore, no one present is confident that they can block the crystal seed shot out by Qin's Divine King spear. Although the crystal seed's power is different from Qin's imagination, the effect made Qin very satisfied. At least it can scare these people so much that they don't dare to attack. By who would have thought that a scary thing would suddenly drill out of their stomach? Way after Shuangyan's stomach was pierced, his vitality was greatly injured. Many of his internal organs were destroyed by the dragon ant. Qin also found it strange. The dragon ant only devoured Wei Shuangyan's divine power and did not eat his flesh. Could it be that the dragon ant is also a vegetarian? Qin thought in his heart, or could it be that the dragon ant thinks that Wei Shuangyan is not delicious? Wei Shuangyan's vitality is greatly injured, he will not be able to recover in a short period of time. And when he recovers, it will be a period of time later. At that time, Qin will not be afraid of him. It's very late now, everyone, please go back. We will gather again another day. I am very happy about tonight's banquet. I believe everyone is the same as me, I am truly looking forward to the next gathering. Qin suddenly cupped his hands towards everyone and said with a clear and bright smile. Everyone cursed in their hearts. They have never met such a shameless guy before. Because there are not many people who are happy in this banquet. Perhaps only Qin is happy. Furthermore, Qin made it sound like this banquet was specially prepared for him. And he even said that they will gather again next time. Are you planning to leave just like that? An old man from Ling family suddenly said in cold voice. Then how do you want me to leave? Qin said with smile. At least take Ling Daixin away. Tonight's matter will definitely spread out and she won't be able to get married. You have to take responsibility, the old man from Ling family said with stern expression. Everyone is somewhat dumbfounded. This Ling family's elder actually wants to give the daughter of the clan emperor to a great devil like Qin. She and I only met by chance. Qin said with smile. Shut up, you fucked her, you have to take responsibility for her. Ling Taiyun also shouted. However, he can see that Ling family's elder's intention is to give Ling Daixin to Qin. This way, they will be able to know more about Qin through Ling Daixin in the future. Ling Daixin bit her lower lip and lowered her head. Her cheeks are slightly red. Ling Taiyun grabbed Ling Daixin's hand and wanted to throw her to Qin. However, at this moment, the earth suddenly split open. Qin suddenly recalled that there is a huge crystal under the great heaven divine city, as well as a large amount of heavenly fate dragon lake's water. If that dragon ant goes in, maybe it will mutate. Qin flew into the sky and immediately flew towards a certain direction. The earth is still shaking violently. Everyone is already floating in the air. Such a big movement underground made the people of the great heaven divine race very worried. The reason why they chose to build the great heaven divine city here is because they discovered that there is a secret hidden under this area that no one else has discovered. That is, there is the water of the heavenly fate dragon lake and a huge and strange crystal. When Qin came in from outside, he drilled into the ground, so he was able to discover the huge crystal. He thought about how the dragon ant drilled into the ground and most likely evolved because of the crystal and the lake water. This gave him a bad premonition. Xiao Yun, do you think the movement below is caused by the dragon ant? Ling Yan'er asked. I don't know yet, but it should have a lot to do with the dragon ant, right? Qin Yan wants to fly out of the Great Heaven Divine City's barrier. After he reached the edge, he was blocked by the barrier, unable to run out. Now he can only wait at the edge. If the underground of the Great Heaven Divine City is destroyed, then the barrier here will definitely fail and he will be able to go out. Even if the dragon ant drank the water of the Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake, it can't evolve that fast, right? Could it be that the dragon ant is laying eggs? Ling Yan'er said in shock, if the dragon ant is an ant queen and drinks the lake water to quickly evolve, then it will definitely lay eggs crazily. After becoming an ant queen, her body will become very big and she will lay eggs almost all the time. She can quickly create an ant empire. And this dragon ant drank the water of the Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake in the Heavenly Fate Holy Land, so there is no need to talk about it. Qin Yan thought that if there are a lot of these dragon ants, then they will definitely be controlled by the heavenly dragon race. At that time, the strength of the dragon race will definitely become even stronger. This dragon ant army might even become the main fighting force of the dragon race. Xianxia immediately used the magic mirror to contact Qin Yan and asked, Boss, what's going on with that dragon ant? Did it explode after drilling into the ground? The earth is still shaking. Qin Yan also doesn't know what is happening below. He is using his heavenly eye to observe. The people floating in the sky are all looking at the ground below. They are not afraid that there will be strong things below. After all, they have a large group of experts on their side. That dragon ant is the crystal seed inside the dragon peach. I don't know why it formed into a dragon ant. Qin Yan said, in the depths of the Great Heaven Divine City, there is a large amount of Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake water, as well as a large piece of crystal. When Xianxia heard Qin Yan's words, he immediately thought of something and became flustered. He said, that dragon peach's core is very hard, we were unable to open it. How did you do it? Use your bloodline heavenly patterns. I advise you not to act recklessly. If you accidentally break the crystal seed, it will be very dangerous. Qin Yan warned Xianxia. Imperial Demon Yao also contacted Qin Yan and inquired about the situation below. Qin Yan only told her that a very large dragon ant nest might appear and told her to be prepared. The ground below suddenly caved in, followed by a powerful golden glow. The golden light penetrated the sunken ground, causing the entire land to shine with a golden radiance. After the ground collapsed, it gradually turned into a large quagmire. The mud was golden and emitted golden light. Qin Yan guessed that this is the water of the Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake. After the dragon ants secreted some liquid, it changed and then melted the loose mud. Not long after, the newly constructed Great Heaven Divine City sank into a golden quagmire. And those huge formation pillars have been hastily stored away by the inscription masters of the Great Heaven Divine race. The Great Heaven Divine City is gone. This is a good thing for Qin Yan. It was unknown who had transmitted this scene to the demonic mirror. Furthermore, it had also mentioned that Qin Yan had appeared here. The matter of the Heavenly Fate Holy Land spread very quickly. Now, everyone in the Divine Desolate, as long as they have a devil mirror, is very concerned about the situation here. They are all waiting for the strongest dragon race to appear. So many things happened before the dragon race appeared. This is something that many people did not expect. Especially Qin Yan, who caused so many big things not long ago, has appeared again. Moreover, the matter of the Great Heaven Divine City was caused by Qin Yan. Yu Luanhui was killed by Qin Yan and the reincarnation gate was obtained by Qin Yan. Xian Zhongkuan of the Grading Divine Race gave the Grading Bloodline Heavenly Rune to Qin Yan so that Qin Yan would let him go. The most shocking thing is that the Black Dragon Assassin of the ancient Yu clan actually obeyed Qin Yan. The Great Heaven Divine Race's powerful Great Heaven Battle Godway. Shuangyan even gave birth to a dragon ant because of Qin Yan. These things have spread on the Devil Mirror and caused a huge uproar. The dragon ant has changed under the Great Heaven Divine City and caused a huge commotion. This matter is also caused by Qin Yan. Qin Yan received many messages from his friends, all of them teasing him for making someone pregnant again. This made him not know whether to laugh or cry. The ground below has turned into a golden quagmire. After a while, a wave of hot air suddenly surged up. That wave of hot air contains a very strong dragon power. Qin Yan can now see many moving shadows under the quagmire through his heavenly eye. It is a large number of dragon ants. A large number of dragon ants have appeared. Qin Yan said in shock, some of them are not small. Following the appearance of the hot air, the golden mud in the quagmire gradually dried up and became very firm. The great heaven divine city has finally calmed down, however, they still don't dare to land. One had to know that the leg of an elder from the Wei clan had been broken by the dragon ant's teeth. They all guessed that there must be a large number of dragon ants below, but they don't know how strong they are, so they don't dare to go down and probe. Are these guys really from the Nine Sun Holy Land? They don't dare to go down. Qin Yan secretly despised them. Previously they said that their Nine Sun Holy Land was the center of Divine Desolate, the strongest region in Divine Desolate. But now, none of the big shots of the Great Heaven Divine Race and the Grading Divine Race dare to land. Through his heavenly eye, Qin Yan can see that many dragon ants are busily working. They have already formed an ant nest and are rapidly spreading into the depths. Don't tell me these dragon ants only rely on the Heaven Fate Dragon Lake's water to survive? Qin Yan didn't see any dragon ants coming out to look for food. Instead, they are doing all kinds of construction. Ling Yin'er said, Xiao Yun, the dragon peach's crystal seed was formed through bloodline heavenly rune and then activated by another bloodline heavenly rune. This means that before the dragon ants were born, they had come in contact with two bloodline heavenly runes. That's right. These dragon ants might have the characteristics of that bloodline heavenly rune. Qin Yan looked at the myriad heaven divine saber in his hand. This divine saber has fused with the mysterious bloodline heavenly rune box, the first one he obtained. The birth of the Nine Sun royal family is because of this bloodline heavenly rune box, which originally belonged to Xiaqiru. At this moment, someone tossed a huge ox beast into the water. Boom, the ox beast landed on the golden mud and created a loud explosion. Suddenly, a flame shot out from the ground. Soon after, dragon ants covered in flames crawled out one after another. These dragon ants are a lot bigger than the previous one, they are as big as a calf. After these dragon ants ran out, they immediately broke down the ox beast that is as big as a house into many small pieces. Even the ox beast's stiff bones were bitten to pieces and then moved into the ground by the dragon ants. All of this happened very quickly. Seeing these dragon ants, the people floating in the sky felt their scalp go numb. If they fell down, their bodies would definitely be bitten to pieces. These dragon ants also eat meat. Qin Yan inhaled a mouthful of air. This group of dragon ants is actually fire attribute. Not long ago, there was a lot of lake water under the ground, now it has turned into a nest of fire dragon ants. Qin Yan sent the scene he saw to Long Shu. But Long Shu did not respond immediately. He is also unable to contact Long Shu. He suspects that Long Shu must have entered the Heaven's Fate Dragon Lake. Are these fire dragon ants considered dragon race? Qin Yan is still unable to determine whether the crystal seeds inside the peach pit are dragon ants or not. He wants to find a place to try again. He feels that each crystal seed will give birth to different creatures. Just as he was about to leave, more than 10 people suddenly flew over and surrounded him. Qin Yan saw these people in the magic mirror before. They are the group of heaven-splitting ancient clan people who cut off the dragon peach divine tree. They were even draped in bronze-colored robes that looked old, but also had a very ancient feel to them. Qin Yan has always been on guard against these heaven-splitting ancient clan people. Seeing them suddenly appear, he is not surprised at all. Reincarnation Gate, Divine King Heavenly Seal, Bloodline Heavenly Rune. You just need to hand over these things. We don't want the other things on you. The middle-aged man who spoke said in a steady and powerful voice. The Suning Divine Clan, Great Heavenly Divine Clan and Ancient Yu Clan also suddenly noticed Qin Yan. That guy is being targeted by the heaven-splitting ancient clan. Ling Taiyun said in a low voice, this is troublesome. With his strength alone, I am afraid he can't escape. Qin Yan is surrounded by more than 10 experts of the heaven-splitting ancient clan. The pressure is indeed very great, but he can still maintain his calm. I want to know your origins so that I can ask you for things in the future. Qin Yan said with a sneer, you are all from the heaven-splitting ancient clan. I am from the ancient Qin clan, they are from the ancient dragon clan and the ancient Shao clan. Although your surname is Qin, you have nothing to do with the ancient Qin clan. However, if you obediently hand over the things in your hands, we are willing to accept you." The old man laughed sinisterly. Just as Qin Yun was about to use the void crossing step, the surrounding space suddenly fluctuated and was completely sealed. More than 10 powerful divine power suddenly concentrated and bombarded Qin Yun's body. The sky around him flickered with multicolored light waves and then formed a huge mushroom cloud. The berserk divine power transformed into a gale and lightning that covered a large area. It is a spectacular scene from far away. The big shots from far away sense the strength of the heaven-opening ancient clan's experts. While they are apprehensive, they also secretly sighed that Qin Yun is finally finished. The great heaven god race and the sun yin god race are very familiar with the heaven-opening ancient clan's strength. They were also the ones who destroyed the dragon peach divine tree. Moreover, they fought evenly with the monkey dragon race and the tree dragon race. Even if other factions joined in later, the heaven-opening ancient clan was not weak at all. Although the monkey dragon race and the tree dragon race are furious that the dragon peach divine tree has been destroyed, they can only let it go for now. All the bigwigs present agreed that even if Qin Yun didn't die from the simultaneous attacks of over a dozen heaven-splitting ancient clan experts, he would definitely shed a layer of skin. Xianxia, Chu Wuxing, Yu Yaoyao and Ling Daixin are all very worried. Even Ling Taiyun and the Ling family's elders are worried that Qin Yun will be killed. For the Ling family, if Ling Daixin and Qin Yun can be together, it will greatly benefit them. If Qin Yun is captured by the heaven-opening ancient clan, it will be a great loss to the Ling family. The space around Qin Yun has been sealed by a powerful barrier. It can be seen that the inscription Saint of the heaven-opening ancient clan has taken action. That is why they can't see the hidden runes. After the heaven-opening ancient clan's people launched a round of attacks, they immediately hid far away and waited for the aftermath to subside. They believe that Qin Yun won't be killed, at most he will be seriously injured. If Qin Yun still has the strength to fight, they will attack again. If they kill Qin Yun, they won't be able to obtain anything. Capturing the seriously injured Qin Yun alive is the most ideal result. The berserk divine power wave gradually dissipated. Everyone immediately opened their eyes wide and looked over to see how Qin Yun is doing. What surprised them is that Qin Yun is completely fine. The luxurious white inscription master robe on his body does not have the slightest trace of damage. Qin Yun was safe and sound. He floated there with a cold expression. His cold eyes revealed an aura that no one dared to look at. Although he was very calm, he made people feel that he was incomparably terrifying. The main reason he was fine was because he had a divine fate talisman with him. He really didn't expect the talisman to be so terrifying that it could actually block this wave of attacks. This is impossible. This fellow, what did he do just now? With his current strength, it's impossible for him to block our attacks. Should we attack again? The experts of the heaven-splitting ancient clan were all shocked. They could not believe that Qin Yun was unharmed. Qin Yun secretly looked at the Imperial Life Heavenly Talisman he wore and discovered that the energy within it was weakening. If this continued, it would not be able to withstand many attacks. He quickly took out the Imperial Heavenly Talisman that he had obtained earlier. The Imperial Heavenly Talisman was also a type of defensive talisman. It could transfer the power of an attack to someone else. Qin Yun reached deep into his clothes and grabbed the Imperial Transfer Heavenly Talisman. He immediately established a connection with it. This Imperial Transfer Heavenly Talisman requires him to activate it and lock onto it. He looked at the 3 strongest heaven-splitting ancient clan elders. This is equivalent to locking onto them. If Qin Yun was attacked, the Imperial Transfer Heavenly Talisman could transform the power received into another kind of divine power that would then land on the 3 elders. He already seized Yu Luanhui's reincarnation gate. Even if it was revealed that he had the Imperial Transfer Heavenly Talisman, it would not matter. The dozen or so heaven-splitting ancient clan elders attacked again. Moreover, this time they are even stronger than before. Previously, they were worried that they would kill Qin Yun, so they held back. They saw that Qin Yun was not injured after being besieged by them, so they increased their divine power and launched even more powerful and ferocious attacks. The dozen or so powerful heaven-splitting ancient clan elders shot out many large balls of light. After they shot out the balls of light, their auras weakened a lot. It is clear that they used a lot of divine power. Xianxia still did not move. The space around him has already been locked. This is a very high-level inscription battle technique. Moreover, it is formed using spatial-type runes. Many powerful divine power once again bombarded the space where Xianxia is. This is the result of the heaven-splitting ancient clan experts using their heavenly law divine abilities to transform their divine power into even stronger attacks. The heaven and earth once again exploded with a loud sound. This time's attack set off a surging energy wave. Even the distant Heaven's Mandate Dragon Lake has become turbulent because of this. The entire Heaven's Mandate sacred land has entered a state of violent trembling. The spectating experts are now enveloped by the powerful energy wave. This time's attack is like a small sun exploding. Even people far away can feel the earth trembling. It can be said to be world-shaking. It is now night time. The myriad heaven's divine moon is still firmly hanging in the sky. However, everyone is now submerged by the powerful energy wave and can't see the beautiful and huge myriad heaven's divine moon. What caused people to be alarmed is that at the same time, people with good hearing can hear the miserable screams of the three elders. They all believe that Xianxia launched a counterattack just now. This caused them to feel even more inconceivable. Because Xianxia clearly suffered such a fierce siege. Not only did he not defend, he was actually able to counterattack. Xianxia also never expected that the commotion would be so great that no one knew that he had used the Imperial Heavenly Talisman. These guys are really strong. If I didn't have the Imperial Heavenly Talisman and the Life Imperial Heavenly Talisman, I would definitely be heavily injured this time. Xianxia also realized that the Imperial Heavenly Talisman could only transfer half of the attack power. The remaining half was blocked by the Life Imperial Heavenly Talisman. In other words, the defensive power of the Imperial Heavenly Talisman is far inferior to the Life Imperial Heavenly Talisman. Furthermore, the energy within the Imperial Heavenly Talisman has been almost completely consumed. It is now completely dim and needs to be replenished. The Life Imperial Heavenly Talisman still has energy, but not much. Xianxia finally understood why the Life Imperial Heavenly Talisman was lost. It is because it is extremely difficult to create. The powerful light and mist that erupted from the attacks of the dozen heaven-splitting ancient race experts left as quickly as it came. Xianxia is still calmly floating in the sky. As for the dozen heaven-splitting ancient race elders floating in the distance, all of them have ugly expressions. 3 of them are bleeding from head to toe and their bodies are riddled with wounds. Among the 3 injured elders, one of them still had an arm. His arm looks like it has been shattered because the place where his arm was severed is a ghastly sight to behold. What happened just now? This is the doubt in the hearts of the big shots watching from afar. Even the 3 heavily injured elders don't know what happened. They only know that they were suddenly attacked by a very powerful divine power. If it were not for their defensive divine tools being strong enough, they would have been even more heavily injured and their bodies might have been destroyed. Xianxia is already holding the God King spear in his hand. He shot at the 3 injured elders once and shot out 3 peach core crystal seeds. When the 3 peach core crystal seeds were shot out, Xianxia used space-crossing power and pierced through space. After Xianxia suffered such a crazy attack earlier, the runes sealing the space around him also dispersed. Now he is not afraid of the heaven-splitting ancient race people. The 3 peach seeds he shot out all accurately hit the 3 injured old men and penetrated into their bodies. The 3 elders sensed something entering their bodies and their expressions became even more unsightly. Because they saw Xianxia and Wei Shuangyan's battle earlier. That bastard put something in our bodies, quickly come and help us take it out, an elder promptly shouted. The other heaven-splitting ancient race people immediately surrounded them. Under the 3 elders' request, the others took out sharp blades and cut open the elder's skin and quickly dug out the crystal seeds. Xianxia opened his heavenly eye and looked from afar. He is shocked to discover that the crystal seeds dug out by those people have turned into a ball of energy mist. Moreover, it is the size of a fist. 3 things have been dug out and held in their hands to observe. The heaven-splitting ancient race people are also very curious because Xianxia used this method to make a dragon ant appear in Wei Shuangyan's stomach. Just as they are holding them in their hands curiously, the 3 things suddenly moved. Then they tore apart their palms and entered their arms. Everyone can see something wriggling under their arms. From their wrists to their shoulders, then to their necks and finally to their heads. Soon after, the three people held their heads and screamed in pain, seeing this scene. Wei Xuanyan, who is just recovered from his injuries, felt a burst of fear in his heart. He can't help but shiver. If a dragon ant bursts out of his head, he doesn't dare to imagine the scene. Everyone present scratched their numb scalps in fear. They all thought that a few large dragon ants might come out of the three heaven-splitting ancient race people's heads. Qin Yan was also alarmed when he saw this. Although he was the one who shot out the crystal seed he shot out this time was very different from the last time. Last time, the crystal seed very cleverly parasitized Wei Xuanyan's abdomen. But this time, the crystal seed can actually run into someone else's head by itself. Qin Yan, what the hell is that thing? A heaven-splitting ancient race middle-aged man roared. I don't know. I got it from the heavenly fate dragon lake. I call it children and grandchildren. Whoever gets hit by it will have children and grandchildren. Qin Yan spread his hands and said, I didn't expect this thing to run into my head. I didn't want to waste this thing. Because this thing has great research value, you forced me to do it. Everyone secretly nodded. Qin Yan originally wanted to run away, but in the end, he was stopped by the heaven-splitting ancient race people. Then, more than 10 of them surrounded and attacked Qin Yan. Everyone is the same as Qin Yan. They are looking forward to seeing what will happen to the 3 heaven-opening ancient clan elders. The heaven-opening ancient clan is very strong, so the other races want to see them make a fool of themselves, especially the Sun-In divine race and Great Heaven divine race who just suffered a great loss. Although the 3 heaven-opening ancient clan elders are holding their heads and screaming, their abdomens are swelling up. This is the most shocking thing. Not to mention the headaches of the 3 elders, their abdomens have also become bigger. This means that some small monster is being nurtured in their abdomens. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and can only see a ball of energy in their abdomens. This time is very different from the time Wei Xuanyan had. Wei Xuanyan is gnashing his teeth. He was also played like this by Qin Yan before. He recalled the time when a dragon ant drilled out of his abdomen and can't help but feel fear. This kind of experience has left him with a great psychological shadow. Quickly give up your body, the heaven-opening ancient clan elder hastily shouted. This old man was quite brilliant. He could tell that the souls of the 3 old men who had been struck by the crystal seed were being devoured. At this moment, the other heaven-opening ancient clan members don't dare to approach. They are worried that something will jump onto them and drill into their bodies. All of a sudden, the 3 old men who had been struck by the crystal seed gave up their fleshly bodies and let their souls fly out. Although their bodies don't have souls, they are still floating in the air. The elder who shouted just now attacked with his palm. Formidable flame divine power condensed into a ball of fire that enveloped the bodies of the 3 old men. Hoo! The ball of fire exploded and formed a violent flame that enveloped the bodies of the 3 old men. The elder wanted to destroy the thing that was about to escape. However, he underestimated the power of the crystal seed. Even Qin Yan did not expect that the crystal seed would be able to release its own divine power to protect the 3 bodies from being burned. Qin Yan said in alarm, those 3 bodies should be the parasitic bodies of the crystal seed. They might even be its food. This crystal seed shouldn't be a dragon ant, what is it? Xiao Yun, after the crystal seed is activated, it should be able to become a kind of half-dragon creature. And what kind of half-dragon creature is decided by? Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yan shook his head, I don't know. It might be because of the God King Spear's bloodline heavenly pattern box. This bloodline heavenly pattern box belongs to Sister Kiru, the one that gave birth to the 9 sons royal race. How could there be so many beasts? Ling Yin'er wondered. Maybe the power inside the bloodline heavenly rune box is the source of all kinds of living beings. Qin Yan said. Amidst the flames, the bodies of the 3 old men were gradually swallowed up and turned into 3 balls of white light. The 3 balls of white light vibrated slightly, and then slowly cracked. The thing inside was coming out. The surrounding flames were also devoured and absorbed by the 3 white balls of light. Qin Yan, who had his heaven eye open the whole time, saw something that looked like an insect curled up inside the 3 objects. It's wasp. Qin Yan roughly recognized them from their silhouettes and said in low voice, all 3 of them are bees, they should be dragon bees, their bodies have more than half dragon blood. He could see that the bees were covered in dragon scales and had dragon heads. Bees and ants are very similar, Ling Yan'er said. They live in a nest and their reproduction speed is very fast. After the 3 white light balls exploded, sure enough, 3 white dragon bees appeared. Their body size is rather large, they look like a cow and their whole body is white. Seeing these 3 dragon bees, people in the distance let out a burst of cry of alarm. Many people are secretly afraid. The dragon ants from before can't fly, they drilled into the ground as soon as they came out. And these 3 dragon bees can fly, their body size is also larger than the dragon ants, they look even stronger. After the dragon bees came out, they immediately flew towards the heaven-opening ancient race people. Their speed is as fast as lightning and they rushed over in a flash. The heaven-opening ancient race people are not to be trifled with. They immediately used all kind of divine tools to block and sent the 3 dragon bees flying. The 3 dragon bees are very fierce, they unceasingly crazily attacked and let out a burst of dreadful hoarse cries. Their sharp stingers are the most dreadful, after they are shot out, they have very strong penetrating power. Moreover, after the stingers fly out, they can return to their bodies according to their control. The heaven-opening ancient race people are all very careful. If they were to be stabbed by a needle, it would be very fatal. The stingers of the dragon bees are transparent, one can see the venom flowing inside the stingers. If the body was injected with such venom, the consequences can be imagined. There are 7 heaven-opening ancient race people, they are still very strong. Now that they are only facing 3 dragon bees, the pressure is not that great. Moreover, they still have a few heavy attacks on the dragon bees. The battle lasted for a moment. The 3 dragon bees know that they are not a match for them, so they flew towards the heavenly fate dragon lake. Their speed is very fast and they disappeared in a short while. When everyone saw the 3 dragon bees suddenly fly away, they immediately defended. They are worried that the dragon bees will suddenly return and attack them. The 3 dragon bees can be said to be very strong but they are not weak either. Furthermore, there are only 3 of them now. If there is a nest of them in the future, just thinking about it is terrifying. They know that below the ground, there is a nest of dragon ants. Moreover, their numbers are constantly expanding. Qin Yun, you caused us to suffer such great losses, we will not let you off, an old man angrily said to Qin Yun. This old man is from the Qin ancient race. Humph, you stole my things, I will also let you off. Qin Yun immediately raised the divine king spear and said with sneer, if you have the guts, come over, who is afraid of who? The 7 heaven-opening ancient race elders immediately scattered. They are very worried about the 10,000 generations of descendants that will come out of the divine king spear. Qin Yun also wants to leave quickly. After all, he just obtained the reincarnation gate, extreme bloodline heavenly rune and imperial heavenly talisman. He urgently needs to research and excavate them. However, this group of heaven-opening ancient race people do not plan to let him leave just like that. While Qin Yun is in a deadlock with them, the huge heavenly fate dragon lake in the distance suddenly shot a white light into the sky. It can be said that the entire heavenly fate dragon lake is releasing intense light, forming an incomparably thick white light beam that shot into the sky in the dark night. Following that, a majestic and powerful dragon power accompanied by a fierce gale attacked. The people floating in the sky, even if they have profound cultivation, were blown away. Everyone was blown away. No matter how strong their factions are, they are unable to stabilize themselves. It can be seen how terrifying that energy wave is. Those who are not from my dragon race, scram from the heavenly fate sacred land. A rough voice filled with majesty resounded throughout the heaven and earth. Those who are not strong enough in the heavenly fate sacred land are now bleeding from their 7 apertures and their souls are trembling. All heaven dragon emperors have come into being. Qin Yun was also afraid of being robbed. There were only 2 godly monarch heavenly seals in the entire God's wilderness. Then there was the bloodline heavenly rune in his possession. It was difficult for others to obtain even one, but now everyone knew that he had 3, great divine lord, and the others did not dare to snatch it, so they could only aim at Qin Yun. Even though they knew that this little god king wasn't easy to deal with, it was worth it for them to take the risk and give it a try. They felt that even if they failed, they wouldn't be killed. Qin Yun had never seen the great divine king before. He only felt that the great divine king was extremely carefree and unrestrained. He was a little worried that the great divine lord would instigate his son or disciple to snatch the little divine king heavenly seal. If the great divine lord were to secretly help him from behind, it would be a headache for Qin Yun. Qin Yun immediately distanced himself from the heavenly fate dragon lake when he saw the All Heavens Dragon Emperor appear. The ancient Yu clan, the great sky god tribe, the sun moon god tribe and the law enforcement world had not left. They were still hovering in the air. Apart from them, there were many other non-humans watching from afar. The sudden voice of the All Heavens Dragon Emperor made the people of the Heaven-Splitting clan look grave. They had no time to care about Qin Yun. These ancient race beings had existed for a very long time. They should have been the strongest beings in the deity desolate. However, the All Heavens Dragon race that had just appeared was as powerful as the heaven-opening ancient clans. The most terrifying thing about the All Heavens Dragon clan was their scale. All kinds of dragon races, dragon beasts, dragon people, mutated dragons, and so on, would be unified into the dragon race, obeying the call of the Heavens Dragon Emperor. Such a large-scale race could be said to be equivalent to all the heaven-opening ancient races. The heaven-splitting ancient clan could only be evenly matched with the dragon race if they joined forces. Qin Yun left the heavenly mandate sacred land as fast as he could. His gains from entering the Destiny Sacred Land were already great enough. After absorbing the Destiny Dragon Lake's water, not only did his body become stronger, he even obtained the Heavenly Pattern Egg, allowing him to step into the Shantian Monarch realm. After Qin Yun left the Heavenly Mandate Sacred Land, he could still see the gigantic white light beam shooting into the sky from the Heavenly Mandate Dragon Lake. It was a spectacular sight in the night. He opened his third eye and saw the silhouettes of many giant dragons in the white light. All sorts of giant dragons flew out along with the light beam. So this is how the All Heavens Dragon race was formed. Qin Yun is secretly alarmed. He originally believed that the All Heavens Dragon race was the birth of a group of the most powerful dragons. But now, it seemed that the Destiny Dragon Lake was actually strengthening the elites of the various dragon races, making them even more powerful dragons, making their dragon bloodlines even stronger and purer. Xiao Yun, do you think the Heaven's Dragon Emperor was transformed from the original dragon? Ling Yin'er asked. I don't know, I will ask my dragon race friends. Qin Yun contacted a few dragon race friends but did not receive any reply. At this moment, a white beam of light shot over. Finally, it turned into a bolt of lightning and flashed towards Qin Yun at an extremely fast speed. What is this? Very strong. Qin Yun immediately released Sun Heavenly Shield to block in front of him. Master, it's me. A gentle voice rang out, and then a charming and pretty woman in white appeared. That white-clothed woman is Long Tianji. She has changed a lot, she looks a lot more noble, especially the dragon power on her body, it is very powerful. Qin Yun is shocked to discover that he and Long Tianji originally had a contract but now the contract has disappeared. Tianji, what did you experience in the Destiny Dragon Lake? Qin Yun asked. I have become stronger. In the Destiny Dragon Lake, everyone has become stronger. Long Tianji laughed and said, Master, I want to continue following you. Our contract has been dissolved, you don't need to continue following me. Now that the Heaven's Dragon race has appeared, you belong to the dragon race. Qin Yun gently caressed her face and said with smile, Go, start a new life with your race. Long Tianji shook her head and said, No, I want to be with Qingqing and Tianzi. I am already used to this kind of life. Then she tightly hugged Qin Yun's arm and began acting coquettishly towards Qin Yun like Shui Tianzi. She has been together with Shui Tianzi all day and has mastered all of Shui Tianzi's seductive techniques. Alright, then you continue following me. Qin Yun said with smile. Actually, he is also very reluctant to part with this woman who has been following him for a long time. Many times, Long Tianji has helped him a lot. Oh that's right, Xiaofeng and Yu Qing should have come out by now, right? Qin Yun asked. I was with them, but they are still under the lake. In short, those who have not come out yet have great potential. Long Tianji said with smile, Master, you won't dislike me for having limited potential, right? Why would I? Qin Yun said with smile. He looked at the intense light beam coming from the Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake and asked, Is the Heaven's Dragon Emperor a newly born dragon or did he evolve from the dragon race? When I was under the lake, I suddenly obtained an inheritance and found out that the Heaven's Dragon Emperor was born under the Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake. There is a very large dragon palace under the Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake. It is called the Heavenly Fate Dragon Palace. Long Tianji's elegant eyebrows are slightly creased as she said in low voice, Master, the Heaven's Dragon Emperor is very strong, moreover he has an undying and indestructible body as well as a soul. Then do you think you will snatch my little divine king Heavenly Seal? Qin Yan is somewhat worried. If he has such an undying body as his enemy, it will be very troublesome in the future. Long Tianji laughed and said, he won't. With the dragon Emperor's strength, he will definitely snatch the great divine king Heavenly Seal. Then I feel relieved, although Qin Yan said with smile, he is not a bit relieved in his heart. Because he not only has the little divine king Heavenly Seal, he also has bloodline Heavenly Rune. Those are things that even big shots covet very much. The Heavenly Fate Holy Land is now enveloped by intense white light. The entire Heavenly Fate Holy Land looks like it is transforming. Although Long Tianji came out early, her strength is also not weak, otherwise she would not have been able to fly to Qin Yan from the middle of the Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake so quickly. While Qin Yan is looking at the transformation of the Heavenly Fate Holy Land, he received a message from Yu Xiangyun saying that she must immediately return to the Heavenly Divine Moon. She said that a situation has occurred inside the moon's heart. Yu Xiangyun did not say what the situation is, she only said that it is not dangerous. It is because the Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake shot out light rays that caused a situation inside the moon's heart. This Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake, how did it form? Qin Yun muttered. He believes that the appearance of the Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake is related to the bloodline Heavenly Rune, but the bloodline Heavenly Rune is not the main reason. Now the movement of the Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake is very dreadful. Even if a new Myriad Realm's divine son was born, it would not have this kind of movement. The person who spoke just now had a very gentle voice. He was a middle-aged man in white with a benevolent face. The middle-aged man's temples were white, and he wore a white tiger head jade crown on his head. The middle of his belt was buckled with a mighty white tiger head. His weapon was a saber with a white scabbard and a white hilt. There was a white tiger-headed eagle on the hilt, and a ferocious white tiger was carved on the scabbard. White tiger. Long Tianji immediately said in deep voice. Then she stood in front of Qin Yun, instinctively protecting her master. This caused Qin Yun to feel very touched. He pulled Long Tianji's lily-white hand and said with smile, Tianji, the senior is not scary at all. When Qin Yan saw the middle-aged man's attire, he knew that he was a white tiger. Back when he was the Nine-Yang Palace King, he had gotten to know the white tiger, who was also Bai Si's father. Palace King, long time no see, do you still recognize me? The middle-aged man smiled and said, I am much younger than you, I can't be your senior. Qin Yan had experienced 9 lifetimes, so his memories were very complicated. It was also because his soul was powerful and he cultivated the heavenly soul that he was able to circulate such complicated memories. He was stunned. No matter how hard he tried, he could not find any memories related to this middle-aged man. Because the only white tigers he knew were White Death and White Death's father. Maybe it's been too long, I can't remember. Qin Yan shook his head and said, since you address me as Palace King, you must have met me when the Nine-Yang Divine Palace was just established, right? I still remember the white tiger I know, but I've never seen it before. Yes, sir. The middle-aged man said with a smile, I was not originally a white tiger. I only became a white tiger after reincarnation. I was once White Tiger's subordinate, called Bai Li Fei. Bai Li Fei? I have an impression of this name. Qin Yan immediately dug out something related to this name from his vast and jumbled memories. It's a tiger cub that White Tiger had picked up. The name was given by White Tiger. You are not only White Tiger's subordinate, he views you as his own son. Qin Yan said in astonishment. He never expected that after so many years, he would still be able to see Bai Li Fei. What was even more unbelievable was that after Bai Li Fei reincarnated, he became a white tiger. Bai Li Fei smiled and said, Palace King, I didn't expect you to remember a small fry like me. After so many years, I can't remember many things from back then, but you still remember me. Bai Li Fei, are you in the Nine Sun Sacred Land now? Qin Yan could sense the unique divine power aura of the Nine Sun Sacred Land from him. That's right, I am an elder of the White Tiger royal family of the Nanyang Tiger clan. After Bai Lifei finished speaking, he looked at the Destiny Dragon Lake in the distance. With a serious expression, he said, our Nanyang Tiger Emperor is also on his way. I wonder if our tiger race there will be conflicts with the Dragon clan. Qin patted him on the shoulder and said, your tiger race, don't be reckless. Bai Lifei nodded and said, we know. We have no intention of challenging the dignity of the dragon race. We are only here to congratulate the all-sky dragon race. He looked at Long Tianji and naturally saw that it was a dragon from the all-heaven dragon race. However, it is very surprising that Qin Yun has such a loyal dragon by his side. By the way, what's going on with the great divine lord in the Nine Sun Sacred Land? Qin Yun asked, I believe you already know a lot about me, right? Bai Lifei sighed and said, Palace King, you have the little divine king heavenly seal in your hand, this has indeed brought a lot of trouble. As far as I know, even the great divine lord wants your heavenly seal because he does not allow the all-heaven divine desolate to have two divine kings. Long Tianji lightly groaned and said, this guy is really greedy. Having the great divine king heavenly seal is not enough, he still wants to steal the little one. Bai Lifei said with bitter smile, the little divine king heavenly seal is very special. Even though it is called the little divine king heavenly seal, it can help me grow and evolve. The great divine king heavenly seal has a limit but the little divine king heavenly seal does not. Qin Yun knows very little about the divine king heavenly seal in his hand. He can only use it to borrow the divine power of the myriad realms divine Sunday. What about the great divine lord? Is he still in the Nine Sun Sacred Land? Qin Yun suddenly felt a great pressure. He is already here, together with his two disciples. They are also rushing over to the Heaven's Mandate Sacred Land. Bai Lifei said. The Great Divine Lord's two disciples are the Great Divine Lord's Emperor and the Great Divine Lord's Emperor. Both of them want to obtain Qin Yun's Divine King Heavenly Seal so that they can match up with their master. Then I will be leaving first. Qin Yun immediately pulled Long Tianji and flew away. Palace King, we will meet again someday. I will visit the Nine Sun Divine Palace when I have time. Bai Lifei yelled from behind. Qin Yun can hear his voice but he did not reply. After he placed Long Tianji inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul, he stepped on the void step and quickly left the Heaven's Mandate Dragon Lake. The heavenly dragon race has come into being and they are such formidable existences. Even if the other strong races want to suppress them, they are powerless. In this kind of situation, the other strong races must congratulate the heavenly dragon race and send them generous gifts to build good relations. If Qin Yun does not leave the Heaven's Mandate Sacred Land, he will definitely be chased and beaten by the other strong races' clan emperors. Especially after he made the heaven-opening ancient race suffer great losses. Now the clan emperors of the Great Divine Race and Great Divine Race want to obtain the Divine King Heavenly Seal, they will definitely attack Qin Yun. There is no need to talk about the ancient race. The strongest enemy is still the Great Divine King. This heavenly divine desolate great era is truly dreadful. I thought I would be able to survive after reaching Divine Heaven Lord Realm. Now it seems that if I meet those big shots, I will definitely not be able to defeat them. Qin Yun looked at the Divine Sun Heavenly Soil inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul. Realm Transformation Purple Ginseng. Realm Transformation Purple Ginseng can allow him to break through Divine Heaven Lord Realm even faster. If it grows, he can quickly refine pills and then break through to Divine Heaven Lord Realm even faster. This way, when the time comes, everyone will be in a completely new and unknown realm and the gap between them will not be that big. After Qin Yun left the Heaven's Mandate Sacred Land, he took out the Devil Mirror and looked at the news regarding the Heaven's Mandate Sacred Land. Yao Yao, what is the situation? Qin Yun contacted Yao Yao. Yao Yao and her father are still inside the Heaven's Mandate Sacred Land. Qin Yun, it is good that you left quickly. Did you know, Yuan Long is here? He is the leader of the assassins, moreover, half of his body is dragon blood, he is very strong. Yao Yao replied. Is that so? Did he come alone? Qin Yun asked. Of course not, he brought 2 9 dragon head assassins and several 8 dragon head assassins. That's right, the Great Divine Race Emperor is also coming. Yao Yao said. When Qin Yun mentioned this matter, Imperial Demon Yao very happily laughed and said, Dragon Saint Teacher, the Ling family is definitely going to eat you up. Sister Xianxia is a virgin, and now her reputation is ruined because of you. You have to take responsibility for her. What virgin? Xianxia must be an old demon tens of thousands of years old. Yao Yao, you might even be older than Xianxia, yet you still call her big sister. You're taking advantage of her and you still have the nerve to laugh at me. Qin Yan said in a very bad mood. But now, everyone thinks that big sister Xianxia is your woman. Don't tell me that you are not going to take responsibility? Yu Yao Yao said with a charming smile. Humph, Xianxia brought me to the banquet and wanted me to spoil her blind date. I'm just obeying her orders. What responsibility do I have to bear? Qin Yan curled his lips and said, if she hadn't asked me to spoil her blind date, I would definitely be a mute and not say a word. Damn it, I helped her, but she hasn't thanked me yet. He didn't think he did anything wrong. If it wasn't for his timely intervention, Ling Daixin might have ended up marrying a tramp like Yu Yongyao. For Yu Yongyao to marry Ling Daixin, he most likely didn't have any good intentions. He definitely wanted to squeeze some value out of Ling Daixin. Yu Yaoyao laughed and said, the Ling family doesn't think so. They are convinced that you and Sister Xianxia are together, so no matter what, they want to get some benefits from you. Get what? The Extreme Sky Race Emperor wants to steal my Divine King Heavenly Seal. The Emperor of the Extreme Sky Clan is Xianxia's father. If her father tries to steal my Heaven Seal, I might become her father's enemy. Qin Yan said helplessly. Of course, Yu Yaoyao knew about this as well. Besides the Arch of the Ancient Yu clan, the Arch of the Ancient Yu clan would also attack Qin Yan. The God King Heavenly Seal and Bloodline Heavenly Rune in Qin Yan's hands are what those big shots want. Our clan emperor will also come. No matter what, Yu Luanhui was an elder of the Yu ancient clan. He was killed by you, and the gate of reincarnation is in your hands. Clan emperor will definitely not do nothing, so he will definitely look for you. Imperial Demon Yao said. Let's talk about it after he finds me. Qin Yan said with smile, if I, Qin Yan, want to hide, no one can find me. Is that so? Even if you use the soul-chasing talisman, you won't be able to find it? Yu Yaoyao knew that Yu Shangyun and company had Qin Yan's soul-chasing talisman. Of course. As long as I hide in a few layers of space, the soul-chasing talisman won't be able to track me. Qin Yan has too many places to hide, so he has nothing to fear now. If there is any news, I will contact you again. I will discuss with the clan emperor and the others, let's see how they will deal with you. Yu Yaoyao said. She is naturally on Qin Yan's side, after all, Qin Yan saved her Kuan Peng. If not for Qin Yan saving her Kuan Peng, it would not have been able to evolve into a 9-yang Kuan Peng. Because her Kuan Peng had become stronger, Yu Yaoyao's status had risen a lot. Otherwise, she would not have dared to speak too loudly in front of her father. Just as Qin Yan cut off contact with Imperial Yao Yao, he received a message from Long Shu. Qin Yan, it's best if you stay far away from the Heaven's Mandate sacred land, the further the better. Long Shu's voice is very anxious. Why? Qin Yan sped up and flew away from the Heavenly Mandate sacred land. It's a long story. All Heaven's dragon race has already formed and there are many factions inside. More than half of them want to capture you and share the 2 bloodline heavenly runes with you. Long Shu said with sigh. What did the All Heaven's Dragon Emperor say? Qin Yan asked. He did not say anything, it is equivalent to tacitly agreeing to those factions. Me, the little monkey, as well as the 9 Sun Dragon race, all oppose this but the Dragon Emperor still did not say anything. Long Shu said. Qin Yan knew that after the All Heaven's Dragon race appeared, they would most likely target him. Therefore, he left the Heaven's Mandate sacred land early on. Qin Yan, I'm sorry, I couldn't help you. Long Shu said with some guilt. She hopes that Qin Yan and the dragon race can have a good relationship. It's fine. I can understand. Qin Yan's voice is filled with dignity as he said, if possible, help me tell your Dragon Emperor that if his subordinates attack me, I, Qin Yan, will not hesitate to exterminate them. Tell him that if his dragons attack me, I, Qin Yan, will not hesitate to kill them. I, Qin Yun, am not afraid of angering the All-Heavens Dragon Emperor. Long Shu knows that since Qin Yun said this, he must have some confidence. This is also what she is worried about. Qin Yun contacted Xiao Wufeng. He is together with the Divine Judge and is currently heading towards the Heavens Mandate Dragon Lake. The Myriad Realms Divine Court will definitely welcome this kind of powerful race. At the same time, they will also ask these powerful races to respect the Myriad Realms Divine Court. He put away the Devil Mirror and aimlessly flew by himself until daybreak. 5 Myriad Realms Divine Suns appeared in the sky. Qin Yun looked at the Myriad Realms Divine Suns in the sky and said with long sigh, "When all the Myriad Realms Divine Suns appear, my Divine King Heavenly Seal will reach large success." The 5th Myriad Realms Divine Sun has appeared. Sister Yang wants to go inside, right? I can't even contact her. Qin Yun misses Yang Shuriwa very much. He has not seen her for a long time. After Sister Yang, it will be Sister Bing Xing. I can't even contact 9 Sun Divine Maiden during this period of time. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yun immediately flew towards the 5th Divine Sun and said, "I will enter the core of the 5th Divine Sun and wait for Sister Yang. I will be able to see her very soon." He flew towards the 5th Divine Sun, took out the Devil Mirror and contacted Mad Sun Tiger Emperor. He asked, "Mad Sun Tiger Emperor, your white sun seed is almost ready, I will give it to you as soon as possible." "Oh, that's right, you should be more careful now. As far as I know, Nine Yang Tiger Emperor is also very interested in you." Mad Sun Tiger Emperor said, "I have already met with the people from the Nine Yang Tiger race, I am in their main army." Mad Sun Tiger Emperor knows that Qin Yun has a bloodline heavenly rune that he gave him. If this matter were to spread out, the people who want to capture Qin Yun will become even more crazy. There are so many people who want to capture me now. Moreover, all of them are big shots. Qin Yun said with smile. Boss Qin is Boss Qin. Even though so many big shots are watching you, you can still talk and laugh wittily and wittily. But you still have to be more careful. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor said with smile. Got it. Qin Yun put away the Devil Mirror and secretly thanked Bai Lifei in his heart. Although Bai Lifei did not say that Nine Yang Tiger Emperor has designs on him, he still informed him in advance, telling him to immediately leave the Heavens Mandate Holy Land. Bai Lifei's actions cannot be considered as betraying the tiger race, so he felt a bit better in his heart. All of you go congratulate the big shot Heavenly Dragon Emperor. Then I, Qin Yun, will go take a look at the 5th Divine Sun. Do you think it is so easy to become a Divine King? If there is a problem with the 5th Divine Sun, I will have to go and help solve the problem. If you had the Heavenly Seal, would you be able to handle it? Qin Yun looked at the 5th Divine Sun and muttered in his heart. The 5th Divine Sun in the sky appeared very suddenly and the movement was not big. The divine power it released is very weak but the multicolored light is very strong. On the way to Diwu Divine Sun, Qin Yun took out the magic mirror from time to time to understand the situation of the Heavenly Mandate Sacred Land. The appearance of the dragon race has caused a great commotion in the Divine Desolate. Furthermore, this is a very important matter in the great era of the Divine Desolate. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the current dragon race is the strongest race in the Divine Desolate. Therefore, the future actions of the dragon race are something that many races in the Divine Desolate are very concerned about. If the dragon race wanted to take the path of hegemony, then the Divine Desolate would definitely plunge into misery and suffering. The dragon race is so huge and has so many branches. If they were to fight, there would definitely be some members of the dragon race who would go on a killing spree. Therefore, the pressure on the Myriad Realms Divine Court is extremely great. With the current power of the Myriad Realms Divine Court, it is impossible to suppress the dragon race. Only if the Myriad Realms Divine Court joins forces with other powerful races would they be able to suppress the strongest dragon race. Fortunately, the dragon race does not have such thoughts. The Heavenly Dragon Emperor has already announced that as long as they do not take the initiative to provoke the dragon race, they will not start a war. The Divine Desolate is so big that it is enough to accommodate the strongest dragon race. Even if they fight for hegemony, it would be meaningless. In short, now that the dragon race is unified, those who want to hunt dragons in the future must be careful. If the dragon race finds out, the consequences will be very miserable. The Heavenly Dragon Emperor has issued a ruthless statement that whoever dares to catch dragons to eat will be tortured to death by the dragon race. In other words, even if they are bullied by the dragon race in the future, they will have to endure it. As for the internal factions of the dragon race, outsiders do not know. The dragon race has just unified, so it is impossible for the outside world to know about their internal factions. This way, they will think that they are still internally divided. Qin Yan asked Long Shu, and she only said that there are several factions within the dragon race. They mainly represent different types of dragon race. Long Shu, did you see the great God King? Qin Yan used the magic mirror to contact Long Shu. I saw him. He looks like a very ordinary old man. I can't see anything. He had a secret discussion with the Dragon Emperor. Long Shu's voice came from the magic mirror. This great godly monarch is very arrogant. When I greeted him with the little monkey, he didn't even look at us. Little God King and I greeted him but he didn't even look at us. Qin Yan is quite a straightforward person. Long Shu and Monkey King have a very good impression of Qin Yan, especially since Qin Yan gave them cigarettes. Long Shu, actually, the great divine lord is nothing special. I, this little divine king, am only temporarily not as strong as him. Who knows in the future? Qin Yan did not have a good impression of the great divine king because he knew that the great divine king also wanted to snatch his heaven seal. Of course. Just a great divine king, far from being as good as Boss Qin. Long Shu laughed a few times, then said solemnly, Boss Qin, you really have to pay attention, they are currently discussing how to capture you. Oh? Then how did their discussion go? Qin Yan asked anxiously. I don't know. Only the clan emperors of those powerful clans are allowed to enter the secret room for a secret discussion. Long Shu sighed. Qin Yan said with a smile, it's fine. I, Qin Yan, have seen all sorts of storms. I'm not afraid of them. By the way, which big shots are having a secret meeting? The Yu Tribe's Emperor, the Great Heaven Tribe's Emperor, the Sun Moon Tribe's Emperor, the Law Enforcement Realm King, the Heaven's Secret Sect Master, the Nine Yan Tiger Emperor, the Nine Yan Fairy Tribe's Emperor, and the Qin Clan's Emperor, the Shao Clan's Emperor, the Dragon Clan's Emperor, and the Great Divine King who just arrived. Are they all going to attack you? But you must guard against them. Qin Yan said with a smile, for me, Qin Yan, to be targeted by so many big shots, aren't they thinking too highly of me? Mr. Qin, I'm going to entertain the other guests. I'll let you know if anything happens. Long Shu said. She maintained contact with Qin Yan mainly because she wanted to get help from Qin Yan in the future because Qin Yan was an eccentric person who had mastered all kinds of mysterious techniques. For example, the vat of blood she obtained from Qin Yan was of great use to her. In addition, Qin Yan's inscription technique made her feel admiration. Qin Yan is already far away from the ground, he is flying towards 5th Divine Sunday. After talking with Long Shu, he asked Zi Qingqing about Yi Yaoxue and Xian Rujing's situation, they are still not awake. If the Heaven Secret Sect leader is here, then that saint-level assassin must be here as well. These guys from the Heaven Secret Sect almost killed my Yaoxue and big sister Rujing. Qin Yan secretly clenched his fists as his expression gradually turned cold. Just you wait. Once I figure out where the Heaven Secrets chapter is, I'll do it. I, Qin Yan, will personally go there and beat you up. Qin Yan wants to personally go to the Heaven Secrets sect, he also wants to find Shuiyu and Yu. They are still alive but have been imprisoned and sealed. He and the Heaven Secrets sect must settle this once and for all. Because inside the Heaven Secrets sect, that evil mother Yu will surely attack Divine Moon Clan again, she might even use Divine Moon Clan to blackmail him. Qin Yan now knows that the reason why Yu Shangyun kept her distance from him is because she doesn't want him to be blackmailed. 2 days later, Qin Yan entered the region where the sun is releasing intense light. After entering this region, he discovered a very strange situation. Because according to his understanding of Myriad Realm's divine sun, to be able to release this kind of intense light means that there is no problem with the 5th Divine Sunday. And the problem is that the divine power released by the 5th Divine Sun has become very weak. Sometimes it can't even be sensed. Could it be that the divine power of Myriad Realm's divine sun has been cut off? Qin Yan looked at the intense light all around him. This intense light is formed when the surface of the myriad realms divine sun explodes with energy. In other words, the energy released by the fifth divine sun is normal. What's abnormal is that after the energy was released, it didn't continue to shine on the divine desolate land along with the intense light. Xianxia took out the divine king heavenly seal to sense it and discovered that the reaction to the fifth divine sun is still very weak. Strange, the fifth divine sun's divine power has been cut off and something must have happened to the core. That's why the divine king heavenly seal can't sense it. Xianxia can only speed up and fly towards the fifth divine Sunday. During the time when the fifth divine sun appeared, no experts came to investigate because everyone was mainly concentrated on the heavens mandate sacred land. Xianxia only heard that the fifth divine sun is also very special. Some people want to enter but don't know how. It's not like the fourth divine sun, where there is a passage to enter. I wonder if the fifth divine sun has any divine sun descendants. Xianxia collected the divine power of the 40th universe divine sun but he never studied it. The 40th universe divine sun's divine power can restrain the divine sun descendants but he doesn't know how to use it. Not long after, Xianxia landed on the surface of the fifth divine Sunday. Its surface is a dazzling golden crystal. He tried to use the mysterious penetration divine ability to penetrate but he couldn't enter. As expected, it's very difficult to enter. Xianxia used the void crossing step again but he couldn't open up the space. The surface of the fifth divine sun is a very powerful barrier and the energy is also released under the crystal layer but it has been cut off. After Xianxia came out, she couldn't forget about those dragon peaches. She even hugged Xianxia's thigh and asked him to give her more to eat. Xianxia caressed her cute little face and said with smile, "The dragon peach divine tree has been cut and uprooted. If you want to eat dragon peach, you will have to wait for a very long time." Who did it? I'll go and destroy him." After Xianxia heard this, she shouted angrily. She put her hands on her waist, and her angry look was very cute. "You can't beat them." Xianxia stroked her head and said, "Bring me inside the divine sun first. Big brother, I'm a 9 heavens vermilion bird now, I'm very strong." Xianxia waved her tightly clenched little fist. "Ah? You evolved into a vermilion bird?" Xianxia was somewhat astonished because he could not tell. N. Nodding her head, Xianxia smiled and said, "I'll show you when I have the chance. My control over my transformation isn't good enough, and I'm afraid of hurting you." Xianxia still looked like a little girl. It seemed like she would never grow up in the future. Furthermore, she didn't want to grow up. She felt that she could get along better with cuties like Momo and the little ant queen. Xianxia pulled Xianxia and flew towards a certain direction. She said, "Big brother, there is a big fish inside the myriad world's divine young land." "Big fish? What the hell?" Xianxia said in astonishment. He never expected that Xianxia would be able to tell that there was something wrong with the fifth divine yang not long after she came out. "Kuan Peng," Xianxia said in a low voice, "that guy is very powerful and it's also very big. I'm a little afraid of it. It looks like a big fish. It used to be very small, even smaller than Momo." Xianxia was secretly alarmed. The Kuan Peng was actually inside the fifth divine Sunday. He now understood why the divine power of the fifth divine sun felt like it had been cut off. It was because the 9 suns Kuan Peng was inside. "How do you know that the Kuan Peng was very small in the past?" asked Xianxia curiously. "It's like this in my inherited memories. The Kuan Peng is now under the care of Grandpa Sun and can sleep inside the divine sun." Xianxia brought Xianxia along as they searched for the entrance. Xianxia understood that on the surface of the myriad realm's divine sun, there was a special entrance for divine beasts to enter. For example, Xianxia knew where the entrance was. Not long after, Xianxia brought Xianxia to the surface of the fifth divine Sunday. Although the fifth divine sun was relatively small, it was still very large. Humans were like grains of sand in front of the fifth divine Sunday. Finding an entrance on the surface of such a huge divine sun was even harder than finding a needle in a haystack. "Is this the place?" Xianxia followed Xianxia and stood on the golden crystal. Xianxia, who is wearing a red dress, is bouncing around Xianxia. She is currently drawing circles around Xianxia. Not long after, a purplish red ring of fire appeared on the ground. Big brother, only I can open this teleportation formation. Ask Little Ant Queen to transfer a bit of spatial divine power to me. Yang entered the fire ring, grabbed Qin Yan's hand and said. Qin Yan got the Little Ant Queen to transfer her spatial divine power to Yang. Rumble, rumble, la 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 la. Move, hit, hit, hit. Activate the formation. After Yang chanted a string of strange incantations, Qin Yan felt the array formation beneath his feet activate. In the blink of an eye, he felt the space around him change. He and Yang entered the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. After entering, Qin Yan was alarmed. He saw a giant beast covered in dazzling golden flames. It looked like a giant fish, but it was not a fish. Because this giant beast's body is too large, Qin Yan can't even see its entire body. He can only see its side. More than half of the inside of the fifth divine sun is occupied by the ninth sun Kuan Peng. In other words, the core is very likely to be inside the ninth sun Kuan Peng. What's going on? Qin Yan already knew that the ninth sun Kuan Peng is not with Yu Yao and has gone to the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. He originally thought that the ninth sun Kuan Peng was wandering around the Myriad Realms Divine Sun to absorb divine power. He never expected it to be inside the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. In fact, many people believe that the ninth sun Kuan Peng is wandering outside the Myriad Realms Divine Sun to absorb divine power. Big fish, I'm here to see you. Yang shouted, don't eat us, we are not delicious. Qin Yan immediately covered Yang's mouth. He doesn't know whether to laugh or cry in his heart. This little girl previously said that she was a little afraid of the Kuan Peng, but now she is shouting so enthusiastically. There are no divine sun descendants here. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and did not see any divine sun descendants. Big brother, divine sun descendants can't enter here. This is Big Fish's nest. Yang said. What about the core? Qin Yan also can't see the core. Could it be that the core is really inside the Kuan Peng's body? If Xianxia came, she would definitely enter the core. The other Myriad Realms Divine Sunlands all have two regions. The outer region is very large and the descendants of the Divine Sun are mainly concentrated in the outer region. They are unable to enter the core region. The core region contains the core, which is also where the energy of the Myriad Realms Divine Sun resides. As for this fifth Divine Sun, there is no distinction between the inner and outer regions. The inner and outer regions lack the crystal layer separating them, causing the inner and outer regions to merge together. Therefore, the inner space is even larger. The Divine Sun core is on my back. Kuan Peng's voice sounded. Hearing the Kuan Peng's voice, Qin Yan jumped in fright. If the voice was very rough, he would have thought that it was normal. However, the Kuan Peng's voice actually sounded like that of a little boy, childish and immature. Big fish, you're awake. When Yang heard the Kuan Peng's childlike voice, she could not help but laugh tenderly. Looks like you haven't grown up much. You're still a little thing. Big sister K, you're the little thing. Kuan Peng's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. Qin Yan pulled Yang and flew towards the Kuan Peng's back. He really didn't see that there was an island on the Kuan Peng's back. On the island there is a very large golden fireball. That is the core. However, it is blocked by the mist spewing out from the Kuan Peng's back. Big brother, I'm going to play with Big Fish. You can go to the core by yourself. Yang said with a smile. Is it really alright? Qin Yan is still somewhat worried. It's fine. Big Fish won't eat a little thing like me. Yang giggled. Benefactor, don't worry. I won't hurt Big Sister K. Kuan Peng's polite voice sounded. Qin Yan never expected that Yang and Kuan Peng's relationship would be so good. He suspected that in their inherited memories, there are memories of each other. Qin Yan felt relieved and let Yang fly to the Kuan Peng's head. The core on the Kuan Peng's back is smaller than the cores of other Myriad Realms Divine Suns. Perhaps it is because the inside is rather special. After Qin Yan went over, he asked, Kuan Peng, is the Nine Sun Goddess here? He could not tell if Xianxia was inside or not. Qin Yan flew to the back of the Kuan Peng and landed on the large fireball. The large fireball was finally normal. Unlike the fourth Divine Sun, which was a golden red moon. The core of the fifth divine sun was a normal fireball, but the inside was not normal at all. Not only had it become a Kuan Peng's nest, but the descendants of the divine sun were also unable to enter. This made Qin Yan very curious. He wanted to know why divine sun descendants were unable to enter the fifth divine sun. It should be noted that there were a large number of descendants of the divine suns in the first 3 myriad realms divine suns. Qin Yan did not understand the current situation of the descendants of the divine sun. He only knew that the law enforcers had come into contact with the descendants of the divine sun clan. Big fish, why are divine sun descendants unable to enter the fifth divine sun? Qin Yan asked, is there anything special about the fifth divine sun? I am not too clear, I only know that the fifth divine sun's formation is greatly related to benefactor. Nine Sun Kuan Peng replied with his childish and tender voice. He is very respectful towards Qin Yan. When it was still the dark Kuan Peng, it was sealed by the heaven-creating deity palace. Its flesh was cut and its bones were broken, and it suffered all kinds of torture. After Qin Yan rescued him, he was able to regain his freedom. Now, he can evolve in the fifth divine sun and become a powerful 9 Sun Kuan Peng. 9 Yang Kuan Peng would never forget this debt of gratitude, so he addressed Qin Yan as his benefactor. Big fish, don't call him benefactor, call him Uncle Qin. Yang giggled, Uncle Qin is a good person, I have a lot of delicious food with him. Is that so? I haven't eaten anything delicious in a long time. When the 9 Suns Kuan Peng heard about food, it immediately became excited. Didn't Yao give you delicious food? Qin Yan asked. I'm too big, I can't eat enough, so most of the time I enter a dormant state. 9 Suns Kuan Peng said, only after coming here did I absorb enough energy. Now that I have the heavenly universe divine sun in my body, I will never feel hungry again. Yang smiled and said, Big fish, can you turn into a human? Only when you transform into a human can you taste a lot of delicious food. 9 Suns Kuan Peng smiled and said, of course I can. Once I finish evolving, I will be able to transform into a human. Qin Yan had thought of abducting the Kuan Peng a long time ago. Now that he saw that the 9 Suns Kuan Peng was a little glutton, he felt that it wouldn't be too difficult to kidnap the Kuan Peng. Furthermore, with Yang's help, it would be even easier. If Yu Yao, who was currently helping Qin Yan gather intelligence in the heavenly mandate sacred land, were to learn that Qin Yan was trying to poach her, she would definitely ruthlessly bite Qin Yan. Qin Yan stomped on the gigantic core with his foot. Then, he released a powerful mental force into the core to awaken Xianxia. He sent the magic mirror to Xiaoyue and the others. At first he contacted them from time to time, but later he couldn't contact them anymore. If he couldn't contact 1 or 2 of them, then there was a possibility that there was a problem with the magic mirror. However, if he couldn't contact all of them, then there was a problem with the core, causing the space to be isolated. Qin Yan channeled his powerful mental power into the core, but he did not receive any response. Furthermore, he felt that after his powerful psychic power entered the core, it would scatter wildly. It would be difficult for it to converge into a line and penetrate the core. When he went to Liu Shuyan's place, he entered the core and it was Liu Shuyan who took him in. But Xiao Yuemei and Xiao Yuelan, who entered the core earlier than Liu Shuyan, are unable to do this. It can be seen that every core is different. Moreover, 9 Sun Divine Maiden's control over the core is also different. Big Fishy, is there any way to contact Sister Yang? Qin Yan asked. Uncle Qin, Sister Yang said that if we want to contact her, we will need to pass through 2 layers of space. 9 Sun Kuan Peng said. 2 layers of space? Qin Yan is somewhat amazed. There is actually another space in the core. Qin Yan can only let Little Ant Queen come out. Little Ant Queen's perception of space is very strong, moreover she can bring him through the dark space. This kind of thing should be left to her, a professional. Big brother, are you ready? Little Ant Queen asked. After learning that Little Ant Queen came out, Yang greeted her and then introduced Kuan Peng to her, saying that this big fish is her little brother. Then she no longer disturbed Little Ant Queen from helping Qin Yan. Alright, let's begin. Qin Yan said. Little Ant Queen is very small, she's just a beautiful white fairy. She sat on Qin Yan's shoulder and started using her space divine power. Space Xian ants are very strong, they can easily enter the dark space and then come out again. Little Ant Queen followed Qin Yun and absorbed a lot of energy from the Nine Sun Divine Spirit, so she grew very fast. Bringing people into the dark space is not a problem at all. After Qin Yun was wrapped up by the space divine power, his vision turned black and he entered the dark space. That space is so strange, Little Ant Queen exclaimed in admiration. What's so strange about it? Qin Yun asked. There is life in that space, but it is still very young, so it doesn't have any intelligence. Little Ant Queen exclaimed in admiration and said, Big brother, inside the core of Myriad Realms Divine Sun, space reproduction space, it is so awesome. Space reproduction space? What does that mean? Qin Yun is also very astonished. He is still inside the dark space and can't sense anything. He can only see Little Ant Queen emitting beautiful white light on his shoulder. It's space giving birth to space. There was originally a space in the center of the core, but another space was born inside that space, so it formed a double space. In the future, it might be able to continue reproducing. Little Ant Queen sighed and said, It's really strange. I wonder why there are multiple spaces. Qin Yun said, Then can we directly enter the double space now? I've already set up a teleportation point. This way, we can enter more gently and won't damage the space here, Little Ant Queen said with smile. Qin Yun also wants to quickly meet Xianxia and understand the situation of the Myriad Realms Divine Sun's core. The changes inside the Myriad Realms Divine Sun are the most important. They are related to the rise and fall of the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. Not long after, Little Ant Queen chose a teleportation point and brought Qin Yun into the double space at the center of the core. After entering, it is a vast expanse of whiteness. This space is still relatively small and the edges of the space are rippling. Being able to see the edge of the space means that it is not big. Although the edge of the space can be seen, when the edge of the space fluctuates, it seems as if it is breathing and absorbing energy to grow. In the center of the vast expanse of whiteness, there is a white light ball that is dozens of meters wide. Qin Yun doesn't know what it is, he only knows that it is emitting multicolored light, it is neither cold nor hot. Big Sister Yang! Qin Yun shouted. The one in the middle is Xianxia. The spirit avatars beside her all have pointed ears and a pair of large translucent spirit wings. Her spirit avatars all look very charming. A pair of slender jade legs can be faintly seen from the slit dress. Their charming eyes flickered with soft ripples and their faces carried a faint, flirtatious smile. And, Xianxia, who is in the middle of the spirit avatars, although she has the same appearance as her spirit avatar, she has a peerless temperament. When this peerless beauty saw Qin Yun, her beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness and longing. Xiao Yun. Xianxia flew over and hugged Qin Yun tightly. Qin, after hugging her for a while, Qin gently caressed her intelligent and elegant face and stared at her beautiful eyes that are as gentle as water. Little Queen Ant has already returned to the Nine Sun Divine Soul. Xianxia also gently caressed Qin Yun's resolute face that is filled with vicissitudes of life. They haven't seen each other for a long time, but now that they have met, they didn't speak much. Instead, they deeply admired each other and caressed the face that haunted their dreams. After that, they naturally embraced each other with deep affection and kissed passionately. Lovers reunited after a long time. As they passionately kissed, they also began to enjoy the endless joy of lovers reuniting. They loved each other to their heart's content in this dual space. In the vast expanse of white space, Qin Yun is lying on the ground. He only feels that he is enveloped by endless gentleness. He opened his eyes and looked at the huge ball of light. Xianxia flew out from that ball of light. Big Sister Yang, is your spirit avatar also you? Qin Yun pinched the face of one of the spirit avatars. From the spirit avatar, he can see a different Xianxia. The seductive Xianxia also has her own style and she is also very clingy. Of course it's me. Xianxia chuckled and said, How is it? Is my avatar beautiful? Or am I more beautiful? As long as it's you, it's all the same. Qin Yun looked at the three great beauties beside him and said with a happy smile. Xianxia let her spirit avatar put on her clothes and then put it away. Qin Yun embraced Xianxia and gently caressed her face and hair. He asked, Big Sister Yang, when did you come to Diwu Divine Sun? As soon as the fifth Divine Sun came out, I came in. Xianxia Yu said, I came in with Kuan Peng. Xianxia Yu had the mission of a goddess. Previously, every time she met Qin Yun, she would have to separate not long after. She was quite reluctant to part with Qin Yun. This double space, what's going on? Are the cores of the other myriad realms' divine sons the same? Qin Yun asked with a frown. The cores of the other divine sons were not like this before, but after I entered the fifth divine son, they started to become like this. When Xianxia Yu mentioned this matter, she was also very excited. She smiled and said, it's because of my spirit avatar that space began to appear in the core. Oh? When Qin Yun saw the two charming fairies, he had this association. Therefore, Xianxia Yu let her spirit avatar cultivate the third level of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra together with Qin Yun. Therefore, Qin Yun could feel that their bodies have very strong spatial divine power. All the cores of the myriad world's divine sons are connected to each other. After my core evolves, the other cores will also evolve along with this core. Xianxia Yu said again, Yuemei, Yuelan, Shuyan, and you just contacted me not long ago. Their cores have already opened up a double space. Qin Yun looked at the huge light ball and asked, what about that light ball? What's going on? Xianxia Yu smiled mysteriously, that's the third space. I estimate that every divine sun core can have 9 spaces. This means that every myriad realm's divine sun will have 9 cores. Ah! Qin Yun cried out in alarm. 1 core is already incredible, let alone 9. He asked, is it because you came in that the myriad realm's divine sons are like this? Xianxia Yu gently smiled, touched Qin Yun's face and said, of course not, it's also because of you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to fuse with the spatial Xian ants. Qin Yun took out his Divine King Heavenly Seal and said, Sister Yang, can you help me refine the Divine King Heavenly Seal? Brand it with the 5th Divine Son's imprint. Of course I can. Xianxia Yu took it and a ball of white light appeared under the skin of her chest. This is... Qin Yun said in alarm. I am currently drawing the energy of the 1st and 2nd cores. After Xianxia Yu finished speaking, white light shot down from all directions of the white space. White after the light fell, it turned into a gentle light belt and entered the Divine King Heavenly Seal. This way, after a period of time, the refining will be complete. Xianxia Yu leaned on Qin Yun's chest. Qin Yun also tightly hugged this perfect jade woman, kissed her forehead and looked at the Divine King Heavenly Seal in her hands. Sister Yang, your 9-son Divine Maiden is becoming more and more powerful. The reason why our 9-son Divine Maiden can become stronger is also because of your help. Xianxia Yu raised her head and looked at Qin Yun, then smiled and kissed his lips. Oh, that's right, Sister Yang. Do you know the situation inside the 4th Divine Son where Yu is? Qin Yun asked. Lui Shuyan told him that it is a mother Sunday, it is a mother sun. All you need to know is that the mother sun is very powerful and it was created by you. Xianxia Yu said softly, Xiao Yun, during the growth stage of the myriad realm's divine sun, many things will happen. There will definitely be many strange phenomena, so you don't need to be too curious. Qin Yun only knows that the mother sun is very important. It is very likely to be the main power that restrains the divine sun's descendants. Sister Yang, then what do your 9-son Divine Maiden do before entering the core? Qin Yun asked. Many, for example, the Heavenly Fate Holy Land and Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake that recently appeared. We participated in setting up the formation a long time ago. I've been there, Sister Bingxing has been there, Yuelan has also been there. That was a long time ago. Did you all go separately? Qin Yun asked. We mainly went to place some things. We don't know what they are. It was the 9-son law spirit that guided us to find those things and then placed them in the designated location. Xianxia Yu said. Qin Yun suspects that the bloodline heavenly rune box that formed the Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake might have been placed there by their 9-son Divine Maiden, but they don't know. Then, what's going on with the great Divine King? Does the 9-son law spirit hate me a little? Why did he send out a great Divine King to suppress me? When Qin Yun mentioned this matter, he felt very unhappy. Well, it's a long story. Xianxia Yu faintly sighed, her lily-white hand gently caressed Qin Yun's cheek and said softly, Xiao Yun, don't blame the 9-son law spirit. There are some things that it can't do. Then who is the nine-sun law spirit standing on? The guys in the nine-sun holy land are all vicious and evil. Qin curled his lips and said. Qin pinched Yang Shiryu's arm a little and said with a smile, Big Sister Yang, don't say half of your words. It's very uncomfortable. Yang Shiryu moved coquettishly in Qin's embrace. Then, she pouted and said, Big Sister Yang doesn't want to say it. Xiao Yun, you are not allowed to force Big Sister Yang to say it. But I really want to know, have you experienced any danger? Qin sighed and said, I am very afraid of losing you. Shiryu pursed her lips into a smile, how is that possible? You've experienced 9 lifetimes, but aren't you still with us? How could they lose us? Don't worry. Yun did not pursue the matter. She only hugged Yang Shiryu tightly. Xiao Yun, if the 9 Yang Dharma spirit wasn't on your side. After we reach the outer form, we might become another person. Yang Shiryu pressed her cheek against Qin's chest and whispered. She said it anyway. Why is this happening? Can the 9 Yang law spirit do it? A look of worry appeared on Qin's face as he frowned slightly. It's not the 9 Yang Dharma spirit, but I can't explain it clearly. Right now, the deity heaven's divine desolate's myriad realm's divine sun is very complicated to operate. It's not just the 9 Yang Dharma spirit. All you need to know is that the 9 Yang law spirit has always been protecting you and our 9 Yang goddess. Yang Shiryu sighed. Qin nodded and said, I will become stronger even faster. Yang Shiryu suddenly smiled sweetly and said, Little Yun, Big Sister Yang can't guide you in your current cultivation. But you still have to tell me, I want to know. No problem. My main cultivation method is no longer the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra. Qin said, however, I have been using some of the techniques of the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra. For example, the Heaven Extermination 9 style, Heaven Extermination 9 fingers, Yun spoke a lot. After all, over the years, he had learned and mastered many cultivation techniques, and some of them he hadn't used in a long time. Yang after Shiryu heard this, she said with slight frown, actually there are some cultivation methods that are not bad. I think you can integrate them together and use them together with your inscription battle technique. I can't help you with this, I'm not proficient in inscription. How do we integrate them? Asked Qin. 9 Extinction Heart Sutra's cultivation technique might restrict you because inscription do technique and totem martial arts are both very powerful. And the cultivation technique of the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra is not compatible with runes and totems. Yang Shiryu said. Not bad, the inscription battle technique is very strong. When used in battle, the power is stronger than many heavenly law divine abilities. Qin nodded and said. Yang Shiryu smiled and said, how about this, you stay here for a while, I can provide you with ideas and let you try to integrate and create your own cultivation method. Alright, Teacher Yang please advise me. Qin said with a smile. Yang Shiryu giggled. She could not help but recall the time when she brought Qin to the academy. The God King Heavenly Seal in her hand was still absorbing the power of the core. Big Sister Yang, is the God King Heavenly Seal still useful? Qin looked at the Divine King Heavenly Seal in Yang Shiryu's hand. He always wanted to dig out other uses for it, especially for battle. Now, he could only use the Godly Monarch Heavenly Seal to draw the divine power of the myriad realms divine sun into his body or release the Godly Monarch Heavenly Seal to suppress others. Except other than that, he didn't know how to use it in battle. Yang Shiryu shook her head and said, I also don't know. Then tell me, what do you usually use the Godly Monarch Heavenly Seal for? Qin simply explained that apart from battle, it can also be used to transmit divine position. The Godly Monarch Heavenly Seal is a seal and the surface of the seal is the strongest, it is mainly used to leave imprints. I think that you can combine the formidable runes that you use and find a way to inject them into the Heavenly Seal. When you fight, you can use it on other people's body and form a formidable rune combination. That's right. Qin also used it before but later he felt that the effect was not very good, so he didn't use it again. After the Godly Monarch Heavenly Seal can draw the divine power of the myriad realms divine sun, he still hasn't tested its effect. Yang Shiryu said again, also, the Godly Monarch Heavenly Seal can be used to activate the 9 Sun World Extermination scripture. As for the specifics, you should properly comprehend it yourself. I also don't understand. Qin Yan has not used the 9-sun world extermination scripture for a long time because if he uses it now, it will surely cause a great commotion. Especially now that he already has 5 myriad realms divine sun, he can only use it when facing a very powerful enemy. Not long after, Xianxia returned the godly monarch heavenly seal to Qin Yan, then put on her clothes and combed her long hair. She also asked Ling Yuner and Zi Qingqing to come out and meet them. After all, they have not seen each other for a long time. Yang is still chatting with 9-sun Kuanping outside. Qin Yan held the godly monarch heavenly seal and began thinking about what Xianxia said before. He wants to comprehend how to use the 9-sun world extermination scripture through the godly monarch heavenly seal. The 9-sun world extermination scripture is very formidable. Lu Yu, Xu Yan and Xianxia have both learned it, but it is impossible for them to use it to the extreme. Only Qin Yan can do it. Because Qin Yan has the godly monarch heavenly seal. Xianxia and Zi Qingqing are having a secret discussion. They are studying the newest Sun Moon Heart Sutra. The newest Sun Moon Heart Sutra was comprehended by Yu Shengyun and Xianxia. The Sun Moon Heart Sutra can't be known by men, so Xianxia brought Shui Tianzi and others into the light ball in this space to study it. Qin Yan also heard from Ling Yuner that learning the newest Sun Moon Heart Sutra can't be done by word of mouth. It also needs to be cultivated together. She also said that she needs to take off her clothes. In short, the process made her very reluctant to part with it. If the Kuanping absorbs enough energy, it will definitely leave the 50,000th universe divine sun. Qin Yan suddenly thought of this question. After the Kuanping leaves the 5th divine sun, will there be any change in the 5th divine sun? When the 5th divine sun appeared, because the Kuanping is inside, the divine power released is very weak. And after the Kuanping leaves, the 5th divine sun's inner core will definitely be stronger because of the multiple spaces. Xianxia also said that they are currently in the 2nd inner core of the 5th divine Sunday. There is a group of big shots at the Heaven's Fate Dragon Lake. If something happens to the 5th divine sun, they will definitely come over to take a look. Qin Yan held the godly monarch heavenly seal in his hand. He can't let those guys cause trouble at the 5th divine Sunday. He took out the pill transformation heavenly furnace and a large amount of divine universe golden stones. The stage transformation purple ginseng has not matured yet, but he can't wait any longer. Therefore, he plans to use the pill transformation heavenly furnace to refine a bit of fertilizer and then combine it with runes to let the stage transformation purple ginseng absorb energy faster and then let the stage transformation purple ginseng grow faster. The stage transformation purple ginseng is a very good divine medicine. It can let him quickly pass through the divine heavenly monarch stage. It is enough for him to put in the effort to study a method to quickly grow stronger. If I want to use the reincarnation gate well, I need enough power. I should wait until I break through. Qin Yan took out the pill transformation heavenly cauldron and a pile of divine universe goldstones. He was thinking about how to refine better fertilizer. Inside a pearl of the 9 yang divine spirit, there was the divine yang heavenly soil and the white divine Sunday. This was a very good environment for growing medicinal herbs. If he wanted the stage of perfection sage ginseng to mature even faster, then he could only speed up the time change within it. Qin Yan was still unable to control time, so he could only think of refining fertilizer. Let's refine the divine universe golden stone first. Qin Yan patted the pill transformation heavenly furnace and transmitted his thoughts to it. After the pill transformation heavenly furnace fused with the sky universe essence body, it became a sky universe divine artifact with its own consciousness. After Qin Yan placed the pile of divine universe goldstones into the pill transformation heavenly furnace, he said, "Small furnace, help me refine these divine universe goldstones." Refining 10 divine universe goldstones into one shouldn't be a problem, right? He placed 1,000 divine universe goldstones into the pill transforming heavenly furnace. More than half of them would be used to power the divine universe goldstones. Therefore, in the end, he could only refine about 50 pills. Qin Yan only wanted to refine the divine universe metal rock. If necessary, he could put in the sun moon divine flame liquid to refine the divine universe golden bullets. The pill transformation heavenly furnace could refine on its own, so there was no need for Qin Yan to watch over it. Qin Yan also took the opportunity to get the little queen ant to bring him outside. He wanted to ask the Kunpeng when he would leave the fifth divine sun. This was because when Kunpeng left the fifth divine sun, it was very likely that those big shots would arrive. With the nine sun Kunpeng around, even the great divine monarchs of the nine sun sacred ground would not dare to act recklessly. When Qin Yan came outside, Yang immediately flew over and laid on Qin Yan's back. She complained, "Big brother, big fish is asleep. This guy suddenly fell asleep while I was chatting with him. He's really not a good friend." "What, fell asleep?" Qin Yan could sense that the speed at which the nine suns Kunpeng absorbed divine power had increased significantly. This was the final stage of its evolution. Qin Yan placed Yang into the nine yang divine soul and took out the devil mirror. He contacted Yu Yaoyao, Long Shu, Xianxia, and Xia Wufeng. He asked them about the current situation of the heavenly mandate sacred land. "Yaoyao, are there any new developments?" asked Qin Yan. "Mr. Qin, where are you? I couldn't contact you before." Imperial Demon asked, "I thought something had happened to you." Qin Yan said with smile, "What can happen to me? I'm beside your Kunpeng." As he spoke, he took a picture of the nine suns Kunpeng's body and sent it to Yu Yaoyao. When Yu Yaoyao saw this, she asked in shock, "Where are you? How did my Kunpeng become like this?" "After becoming the nine suns Kunpeng, of course I've changed a lot. This big fellow is currently sleeping. I met the nine sun Kunpeng inside the fifth divine sun." Qin Yan replied. "Fifth divine sun? They're preparing to go to the four god suns." Yu Yaoyao said, "Because the Sun Yin divine tribe and the great sky divine tribe failed to enter the four divine suns last time. Therefore, they will enter this time. These bastards." Qin Yan cursed softly and said, "Then, did they say that they would come to the fifth divine sun? I've never heard of it." Imperial Demon Yao said, "If there are any updates, I'll contact you again." Qin Yan was worried that the group of bigwigs would come to the fifth divine yang, but he never expected them to go to the fourth divine yang. Xianxia also sent a message to Qin Yan, telling him that he is preparing to follow the group to the fourth divine yang. Long Shu's message to Qin Yan is more or less the same. The only difference is that she said that after the dragon race entered the fourth divine yang, they would occupy a larger area inside. Motherfucker. I participated in the creation of the fourth divine yang, how can I let you guys relax inside? Qin Yan is very unhappy in his heart and immediately contacted An Wukong. And Wukong has not shown himself during this period of time. His alien void race is also a very strong race. The spatial origin stone they control is also something that many other races covet. Therefore, they are hiding very well. Brethren, I am in the fifth divine yang, when will you arrive? Come here, send me off, I want to go to the fourth divine yang. Those guys are going to the fourth divine yang, I can't let them live comfortably inside. Qin Yan contacted An Wukong. I will be there very soon. But I can only go to the outside of the fifth divine yang, I can't go in. I tried before but I couldn't go in no matter what. I will go out and wait for you. Qin Yan said. What? You are inside the fifth divine yang? And Wukong is very shocked, he said with smile, as expected of brother Qin, you can actually enter the fifth divine yang. Qin Yan said with smile, of course, the formation of the fifth divine yang is also related to me. Qin Yan asked Yang to bring him out and very soon they met up with An Wukong. And Wukong is very unhappy with those strong races because their alien void race can't defeat them. Moreover, he received news that some strong races are eyeing their spatial origin stone and want to take it away. Qin Yan was someone An Wukong trusted. Therefore, An Wukong had a good relationship with Qin Yan. And Wukong immediately brought Qin Yan inside the fourth divine yang. Inside the fourth divine yang, many houses have been built using Qin Yan's stone creation divine tool. Without Qin Yan's stone creation divine tool, the stones and other materials brought in from outside would quickly corrode, making it very difficult to build houses. Qin Yan used the devil mirror to contact the violent Sun Tiger Emperor, Sun Dragon Emperor, Wang Haoyue and the Heavenly Lion Race Emperor. He told them that he, Qin Yan, will temporarily destroy the buildings of the four divine yang and make the stone creation divine tools lose their effectiveness so that those strong races won't feel comfortable inside. These few big shots have a pretty good relationship with Qin Yan. Moreover, they all know that without Qin Yan's permission, it would be impossible for them to have a territory inside the four divine yang. Therefore, they all agreed. They only hope that Qin Yan won't hurt their people. When Qin Yan created the stone creation divine tools, he left behind a trick. He can control it and make the stone creation divine tools lose their effectiveness. He first made the stone creation divine tools lose their effectiveness and then entered the core of the four divine yang. He let the little ant queen bring him into the second layer space of the core and found Yu Yu. Yu Yu is very happy to see Qin Yan. When she found out what happened in the divine desolate during this period of time, she became very angry. Leave it to me. As long as they come in, I will cause an earthquake above and those houses will collapse. Yu Yu asked, do you want me to teach them a lesson? No need. Among those guys, there are great divine kings and many experts from the Nine Sun Holy Land. Don't anger them for now. Qin Yan said, I'm going to the five divine yang. My furnace is still there. Alright, I'll send you there. Yu Yu immediately sent Qin Yan inside the five divine yang. Qin Yan is only inside the five divine yang and did not enter the core. He contacted An Wukong and told him to return. After doing all this, Qin Yan's mood became a lot more comfortable. Qin Yan did not immediately enter the core space of the five divine yang. Instead, he took out the devil mirror and contacted Xia Wufeng again. However, there is still no response. He can't contact Xia Wufeng, so he can only contact the divine judge. Divine judge, are you with boss Xia? Qin Yan asked. The divine judge's voice was filled with helplessness as he let out a long sigh. It was clear that he really had no other choice. Even if he was angry, he could only suppress it in his heart because he knew that it was useless to be angry. Is boss Xia's condition serious? Great divine lord, this bastard, what right did he have to take over the Myriad Realms divine court? The divine court of the Myriad Realms was built up by all of you. Qin Yan said angrily. Xiao Xia's condition had stabilized. That great divine king said that he was the true king of gods of the Myriad Realms divine court. The divine preceptor said helplessly, my deity punishment flags can't use the power of the Myriad Realms divine sun to attack him. Qin Yan finally understood why the divine preceptor was so helpless. It was because the Myriad Heavens divine punishment flags were bestowed to him by the Myriad Worlds divine Sunday. This was also the source of his strength. Such as now, as long as the divine judge used the Heavens divine punishment flags, he would obtain great power. The other big shots were quite afraid of the Heavens divine punishment flags. The heavenly punishment flag was useless against the great divine lord, so the great divine lord could do whatever he wanted in front of the divine judge. Then what are the plans of the gods of the Myriad Realms divine court? Qin Yan asked, are they going to follow the great divine lord? The divine judge said, if that's the case, then I might be a bit more relieved. But the great divine lord did not fancy them at all. He wants to become a new god and drive away all the original gods, or force them to pass on their positions. What? This guy is truly reckless. Qin Yan cursed in low voice, he can also pass on his position? No. So he wants to find you and snatch away your divine king heavenly seal. The god judge's voice suddenly became serious. He said from the magic mirror, Boss Qin, you must protect your god king heaven seal. We absolutely cannot let both divine king heavenly seals land in his hands. Yun suddenly felt a lot more at ease. He never thought that the great divine king heavenly seal could not be passed down. In that case, his little divine king heavenly seal was not inferior to the great divine king's. Divine judge, gather all the trusted subordinates of the divine court of Myriad Realms. After that, we'll build a heavenly divine court city and contact Brother Space and Brotherin. Ask them to help us move the teleportation formation. Boss Qin, are you going to fight against the great divine lord? The divine judge said, if I rebuild the heavenly city, it will anger him and he will destroy it. The new divine court's heavenly city will be built within the four suns. Go gather everyone and discuss how to rebuild it. The fourth divine sun is my, Qin Yan's, territory, don't be afraid of them. Qin Yan also felt that this was an opportunity for him to establish his might in front of the great divine king. Inside the four divine sons, it is very difficult for others to defeat him by borrowing the divine power of the four divine sons. Furthermore, Yu controls the core of the four god sons. She can control the four god sons to release even stronger divine power. Alright. The divine preceptor nodded. He also realized that there was definitely a problem with the divine desolate having big and small god monarchs. In the eyes of the divine preceptor, Qin Yan had the demeanor of a god king. Ever since the establishment of the myriad realms divine court, Qin Yan had never gone there because he did not care about his position in the myriad realms divine court. That the great divine king is different. He actually directly attacked the divine preceptor. This kind of behavior is very vile. If the great divine king controlled the myriad realms divine court, it would be a disaster for the divine desolate. The divine preceptor also has heavenly ghost ancestor. Heavenly ghost ancestor's strength is not weak and he is now a ghost. With him and the divine preceptor together, Qin Yan is a lot more at ease. In the myriad realms divine court, there are dog god, evil god, mind god, and other god rank gods. Although they are not particularly strong, they are all outstanding gods and they are also Qin Yan's good friends. Now that such a thing has happened in the myriad realms divine court, they will definitely stand on the divine preceptor's side. After Qin Yan and the divine preceptor hung up, he went to contact Wang Haoyue. Wang Haoyue and the group of big shots are heading to the four divine sons. Previously, Qin Yan contacted him to destroy their buildings inside the four god sons and he agreed to it. Divine, if the Moon Alliance's buildings inside the four divine sons were still there, they would definitely be occupied by the Sun-Yin divine race. Qin Yan originally planned to let Yu release a barrier to prevent them from entering. However, after careful consideration, if they attacked the surface of the four divine sons, it might affect the entire four divine sons. Also, it would be better to let them enter the four divine sons. When they can't do anything inside, they will naturally leave. Moonyu only need to guard the inner region and not let them enter. Once the inner region gives birth to a strong race, there is no need to be afraid of them. Bright Moon Sect Master, you have heard about the matter of the myriad realms divine court, right? Qin Yan asked, are you worried that the divine moon of the heavens will be forcefully occupied by them? Of course I'm afraid. The people from the Nine Sun Holy Land are all very fierce and they look down on us who are not from the Nine Sun Holy Land. Only the law enforcement world and the dragon race can be put in their eyes. Wang Haoyue said, his voice is also filled with displeasure. It is clear that he is being looked down upon. How about this, your Bright Moon Sect, don't be in a hurry to build houses. I plan to build a new, bigger, and better divine court heavenly city inside the four divine sons. Qin Yan said, when the time comes, I will let the divine preceptor give your Bright Moon Sect a territory inside the divine court heavenly city. How about it? Alright. Hearing this, Wang Haoyue immediately thought of many things. He knows that Qin Yan wants to fight against the great divine king. If it was anyone else, Wang Haoyue would definitely think that there was no chance. However, Qin Yan is different. He is still very confident in Qin Yan. Don't worry, there is nothing to be afraid of in the Nine Sun Holy Land. If we work together, we will let them know that the Nine Sun Holy Land is only SOSO. Qin Yan said. Oh right, Boss Qin, you made the carefree smoke, right? Those guys all think that it is from my Bright Moon Sect. They are asking me for the secret recipe, help me think of a way. Wang Haoyue said. They ask you for it, so you give it to them? Why are you so scared? Qin Yan curled his lips and said. Alright, then I will sell the carefree smoke formula to them and say that the carefree smoke is not mine. Wang Haoyue said, since my carefree smoke can't sell to your carefree smoke, I might as well sell it to them at a high price now. Them? Who exactly wants to buy your formula? Qin Yan asked. Sun-Yin divine race. Great divine king, law enforcement world, dragon race, they all want to buy it. Then make it themselves and sell it themselves. How can I not be scared when facing these guys? I am not like you, Boss Qin. Wang Haoyue is also very helpless. Alright, sell it to them at a high price. I guarantee that they will suffer a great loss. Qin Yan chuckled and said. King Haoyue suddenly felt much more comfortable. At least he could still make a lot of money. Xianxia returned to the second layer space of the four divine suns core. The pill transformation heavenly furnace released a very strong heat. It has now become very calm. It has already completed the task that Xianxia had given him. Xianxia opened the lid of the pill transformation heavenly furnace. Inside were 50 divine universe golden stones that had been compressed. Every divine universe golden stone was synthesized from 10 divine universe golden stones and its quality was very high. Xianxia wants to fuse this divine universe metal stone, which contains a lot of energy, into the stage manifestation purple ginseng. This way, the stage manifestation purple ginseng can quickly grow. To achieve a perfect fusion, he needed the profound fusion heavenly rune. Xianxia is still asleep. If she wasn't asleep, with her help, it would have been a lot faster. Yun finally knows why Yu Shangyun was so fond of Xianxia in Guanghan Palace. Just like that, this is because her mysterious fusion heavenly rune is very helpful in refining medicine, pill and runes. Xianxuan's Gemini treasure mirror has mysterious fusion heavenly rune. It was also evolved by Xianxia. The profound fusion heavenly rune he made through the Gemini treasure mirror wasn't the most perfect one, he still needed to fix it himself. Xianxia activated the Gemini treasure mirror's Gemini heavenly rune and copied the mysterious fusion heavenly rune recorded in the mirror. Tian the patterns were all lumps, a kind of three-dimensional existence. Messenger when using inscription Do technique, the three-dimensional runes can become even closer to heavenly runes and their might will become even stronger. This is a skill that all inscription Do saints must master. Xianxia spent less than half a day and finally produced a mysterious fusion heavenly rune. Moreover, it is flawed. Since he has mastered the Empyrean inscription spirit, he can quickly see what is wrong with the heavenly rune. Xianxia used the floating cloud divine needle to fiddle with the threads inside the runes. Those threads are all runes. If there is a slight deviation in their curvature, it will have a great impact on the heavenly rune. It can even cause the heavenly rune to lose its effectiveness and dissipate. Therefore, it required a very strong power of the blood soul and mental power to control the finesse of the inscriptions. This way, the inscriptions would be more natural and smooth and their power would be even stronger. Xianxia is currently adjusting those imperfect runes. He is seriously fixing them one by one. He needs to be very focused. After all, it was a heavenly pattern created by the Gemini treasure mirror, so it was impossible for it to be perfect. If the mirror is able to replicate runes below heavenly rune rank, its precision will be very good. Basically, it can be used directly without needing to spend any effort. By the time Yun was done with the enigmatic fusion heavenly rune, almost a day had passed. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he took a deep breath and began to absorb the divine energy within the core. The surroundings suddenly emanated a mist that surged into Xianxuan's body and head. Qin Cloud took 100 deep breaths. Her exhausted soul and body immediately became lively again. It's good to be inside the core. Xianxuan laughed and took out a purple ginseng. This transcendent purple ginseng was still very young, there was still a long time before it matured. No wonder this thing is so precious in the Sun Yin divine tribe. It is so hard to grow it. Black runes appeared on Xianxuan's palm and quickly formed a group. The runes on his palm are nether sun totems. Xianxuan held the perfection purple ginseng tightly in her palm and then imprinted the nether sun totem on her palm onto the perfection purple ginseng. Xianxuan had tried to use runes to refine medicine and plant medicine before. He was self-taught and relied on his own perception. He would do whatever he wanted and he would always succeed. This time is no exception. He easily imprinted the nether sun totem on the purple ginseng. In order to smoothly succeed, a flower totem appeared on his other palm. First he created a layer of flower totem and then imprinted the nether sun totem on top of it. This way the perfection purple ginseng will not reject it. If other inscription masters knew that he used such a complex and formidable totem on a ginseng medicine, they would definitely think that it is impossible. After Yun completed the totem on the perfection purple ginseng, he pasted the divine universe golden stone on the perfection purple ginseng. He activated the nether sun totem on the perfection purple ginseng and produced a devouring power. Then he activated the mysterious fusion heavenly rune inside the divine universe golden stone. Just like this, the high-quality divine universe golden stone was naturally absorbed by the perfection purple ginseng. Divine. After the divine universe golden stone entered the perfection purple ginseng, the mysterious fusion heavenly rune also began to take effect and fused with the perfection purple ginseng. The perfection purple ginseng gradually changed, its surface overflowed with strong golden light. At this time, Qin Yin drew out very strong divine universe purple energy and white divine sun energy from the 9 sun divine soul and wrapped them around the perfection purple ginseng. Transformation. The nether sun totem inside the perfection purple ginseng is still absorbing the divine universe purple energy and white divine sun energy very quickly. The divine universe golden stone has the most energy. After all, it is a fertilizer and it is directly embedded inside the perfection purple ginseng. In order to break through, it is really not easy. Qin Yin placed the perfection purple ginseng inside the 9 sun divine souls divine yang heavenly soil. According to this speed, it should mature in a few days. If not, I will have to wait for 3 to 5 years. Qin Yin said in his heart. Want if Sun In divine race's pale master heard this, they would definitely vomit blood in anger. Because if they wanted to plant the perfection purple ginseng, it would take them tens of thousands of years or even longer to grow. And to plant it inside the divine yang heavenly soil, it would take several years and Qin Yin still thinks it is too slow. Yang brought along Momo and the other few little guys to play inside the core space. No, not only Yang, even Momo, little queen ant and little jade rabbit are constantly thinking about the dragon peach. Qin Yin did not expect that even the inscription fungus queen can eat the dragon peach. It has been led astray by Yang and the other little foodies. Big brother, plant a dragon peach divine tree in the divine yang heavenly soil. You are so awesome, you will definitely be able to plant it. Yang mumbled. The biggest use of the dragon peach is the peach pit. Qin Yin doesn't have many peach pits left in his hand. The crystal seed inside the peach pit is very mysterious and formidable. The peach pit is also very strong and can be used to refine tools. How to plant it? The peach pit is a seed but it is very difficult to grow it, right? Qin Yin looked at these little things. He is now making mysterious fusion heavenly rune, he wants to get a few more perfection purple ginseng. Momo the little fairy flew to Qin Yin's ear and said, Big brother, you can carve the white divine sun totem on the peach pit, then break it and it will germinate. White divine sun totem. Qin Yin has mastered sun totem but he doesn't know he has divine sun totem. You can find the white divine sun totem inside the white divine Sunday. This is a heavenly rune, evolved from the sun totem. I can help you obtain the white divine sun totem. Momo said. That's right, if there is nether sun totem, there must be white divine sun totem, divine universe purple sun totem and so on. Qin Yin nodded and said with smile, hurry up and go. If everything goes smoothly, you will be able to eat your own dragon peach very soon. Yang immediately rushed in with her little friends and entered the pearl where the white divine sun is. She can very easily enter the divine sun, bringing Momo and others inside is also not a problem. Qin Yin is actually looking forward to the white divine sun totem. If he can master it, he might be able to grow the perfection purple ginseng even faster. Qin Yin let little queen ant come out and bring him outside. After opening the second layer space, Qin Yin can contact Xianxia and the others through the magic mirror to understand the situation of the 4 divine suns. Xianxia is the Heavenly Secrets Sect's Heavenly Venerable Bey. He is now beside the Heavenly Secrets Sect Master, so he knows a lot of things. Qin Yin has gathered information from various parties and has a general understanding of the situation of the 4 divine suns. With the dragon race as the leader, many powerful races of the 9 sun holy land followed and entered the 4 divine suns. Before coming, he already knew the general situation inside the 4 divine suns. It was mainly Xianxia who told those big shots. He said. When talking about the situation inside the 4 divine suns, Xianxia gnashed his teeth and said that Qin Yin was heinous beyond redemption. Overall previously, Xianxia had said a lot of bad things about Qin Yin because back then, his body was destroyed by Qin Yin inside. To whether those big shots believe it or not, Xianxia doesn't know. Zhu Heavenly Dragon Emperor, Great Divine King, Sun In Race Emperor and other big shots' understanding of Qin Yin is only hearsay. They have never seen Qin Yin before. They entered the four divine suns and originally wanted to stay, but they found out that all the buildings inside had collapsed. They don't know why the stone creation divine tools used to build houses failed. They immediately thought that this was done by Xianxia and believed that Xianxia is inside the four divine suns. These big shots all have some house-type divine tools. They released those houses and went inside to rest. If they can't build houses here on a large scale, it will be difficult for them to develop. Only Xianxia can make stone creation divine tools. The inscription masters and tool refiners they brought are also studying them. Now only those big shots have houses to live in, the others can only live outside. Even if they release tents, they will be damaged soon. The divine power inside the four divine suns is very corrosive. If the divine weapons and divine tools are not strong enough, they will be damaged soon. Only in less than half a day, some of the big shots' houses and divine tools have begun to rust. For knowing that they can build houses inside the four divine suns, those big shots began to search for Xianxia. They believe that Xianxia is inside. Xianxia is not worried that they will affect the core area. The defense of the core region was very strong. Even if a large group of descendants of the divine sun wanted to enter the core region, it would take them many years to break through the defense of the core region. By then, the energy of the divine sun would be exhausted. What Xianxia found funny was that even the great divine king could not think of a way to build a house within the four divine suns. After Xianxia understood the situation inside, he felt much more comfortable. Then, he returned to the second layer space and continued to make fertilizer. He made another 5. In another 10 days, he would be able to harvest 5 mature purple ginseng. The transformative purple ginseng that he had made previously would need 2 to 3 days to ripen. While waiting, Xianxia took out the reincarnation gate he obtained previously. This reincarnation gate was a divine weapon of the universe. When he was outside contacting Yu Yaoyao, he found out that the big shots of the ancient Yu clan all wanted this reincarnation gate and would definitely ask him for it in the future. The reincarnation gate was black and extremely huge. After the entire reincarnation gate was released, it seemed very out of place in this white double space. This reincarnation gate's ability is truly strange. It can actually let a person's soul reincarnate. Xianxia looked at the door frame of the reincarnation gate. The door is now closed and Xianxia is unable to open it, so he can only study the door frame. One must master the reincarnation heavenly law in order to open this kind of reincarnation gate. The reincarnation gate has a very strong destructive power towards the soul. It is said that when the soul is sucked into the reincarnation gate, it is forced to undergo reincarnation. As for what happens to the soul after that, no one knows. If I can master this thing and fight with a large number of divine sun descendants and force their souls out, I wonder if I can absorb them in batches. Xianxia is currently pondering over this matter. He discovered that most of the current strong races have undying souls. He suspected that the power that created those strong races was based on the divine sun descendants to create living beings, which is why their souls are undying and indestructible. Also, the heaven-opening ancient clan should have been the first race with immortal souls. The descendants of the divine sun only appeared later on. Could it be that this reincarnation gate was created by the heaven-opening ancient race to restrain undying souls? Xianxia secretly guessed. Back then, there were many races in the heaven-opening ancient race. They must have fought each other, but they were unable to destroy each other's souls. Then they needed to create something that could restrain undying souls. If this thing was created by the Yu ancient race's ancestor, then the Yu ancient race will be very worried. Xianxia opened his heavenly eye and checked the reincarnation gate frame to find the reincarnation heavenly law. He asked Yu Yaoyao about the reincarnation heavenly law. Yu Yaoyao only said that after Yu Luanhui obtained the reincarnation gate for a period of time, he mastered the reincarnation heavenly law. Clearly, the reincarnation heavenly law must have come from this reincarnation gate. It might be inside the gate. Xianxia looked at the tightly closed huge black gate and decided to open it. He carefully checked the reincarnation gate frame and the inside but didn't find anything. Only by opening the gate can he check the inside. The reincarnation gate's door has been damaged. Xianxia released 9 huge mountain-like altars and formed the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. He hasn't used the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation for a period of time. It's not that the formation isn't strong enough, it's just that the situation where it can be used is limited. The Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation is still very strong, especially now that it is combined with the Divine King Heavenly Seal and the Divine Sun power inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul. As long as it is not used for a long time, people will gradually feel that this formation is not a threat and will lower their vigilance. In fact, the Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation's potential has not been fully excavated. The Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation surrounded the gate and formed a barrier to prevent the reincarnation gate from being destroyed after it is opened. Qin Yun, who is standing at a distance, took out the heaven locking chain and threw it at the reincarnation gate's door. After it was broken, he vigorously pulled open the door. After the reincarnation gate was pulled open, it is pitch black inside, it is unknown where it leads to. Qin Yun separated a part of his soul and a part of his body and entered the reincarnation gate. At the same time, he opened his heavenly eye and shot out two divine lights to protect his soul and part of his body. One of his soul and one of his body entered the reincarnation gate mainly to check if there is the reincarnation heavenly law inside. When one of his soul and one of his body entered the reincarnation gate, he discovered that the inside is actually a very large pitch black space. This space is very strange, it can only accommodate souls. Material things that enter will be bounced out. Qin Yun tried to throw a Divine Universe golden stone in but it was bounced back. After one of his soul and one of his body left, he discovered that the situation inside the reincarnation gate is different from the rumors. But there is no samsara power produced and there are a large number of souls in the space inside. Regarding the power of the reincarnation gate, they have all heard of it. Even Yu Yaoyao has only seen it a few times in all her years in the Yu ancient clan. Close Shi has only heard about the reincarnation gate from her elders. Also, in other words, no one can be sure that after a soul is sucked into the reincarnation gate, it will truly be reincarnated. Yu Luanhui's name is not Yu Luanhui. It was changed after he obtained the reincarnation gate. This will deepen people's impression of him and make them remember that he can make people reincarnate. And no one can be sure whether or not this is the case. After all, a soul that is sucked into the reincarnation gate can never come out again. After obtaining the reincarnation gate, Yun forcefully opened it and released his heavenly soul and heavenly soul inside to investigate. He found out that it is a space to imprison souls. And he did not find any reincarnation gate. This reincarnation gate doesn't have the ability to reincarnate. Qin Yun finds it funny. Even the Yu ancient clan people were fooled. This is just a heavenly divine tool that can imprison souls. Qin Yun also has this kind of heavenly divine tool. Soul creation heavenly cauldron and pill transformation heavenly furnace are both such divine tools. Now similarly, soul creation heavenly cauldron and pill transformation heavenly furnace are not specially made to imprison souls. Reincarnation gate looks more like it was created to imprison souls. It is a heavenly divine tool specially made to deal with souls. It seems like even Yu Luanhui's control over the reincarnation gate is not good enough. Otherwise, his soul would not have been sucked inside. Because Yu Luanhui's soul was sucked into the reincarnation gate, Qin Yun is able to control it. Qin Yun's heavenly soul and heavenly soul entered the depths of the gate and sensed many powerful souls inside. These souls are undying and indestructible. Because they are very strong, they contain enough soul power. Even if they are imprisoned, they will not perish. They can live for a very long time, even forever. Qin Yun took back his heavenly soul and heavenly soul. After this investigation, he understood the reincarnation gate even more. It seems like there is no reincarnation heavenly law at all, it is all Yu Luanhui's nonsense. Qin Yun shook his head and smiled. He thought it was true and seriously probed whether the reincarnation heavenly law was hidden inside the reincarnation gate or not. The gate of reincarnation was just a divine tool of the universe that could absorb and imprison souls. As long as one refined this divine tool, they would be able to control it. There was no need for the reincarnation heavenly law. Toes for the heavenly law of reincarnation, it was all made up by Yu Luanhui to shock others. Ancient Yu clan's people are so easy to deceive, Yao Yao still believes them without a doubt. Qin Yun said with smile. Not only Yu Yao Yao, even her cousin Yu Song Yuan was tricked. Their understanding of Yu Luanhui mainly came from their elders. This meant that their elders were truly tricked by Yu Luanhui. The elders of the ancient Yu clan were stunned by Yu Lu and Hui's gate of reincarnation, which was why Yu Lu and Hui had a place in the clan. Otherwise, he would definitely not have a good ending with this divine artifact that could suppress the undying soul. Even if the gate of reincarnation wasn't as powerful as the legends made it out to be, just the fact that it could imprison immortal souls was enough to intimidate many people. Qingyun retracted the heaven-locking chain, and the half-door closed automatically. It seems like after being imprisoned by the gate of reincarnation, it won't be easy for the soul to come out. Qingyun just opened the half-door, but he didn't see any soul flying out. Although his heavenly soul and heavenly soul flew in, they can also come out. Therefore, he guessed that there must be some kind of power that can imprison souls deep within the gate of reincarnation. Qingyun flew up and stood on top of the gate of reincarnation. He released a large nether moon that floated above his head. Then he released a sacred tribulation gate. This sacred tribulation gate is the divine moon Tao Image's tribulation gate. Both divine moon and nether moon can strengthen mental power and soul. The difference is that nether moon has a stronger destructive power towards mind and soul. Moreover, it can devour mind and soul. Qingyun wants to use the power of nether moon and divine moon to strengthen his mental power and cleanse the gate of reincarnation. The main thing is to erase the soul and soul imprint inside. After returning to the sect for so many years, it must have been refined by Yu Lu and Hui and left behind a very strong soul imprint. If Yun doesn't erase it, he won't be able to control the gate of reincarnation. Although the gate of reincarnation doesn't have the ability to reincarnate, Qingyun feels that calling it the gate of reincarnation is pretty good. Qingyun poured his formidable mental power into the divine tool and erased all the mental power and soul imprints on the runes inside the divine tool. This process is called cleansing. If one wants to use this kind of second-hand divine tool, they must go through this step. Moreover, they must wash their face thoroughly. If it is not thorough enough, they will easily suffer a backlash when using it in the future. If Xianxia was not in seclusion, Qingyun would have asked her to come out and help. Xianxia also cultivates divine moon and nether moon. Moreover, she specializes in moon Tao. With her help, it will be twice the result with half the effort. Qingyun wants to first cleanse himself and then let Xianxia cleanse herself. This way, it will be safer. While Qingyun is pouring his formidable mental power into the gate of reincarnation to circulate, he suddenly heard a voice. Qingyun? You little bastard, quickly let me out, this is Yu Lu and Hui's voice. Qingyun is not surprised that he can hear Yu Lu and Hui's voice. Yu Lu and Hui's soul is inside the gate of reincarnation. Since the gate of reincarnation has been refined by Yu Lu and Hui, he can naturally sense other people's mental power entering the gate of reincarnation. Therefore, he can communicate with Qingyun through spirit sound transmission. Yu Lu and Hui, are you comfortable inside the gate of reincarnation? Qingyun said with smile, thank you very much for giving me the gate of reincarnation. Thank you. Yu Lu and Hui is about to explode from anger. He also knows that Qingyun is cleansing the gate of reincarnation. This means that Qingyun already has a good understanding of the gate of reincarnation. The gate of reincarnation can only imprison souls. This has always been Yu Lu and Hui's secret. He did not even tell his own son about it. You bastard. Yu Lu and Hui cursed a bunch of profanities, but he only heard Qingyun's giggle. This made him even angrier. Qingyun said with smile, the gate of reincarnation is truly a good divine tool. I will gladly accept it. I will definitely use it properly and capture even more souls so that Senior won't be so lonely inside. Most of the souls imprisoned inside the gate of reincarnation are Yu Lu and Hui's enemies or have been tricked by Yu Lu and Hui. Such as now that Yu Lu and Hui is also inside, things are getting lively. I understand the gate of reincarnation the best, I will definitely be able to get out. When I get out, it will be the day you die. Yu Lu and Hui furiously yelled. Yu Lu and Hui, do you miss your son Yu Yongyao? In order to repay you for giving me the gate of reincarnation, I will quickly send him in and let you father and son reunite. Qingyun said with mischievous smile. Nether Moon released a very strong divine power. The divine moon inside the sacred tribulation gate blew out a burst of golden gale and entered the reincarnation gate. Qingyun suddenly felt that he can create a tribulation gate for Nether Moon, that is to let Nether Moon fuse with the reincarnation gate. Of course, he only has this idea, he doesn't dare to do it now. He wants to wait for Xianxia to come out and discuss it with her. Like if he succeeds, then he will be able to control the reincarnation gate more freely and skillfully, he will certainly be able to use it better than the reincarnation gate. Qin Yun is currently refining the reincarnation gate. So long as he can wash away the mental power of imperial samsara, he will be able to obtain another heavenly divine tool. He has a deep understanding of how powerful heavenly divine tools are. Transform before Dan heavenly furnace became a heavenly divine tool, it was restricted everywhere. It could not refine many divine cosmos golden stones or it would become hot after being used for a long time. Like now, he can use the pill transformation heavenly furnace to refine even more good materials. The premise is that he has enough divine cosmos golden stones to maintain the pill transformation heavenly furnace. After all, it is a heavenly divine tool, it requires a lot of divine cosmos golden stones. There is another heavenly divine tool, it is the star dome divine mirror. He can't refine it himself, so he let Star God do it. Like this he thought that after Star God started refining, she has been trapped inside and still hasn't come out yet. At first she only held it in her hand to refine it and talked to Qin Yun. Later on, her entire body entered the star dome divine mirror. Qin Yun still can't contact her, he only knows that her situation is good. I wonder how big sister Star God is doing. I should go ask Xiao Tian. While Qin Yun is refining the reincarnation gate, he can't help but think about Star Dome Divine Mirror and Star God. Yu Shetian is Star God's avatar but her soul has not been connected with Star God, she is still an independent consciousness. Qin Yun took out the Star Dome Divine Mirror, it is also very mysterious. He doesn't know why Star God has been trapped inside for so long. Could it be that this Star Dome Divine Mirror is very strong and big sister Star God needs even more time to refine it? Yun missed that alluring long-legged Star God very much. Out of all the alluring spirits he knew, Star God was the one he spent the least time with. Qin Yun Chang sighed, then put away the Star Dome Divine Mirror. He somewhat regretted letting the Star God come into contact with the Star Dome Divine Mirror, causing him to be unable to see this charming demon for such a long time. He put away the Star Dome Divine Mirror and continued to purify the reincarnation gate. After half a day, the double space suddenly shook. Qin Yun opened his eyes and looked around. He realized that the second layer space had become much larger and the edges were expanding. And after the tremor just now, the power of the divine sun in the second layer space suddenly increased by a lot. Could it be that the 9 Yang Kuan-Pung has evolved? Qin Yun immediately stopped his refinement. Also at this moment, Xianxia suddenly flew out from the white ball of light in the double space. Xianxia also hastily put on a long robe and flew out. Through the thin long robe, her beautiful curves could be vaguely seen. Sister Yang, what's wrong? Asked Qin Yun. He seeing Xianxia's long hair draped over her shoulders and her body wrapped in a simple robe, one could tell what kind of process she had gone through to learn the Sun Moon Heart Sutra from Zi Qingqing and the others. It seems like the Kuan-Pung has successfully evolved. Xianxia looked around and said with smile, I thought something had happened. She landed at the top of the reincarnation gate and stood beside Qin Yun. She took off her robe and changed into a white long skirt. She said with smile, let's go out and take a look. Where are Sister Steamed Bun and the others? Qin Yun looked at the core in the middle of the double space. They are waiting for me inside. Don't worry, your sister Steamed Bun will be fine. Xianxia smiled leisurely. She casually tied up her long hair and pulled Qin Yun out of the double space and arrived outside the core. Giant the big 9 Yang Kuan-Pung has indeed disappeared. Big fish. Big fish. Qin Yun shouted. Uncle Qin, Sister Yang, suddenly, a golden and dazzling beast that looks like a small whale flew over. Body its size is not very big, only the size of a calf. This is the 9 Yang Kuan-Pung that almost filled the entire 5 Divine Sunday. Now it has become so small. Qin Yun immediately informed Yang Yang of this news. Yang Yang is very anxious. She is currently inside the White Divine Sun, exploring the White Divine Sun totem with MOMO. She can't leave at all. She really wants to come out and tease that big fish. Big fish, can't you transform into human form? Qin Yun smiled and stroked the cute 9 Yang Kuan-Pung. He wants to absorb it into the 9 Sun Divine Spirit even more. However, he knew that if he really abducted the 9 Yang Kuan Peng, he would definitely be chased and bitten by the imperial demon. I thought I could, but after the evolution, the 9 Yang Dharma spirit told me that if I transform into human form, it will affect my mental state in the future. The 9 Yang Dharma spirit told me to maintain the Kuan Peng form. The 9 Yang Kuan Peng said. Big Fish, did the 9 Yang Dharma spirit tell you to do anything? Xianxia asked. The divine maiden mission she received was precisely what the 9 Yang Dharma spirit told her to do. Yes, the 9 Yang Dharma spirit told me to go to the 4 divine sons to find my master, Sister Yao Yao. I want to go now. I'll give you to her. Xianxia also stroked the 9 Yang Kuan Peng's head. She did not expect that the incomparably huge 9 Yang Kuan Peng could become so small. Thank you, big sister Yang, the 9 Yang Kuan Peng very politely thanked her. Big Fish, you must be careful inside the 4 divine sons, there are many bad people inside. Qin Yan said. The 9 Yang Kuan Peng used a child's voice and said with a rather proud smile, Uncle Qin, I am not afraid of any bad people now. That's true. Qin Yan said with smile. I will send you there right now. Xianxia's mind moved, she can control the core to release divine power and open a passage to the 4 divine sons. Uncle Qin, Sister Yang, goodbye, the 9 Yang Kuan Peng said. 9 Yang Kuan Peng disappeared in a short while. The inside of the 5 divine sons is completely empty, there is a huge fireball in the middle. Inside previously, this fireball was very small, especially when compared to the huge Kuan Peng, it looked very small. Now the Kuan Peng is no longer here, yet it looks so huge. The inside of the 5 divine sons is really strange, the inner and outer regions have merged together, it is actually so big. Qin Yan sighed and said. Xiao Yun, the 5 divine sons are very strange, I don't know what will happen in the future. Xianxia pulled Qin Yan and then returned to the second layer space inside the core. After entering, Qin Yan recalled something and said in amazement, Sister Yang, you just left the core. That's right, I could have left. I already said that the 5 divine sons are very special, they are not like the other divine sons of the myriad realms. Xianxia has not finished learning the latest Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Because the 9 Sun Kuan Peng's evolution caused quite a commotion, she came out to take a look. When she saw the reincarnation gate, she felt very curious. Then, she recalled that Ling Yuner mentioned the reincarnation gate. This is the reincarnation gate. Qin Yan said with smile, I am currently purifying it. Big sister Yang, wait for me to finish, then help me purify it again. This way, it will be more thorough. No problem. But can you really master the reincarnation gate? Yuner said that you need to learn the reincarnation heavenly art. Xianxia asked. The reincarnation gate's ability is not as magical as the legends say. I just discovered it. Qin Yan simply explained his discovery of the reincarnation gate. After Xianxia finished listening, she also knew what was going on. Then, she flew into the large light ball and continued to learn the latest Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Qin Yan continued to purify the reincarnation gate. Yulu and Hui is still wailing in grief. At first, Yulu and Hui said all kinds of vicious words and threatened Qin Yan. But later, he gradually felt that his soul imprint inside the reincarnation gate is being purified bit by bit. He became even more afraid and didn't dare to say any vicious words. Qin Yan is not afraid of his threats at all because Yulu and Hui's most powerful reincarnation gate has fallen into Qin Yan's hands. Then, Yulu and Hui has nothing to fear. Qin Yan, you can't destroy my soul anyways, and I, Yulu and Hui, am such a powerful person. Don't you think it's a waste to stay inside the reincarnation gate like this? Yulu and Hui realized that he has lost his momentum and is powerless to reverse the situation. He can only face reality. What, you want to rely on me? Qin Yan said with smile, but you, Yulu and Hui, without the reincarnation gate, you are nothing. If you want to be my slave, I'm afraid you are not qualified. Yulu and Hui almost exploded in anger. He originally negotiated with Qin Yan in a good manner. This was considered as lowering his voice and thinking that he could become Qin Yan's right-hand man. But, yes, in Qin Yan's eyes, he is not even qualified to be a slave. Am I wrong? With trash like you, what use do you have? Qin Yan chuckled and said. Qin Yun, you. Yu Luan wanted to retort, but he carefully thought about it. His fleshly body was destroyed, and the strongest reincarnation gate was in Qin Yan's hands. Yu Samsara was filled with regret. If he had known that Qin Yun was so difficult to deal with, he definitely would not have had the thought of attacking Qin Yun. Now, this was what he deserved. It was already good enough that his soul was still alive. Yu Luan Hui, actually your soul still has some value. Qin Yun's words made Yu Luan Hui secretly happy. Yu Luan Hui had lived for so many years, he didn't think his life would end like this. Only if he could see the light of day again, he might even agree to be a servant. You should have heard of the soul lost dew, right? I will use soul lost dew on your soul and your powerful soul will turn into a blank soul. Then I can use your soul to refine souls. Qin Yun said with smile, or I can devour your soul to strengthen my own soul. You devil. Yu Luan Hui's terrified voice arrived. He didn't doubt Qin Yun's words at all because he thought of the 7 dragon head assassins. The reason why the 7 dragon head assassins were controlled was because their soul's consciousness and memories were erased. That's why they became puppets. Of course Yu Luan Hui heard of the soul lost dew, the law enforcers and heavenly secret sect told him about it. In order to prevent the soul lost dew from spreading, they didn't hesitate to pay a heavy price and destroyed a highly toxic divine Sunday. Qin Yun deliberately said it to scare Yu Luan Hui. Seeing Yu Luan Hui's reaction, he felt very comfortable in his heart. In fact, as long as it is someone with a mortal soul, knowing that the soul lost dew is going to be used on them, they would have this kind of reaction. Yu Luan Hui, I am very interested in the Imperial Heavenly Talisman. The Imperial Heavenly Talisman you gave to your son is in my hands, but it will be used up very soon. Qin Yun sighed and said, what a pity, this talisman is not the kind that can be used repeatedly. Because the Imperial Life Talisman could be used repeatedly, he thought that the Imperial Life Talisman could be used as well. He didn't expect that after trying it out, it couldn't be replenished. As long as the Imperial Life Talisman was pasted onto the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box and then placed into the box filled with Divine Universe Goldstones, it would gradually recover its energy and could be used repeatedly. The desperate Yu Luan Hui suddenly saw hope. He quickly said, I can help you get the secret method to make the Imperial Heavenly Talisman. Yun Xiao said, then do you want me to let you go? Of course, if you don't let me go, how can I help you get the secret method to create the Heavenly Talisman? Yu Luan Hui said, not just the Imperial Transformation Talisman, the Yu clan has 5 great talismans, I can help you get the other 4. The ancient clan's heavenly talismans were still very powerful, because they were created by fusing their bloodline heavenly patterns. After I release you, what if you make a comeback and seek revenge on me? Qin Yun said with a smile, do you think I will release my enemy and find trouble for myself? Yu Luan Hui sighed, revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? I indeed sent the Black Dragon assassins to capture you, it was indeed my fault. Booty also paid a great price for it. And you already have my reincarnation gate, you can also get the method to make the 5 great talismans, no matter how you look at it, it is still a profit. Can you really guarantee that you can get the secret method to make the 5 great talismans? Qin Yun used the Imperial Transformation Talisman and Imperial Life Talisman, he knew that the Yu clan's heavenly talismans were very useful. He originally wanted to ask Yu Yaoyao to get it but he was afraid of dragging her down, so he didn't say anything. If Yu Luan Hui could do this, it would be very good. You and I both know the power of a soul contract. If you are afraid that I will take revenge, we can sign a soul contract and I will also guarantee that I will get the 5 great talismans. Yu Luan Hui said. He is now holding on to a life-saving straw, it is also the only way for him to survive. He doesn't want to miss the great era of the Divine Desolate. Many experts who fell at Qin Yun's hands also think the same way, so they can only submit to Qin Yun. Qin Yun didn't say that he wants to sign a soul contract, but Yu Luan Hui mentioned it first, it means that he is willing to accept all conditions. Alright, wait patiently, I am inside the 5 divine suns. Wait for me to come out, I will make arrangements for you. Qin Yun is very satisfied with Yu Luan Hui's performance. Qin Yun wasn't aware of this matter, but when he recalled that those bigwigs had come to the Heavenly Mandate Sacred Land at about the same time, it meant that they had indeed gone to the 5 divine suns together. Is that so? Why can't they enter the 5 divine sons? Asked Qin Yun. Our ancient clan's emperor only said that they tried many methods but couldn't get in. Yu Luanhui said. Qin Yun's refinement of the reincarnation gate has already entered the late stage. Yu Luanhui can also sense it from inside the reincarnation gate. He can only sigh inwardly. Oh right, other than the reversal heavenly talisman, what are the other 4 heavenly talismans of the ancient Yu clan? What abilities do they have? Asked Qin Yun. Yu Luanhui hurriedly replied, other than the Imperial Reversal Talisman, there is also the Imperial Dragon Talisman. This is specially used to deal with dragons. The soul-driving heavenly talisman was used to seal souls. It had a very strong instantaneous suppressive ability towards powerful souls. Then there was the Poison Resistance Heavenly Talisman, which could resist all kinds of poisons. The last one is called the Heavenly Talisman of Imperial Majesty. The main ability of the Heavenly Talisman of Imperial Majesty is to attract male creatures and make them unable to stop themselves. I don't want Imperial Majesty Heavenly Talisman, I want the other 4. Qin Yun immediately interrupted Yu Luanhui and asked, why do you have Imperial Majesty Heavenly Talisman? What kind of people usually use it? There's an old woman in our ancient Yu clan who uses the Heavenly Talisman of Imperial Majesty to seduce men. It's mainly for cultivation, you know. Yu Luanhui cursed in a low voice, I was almost seduced by her, that damned old hag, she wouldn't even let her own kind go. What? She used the Imperial Majesty Heavenly Talisman on you? Qin Yun said in astonishment, oh right, did you marry the same race? Of course, intermarriage. Although we are of the same race, our bloodlines are very different, so it can't be considered a family relationship. Yu Luanhui suddenly said angrily, that damned old hag, she failed to use the talisman on me, but she set her eyes on my son Yongyao. Qin Yun was taken aback as he hurriedly asked, wait, Yongyao has been targeted by that old woman? The Heavenly Talisman of Majesty was used on him? Yes, my son was humiliated by that old woman for 7 days and 7 nights. Later on, I found a soul refiner to erase Yongyao's memories from these 7 days. Said Yu Luanhui. Qin Yun was secretly astonished. The world was vast and filled with all sorts of wonders. That Heavenly Talisman of Majesty, only that old woman has it? Or do all of you have it? Asked Qin Yun. In the ancient Yu clan, other than the clan emperor, there are 10 clan elders, also known as elders. In short, they are all the same. US elders can look up the method to make the 5 heavenly talismans, but whether or not we can make them depends on our own abilities. Yu Luanhui said. Doesn't that mean that many people in your ancient Yu clan possess the Imperial Majesty Heavenly Talisman? Qin Yun suddenly felt a little afraid. If he was targeted by an old woman, it would be serious. Not everyone can make the 5 great heavenly talismans. I used a lot of resources to create this Imperial Heavenly Talisman. I rarely use it. Yu Luanhui said, some of the elders spent a lot of manpower and resources to focus on one type of talisman, they were both exhausted. I don't have the extra energy to study the other heavenly talismans. So that's how it is. The Imperial Majesty Heavenly Talisman isn't very useful, so very few people put in the effort to study it. Qin Yun nodded and said. Yes, only that old woman knows how to make the Imperial Majesty Heavenly Talisman. Luckily she has already been expelled from the ancient Yu clan. Yu Luanhui said. Qin Yun has used the Imperial Majesty Heavenly Talisman and the Imperial Life Heavenly Talisman, but he is only a user, so he doesn't know how difficult it is to make them. Hearing Yu Luanhui's words, it must be very difficult. Oh that's right, I heard from Yu Songyuan that your ancient Yu clan has 10 great heavenly talismans? Why are there only 5 when it comes to you? Asked Qin Yun. Yu Songyuan? Yu Yaoyao's cousin? He even sent out a distress signal before, Could it be? Yu Luanhui said in amazement. He wanted to steal my Divine King Heavenly Seal and Bloodline Heavenly Rune, so he fell in my hands. Tell me about the 10 great heavenly talismans. Qin Yun said with smile. Yu Luanhui groaned in low voice, Yu Songyuan, that idiot, the 5 strongest heavenly talismans have been lost. Why are they lost? Qin Yun knows that the lost heavenly talismans are the strongest. Mainly because they are too difficult to master, no one can completely master the 5 great heavenly talismans. Everyone only has one and they are not willing to teach it to others. Over time, the people who have mastered the 5 great heavenly talismans all disappeared, so they are gone. Yulu and Hui sighed and said, otherwise, our ancient Yu clan would be even stronger. The Imperial Life Heavenly Talisman that Qin Yun obtained appeared in a mysterious palace in ancient desolate. Heaven Exterminator obtained the Imperial Life Heavenly Talisman from that palace and was able to escape from that dreadful palace. It is unknown what kind of palace it is, even the experts of ancient Yu clan were attracted there and couldn't come out. What kind of power do the 5 lost heavenly talismans have? Qin Yun is very curious. Having the Imperial Life Heavenly Talisman is already not bad, but ancient Yu clan doesn't even have one. I only know about the Imperial Life Heavenly Talisman and the Imperial Beast Heavenly Talisman, I don't know about the other 3. Yu Luanhui said, the Imperial Beast Heavenly Talisman is very similar to the Imperial Dragon Heavenly Talisman. It can be said that the Imperial Beast Heavenly Talisman is the higher level version of the Imperial Dragon Heavenly Talisman. Qin Yan recalled Yu Yaoyao calling herself Heavenly Sovereign Imperial Beast and asked, Yaoyao said she's Heavenly Sovereign Imperial Beast. Furthermore, she has a Kuan Peng. Is it related to the Imperial Beast Heavenly Talisman? Of course it's related. This little girl has a beast-taming heavenly talisman, the only one in our Yu ancient clan. She wouldn't hand it over no matter what, so there's nothing we can do. Yu Luanhui said, this is the only one of the 5 lost heavenly talismans. I don't know where she got it. Qin Yan never expected that Imperial Yaoyao would have such a good thing in her hands. It's no wonder she has a powerful Kuan Peng. He was secretly glad that Yu Yaoyao did not have the heavenly talisman of Imperial Majesty with her. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Qin Yun is now even more expectant. He wants to see those secret techniques. It will help him understand bloodline heavenly runes. It did not take long for Qin Yun to finish his purification. He will wait for Yang Shuriwa to purify it again, then he can start refining the reincarnation gate and control it. At that time, he will be able to use this heavenly divine tool. Boss Qin, you have to pay attention to one guy. It's that Yu Wanlong, he has the Imperial Dragon Heavenly Talisman. I am afraid even Dragon Race is somewhat afraid of him. Yu Luanhui can still communicate with Qin Yun, after all, he is very familiar with the reincarnation gate. Qin Yun naturally knows that Yu family's heavenly talisman was created based on bloodline heavenly rune. But he still doesn't believe it. He said, can the Imperial Dragon Heavenly Talisman really restrain the Heavenly Dragon Race? The All Heavens Dragon Race is very strong now. Yu Luanhui was quite proud of the power of these talismans. After all, it was the glory of their race. He smiled, as long as they have the blood of a dragon, they will be restrained by the Imperial Dragon Talisman. No matter what kind of dragon they are, they have dragon blood running through their veins. Really? This piqued Qin Yun's curiosity. All Heaven's dragon race appeared because of the ancestral dragon's bloodline heavenly rune. The Imperial Dragon Talisman also had bloodline heavenly patterns. If the Imperial Dragon Heavenly Talisman could restrain the Dragon Clan's bloodline heavenly patterns, it meant that the talisman's bloodline heavenly patterns could restrain the Dragon Clan's bloodline heavenly patterns. In other words, bloodline heavenly patterns could restrain each other. Is it true that only Yu Wanlong can research how to craft Imperial Dragon Heavenly Talisman? Then can you? If you can master it, there is no need to fear Heavenly Dragon Race. Qin Yun asked. If the other elders are willing to spend time to research it, they should be able to succeed. However, it will definitely take a lot of time and a lot of investment. Yu Luanhui said, back then, no one was optimistic about the future usage of the talisman, but Yu Wanlong recognized it. That's why he went to get the Imperial Dragon Heavenly Talisman. Qin Yun nodded and said, when the dragon race was in a state of disunity, they were not strong at all. They also didn't need any Imperial Dragon Heavenly Talisman. Yu Luanhui sighed, that's right, we were all short-sighted. If we knew that such a powerful dragon clan would be born, we would definitely do our best to research and create the Imperial Dragon Heavenly Talisman. In that case, among the 5 great heavenly talismans that have not been lost, the Imperial Transformation Heavenly Talisman, Imperial Poison Heavenly Talisman and Imperial Soul Heavenly Talisman are the most popular. Qin Yun already knows the effects of these 3 heavenly talismans, they are all very useful. Because Yuan Long has the Imperial Dragon Heavenly Talisman, he created a large group of dragon killers. Those dragon killers are all dragon men, and they are under Yuan Long's control. Yu Luanhui said, "The reason why I was able to mobilize 2 groups of black dragon assassins was because of this Imperial Reincarnation Talisman." "I got it. Then will the dragons know about the Imperial Dragon Heavenly Talisman?" Qin Yan said with a frown, "If they know, will Yuan Long be in trouble?" Yu Luanhui sneered, "Yuan Long is a very cunning guy. He has a lot of Imperial Dragon Heavenly Talismans in his hands. If we really anger him, the ones who will be in trouble will be the All Heavens Dragon race." Qin Yan is still somewhat worried, so he feels that it is necessary to quickly release Yu Luanhui so that he can get those Yu Clan Heavenly Talisman secret manuals. Otherwise, if the All Heavens Dragon clan found out, they might negotiate with the ancient Yu clan to forbid them from passing on the talismans. He had already purified the gate of reincarnation. He opened it again and let his soul enter to sign a soul contract with Yu Luanhui. This soul contract was similar to Xianxia's. It was a master-servant contract, but Yu Luanhui himself would have a certain say. Qin Yan came to the outside of the 5th Divine Sun and released Yu Luanhui's soul back to the Yu ancient clan. As long as Yu Luanhui's soul can return, he can quickly reconstruct his body. Although his body will not be very strong, he can still use it. Qin Yan is secretly alarmed. The strength of the heaven-opening ancient clan seems to be the same as the descendants of the Divine Sun. Once the body of the descendants of the Divine Sun is destroyed, as long as they return to the Divine Sun, they can immediately be reborn. After Qin Yan's Divine King Heavenly Seal was refined by Yang Shirui, he can also use it to enter the 5th Divine Sun. He is still outside. After contacting Xianxia and Yu Yaoyao and other people inside the 4 Divine Suns, he also inquired about the situation with the Divine Judge. After knowing that Xia Wufeng has already woken up, he felt a lot more at ease. The Divine Judge has already begun to take action. He wants to rope in the God position gods of the Myriad Realms Divine Court. After Qin Yan returned to the 2nd layer space, he rested for a few days. In these few days, he has been waiting for news from Momo, waiting for her to take out the white god Yang totem, but she is still in seclusion. Yang said that she has already extracted the white god Yang totem, but it has not fused with her soul. In the past few days, the transformation stage purple ginseng has already matured. Qin Yan can take a few dozen seeds and use them to plant. After he planted it in the divine Yang heavenly soil, he began to refine the transformation stage purple ginseng into a pill. This process is extremely fast. After absorbing the energy of the Divine Universe Golden Stone, the pill transformation heavenly furnace can quickly condense the transformation stage purple ginseng into a pill. Fortunately, Qin Yan has many Divine Universe Golden Stones in his hands, allowing the pill transformation heavenly furnace to absorb enough. He originally planned to guide the energy of the Divine Sun into the pill transformation heavenly furnace, but he realized that the effect was not as good as using the Divine Universe Golden Stone, so he directly used the Divine Universe Golden Stone. After Qin Yan ate the transformation stage purple pill, he released the 9 Yang heaven-raising pagoda and entered it to refine it. His current cultivation is only at the early stage of the Divine Heaven Lord, it is still at the very beginning stage. In the Divine Heaven Lord stage, it is mainly to cultivate the Divine Tao Heavenly Pill. Generally speaking, even those experts, they would at most have 6 or 7 Divine Tao Heavenly Pills. Therefore, after they finished cultivating, they would at most be 6 or 7 Divine Star Heavenly Lords. However, the highest Divine Heaven Lord is 10 Divine Star Heavenly Lords. This caused Qin Yan to feel very puzzled. Therefore, he suspects that the people who call themselves 10 Divine Star Heavenly Lords might all have cultivated to the peak of 7 Divine Tao Heavenly Pills and are unable to break through. According to his classification, only people who possess 10 Divine Tao Heavenly Pills can become true 10 Divine Tao Heavenly Lords. In other words, he will be in the Divine Heaven Lord realm for a long time. Let's see how effective this transformation stage purple ginseng is in the Divine Heaven Lord realm. Qin Yan entered the refining stage. He doesn't know much about the Divine Heaven Lord realm. He is currently operating the Imperial Heaven Divine Art to refine it and then guide it into the Divine Tao Heavenly Pill. The first Divine Tao Heavenly Pill he cultivated was the Heavenly Lion Divine Tao Heavenly Pill. The appearance of the dragon race made him very wary of this strong race. The heavenly lion Tao image is stronger, so when he uses the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron to fight against strong dragons, it will have a better effect. The imperial heaven divine art combined with the nether sun to refine the pill is very fast. It is also because the Tao image and the divine Tao heavenly pill have a certain degree of connection. Therefore, the heavenly lion divine Tao heavenly pill can borrow the nether sun's devouring power to quickly absorb the transformation stage purple pill's medicinal power. What's going on? Why do I have a bad feeling? Qin Yan's expression changed. This feeling is very familiar but also very distant. It is a feeling of fear that he felt many years ago. Is it tribulation power? Qin Yan is secretly apprehensive. He never heard of Divine Heaven Lord having to go through tribulation. He immediately rushed out of the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and released the heavenly lion Tao. Images Sacred Tribulation Gate. The tribulation gate has become very violent. Could it be because my Tao image and divine Tao heavenly pill are inside the tribulation gate? Qin Yan looked at the tribulation gate and felt a very oppressive feeling. He wants to vent it out. There are many people who have sacred tribulation gate. And when they enter the divine heaven lord realm, Qin Yan doesn't know if the divine Tao heavenly pill will have pill tribulation. This was because very few people were willing to share their cultivation situation in the Shantian realm. Furthermore, he had never asked about it. Qin Yan looked at the trembling sacred tribulation gate and took out the magic mirror to contact Yang Shirui. Yang Shirui also had a magic mirror in her hand. She was currently cultivating with Zi Qingqing and the others. It was unknown if she could talk to Qin Yan. Sister Yang, I've encountered some problems with my cultivation. Is it convenient for you to talk to me now? Asked Qin Yan. After he asked, he waited patiently for a moment. Yang Shiyu's voice came over. Is the problem serious? If it's not serious, then I don't need to go out. Qin Yan told them about the problems he encountered. After Yang Shiyu finished listening, she said, it's the divine Tao heavenly pill's pill tribulation. As long as we pass through the pill tribulation, it will be fine. The power of the pill tribulation mainly comes from the holy tribulation gate. Is that so? Should I go in? Somehow, I feel that I should go inside. Qin Yan can sense the sacred tribulation gate, so he has an intense feeling that he wants to enter the sacred tribulation gate. If you really want to go in, then go in and take a look. With your current strength, you don't have to worry about anything. Generally speaking, pill tribulation is very easy to pass. Yang Shirui said. Under what circumstances will the divine Tao heavenly pill have pill tribulation? Qin Yan has already decided to go in and take a look. As long as your Tao image has the sacred tribulation gate, the divine Tao heavenly core cultivated by that Tao image must undergo tribulation within the tribulation gate. Yang Shirui said. Alright, I'll enter the holy calamity gate to take a look. Qin Yan has not entered the sacred tribulation gate many times. The last time he entered was the sacred tribulation gate where Nether Sun resides. The inside of the gate is very big and mysterious. He put away the demonic mirror and controlled the holy gate of tribulation to open a crack. After the crack appeared, the robbery power that was exploding from within rushed out from the crack. It was like a blue blade of air, extremely cutting. Qin Yan welcomed the powerful energy and entered the tribulation gate. Then he controlled the sacred tribulation gate to close. After entering, the inside was filled with blue flames. All sorts of wild lightning flames were roaring crazily attacking a giant blue lion. Qin Yan cultivates the heavenly lion Tao image and the divine Tao heavenly core is inside the Tao image. Now the entire Tao image and the divine Tao heavenly core are facing the formidable tribulation power. This blue divine power is very similar to the celestial divine sun's divine power. Qin Yan is at the edge of the gigantic blue space. The heavenly lion is in the middle, letting out a series of ferocious roars. Earlier, Qin Yan had lost contact with the heavenly lion Tao image and could not sense the heavenly lion at all. But recently, he finally sensed it. Although the heavenly lion Tao image was not a real heavenly lion, it was not the kind with flesh and blood. However, when Qin Yan looked at it now, he felt that the heavenly lion was extremely powerful and real. It was lifelike, just like a real heavenly lion divine beast. Little Ming. This should be the nether realm heavenly lion that I summoned. I always have this feeling. And this is also my own heavenly lion. Qin clenched his fists and said in his heart, "Little Ming, you will definitely survive this great tribulation." Originally, Qin's heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron needed the heavenly lion king to unleash its strongest power. And now, he has his own heavenly lion Dao image and it has evolved to a very powerful level. Therefore, he can make his Dao image cooperate with the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. He often placed the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron inside the heavenly universe divine sun, divine universe purple sun and other divine suns to temper it. The heavenly lion's body is covered in blue flame, it is fighting against all kinds of thunder tribulation and fire tribulation. It is very brave and fierce, it is not afraid of all kinds of tribulation power. Instead, it can absorb tribulation power to strengthen itself. Especially after Qin entered the tribulation gate, the heavenly lion became even stronger, heavenly lion totem runes appeared on its body. Qin stared at the heavenly lion divine beast's totem runes, his pupils cannot help but shrink. He is secretly startled. He did not expect that the heavenly lion totem runes would evolve on their own. He opened his heavenly eye and made an even more astonishing discovery. The totem runes on the heavenly lion's body are a large number of bright runes. These bright runes are all connected to the heavenly lion's heart. The heavenly lion's heart is the divine Tao heavenly core. The divine Tao heavenly core is flickering with blue light and condensing a large number of runes. The number of runes is increasing unceasingly. Moreover, they are interweaving together and forming a ball. The divine Tao heavenly core is becoming bigger bit by bit. And the reason why the divine Tao heavenly core is becoming bigger is because there are more and more runes. Qin immediately noticed something and became startled in his heart. It is heavenly rune. The heavenly lion totem is evolving into a heavenly rune. Qin really did not expect that the divine Tao heavenly core would be a kind of heavenly rune. Every time the heavenly lion suffers from tribulation power, the totem runes on its body will change, it is as if they are evolving. This is a kind of Tao evolution. While evolving, the runes are also growing. Very good. This is a totem heavenly rune. It is very rare. I did not expect it to evolve by itself. Qin has been controlling the heavenly lion totem for many years, it has been continuously strengthening during this time. Previously, it was Momo who helped Qin evolve it to a new height. Roar, the heavenly lion let out a heart-shaking heavenly lion heavenly roar and the tribulation power inside the tribulation gate completely dissipated. The heavenly lion has successfully crossed tribulation and the divine Tao heavenly core has transformed into a complete totem heavenly rune. Heavenly lion totem heavenly rune, this caused Qin to be extremely excited. I wonder how strong the heavenly lion totem heavenly rune is. I wonder if my totem martial arts will become stronger because of this? Qin is extremely happy in his heart. He chose to cultivate the heavenly lion divine Tao heavenly core first, this is very clear. If he can use the heavenly lion totem heavenly rune and heavenly lion martial arts, he will have even stronger battle strength when facing the powerful dragons of the heavens. The heavenly lion is sitting in the middle of the tribulation gate space after crossing tribulation. It suddenly became very big, like a huge mountain. Now the heavenly lion looks like a statue carved out of a huge sapphire. It is calmly looking at Qin from the tribulation gate space. Very good, very soon we will be able to fight side by side. Qin said with smile, Xiaoming, thank you for staying by my side for so many years. The heavenly lion let out a mighty and powerful roar, its whole body is filled with dreadful power. It is as if it is telling Qin that it is ready to fight at any time. Qin walked out of the sacred tribulation gate and discovered that there is a heavenly lion carving on the gate frame. It is fused with many heavenly lion totem runes, it looks very mysterious and solemn. Ever since Kunpeng left the fifth divine sun, the entire divine desolate can feel that the divine power released by the fifth divine sun is extremely powerful. The fifth divine sun was born not long ago but the divine power it is releasing is comparable to 4 divine suns. Once before, the fifth divine sun gave people a lifeless feeling but now it is bursting with vitality. The sudden increase in divine power caused the entire divine desolate to be filled with jubilation. After all, the stronger the divine sun is, the more benefits it will bring to the living beings of divine desolate. It will allow them to improve faster, allow all kinds of medicinal herbs to grow faster, and allow the divine desolate to produce even more rare treasures. This is mainly because the fifth divine sun's internal structure is different. It is not like the other myriad worlds' divine sunlands, which have two inner and outer regions. Also, inside the fifth divine sun's inner core, there is another inner core. Because of Xianxia, there are many spaces inside the inner core. If there are 9 spaces inside the inner core, then there will be many more inner cores. When many inner cores combine together, the divine power released is even more terrifying. After Xianxia came out of the sacred tribulation gate, he can feel the valiant divine power of the fifth divine Sunday. However, he knows that no matter how powerful the divine power of the 9 divine sons of divine desolate is, it is impossible for him to mobilize them all. Xianxia can mobilize a portion of the myriad world's divine son's power through the divine king heavenly seal. This is already very good. It can bring him great power, so he is very satisfied. He looked at the 9 sun divine spirit on his wrist. If he wants to be truly powerful, he must have his own 9 divine sons. Moreover, they must be different types. I am now a 1-star divine heavenly monarch. Xianxia looked at his 2 fingers and pointed forward, condensing a powerful finger power. This can be said to be a casual finger power, but it contains a very dreadful tribulation power. This kind of might is like the descent of heavenly tribulation. If the Tao image and divine Tao heavenly core can successfully pass tribulation inside the tribulation gate, does that mean they can also produce tribulation power? Xianxia secretly guessed. If that's the case, then won't I be able to release even stronger tribulation power through the 9 sun world extermination scripture? Now only one divine Tao heavenly core has tribulation power, the other 9 don't. His tribulation power is not very strong. If I have 2 more divine Tao heavenly pills, the tribulation power I can release will be even stronger. Xianxia is very excited because this tribulation power is very suitable for using 9 sun world extermination scripture. He was waiting for the transcendent purple ginseng to mature. If they matured and were all refined into pills, he would be able to break through 2 realms and become a 3-star celestial heavenly monarch. While waiting, he began to integrate the cultivation techniques he had mastered, combining them with the inscription Do technique and imperial heaven divine technique, making those cultivation techniques even stronger. In the past, when he used it, he would temporarily combine them, but because it was a spur of the moment, even though he could combine them and unleash great power, it was still not good enough. Xianxia suggested that he try to figure out a better way to combine them, and create the strongest technique that belonged to him. Xianxia knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed, so he would not rush to do it in one go. He would slowly perfect it. After all, the future was long. In his opinion, one didn't necessarily need to master a lot of techniques, but they had to be proficient in them. It would be best if one could defeat the enemy in one move. Such as when facing a strong enemy, releasing a few ultimate moves in a row would be able to intimidate the other party. This was not a bad thing. Within the 4th divine sun, those big shots did not leave, especially that great divine lord. Because now, everyone was waiting for the great divine lord to create that kind of stone creation divine tool. Xianxia was the little divine king. If Xianxia could create it, then the great divine lord would definitely be able to as well. Furthermore, there were also those stone creation divine tools that had failed to work as a reference, so everyone believed that the great divine lord would definitely succeed. As long as the great divine lord succeeded, they would be able to build their own city here. The divine power of the 4 divine sons was very mystical and powerful, especially its ability to corrode all kinds of powerful materials. Just this point alone was enough for the group of big shots to study. Because as long as one could grasp this kind of divine power and use it in battle, they would be able to destroy other people's divine weapons. The 9 sons Kuan-Ping had already arrived at the 4th divine Sunday. He came here quietly. When he was outside the 4th divine sun, he called out Yu Yao Yao. After Yao Yao saw the 9 sons Kuan-Ping shrink, she was also very happy. This way, when she released the Kuan-Ping in the future, it wouldn't cause too much of a commotion. She put the 9 sons Kuan-Ping into the mirror and then returned to the 4th divine Sunday. Yu Yao Yao originally wanted to be with Ling Daixin but was called away by her father. Danti people don't know, but Yu Xingyu knows that his daughter has the beast-taming heavenly talisman. That beast-taming heavenly talisman is very precious, so he has to look after his daughter and not let her be harmed by others. Ling Daixin, Ling Taiyun and a few elders of the Ling family are together. They are in a dilapidated small building. This small building was originally good and its defensive power is very strong. However, within the 4 divine sons, after a few days, the outside began to rot. Little in a hall of the building, a few elders of the Ling family and Ling Taiyun are looking at Ling Daixin. Daixin, you've successfully hooked Qin Yun. Now, you have to quickly find him. An old man said, if he falls into the hands of the great divine lord or some other old fellow, then we will suffer a great loss. Ling Daixin is a great heaven war god. Her bewitching divine art is very strong, so those elders believe that Qin Yun has fallen for her bewitching divine art. Ling Daixin rolled her eyes and said, I've said it many times, I really didn't succeed. Qin Yun's willpower is very strong, he is not moved at all. He didn't like me but our relationship is pretty good. Pretty good relationship? Then he's interested in you? A handsome and elegant man? Pu Fai festering corpse luo kume meng? Quietly frowning and retreating? Grave unbearable thin no matter what, you have to have a good relationship with Qin Yun. Even if you become his little slave, you have to rely on him. An old man said, when the time comes, only our Ling family will understand him the best. Ling said. Ling Daixin is somewhat unhappy but she doesn't feel sad like before. At least this time, the mission given to her by the family was to deal with Qin Yun. She doesn't hate Qin Yun but she feels that this mission is very difficult. Right now, everyone wants to capture Qin Yun, even the great divine lord is no exception. The great divine lord is the master of our emperor. Ling Daixin said in a low voice. The great divine lord is the great divine lord, we are us. It's not like master and disciple have fallen out. As long as it's beneficial to our Ling family, so what if it's the great divine lord? The elder who looked rather old said with a sneer, screw the great divine lord. It's been so long and he still hasn't produced a stone creation divine tool. Because they had heard that Qin Yun had invented a stone creation divine tool in a very short period of time and he had even produced a large number of them. From a young age, Ling Daixin had been instilled with the greatest ideals of the family by this group of elders. For with the clan, he could disregard everything. Even if he offended the great divine lord, he had to do it. This was also why the Ling family was able to become an emperor family within the great sky divine race. If they didn't have this concept, they would definitely be suppressed by the other clans. I'm going to look for Yao Yao. Ling Daixin wanted to go out and get some fresh air. During this period of time, she was being watched very closely and couldn't move about freely. Wait. You are now regarded as Qin Yun's woman. What if they capture you and threaten you? Ling Taiyun immediately pulled Yu Yao Yao back and sternly said, you must stay within our line of sight, don't run around. The venerable old man stroked his long beard and said with a nod, Dai Xian, you are Qin Yun's woman, the outside world also thinks so your current situation is very dangerous. Qin Yun has many women. Ling Daixin rolled her eyes helplessly. Who doesn't have a lot of women? But you're Ling Daixin, the daughter of my Ling family, as well as the great heavenly battle god. You're so much better than those women around him. Ling Taiyun sternly said, Dai Xian, you have to think of a way to stand out among his women and sit on the position of the main wife. The elders also nodded and expressed their willingness to provide the greatest help to make Ling Daixin Qin Yun's most beloved woman. His relationship with Yao Yao isn't bad. Do you think I can win against Yu Yao Yao who possesses the 9 sons Kuanping? Ling Daixin smiled faintly as she looked at Ling Taiyun. She knew that Ling Taiyun was interested in Yu Yao Yao. Why can't we compete? Our Dai Xian, in terms of beauty and strength, is not inferior to Yu Yao Yao. Aren't you just short of a 9 sons Kuanping? Ling Taiyun curled his lips, Dai Xian, don't look at me like that. I gave up on pursuing Yu Yao Yao. My father told me that this woman is not to be trifled with. He told me to keep a respectful distance from her. Only someone like Qin Yun who is not afraid of death would dare to go after her. Ling Daixin crossed her arms in front of her chest and leaned back on the chair with a smug look. She then crossed her legs and smilingly said, you said that you'll support me, so you should at least show some sincerity, right? No matter what, I have to be better than Yao Yao. She has the 9 sons Kuan Peng, and I have nothing. The few elders looked at each other. They only knew that Yu Yao Yao was Ling Daixin's strongest competitor, and they had a good understanding of Yu Yao Yao. Think it was indeed very difficult for Ling Daixin to win against Yu Yao Yao. What do you think we should do to beat her? If you want to be favored by Qin Yan's women, what kind of conditions do you need? Asked the elder with the highest status. Qin Yan is a very strong inscription master, do you have any objections? Ling Daixin asked. Qin Yan pretended to be Ling Daixin's personal inscription master and displayed an extremely terrifying inscription battle technique. In this hall, there was a Ling family elder who had been instantly bound by Qin Yan's inscription battle technique. It could be said that he had personally experienced it. At the elders present all nodded, not doubting it at all. He must like inscription. Don't we have the Tadian bloodline heavenly patterns? If you give me a Tadian bloodline heavenly pattern, he will be even more interested in me. Ling Daixin said, she is also very serious now. Because she can sense that Qin Yan has no such thoughts towards her. Although he is helping her, it seems like he is only helping her because of Yu Yao Yao's face. I'll have to discuss it with Dad. Ling Taiyun looked at the old men and said, this is very risky. What if you give him the Tadian bloodline heavenly rune, and you get nothing in the end? Wouldn't we suffer a great loss? Ling Daixin sighed and said, then I have no other choice. To tell you the truth, even if I strip naked in front of Qin Yan, he might not even look at me. But if I have a Tadian bloodline heavenly pattern, it will be different. How did Yu Yao Yao attract him? Isn't your relationship with Yu Yao Yao very good? Ask her. Ling Taiyun said. Yu Yao Yao only said that she and Qin Yan are friends, there is no such relationship. If Qin Yan doesn't even like Yu Yao Yao, then he will even less like me. Ling Daixin spread her hands and said, you want me to seduce Qin Yan but you are not willing to give me a share, this matter is very difficult. Great Elder, you should discuss this matter with my father. Ling Taiyun is worried that he would go for wool and come home shorn. Then Great Elder stroked his beard, immediately took out a golden pearl and said, here, take it. We won't force you to get anything from Qin Yan, as long as you can have a good relationship with him, it will be fine. All right. Ling Daixin doesn't think it will be difficult, she took it with a smile. Great Elder, is this Qin Yan really worth it? Ling Taiyun let out a long sigh. Other people want to capture Qin Yan, they even want to kill him but they have never succeeded. Furthermore, Qin Yan is different from the Great Divine King. Qin Yan has a very long history of growth and the Great Divine King doesn't. This means that Qin Yan has limitless growth potential. Qin Yan is much more terrifying than the Great Divine King. Ling Daixin held the Great Heaven Bloodline Heavenly Rune and said, Qin Yan will definitely come to the 4 Divine Sons. When the time comes, we will know how he compares to the Great Divine King. Qin Yan participated in the creation of the 4 Divine Sons and it is also very strange. Within the 4 Divine Sons, he can use the divine power of the 4 Divine Sons. If the Great Divine King suffers a loss here, it will shake the Great Divine King's prestige. Great Elder Ling said with a smile, Qin Yan and the Great Divine King have a conflict. As long as Qin Yan doesn't die, it is equivalent to the Great Divine King losing. Ling Taiyun said with a smile, once the Great Divine King's prestige is shaken, we will be able to ridicule those arrogant bastards from the Divine King Palace in the future. That's right, those fellows from the Divine King Palace think that by following the Great Divine King, they can step on our Ling family's head. They even want to fight for the position of our Ling family's imperial family. They truly overestimate themselves. Great Elder Ling said with a sneer. Ling Daixin also knew that the pressure their Ling family faced mainly came from the Divine King Palace. While they were discussing inside the house, a commotion suddenly came from outside. They immediately ran out and heard someone say, the Divine Moon Clan's emperor is here. The Divine Moon Clan was the leader of the Divine Moon Alliance. The Divine Moon Clan's emperor's strength was unfathomable. When many big shots were discussing in the Heavenly Mandate Sacred Land, they had talked about the Divine Moon Clan's emperor. They knew that this woman was not to be trifled with and that she had a cooperative relationship with Qin Yun. In addition, the Divine Moon Clan's emperor had given Qin Yun the bloodline heavenly pattern box that he had once possessed, which was also the very precious divine moon bloodline heavenly pattern box. Moon. Previously, Xianxia had rushed back to the divine moon of the heavens. After dealing with the matter of the divine moon's moon heart, she found out that the great divine king and the heaven's dragon emperor had come to the four divine suns. She knew that Qin Yun would definitely come. The divine moon clan also has a building in the four divine suns. The person in charge is Li Shuang. Their building has also collapsed and the stone creation divine tool is unusable. Before Qin Yun came, he had already informed Li Shuang. She did not have any objections, and she also expressed her disgust towards those people from the Nine Sun Holy Land. After Yu Shangyun arrived, Li Shuang and the other divine moon clan women who were stationed here also went over. Ling Daixin and Ling Taiyun walked out and saw Yu Shangyun, who was covered in black armor. They could not see Yu Shangyun's appearance and felt that it was a pity. They had long heard that Yu Shangyun has always been like this. I heard that she is a beauty. I really want to see her. Ling Daixin is very curious. She is also a beauty, but she believes that she cannot compare to the Divine Moon Clan's emperor. The Divine Moon Clan's emperor controls the entire heaven's divine moon, and during the night, the moonlight of the heaven's divine moon can illuminate the heavens. Currently, the heaven's divine moon is just at the transformation stage. In the future, by relying on the 9 divine suns, it will definitely grow even more powerful. The divine moon clan that controls the heaven's divine moon is something that the big shots present do not dare to look down on. Yu Shangyun originally held a trace of reverence towards the divine moon clan, but after knowing that the entire divine moon clan has become enemies with Qin Yun, she did not give the divine moon clan any face. Previously, she cooperated with the divine moon clan and lowered her stance mainly because she had received instructions from the 9 Sun Law Spirit that the divine moon clan would be of great help to the divine moon clan. But later, she discovered that it was not the case. Especially after she gained a deeper understanding of the Divine Moon Clan, she realized that the Divine Moon Clan wants to dominate the entire heaven's divine moon. Not long ago, because of the heaven's fate Dragon Lake, the divine moon of the heaven's divine moon changed. After Yu Shangyun returned to the moon core and met Xia Qiru, she found out that the 9 Sun Law Spirit is sometimes unreliable, therefore, she is not as polite to the Divine Moon Clan as before. She is even filled with hostility. In Yu Shangyun's heart, anyone who is Qin Yun's enemy is also her enemy. The leaders of the various powerful clans are gathered in the 4 divine suns. She also knows that Qin Yun has been here before and destroyed the buildings here. She knows that Qin Yun will definitely come again. If Qin Yun were to clash with the powerhouses of the powerful clans here, she would be able to help him. On the side of the Sun Moon Divine Tribe, there was a rusty building that was full of cracks. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor was inside. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor did not come out. A cold and stern voice came from the building. Divine Moon Tribe Emperor, your Divine Moon Tribe is a subsidiary tribe of my Sun Moon Tribe. Why aren't you coming over to pay your respects? From the voice, it was a man, but it was not the Emperor of Sun Moon Tribe. My Mystic Moon Clan has never acknowledged that we are a branch clan of yours. The Divine Moon Clan is the Divine Moon Clan and has nothing to do with the Sun Yin Divine Clan. Xiao Xianqin, the Divine Moon Holy Maiden, spoke. Xiao Xianqin was being nurtured by Yu Shangyun as the next clan emperor, and this was also recognized by the entire Divine Moon race. How dare you? Is the Mystic Moon Tribe rebelling against the 9 Suns Dharma Spirit? An elder from the Sun Moon Tribe said. He was the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor. Yu Shangyun still did not speak and allowed Xiao Xianqin to speak. Xiao Xianqin said with sneer, you are the ones rebelling against the 9 Suns Dharma Spirit, right? Our Divine Moon Tribe only recognizes the 9 Suns Dharma Spirit in its normal state. Divine Moon Tribe Emperor, you speak. The Sun Yin Divine Race Emperor's voice is filled with cold anger. Because even he spoke, Yu Shangyun did not speak and instead let the woman beside her speak. You are not worthy. Xiao Xianqin said coldly. The other elders quietly watched from the side. From their point of view, this is the matter of the Sun Yin Divine Race, it has nothing to do with them. Furthermore, they do not know anything about the strength of the Divine Moon Tribe. They only know that the Divine Moon they control is very powerful and the 9 Suns Divine Maiden is from the Divine Moon Tribe. Therefore, they do not want to offend the Divine Moon Tribe. Yu Shangyun is truly not afraid of the Sun Yin Emperor. When she entered the 4 divine suns, she used the devil mirror to contact Yu. Yu is one of the elders of the Divine Moon tribe, she will naturally help Yu Shengyun. Moreover, she is the same as Yu Shengyun, she also wants to help Qin Yun. Yu Shengyun did not pay any attention to the Sun Yin divine race. Instead, she said with her ice-cold and imposing voice, within the 4 divine sons, half of them belong to my Divine Moon tribe. I hope you can remember this. Divine Moon tribe Emperor, aren't you being too greedy? Why don't you tell me, why does the 4 divine sons have half of your territory? The one who spoke is the great divine king, he is also inside the house and has not come out. What does half of my territory have to do with you? Why should I tell you? Yu Shengyun said with sneer, the 4th divine son has nothing to do with you. I advise you to quickly leave the 4 divine sons. The Heaven's Dragon Emperor is somewhat unhappy. He is inside a golden dragon head palace. However, that palace is already extremely dilapidated. His voice came out, Divine Moon tribe Emperor, do you think that the reason why you have half of your territory in the 4 divine sons is because you are very strong? In other words, the stronger you are, the bigger your territory is, right? No. Half of the territory within the 4 divine sons was given to our Divine Moon clan by Qin Yun. Yu Shengyun said, of course, if he takes it back, I have no objections. The 4 divine sons are so big, but Qin Yun actually gave half of it to the Divine Moon clan. This caused all the big shots present to be secretly alarmed. They knew that Qin Yun's relationship with the Divine Moon clan was not ordinary, and they also knew that Qin Yun's wife was the 9-son Divine Maiden. However, they never expected that their relationship would be this good. Qin Yun is nothing. The great Divine Lord angrily rebuked, the 4 divine sons have nothing to do with him. Can you enter the core of the 4 divine sons? Qin Yun can. Can you build a house in the 4 divine sons? Qin Yun can. Yu Shengyun sneered, if Qin Yun can do this, then he is nothing. You are nothing. Everyone was waiting here for the great Divine Lord's stone-making divine tool. They were all impatient and began to doubt his ability. Therefore, the pressure on the great Divine Lord was not small. At this moment, Yu Shengyun's words made him lose all face. After all, he was the great Divine Lord, but his current ability was inferior to the little Divine Kings. This made him very angry. Shut up. The great Divine Lord shouted angrily, don't you know that I am the great Divine Lord? I am the strongest in the Divine Desolate, how dare you be rude to me? Yu Shengyun naturally knew that it was the great Divine Lord. This was what Wang Haoyue had secretly told her, but she was not afraid at all. Which of the powerhouses present was not an old fox? Of course they knew that Yu Shengyun was provoking the great Divine Lord and the other big shots. Who didn't want the great Divine King Heaven Mark? But everyone knew that the great Divine Lord was truly not to be trifled with. Although they had never seen the great Divine Lord's strength before, he had the extremely mysterious great Divine King Heavenly Seal in his hands. This was also the reason why many big shots did not dare to have any thoughts. Divine Moon Race's Emperor, do you think that everyone can't see through your little trick? Don't even think about sowing discord. Great Divine Lord said angrily. Half of our Divine Moon clan's territory is in the 4 divine sons and the other half is Qin Yun's. Do you plan on occupying my Divine Moon clan's half or Qin Yun's half? Yu Shengyun asked. She was adamant that she had half of the territory within the 4 God Yang. If other powerful races wanted to occupy it, it would be equivalent to making an enemy out of her. One had to consider the consequences of becoming enemies with the Divine Moon clan. After all, every night, the Divine Moon hung above their heads. No one knew how much control the Divine Moon race had over the Divine Moon of the heavens. If they could control the Divine Moon of the heavens and launch an attack on the ground, just thinking about it was terrifying. None of the big shots present answered Yu Shengyun's question. They don't admit that the 4 divine sun territories belong to Qin Yun and the Divine Moon clan, but they also don't dare to say that they want to occupy the Divine Moon clan's territory. Ling Daixin watched from afar and said in a low voice, this Divine Moon race's great emperor is so powerful, he isn't even afraid of the great Divine Lord and the Heaven's Dragon Emperor. I never thought that Qin Yun would have such a good relationship with the Divine Moon clan. Those law enforcers always spread rumors about how bad the relationship between Qin Yun and Divine Moon clan is. Ling Taiyun lightly groaned and said, I was almost deceived by them. Ling Daixin said, Big brother Taiyun, those guys who protected you before are from the heavenly secret sect of the law enforcement world, aren't they? Have you asked them about Qin Yun's wife? Yes, she is a 9-son divine maiden, her name is Xiaoyuan. I don't know much about the specific situation and she rarely shows her face. Ling Taiyun said. Xiaoyuan? I really want to meet her and see how strong she is. Ling Daixin murmured. Don't worry, you have our great heaven divine clan behind you. Ling Taiyun laughed. The emperor of the great sky tribe had not made a sound. He was one of the disciples of the great divine lord and was not as high profile as the great divine lord. Ling Taiyun was very similar to the emperor of the extreme sky tribe. The great heaven divine clan had dealt with the greatest heaven sect and the great heaven divine city, but the big shots of the great heaven divine clan rarely had high-profile conflicts with others. Even now, not many people had seen the great emperor of the Pith Heaven tribe. The emperor of the Sun Moon tribe and the great divine lord did not speak to Yu Shangyun anymore. It could be seen that they did not dare to be too arrogant when facing the powerful empress of the divine moon tribe. It was obvious that someone from the Heaven Secrets sect had sent a voice transmission to them, telling them that the divine moon clan was not to be trifled with. The Heaven Secrets sect understood the divine moon clan very well. Now, even the Heaven Secrets sect couldn't figure out the overall strength of the divine moon clan, let alone someone from the 9-sun sacred ground. The great divine lord suddenly felt a little aggrieved. He, the great divine lord, was a highly respected divine lord in the 9-sun sacred land. When the clan emperors of the various clans in the 9-sun sacred land saw him, they had to be very respectful. Unlike now, when he was being attacked by a woman, he could only hold it in. Moreover, the Heaven's Dragon Emperor seemed to be stronger than him. When the Yu Clan Emperor of the ancient Yu Clan spoke to him, he did not seem very polite. Not only the great divine lord, all the big shots of the powerful clans that came out of the 9-sun sacred land had this kind of feeling. They were not that strong. They had originally thought that the 9-sun sacred land was the center of the divine desolate and had special treatment. The time they had spent here was much longer than the outside world, making them think that their strength was stronger than the outside world. But now that they had come out, they realized that the divine desolate land was very big. There were all kinds of powerful clans, especially the heaven-opening ancient clan and the Heaven's Dragon race that had just appeared. They made them feel immense pressure. The great divine lord and the clan emperors of the various clans in the 9-sun sacred land had long known that Qin Yun, the little divine king, was often hunted down. Therefore, they looked down on Qin Yun, the little divine king, and thought that Qin Yun was very weak. Now that they had left the 9-sun sacred land, they realized that Qin Yun was not weak at all. Instead, he was very awesome because he could still live freely and happily in the face of so many powerful fellows. Qin Yun is in the 5th Divine Sunday. He doesn't know about the matter of the 4th Divine Sunday. He is wholeheartedly cultivating, increasing his cultivation, cultivating the divine Tao heavenly pill and comprehending the divine arts and heavenly laws. He has already refined 5-stage transformation purple pills. Then he continued to use the divine universe golden stone and mysterious fusion heavenly rune to make fertilizer. Then he infused it into the stage transformation purple ginseng. This way, he can continue to plant the stage transformation purple ginseng. What divine Tao heavenly pill should I cultivate next? Qin Yun still has 9 divine Tao heavenly pills to cultivate. Let's cultivate the divine cauldron Tao images divine Tao heavenly pill. This way, when combined with the heavenly lion, I can use the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron better. In Qin Yun's eyes, the Heaven's Dragon race is a great threat. He must quickly grasp the power to resist the dragon race. Only then can he feel at ease. He ate a stage transformation purple pill and quickly refined it. However, it did not allow him to break through. He can only eat another one. After eating the second pill, the divine Tao heavenly pill finally appeared with pill tribulation. Just like before, he released the sacred gate of tribulation and entered it to see the divine cauldron statue and the divine Tao heavenly pill transcending their tribulations. The inside of the sacred tribulation gate is blue, the divine cauldron is also blue, it is exactly the same as the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Qin Yun immediately released the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and fused it with the divine cauldron Tao image. This will allow the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron to become even stronger. The divine Tao Heavenly Pill's pill tribulation looks very fierce, but in Qin Yan's eyes, it is equivalent to tempering the divine Tao Heavenly Pill and Tao image. It doesn't look like tribulation at all. Of course, if the Tao image and divine Tao Heavenly Pill are not strong enough, they will collapse during the pill tribulation. The divine cauldron very quickly finished the tribulation. Qin Yan's cultivation increased by another level. He has become a 2-star heavenly monarch. But for him, this is still not enough. I still have 3-stage transformation purple pills. I will use them to cultivate Nether Sun. Qin Yan originally wanted to cultivate Nether Sun and Imperial Heaven Tao images divine Tao Heavenly Pill last because they are the most difficult to cultivate. But after thinking about it carefully, he feels that he needs a very powerful divine Tao Heavenly Pill to become even stronger and more stable. Nether Sun Tao images divine Tao Heavenly Pill is the best choice. Qin Yan looked at his 9 Sun Divine Spirit. 8th and 9th pearls have not been opened yet. He needs the help of Xiaoyuan or Xiaqiru's 9 Divine Spirit. Originally he only had one 9 Divine Spirit, it was in Xiaqiru's hands. Later, he copied another one and gave it to Xiaoyuan. Sun Divine Race's transformation stage purple ginseng allowed Qin Yan's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. If Sun Divine Race knew about this, they would definitely regret it. When they found out that Jade-faced Rat King is Qin Yan, they already regretted it. But later they felt that the quality of the transformation stage purple ginseng was very poor and would not bring much benefit to Qin Yan, so they did not take it to heart. What they did not expect is that Qin Yan has a very high-level divine skill in growing medicine. Even the Sun Divine Race found it very difficult to grow transformation stage purple ginseng. Yet Qin Yan managed to grow a lot of them in a very short period of time. Qin Yan is now cultivating Nether Sun's divine Tao Heavenly Pill. His refining speed is much faster than before. After all, Nether Sun itself has the ability to dissolve, refine, and devour. Therefore, the refining speed of 3 transformation stage purple core is many times faster than before. Even Qin Yan is secretly apprehensive of Nether Sun's devouring and refining ability. It is actually terrifying to this extent. If Qin Yan's Nether Sun is stronger, it would be even stronger than the meteorite 9 Sun Divine Soul. The Nether Sun inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul is not small anymore. After all, Qin Yan has fed many small Divine Suns. Qin Yan still has many small Divine Suns. He wants to keep them to feed other Divine Suns in the future. There are still many Divine Suns waiting for him to create. 3 transformation stage purple core is not enough for Nether Sun to absorb. Qin Yan sensed that the transformation stage purple core's medicinal power has already been refined inside in his heart. Just as he is worrying, he suddenly sensed someone behind him. Qin Yan is inside the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda. He is not scared when someone suddenly came in. Because the people who can enter the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda must be Yang Shuriyue and others. They are Yang Shuriyue, Ling Yun'er, Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and Long Tianji. Xiao Yun, what's wrong? Why are you frowning? Ling Yun'er said with smile. I was cultivating and almost broke through. Qin Yan spread out his hands in distress. Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and Long Tianji want to return to the 9 Sun Divine Soul to take care of the elegant smoke manufacturing equipment. Although there were only a few of them, they could easily manage a large number of automatic smoke-making equipment and produce a large number of Xiaosha cigarettes. After that, Qin Yan told Yang Shuriyue and Ling Yun'er about his cultivation experience over the past few days. 4 Divine Suns need you to go as soon as possible. This is what you told me. Yang Shuriyue touched Qin Yan's cheek and said with smile, you have to quickly become a 3-star heavenly lord and then go to 4 Divine Sun. That won't do, I still need to plant transformation stage purple ginseng for a few days. Qin Yan sighed. Sister Yang just finished learning the 3rd level of the new Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. She wants to try it out. Let her help you. This 5 Divine Sun is her territory. Let her borrow the divine power of the 5 Divine Sun. Ling Yun'er said with a smirk. At this moment, Yang Shuriyue was also filled with affection. Her beautiful eyes flickered with charm, and then she released 2 charming long-legged fairy clones. Ling Yun'er tenderly smiled and hugged those 2 long-legged moon elves, eating their tofu quite a bit. Bad Yun'er, haven't you had enough before? Xianxia laughed and scolded. She pinched Ling Yun'er's face and smiled charmingly. I have to go back quickly. I cultivated with you guys before and improved a lot. Maybe I will have to go through pill tribulation. Ling Yun'er said with smile, Xiao Yun, if everything goes smoothly, I will be able to improve by myself. You don't need to cultivate me. Ling Yun'er is also Qin Yan's Dao image. Her divine Dao heavenly pill is also cultivated by herself. Is that so? You are both women, cultivating Sun and Moon Heart Sutra together can be very fast? Qin Yan also thought of some wonderful scenes. Of course, this is the formidable aspect of Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. I have Nether Sun and Big Sister Yang has Nether Moon, it will be even faster. Ling Yun'er smiled and returned to her divine tribulation gate. Let's begin. Xianxia gently caressed Qin Yan's face, her eyes are blurred and she said with gentle smile. Qin Yan, who was worried just a moment ago, in the blink of an eye he is immersed in an incomparably gentle and delicate fragrance. He is intoxicated in cultivation with his lover. Half a day later, Qin Yan hastily got up, put on his clothes, ran out of the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and released 2 divine tribulation gates. Xianxia stored away her fairy avatar and put on a loose white muslin gown. Her long hair is somewhat messy and draped over her shoulders, making her look even more flirtatious. She arrived behind Qin Yan, stretched out her lily-white arms and hugged Qin Yan's waist. She looked at the 2 divine tribulation gates and said in low voice, Xiao Yun, is this Nether Sun and Yun'er's pill tribulation? Qin Yan tidied up her messy long hair and said with nod, I didn't expect it to happen at the same time. Don't worry, we will definitely pass smoothly. Xianxia leaned on Qin Yan's body. She very much enjoyed being together with Qin Yan. Although it is not long, it is her most beautiful memory. Big Sister Yang, what is the situation at 4 Divine Sun? Qin Yan asked. Because he was cultivating before, he did not ask about this matter. Sister Xiangyun is at 4 Divine Sun, Divine Judge is also there. Yu told me that the situation there is very tense, it is very likely that a fight will break out. Xianxia said. Qin Yan learned that Yu Xiangyun also went to 4 Divine Sun and cannot help but worry. After all, Divine Moon women are the best sacrificial offerings. He is worried that Yu Xiangyun will be besieged by those big shots. However, thinking about Yu, he felt a lot more at ease. Furthermore, Yu Xiangyun is also not weak. Although he knows that worrying about Yu Xiangyun is superfluous, he can't help but be concerned about this powerful empress. I'm leaving soon, I really can't bear to part with you. Qin Yan kissed Xianxia's red lips again and then hugged the beauty tightly. I also can't bear to part with you, but in order for us to be together forever in the future, we must do some things now. Xianxia's elegant and peerlessly beautiful face is filled with smile. She doesn't want Qin Yan to feel melancholy because of parting, so her smile is very beautiful and enchanting. People. However, Qin Yan still has a look of reluctance. What are you feeling sad about? If you want to come here in the future, come often. Xianxia said with smile, of course, if you remember Big Sister Yang. How could I not remember you? Qin Yan scratched her nose. I heard from Yun'er that you met many great beauties in this period of time. Yu Yaoyao, Ling Daixin, Hu Mei Xianxia said with charming smile. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, I only met them by chance, at most we can only be considered friends. Xianxia laughed a few times and said, all right, I won't tease you anymore. Let's go in and take a look. I'll wait for you outside. Qin Yan opened a sacred tribulation gate. After he entered, he discovered that it is completely pitch black inside, he can't see anything. This is the sacred tribulation gate where Nether Sun is located. However, it is completely empty inside, as if there is nothing inside the darkness of nothingness. Inside the Nether Sun Dao Image's sacred tribulation gate, it is completely dark, there is not even a bit of light. Even if Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye, he would not be able to see where the Nether Sun is. He took out the stone of light and wanted to light up the place, but he found that it was very spacious inside and the light was useless. The Nether Sun Dao Image is still here. After Qin Yan calmed down, he released his formidable mental power to investigate all around. He can sense Nether Sun's divine power aura but he doesn't know where it is. Nether's sun had merely hidden himself, but he didn't know why. Nether's sun is hidden in the darkness, it does not produce any fluctuation, it is impossible to see it. Xianxia opened his heavenly eye and strengthened his mental power to sense. He suddenly felt that Nether's sun was hiding on purpose. Could it be that this is Nether's sun's test for me? If I can't find it here, it won't appear. Xianxia has some understanding of Nether's sun over the years. Although it is not controlled by Ling Yuner, it has its own consciousness. Xianxia, who was flying forward, suddenly stopped. If the Nether sun was hidden, then it would be useless for him to fly around aimlessly. Think if he wanted to find Nether's sun, he would need to use other methods. I will definitely find you. Xianxia took a deep breath and powered the Imperial Heavenly Tao Avatar. He released a powerful divine power that gathered in his eyes. Not long after, his eyes emitted an extremely powerful blue glow, which then shot forward. Xianxia turned his head. Looking around, it didn't take long for numerous pairs of blue heaven eyes to appear all around him. They are the heavenly eye avatars that Xianxia released. These heavenly eye avatars are high up in the sky, constantly blinking. Every time they blink, they emit a blue light wave. Not long after, Xianxia discovered a place where the light wave suddenly disappeared. It is very clear that it was absorbed by the Nether sun, so it did not reflect back. Over there. Xianxia immediately flew over. When he flew over, he sensed an indescribable pressure. Nether sun was indeed over there and it was extremely huge. Don't get close to it and feel like you're as insignificant as dust. The scariest thing was that he clearly knew there was a huge monster in front of him, but he couldn't see it with the naked eye. The Nether sun could perfectly blend into the darkness. At this moment, the Nether sun began to release a powerful devouring power. After Yin approached, he felt the space around him fluctuating, but it didn't affect him much. When he got closer, he suddenly had a strange feeling. Time has changed. Xianxia was secretly delighted. Nether sun's powerful devouring power can distort time and space, it can change time itself. The Nether sun's ability to change time has always existed, especially as it grew stronger. He placed Xian Rujing and others here to prevent the curse power from spreading. But however, Xianxia had always found it difficult to use such an ability. Moreover, he can't stay near the Nether sun for too long. Such as after approaching Nether sun, he discovered that Nether sun's control over time has greatly improved. The time here was very different from the outside world. He was unable to calculate the specifics, he only knew that Nether sun had the ability to control time. Can I use this ability in the future? Xianxia wants to go to the edge of the Nether sun. This way, he can control the time and the space he is in. He can make time very fast or very slow. Xianxia has already arrived beside the Nether sun. He still can't see the huge Nether sun, but he can sense that it is in front of him. He recalled all the heavenly eye avatars, then concentrated the power of the heavenly eye and shot out 2 powerful light rays into the darkness ahead. Heaven, after the heavenly eye's divine power entered, he saw many complex runes, moreover they have condensed into a ball. This is heavenly rune? Xianxia is shocked in his heart. No, this is the fusion of totem and heavenly rune. After the heavenly lion Tao image's divine Tao heavenly core passed through pill tribulation, heavenly lion totem heavenly rune appeared. Is this the Nether sun totem? Or did it evolve into a time totem? Although Xianxia can see the totem heavenly rune, he is unable to grasp it. It is completely different from the Nether sun totem he is familiar with, there is no similarity. That is why he suspects that it is a time totem. Maybe it is because Nether sun evolved to control time, that is why it has this kind of totem. No matter what, I will need time to learn this kind of complex totem heavenly rune. Even though Xianxia is unable to grasp it, he is still very happy. Until without him, he will be able to control time power in the future. At this time, his connection with Nether sun has been restored. He can now clearly see that the Nether sun has become a lot bigger than before. Nether sun is indeed testing me. Now I will need to learn from Nether sun and control time. Xianxia took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart and walked out of the tribulation gate. Out after he arrived, he saw Ling Yuner and Yang Shiriwei together. Spirit Yuner has already crossed her pill tribulation. Xianxia sensed this after he came out. Xiao Yun, I have crossed the pill tribulation. I am also very strong now. Ling Yin'er said with charming smile. Then come back, let me see how strong my divine power is. Qin Yan stored away the Nether Sun Tribulation Gate. Spirit Yun'er also entered the Tribulation Gate and was stored away by Qin Yun. He activated the 4 Tribulation Gates and released divine power. All of them have the imposing aura of tribulation power. Qin Yun unceasingly strengthened his divine power, used Imperial Heaven Divine Art to circulate it, then used Imperial Heaven Heart to condense it into extremely strong Imperial Heaven Divine Power. Yang Shiyue's expression slightly changed seeing this. She retreated a few steps and said in low voice, Xiao Yun, how can your divine power contain such formidable destructive power? Did you use 9 Sun World Extermination scripture? I didn't. Qin Yun said. It seems like after your divine Tao heavenly pill crossed the pill tribulation, you can easily release this kind of mysterious tribulation power. If it is combined with 9 Sun World Extermination scripture, it will surely become very strong. Yang Shiyue said. Qin Yan retracted his divine power and asked, if I face those guys who have surpassed Shen Tianjun, what are my chances of winning? It's hard to say, those guys who have surpassed Shen Tianjun all have different levels. In short, with your current strength, no matter who you face, you will have enough power to protect yourself. Yang Shiyue walked over to Qin Yan's side and pinched his arm. Qin Yan embraced Yang Shiyue's jade waist and said, Big Sister Yang, I want to go to 4 Divine Sun. Yes, let's hurry over. The 4 Divine Suns belong to you, you can't let those guys monopolize them. Yang Shiyue's eyes are filled with tenderness, she gently smiled and kissed Qin Yan's lips. Send me to 4 Divine Suns. Qin Yan pulled Yang Shiyue's hand. Yang Shiyue first sent Qin Yan out of the inner core's 2nd layer space and then sent him to the 4 Divine Suns. Qin Yan once again arrived at the 4 God Sun, but he was not at the place where the big shots were gathered. The area he was in was completely empty. For when Qin Yan arrived at the 4th Divine Sun, he immediately felt a very familiar feeling. He sensed that the divine power of the 4th Divine Sun was gathering towards him as he breathed. I've never felt this way before. Is it because of my Nether Sun? Qin Yan had come here before. Back then, he was not even a 1-star Heavenly Lord. Now, he was a 4-star Heavenly Lord. Not only that, his Nether Sun Tao Idol's divine Tao Heavenly Core has passed through pill tribulation and evolved to become extremely powerful. This time, he sensed that he has a higher affinity with the divine power of the 4 God Suns. He can now easily absorb the divine power of the 4 God Suns. He walked on the crystal floor of the 4 God Suns and used the invisibility technique to completely hide himself without being discovered. Qin Yan took out the magic mirror and contacted his friends. The divine judge had already arrived at the center of the 4 God Suns, along with the gods of the divine court of myriad worlds. Hara, the original divine court's heaven city, was occupied by the great godly lord's men. Under the summons of the divine preceptor, all the gods left divine court city. Even the teleportation portal to divine court city was shut down. Qin Yan also learned that Mingyong Tian had come as well. He was originally managing the Yunue brothel, but because of the divine court's heavenly city, he closed it down and came with Yu Yan and Tian Ru. Yu Yan and Tian Ru were both Tianji secret assassins. It was not convenient for them to show their faces, so they had disguised themselves. Among the 4 divine suns, many big shots were waiting for the great god lord's stone-making divine artifact. Qin Yun's stone creation divine equipment could absorb the energy of the 4 divine suns and combine it with the energy of the divine universe golden stone. Then, it could create a type of stone that would not decay. It could be used to build sturdy buildings here, and it could be used to make array pillars. Qin Yun was a little divine king. If he could do it, then the great divine king should be able to do it as well. Once the houses were built, it was time to divide their territory. Rua, if someone destroyed the houses in their territory, it meant that they were provoking them, and they had a legitimate reason to fight. The big shots who had entered the 4 God Sun said that they wanted to occupy wherever they wanted, but they were unable to build cities and houses here. No matter how large the territory they occupied, it was useless. God the Chief Judge had brought all the gods here, which made Great Divine Lord very unhappy. Previously, the Great God Lord had injured the Chief God and Xia Wufeng, intimidating the entire divine court of the myriad worlds. This was to make the other deity position gods behave themselves. But now, the divine preceptor had poached all the gods of the divine court of myriad worlds and even brought the 4 divine sons with him. Old thing, are you rebelling? The entire divine court of the myriad realms belongs to the great divine lord. A middle-aged man walked out from the small building where the great divine lord was and shouted angrily at the divine judge. The all heavens divine desolate's heavenly divine court city is now empty. Without the divine grand judge, the heavenly divine court city doesn't exist, and there is no all heavens divine court. Heavenly ghost ancestor said coldly. That's right, the divine court of myriad realms only exists when there's a divine judge. The one who spoke was the evil god. Only Xianxia could deprive them of their deity positions. As long as the deity positions were in their hands, their souls would not die and could be reborn with the deity positions. Therefore, in their eyes, Xianxia was their god king, Luo Yaofeng was the wind god, so she was also standing with the god court's team, together with flower god Xianxia. Bullshit divine judge. His broken flag is useless. What else can he do? Xianxia sneered. He was very unhappy with the divine judge because the Sunin divine tribe had been chased by the myriad realms divine court for doing something outrageous. The god chief said, the heavens god punishment flag is useless, but it doesn't mean that I am useless. This time, we have the gods of the divine court. As long as we gather their power, we won't have to fear anyone. After he finished speaking, he looked at the big shots of the other powerful races present. You the great tribe emperor, the all heavens dragon emperor, the great sky tribe emperor, and the other leaders of the major factions were silent. They knew that the existence of the divine court of the myriad realms was supported by the 9 suns law spirit. The divine court of the myriad realms mainly maintained the order of the divine wilderness. In the early days, it was very weak, but now it had grown to a certain scale. Just as the divine chief judge had said, if they united the power of the gods, their power would be extremely terrifying. Big the divine king said solemnly, I am the great divine king, the king of gods. All the gods in the divine wilderness with deity thrones have to kneel before me, the great godly monarch. If you and that old traitor oppose me, only death awaits you. The divine chief judge ignored the great godly monarch and looked at the big shots of the powerful races and said, the divine court heavenly city of the divine wilderness has been abandoned. The new divine court heavenly city will be built in the 4 divine suns. The divine court heavenly city will be the teleportation hub of the divine wilderness. You can come to the divine court heavenly city to build the teleportation formation so that it will be convenient to travel to other places. Divine chief judge, within the 4 divine suns, half of the territory belongs to the divine moon tribe and the other half belongs to Xianxia. There is no more land for you to build the divine court heavenly city. The all heavens dragon emperor's voice sounded. There was a rumor that the all heavens dragon emperor wanted to occupy half of the territory of the 4 divine suns, but he had not personally said how much he wanted. There is no place for the divine court heavenly city within the 4 divine suns. If you want to build the divine court heavenly city here, you must first settle the divine moon tribe in Xianxia. The sun moon tribe emperor's voice came from a dilapidated building. Although Xianxia is a young divine king, he has already given up on the divine court of the myriad realms. He has never entered the divine court of the myriad realms and has no sense of responsibility towards the divine court of the myriad realms. It can be seen that he already knows of the great divine king's existence. The law enforcement realm king sneered, and now, it is equivalent to him tacitly agreeing to give the divine court to the great divine king. The great divine king said coldly, Divine chief judge, you have defied 2 divine kings. The divine chief judge laughed loudly, it is Xianxia who asked me to come here to build the divine court heavenly city. Half of the territory of the 4 divine suns will be used to build the divine court heavenly city. Everyone was shocked, they did not expect that this was Xianxia's intention. Although Xianxia is a young divine king, he has always shown that he wants to control the divine court of the myriad realms, so everyone thinks that his heart is not in the divine court of the myriad realms. It seems that we will have to take action today. The great divine king said coldly, let's first clearly divide the territory of the 4 divine suns and then refine the stone divine tool. Everyone, what do you think? We will now clearly discuss the division of the territory of the 4 divine suns. The sun moon tribe emperor said. Yu Shengyun's powerful voice immediately came, Half of the 4 divine sons belong to my divine moon tribe. Half of the 4 divine sons belong to the divine court of the myriad realms. The divine chief judge laughed and said, the division of the territory is already very clear. Yin tribe emperor laughed angrily, however, this is all given to you by Qin Yun? But who does Qin Yun think he is? What right does he have to think that the 4 divine sons belong to him? What right does he have to divide the territory here to you? Because I can explode your dog head. Qin Yun's voice suddenly came out. Only with a loud boom, the building that the Sun Moon tribe's emperor was in suddenly exploded into pieces. Qin Yun only shot the sun-suppressing divine arrow from afar and shot it into the dilapidated building, yet it produced such power. The devouring power of the sun-suppressing divine arrow was very frightening, especially for the 4 divine sons. It had devoured the powerful divine power in this place and it was frantically devouring it as it flew. When the sun-suppressing divine arrow hit the building, the powerful divine power it had devoured exploded and the people inside were caught unprepared. Qin Yun had come but no one knew where he was. Since such a powerful attack had caused such a huge commotion but the experts present were unable to pinpoint his exact location. The most frightening thing was that his attack was silent and there was no aura at all. Otherwise, the Sun Moon Emperor would have sensed it. For Qin Yun had participated in the creation of the divine sons and it was said that he had put in a lot of effort into it. Coupled with the divine king heavenly seal in his hand, he was like a fish in water among the 4 divine sons and could obtain powerful divine sun power. The divine power that had attacked the building was the special divine power of the 4 divine sons. Therefore, the experts present were unable to sense any other divine power aura attacking them. Qin Yun had completely hidden himself and no one knew where he was. The Sun Moon Emperor ran out of the ruins and roared angrily. He then looked around, trying to find Qin Yun's location. Even though he had powerful divine power, he could not find Qin Yun and could not fight back. Crowd looking at the wretched Sun Moon Emperor, the old man was so angry that he kept shouting, Qin Yun, come out if you have the guts. Just as he finished shouting, a dragon roar came from the sky. Listening carefully, it sounded like 9 angry dragons were roaring. Everyone immediately looked up and saw 9 balls of strong light appearing in the sky. The dragon roar came from those 9 balls of strong light. The most frightening thing was that these 9 balls of strong light were accompanied by extremely frightening robbery power. The ground inside the 4 divine sons was made of crystals and at this moment, a burst of light mist rose up into the sky and shot into the 9 balls of strong light. I break. The Sun Moon Emperor blasted a few palms into the sky and released a strong divine power. The divine power of the Sun Moon Emperor was extremely frightening. After sensing it, the experts present could not help but be shocked. However, when the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor's divine power went up, it quickly dissipated and was sucked into the 9 balls of light. That's the 9 dragons' glorious sun tribulation, someone suddenly exclaimed. The 9 dragons' glorious sun tribulation was a famous tribulation. He immediately looked at the All Heavens Dragon Emperor, thinking that it was caused by the All Heavens Dragon Emperor. After all, it was the 9 dragons' glory sun tribulation, and it seemed to be closely related to the All Heavens Dragon Emperor. At this moment, Long Shu and the Monkey King were also secretly shocked. Even though they were from the dragon race, they were still shocked by this dragon power that carried robbery power. This was done by Qin Yun. He has mastered 9 Sun World Extermination Scripture. The person who spoke is none other than Heaven's Secret Sect Master. 9 Yang World Extinguishing Scripture. This was an extremely terrifying heavenly Dharma divine power. Now that Qin Yun was using it in his divine sun, its might was obvious. Yu Shangyun, the divine judge, and the others had already retreated far away. Let's disperse. The one who shouted was Great Divine Lord. Even those big shots didn't dare to face the 9 dragons' glorious sun tribulation head-on within the divine sun. Once the great tribulation appeared, it would condense robbery power and it would be very difficult to disperse. If someone attacked the great tribulation that was condensing and did not have enough power to destroy it, then the attacker would be locked on by the tribulation power. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor's face is extremely ugly because he just attacked the 9 dragons' glorious sun tribulation. If you want to stay within the 4 divine sons, then prepare to accept the Great Tribulation test. Qin Yun's sneer echoed, I will use the 9 Sun World Extermination Scripture to cleanse the 4 divine sons. Do you still plan to stay? As he spoke, the 9 balls of light in the sky suddenly exploded and 9 incomparably huge golden dragons appeared. They are dragons formed from energy. Mad, the dragons roared ferociously, and as if they have gone mad, they fiercely charged towards the ground. Lord, the target of the attack is the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor. At the big shots present have already dispersed to various places. They are now far away, looking at the location where the Great Tribulation will descend. 9. This Great Tribulation is like a raging dragon formed from a brilliant sun, overturning rivers and seas, enveloping the location of the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor. Fiery light accompanied the berserk robbery power, unceasingly rumbling thunder and ferocious dragon roars shook the earth of the 4 divine suns. The scene is shocking and shocking. The one being attacked by the Great Divine Lord is the disciple of the Great Divine Lord, but the Great Divine Lord did not go to help. Instead, he ran off to some unknown place. Seeing this scene, the group of experts realized that Xianxia's control over the 4 divine suns has reached a very high level. In other words, within the 4 divine suns, without absolute strength, it is impossible to defeat Xianxia. After all, the 4 divine suns are one divine sun, it is normal for their strength to be strong. Now that they are inside, they are very close to the core. Xianxia only needs to borrow a small part of the divine sun's power to be invincible within the 4 divine suns. When the various big shots saw the power that Xianxia displayed within the 4 divine suns, they all knew that it is impossible for them to divide the territory within the 4 divine suns. Xianxia has the qualifications to say that the 4 divine suns are all his. 2 great elder Ling of the heavenly god race is currently together with Ling Taiyun and Ling Daixin. When he saw that Xianxia is so powerful within the 4 divine suns, he was even more delighted and urged Ling Daixin to quickly build a good relationship with Xianxia. Ling Daixin and Ling Taiyun finally saw how terrifying Xianxia is. Xianxia did not show himself, but he was able to beat the emperor of the Sun Moon Tribe to the point that he could not fight back. Wei Shuangyan, who was defeated by Xianxia, lost without any grievances. The 9 brilliant sun tribulation is over. The emperor of the Sun Moon Tribe is riddled with wounds, and there are several defensive divine tools floating around him. If it weren't for the protection of these defensive artifacts, his body would have long been destroyed. If you have the guts, come out. The emperor of the Sun Moon Tribe shouted angrily, "You're great. Tribulation did not kill me." Just as he finished speaking, Xianxia appeared in front of him. When the emperor of the Sun Moon Tribe saw Xianxia appear, he immediately waved his sword. That powerful divine power fluctuated with extremely terrifying mental power, and a black nether moon appeared above him. The nether moon of the Sun Moon Tribe is very large. At this moment, it is spinning crazily, releasing black evil chi into the emperor's body. The injured body of the emperor of the Sun Moon Tribe is quickly recovering. Xianxia is also very surprised. He did not expect that the emperor of the Sun Moon Tribe would cultivate such a terrifying nether moon. However, he is only surprised and does not feel afraid. Because he is undefeated within the 4 divine suns. Not also, he feels that the nether moon of the Sun Moon Tribe is very good and can be used to feed the core of the 4 divine suns. When Xianxia saw the nether moon appear, his body immediately flashed and disappeared. He is still nearby, but he is hiding. The other experts who are watching the battle from the side are trying their best to search for traces of Xianxia, but they did not find anything. The Great Divine Lord did not help his disciple. It is true that the Sun Moon Emperor is his disciple, but if the master and disciple attack together and still fail to take down Xianxia, they will definitely be laughed at. Although Xianxia's strength will become extremely powerful among the 4 divine suns, it is after all the Great Divine Lord and the Sun Moon Emperor working together. If they are unable to take down Xianxia in the end, it will definitely be very embarrassing. The Great Divine Lord has this consideration, so he has no intention of taking action. Even if he does, he will fight Xianxia alone. "Yuner, can you enter that guy's nether moon?" Xianxia asked. Ling Yuner had entered someone else's divine sun before and was taken care of by the spirit body inside. The nether moon in front of her is also similar to those divine suns. "No problem," Ling Yuner said, "I'll take action now." Ling Yuner suddenly came out. He did not see her body, only a black ball of air. She has the little nether sun in her body, and at this moment, she is using the little nether sun to release divine power to wrap around her body, allowing her to enter the nether moon more easily. Ling Yuner very smoothly rushed in. the nether moon released by the Sun Moon Emperor is very strong. It is releasing waves of black mental power. It is currently searching for traces of Qin Yun. However, after Ling Yuner entered the nether moon, the Sun Moon Emperor's control over the nether moon is a bit lacking. Qin Yun does not dare to approach the Sun Moon Emperor. After all, he is the emperor of a powerful race from the Nine Sun Holy Land and is very strong. Right now it looks like he is being suppressed, but once he goes all out, it is not certain. Therefore, he is now focusing his attention on the nether moon, waiting for Ling Yuner to succeed and cut off the connection between the Sun Moon Emperor and the nether moon. Yu Shangyun, Divine Judge, and the others who are watching from afar are constantly paying attention to the Great Divine Lord and the others. The Great Divine Lord, the Heaven Secrets Sect Leader, the Law Enforcement Realm King, the Heavenly Dragon Emperor and the others are all powerful experts. If they join hands to besiege Qin Yun, he will be in great danger. They seem to be secretly discussing whether they should take action or not. Although the Sun Moon Tribe's Emperor had recovered from the Nine Sun World Extermination scripture, his internal injuries were still very serious. No one knows whether or not Qin Yun can still use Nine Sun World Extermination scripture. If one were to face the Nine Sun World Annihilating Sutra within the Four Divine Suns, even if they didn't die, they would at least lose a layer of skin. Those big shots didn't dare to take this risk. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor took out a long sword and shouted, "Qin Yun, come out." At this time, Ling Yuner used her mental power to contact Qin Yun and said, "Xiao Yun, I have captured Nether Moon." "Alright." Qin Yun arrived beside the gigantic Nether Moon. With a thought, he stored the Nether Moon into the Nine Sun Divine Soul. Mingyu, who had been so aggressive just a moment ago, suddenly disappeared. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor's face instantly turned pale and his expression was extremely ugly. That Nether Moon was something that he had cultivated for many years. Now, it had been snatched away. If one didn't have enough strength, releasing the Nether Moon would be very dangerous. However, the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor was too confident. He never thought that his Nether Moon would be injured by someone, and even more so, he never thought that it would be snatched away. Seeing the Nether Moon suddenly disappear and seeing the ugly expression on the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor's face, the big shots present immediately knew that the Nether Moon had been snatched away by Qin Yun. "Great Divine King, are you still not going to take action? Your disciple's Nether Moon has already been snatched away." The Law Enforcement Realm King asked. The Law Enforcement Realm King hated Qin Yun very much. The Law Enforcement Realm King also wanted to kill Qin Yun, but he knew that Qin Yun was an invincible existence among the Four Divine Suns. Therefore, he did not plan to take action to avoid getting himself killed. Everyone could see that the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor was being suppressed by Qin Yun. First, he was hit by the arrow, then the Nine Dragon Brilliant Sun Tribulation, and now he had lost the Nether Moon. If this continued, he would definitely be beaten up. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor's eyes turned red with anger. Seeing that no one came to help him, he became very angry. He also understood why no one came to help him. It was mainly because they were afraid of Qin Yun. He now realized that facing Qin Yun among the Four Divine Suns was not a wise decision. Just as the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor was about to admit defeat, Qin Yun suddenly appeared behind him. Feeling an ice-cold killing intent behind him, the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor immediately used his fastest speed to dodge. Hua, the myriad heaven divine saber in Qin Yun's hand chopped down. Although his saber speed was very fast, the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor still managed to dodge it. However, a layer of skin and flesh was cut off from his arm. After the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor dodged the saber, his entire body disappeared. He used his fastest speed to escape far away. "Everyone, please leave the Four Divine Suns temporarily. I want to carry out a great purge within the Four Divine Suns." Qin Yun's voice came from all directions. Soon after, a wave of ferocious tribulation power surged forward. A few terrifying great tribulations are brewing. Qin Yun held the Divine King Heavenly Seal in his hand and mobilized the divine power of the other Divine Suns to form the Great Tribulation Divine Power. He wants to see what the limit of his Nine Sun World Extermination scripture is. Yu Shangyun and the Divine Chief Judge brought a group of people and left the core of the Four Divine Suns. The Great Divine Lord and Myriad Heaven's Dragon Emperor did not stay here. Although they want to stay inside the Four Divine Suns, this is Qin Yun's territory and their relationship with Qin Yun is not good. Not long after they left the four divine suns, Xianxia activated the 9-dragon brilliant sun tribulation, breaking sun heavenly lightning tribulation and heavenly fire heavenly lightning tribulation. All kinds of tribulation power appeared wave after wave, as if plowing the ground, they wreaked havoc inside the four divine suns again and again. This kind of tribulation power not only attracted the attention of several myriad heaven's divine suns, Xianxia also used his own Tao image to activate it. Therefore, the tribulation power contains a divine might that can control the heavens. The might of the 9-sun world extermination scripture is truly not to be underestimated. But if it is used to attack one person, it is still not suitable. The area it covers is too large, it is mainly used to deal with many people. Xianxia is currently inside the tyrannical tribulation power of the four divine suns. He is floating in the air and looking down at the tribulation power he released. The current him seems to be the ruler of everything. With a raise of his hand, he can release a dreadful great tribulation. And when he was going through tribulation, he could lose his life at any time when facing this kind of great tribulation. Now, the tribulation power he released is even stronger and more terrifying than the great tribulation he faced back then. Xianxia entered the core area and released the nether moon he just obtained. Sister Yu, I just obtained this nether moon, is it useful? Xianxia asked. Yu is inside the core, she can't come out as she pleases like Xianxia. It's very useful, it's very suitable for me. Yu said with a smile. Sister Yu, can this nether moon make the four divine suns even stronger? The inside and outside of the four divine suns need even stronger power to protect them. Xianxia doesn't want the divine court built here to be disturbed. After Xianxia released the nether moon, it was sucked into the golden red moon. The core of the four god suns was a moon. This was also the uniqueness of the four god suns. Moon Mystery herself cultivated the nether moon. Now, she could control the inner core to absorb the nether moon and convert it into energy. Xianxia took out the magic mirror and told Yu Shangyun and the chief judge that they could now enter the core. The core had already been purified by Xianxia using the Great Tribulation. Anything that tried to hide inside would die under the Great Tribulation. Xianxia, we can't go in now. Divine Chief sent sound transmission to Xianxia through the magic mirror, those bastards have surrounded us. Xianxia also sent a message to Xianxia, they are not letting us enter four divine suns, it seems like they want to start a war with us. We are not afraid of them, don't worry about us. Then I will go out and take a look. Xianxia said. No need, you are very strong inside the four divine sun, but that might not necessarily be the case outside. Yu Shangyun still hopes that Xianxia can stay inside the core. I'll go out now. Yun was naturally not afraid. Even outside of the four divine suns, he was not afraid of those powerhouses. He still had many trump cards that he hadn't used yet. Xianxia asked Yu to send him out. Outside the four god suns, there was an intense glow. It was only at close range that one could see their figures. If they were too far away, they wouldn't be able to see anything. It was as if they were shrouded in a dense fog of light. After the cloud left, it immediately flew to Yu Shangyun's side. Big divine kings and the others were unable to occupy territory in the core, so they were definitely unhappy. After all, they could be considered the strongest group of people in the divine wasteland, yet they were chased out of the four divine Sunday. The news spread through the magic mirror. Demon mirrors were becoming more and more common in the deity's divine wasteland. Be it non-humans or humans, they all liked to use them. No one knew who had uploaded what had happened in the four celestial suns to the demonic mirror. They could even see the process of the Sun Moon tribe's emperor being suppressed by Xianxia. Previously, there were people who said that Xianxia, the little divine king, was inferior to the great divine king. But now, even the great divine king appeared extremely cautious when facing Xianxia. What was surprising was that great divine lord had brought a group of big shots with him, but he was actually chased out. Big when the god king found out that he was looked down upon by many people on the magic mirror, he was very unhappy. He crushed a magic mirror on the spot and told his subordinates to stop using magic mirrors. He ran to at that moment, the grand godly lord, the Tai-In divine tribe, the great sky divine tribe, and the enforcers surrounded the gods of the myriad realms divine court and the experts of the mystic moon alliance. In terms of numbers, the great divine lord's side had more, and their overall aura was stronger. Zhu the Heavenly Dragon Race and the Heavenly Secrets sect did not participate. Tian, there are not many experts in the G Gate. Although there are many powerful dragons in the All Heavens Dragon Race, the All Heavens Dragon Emperor has seen how powerful Qin Yun is. Moreover, he doesn't have any deep hatred with Qin Yun, so he didn't participate. Yu the Ancient Clan Race, the Nine Sun Tiger Race, the Nine Sun Elves, the Nine Sun Heavenly Lions, and other non-human races from the Nine Sun Sacred Ground were also watching from the side. They weren't in the same camp as the Great Divine Lord, the Tai Yin Divine Race and the Tai Tian Divine Race. Naturally, there was no need for them to join them and fight with their lives on the line. Apart from the Nine Sun Sacred Ground, the Mystic Moon Alliance and the All Heavens Dragon Race should be considered one of the most powerful forces in the All Heavens Divine Wilderness era. Among them, the Mystic Moon Alliance and the law enforcement world were also in a state of hostility. The Great Divine Lord's Divine King Palace, as well as his disciples Sun Yin Divine Race and Great Heaven Divine Race, were all top forces in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. When they came out of the Nine Sun Sacred Ground, they thought that they would be able to do anything in the All Heavens Divine Wilderness. They didn't expect that the moment they came out, they would encounter the All Heavens Dragon Race. And after entering the Four Divine Suns, they were chased out by the Little Divine King, who they looked down on the most. To them, it was a series of setbacks. Zhu, the other great forces of the Heavenly Dragon Race, quietly watched from the side as the Great Divine Lord dealt with the situation and whether he could turn the tables in the end. Great Divine Lord, we have no enmity with you. Do you really want to take this matter to such an extent? The Divine Chief said coldly, you injured me and Little Xia previously, we haven't settled this debt with you. Now, you are still surrounding us. What is the meaning of this? What do I mean? You and the Little Divine King joined hands to resist the Great Divine Lord. This is a violation of the Nine Sun Law Spirit. The Emperor of the Sun Moon tribe said angrily, you must know that the Great Divine Lord was appointed by the Nine Yang Law Spirit. He is the only Divine King in the All Heavens Divine Desolate. The Little Divine King and your myriad realms Divine Court all have to listen to the Great Divine Lord. The Chief Judge sneered, how laughable. The Nine Yang Law Spirit has never conveyed such a message to us. If the Great Divine Lord is really appointed by the Nine Yang Law Spirit, then he should have the ability to take back his divine position. Wu Feng coldly sneered, Little Divine King Qin Yun, he has the ability to take back his divine position and transfer it. The Great Divine Lord should also have it, right? Could it be that this Great Divine Lord is a fake? The evil god laughed loudly, it's really possible. This guy doesn't have the slightest bit of the spirit of a divine king. The Little Divine King, Boss Qin, has never interfered with the matters of the Myriad Realms Divine Court because the Nine Yang Law Spirit has already appointed the Divine Chief Judge to manage the Divine Court. What Boss Qin wants to do is just transfer the divine position. That's right, although Boss Qin has the position of Divine King, he has never been like a certain fellow who treats the gods of the Myriad Realms Divine Court as a servant. The Divine Chief said coldly. Listen, upon hearing these words, the gods behind him were ignited in anger. The main responsibility of these divine position gods was to maintain the order of the divine desolate land. The Nine Suns would bestow upon them divine power, allowing them to complete certain tasks and protect them. They were not anyone's slaves. They sincerely wanted to maintain the order of the divine desolate land. Qin Yun was a god king mainly because he was a sun god. Furthermore, he was powerful and could become a king among the gods. And Qin Yun's duty was the same as the gods. He had to maintain the order of the divine desolate land. The one who managed the divine court of the myriad realms and arranged the affairs of the gods was the divine chief judge. Qin Yun understood the operation of the divine court of the myriad realms very well. Therefore, he believed that the divine court of the myriad realms had nothing to do with him, so he did not go there. And the great divine lord's actions towards the divine court of the myriad realms were simply to enslave the gods and make them his minions. Divine Judge, your most powerful god's punishment flag is ineffective when facing the great divine lord. This is the punishment of the Nine Yang Law Spirit for disobeying the great divine lord. The Law Enforcement Realm King said. Deity the Law Realm King is a bald old man. His bald head is covered with runes. Half of his face and bald head are covered with runes. Even his neck is covered with runes. Most what made people feel strange was that when the law enforcement realm king didn't speak, no one noticed his existence. Dang, when he spoke, he felt that there was such a person. And when he looked at him carefully, he was also shocked by his powerful strength. Great, the divine judge's expression is extremely unsightly. Xia Wufeng summoned his origin divine sword, ready to fight at any time. The reason why he was injured before was mainly to protect the divine judge. The divine judge does not have the power of the heaven's divine punishment flag, so he is very weak. Xia Wufeng relied on his own strength to fight against the great divine lord and his group of powerful subordinates. Furthermore, he protected the divine judge and was injured because of this. If it wasn't for the divine judge, if he had risked his life, he might have been able to severely injure the great divine lord. Our Mystic Moon Alliance recognizes the divine judge. We have close cooperation with the Myriad Realms Divine Court. If you are enemies with the Myriad Realms Divine Court, then you are also enemies of our Mystic Moon Alliance. Yu Shangyun said. The Divine Court is very powerful and everything they are doing now is righteous. They are also maintaining the order of the Divine Desolate Land. God, when the Yu clan was in the 9 heavens, they were bullied by all kinds of evil powers and no power helped them. If now, in the Divine Desolate Land, there is an absolute righteous existence like the Myriad Realms Divine Court. Thus, her Divine Moon clan will do their best to help them. Only with this, the Divine Desolate Land is not as dark as the 9 heavens. The Law Enforcement Realm King laughed loudly. Myriad Realms Divine Court, do you really think that you are righteous? Let me tell you, my Law Enforcement Realm represents the order of the Divine Desolate Land. The heavenly rules and Tao teachings in our hands are the laws that all living beings in the Divine Desolate Land should abide by. Law Enforcement Realm, how many times have I said that your era is over? This is the great era of the Divine Desolate Land. Don't always use those broken heavenly rules and Tao teachings to scare people. The person who spoke seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. He stood right next to the Holy Judge and even put his hand on the Holy Judge's shoulder. This person is a very young man. However, he is bald and has no hair at all. He is none other than Tian Daozi. You damn thing, how are you still alive? The Law Enforcement Realm King cursed angrily. What bullshit heavenly rules and Tao teachings? They have long been destroyed by Qin Yun. Tian Daozi shook his head and said with a smile, Qin Yun's existence proves that the heavenly rules and Tao teachings cannot restrict the entire Divine Desolate Land. All the big shots present unanimously agreed because the power of the heavenly rules and Tao teachings was getting weaker and weaker. Many law enforcement great sovereigns had come from the law enforcement world. Tian Daozi's words made them very angry. Although the power of the heavenly rules orthodoxy was gradually weakening, the law enforcers had relied on the heavenly rules orthodoxy for many years to obtain large amounts of resources. Therefore, their law enforcers were still very strong. However, very few people had seen them fight, so they didn't know how strong they were. Big the Divine King didn't know who Tian Daozi was, but he still interrogated the Divine Judge. Divine Judge, quickly release your deity punishment flag. Let everyone see that you, the Inquisitor, are nothing but a fart. Your power has already been withdrawn by the 9 Yang celestial spirit. You're basically a divine judge now. You're completely a cripple. Shut up. Xia Wufeng was furious, and his sword momentum suddenly rose. The one-armed sword god in white was enraged at this moment. The sword aura on his body was like a torrential wave that surged forward. Just like that, just as everyone was shocked, Xia Wufeng appeared in front of the great divine lord with his destiny sword in hand. His entire body released a strong golden light, and the sword force followed the golden light on his body and surged in all directions. At the big shots who used swords couldn't help but be secretly shocked when they saw this terrifying sword aura. Xia Wufeng's divine sword pierced towards the great divine lord's forehead. The great divine lord roared as a sun mark appeared between his brows. It shot out a strong light and rushed towards Xia Wufeng's divine sword, blocking the incoming divine sword. Little Xia, come back quickly. You're still injured. The divine judge shouted anxiously. Just as he was about to rush over, he suddenly felt someone press down on his shoulder. The hand that held his shoulder had a power that made him feel very at ease. He didn't need to look to know that it was Qin Yun, only Qin Yun could give him this kind of stable feeling. Qin Yun had already arrived. When he opened his heavenly eye, he could see that the wounds on Xiao Wufeng's body were gradually tearing apart. This was because he had not fully recovered from his previous heavy injuries. Now that he was engaged in such an intense battle, it naturally caused his old injuries to relapse. The great Divine Lord had attacked the Divine Judge before. At that time, it was Xiao Wufeng who had blocked the attacks of the great Divine Lord and a group of experts by himself and saved the Divine Judge. "Boss Xia, leave it to me." Qin Yun's voice sounded. "All right." When Xiao Wufeng heard Qin Yun's calm voice, his figure flashed and transformed into a sword beam. He flashed to the side of the Divine Judge, but a trace of blood still flowed out from the corner of his mouth. When Xiangyun and Luo Yaofeng saw Qin Yun appear, they could not help but worry. They were prepared to attack at any time. Yu Yaoyao was also holding a mirror in her hand. The 9 Sons Kuan Peng was inside. If Qin Yun was in danger, she would take action. Madyang Hudi and the White Tiger royal family's elder, Bai Lifei, were also prepared to attack. Atmu Jin, who was beside Yu Shangyun, had once wanted to kill Qin Yun. However, now that she saw Qin Yun facing the great Divine Lord and the Law Enforcement Realm King alone, she was inexplicably worried about Qin Yun and had the thought of helping him. "Qin Yun, I still underestimated you." The great Divine Lord smiled complacently. "I thought you would hide inside the 4 Divine Sons and not come out." Yun also smiled and said, "You and I will have to settle this eventually. I wonder if it will be today." "You really have guts." The great Divine Lord took out a sword. Qin Wen-yun saw his sword, he felt that it was somewhat funny. It was actually the Myriad Heaven's divine sword. In his eyes, this kind of sword was the kind that could be found on the streets. "Are you going to do it yourself or are you going to do it with your disciple? And that Law Enforcement Realm King?" Qin Yun looked at the Law Enforcement Realm King whose head was covered in runes. With a glance, it could be seen that the Law Enforcement Realm King had a very powerful puppet body. The runes on his head were extremely terrifying. "Great!" The Divine King laughed loudly. "To deal with you, I only need 1 hand. Besides, what's the big deal about bullying the few? After all, the entire God Desolate is watching." "Boss Qin, what cultivation level are you at now?" Tian Daozi suddenly asked. "My 4 Divine Dao Heavenly Pills have just evolved. I should be a 4-star Heavenly Lord, right?" Qin Yun replied. He was only a 4-star Heavenly Lord, yet he dared to challenge the experts who had surpassed the Heavenly Lord. This kind of courage was truly admirable. Ling Dai Xian said in a low voice, "Is this guy hiding his strength? He possesses such terrifying divine power, how can he still be in the realm of Heavenly Lord? He is a person with 10 images and every breakthrough is extremely difficult. However, the increase in divine power obtained from every breakthrough is many times stronger than that of others. It cannot be judged by common sense." Great Elder Ling sighed with emotion. He might be the only person with 10 images left in the God Desolate. Ling Daixin and Ling Taiyun had heard of the legend of the 10 images. Only now did they remember that not only did Qin Yun possess 10 images, he had also grown up from 0. End of chapter 27-28. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.